Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever the hell your poison may be. We are here today to congratulate me on having 500 subs. So if you are a friend or foe and you'd like to sycophantly congratulate me while I sit here faking humility, now's your chance. I've got a couple of guests in here who've just arrived. It's a little impromptu, so I haven't really bothered, to be frank. So we've got Lysander here. How you doing, mate?
I'm very well, Robin. Very well.
You're gonna
glad to be here.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to get a word in edgeways today, won't you? And then we got
there's enough people. I'm actually going to have to talk, which is terrifying because most of the time, just utter bollocks and shite spews from my lips.
Oh, sorry.
I know.
And then we've got Fluffy here as well. How you doing, Fluffy Snowcap?
I'm bringing plenty of contempt today.
Excellent, excellent. So, I'm just sort of like, it's traditional really, you know, when you hit the 500 mark, that means, of course, that obviously whatever you're doing on this channel just means that you're really, really good at everything. And off you go. Get your congratulations over with.
Congratulations on reaching obligatory pat on the back milestone number 1.
Yay for me!
Well done. Have a cookie again for this number again.
Thank you for that. I feel as if my ego has been fully salved. So that's stream over. Cheers. Thanks everybody for watching. It's been great. We've got to carry on, haven't we?
Shit, we need to talk.
We need to say things now, don't we? I really haven't planned. We've got Fluff. Who have we got in that side chat there? We've got Fox from the West. Greetings, cuckold. We've got Game Guides. Hello, welcome, Ethan. Happy 500 to me. Congratulations, though. Seriously, yes, I feel so congratulated. It's an interesting one to hit the 500 mark, and that's because it's one of those interesting ones that everybody sort of like when you get to the 500 mark. Then it's this long slog to the 2,000 mark. Nobody cares about 1,000. Fuck all that shit. But yeah, there's that mark that everybody sort of like, you know, one of these channels to even get to that sort of mark is actually quite an achievement because if you want to really get a lot of views, what you don't do is do long live hangouts. You only really do that when you're actually popular anyway. And so, you know, having the stream actually get to that point where, you know, this is popping up for 500 people subscriptions. Where are you, by the way? Fuck's sake, are you all at school or something? I know I do have quite a lot of Americans. I should actually find out where everybody is as far as this particular channel. So I'm going to go into the analytics. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you who you are. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go to my channel and I'm going to share that screen. Let's have a look.
So you have long live hangouts, and you also keep to a pretty even keel when it comes to who you mock and scold.
Well,
so,
I don't. You don't. You see, because I'm an inconsistent cuck. Because I dare to mock everybody rather than pick on a particular demographic. Oh, it's at 5:27 now. Look. Can you see that?
Oh, look at that there!
Aren't I good? So, let's go to the analytics, shall we? Let's go to the... Oh, where do I go? I think you can go through that, can't you, if you hit that? So let's see where you all reside. Blah, 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 blah. Traffic sources. Is that the one? No, it's not that one. Demographics, that's going to be the one. Okay, so apparently most of the people that listen to me are male. Basement. Very much male, as you can see there. So obviously... Oh, no, nobody can see the female list. It's quite nice for me to see that it is actually more than just guys, though, so I'm kind of happy with that. I'm inclusive. So, you know... let's click on that there and double click that. Why is that not doing what I ask it to do? That's weird. Let's just redo that bit there. Okay, so let's get rid of that side chatty bit there. If you would like to come on the open house, you know what to do, folks. Just give me a message on Twitter and I can obviously share it with you. The open house guest lounge, obviously, you can pop in whenever you like, depending on whether you've got anything to do today. So yeah, 30% female and 70% male in the 13 to 17-year-old mark. You do realise that you're supposed to be an adult to watch this, kids. So, but apparently it's 0%.
Self-masturbation stream.
But it's 0% 13 to 17-year-olds. So, you know, I've done my job. Then 15% of them are the 18 to 24-year-old mark. So that's good. At least I'm getting to the kids. And then 80%, 88% to 12%. And then look at that. Look, this is my favourite demographic. 50% of the 24 to 34 year 25 to 34 year olds. 71% male, 30% female. So it's, you know, there's certainly a wage gap there. And then obviously anybody from 35 to 44 has obviously got something better to do with their lives. And 100% of them are male if they do turn up here. You know, work it out, guys. Got 7% 45 to 54-year-olds. Wow. That's interesting. None of them female, because they've obviously got way better things to do with their lives. And over 50s, 0.4%, bless them. And I've even got people that are 65%, 55 years and older. So quite a good split there. What's the playback locations? That should let me know who's who and where. There we go. There's the world thing. So of course, America makes up the majority of my viewers, it seems, with the UK coming in a close second. Is there any way of showing them all in their little list? Where has it got there? It's not. That's not helping. Let's have a look. Is that there? That's just embedded locations. No, I don't want to know about embedded locations. I want to know where everybody is. That's that there. Where do I get all that? Have we got, what, page 1 of 3? Former Reformer King. Welcome, mate. You managed to get out of class. Did you just plead sick?
No, actually, class doesn't start for another 45 minutes or so.
Right,
so I figured I'd spend a little bit of that time, come in, congratulate you on growing your channel to 500 subscribers, and
thank you.
All the wonderful ideas and disagreements that come and go from the open house.
It's
lots to learn from.
Exactly, yes. Thank you for your sycophantic applause. Hello, Cable Man, who comes in with an absolutely spot-on comment there. America. So yeah, it's been a long one. Actually the old channel that I used to do the open house still has about 1,000 subscribers. None of them bothered to come along. I don't understand. They're still following me, but you know they're not interested in following the open house. What the fuck? Come on, guys. I could have like 1,500 at this point. Fuck's sake.
Well, you use the other channel mostly nowadays for gaming.
Yeah, I just.
So
that's really my fuck about channel, to be perfectly frank.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
Wait. This isn't a fuck about channel?
Yeah, I suppose it is really, isn't it? So my subscribers... Yeah, my subscribers, it seems that I've got quite a lot in Chile. Okay. That's a bit weird.
What, not one?
That's really odd.
Chile.
Can you see this red mark on there? Oh, you can't actually see it on there. That's weird. I can see it, but you can't. That's not fair. I've got a few Poles. I've got some Canadians. I've got some people from the US.
You've got some Polish guys watching your channel?
I've got some Polish guys, yes. I believe they're quite an exotic bunch. 125% of one Polish person. Simon, probably.
Love Fist.
Yeah. Love Fist, maybe.
Actually, he's Uzbeki.
Where have I gained?
So not. You're a little too far west for him, I think.
But yeah, it's been nice. It's been nice to sort of grow the channel outside of the whole Gamergate thing. Because it's very easy to get. If you just basically just kind of go Gamergate all day. you can get yourself quite a lot of subscribers that way. I felt
Not so much anymore.
No, not so much anymore. I mean, I kind of left that behind because, well, it was overtaken by the SJWs, but the SJWs and the SJWs SJWing all the time, and their SJW-ness.
No, did manage to at least accomplish a few things. You got some games journalists actually taking ethics more seriously, so...
Well,
yeah,
I'd like to say that's so, but I don't really think so. I mean, there's still Nathan Grayson still fucking people about, still basically just looking after their mates and all this sort of thing. So I don't think it's really done as much as people would like to think, to be frank.
The ones who are taking ethics seriously are the ones who are already taking ethics kind of seriously.
Yeah.
So it's revealed consistent people rather than just there being some very loud idiots.
Well, I've always maintained that this whole SJW anti-SJW thing was a complete misnomer, and has completely ruined it. Because instead of everybody kind of going, can we all just basically get along and play on an even playing field? The right-wing infiltrators came in and basically kind of goes, no, I want to use this as my attack arm to attack the left. And then those in the press can just kind of go, well, I'm left-wing, that's why they're attacking me. It's got nothing to do with my ethical standards. You know it's true.
Yes, but how else will Breitbart get fodder for articles?
Exactly.
Ow.
The biggest success story of Gamergate.
Yeah.
Milo's career.
The right-wing Gawker.
Pretty much.
See, Gamergate has done one thing. It has balanced the left and right wing so they both have the extremist joke.
Yay.
Although the right wing kind of had that with Stormfront.
Yeah. I mean, let's be frank here, yeah? We've got Freddie Hurt Nerdy. It says it's a free world. #Gamergate. That's the latest that's come out of the Gamergate hashtag. As I've said it before, this is exactly right, and more of us need to phrase Gamergate in this fashion, says Jeremiah. And he's talking to David Burton about something, which I'm just clicking on right now. Gamergate is a movement dedicated to ethical behaviour in game journalism, opposition to social justice and well-being of games. So, well, aren't you a middle grounder on this? This is the funny thing. It's like, people call me a fence sitter, and I was saying you need to split the ethics up from the anti-SJW-ness. You'd think that I'd be the opposite of that, wouldn't I? You'd think I'd want to bring everybody together. Why did I make that distinction? And, well, I'll tell you why. Because the next tweet that comes out is alt-right, #alt-right, #Gamergate. Language is not about facts. It's a tool to program the mind.
Oh, we have a post-structuralist here.
Yeah, at Lawrence Southern.
Oh, God.
Somebody says the watchdog is sleeping right now, but just wait for a real happening like in the old days. And so you've got a few people that are talking here about Brianna Wu. Why?
Why? What's happened now?
Why is anyone talking about Brianna Wu? Why would you
She's
talk about
running for
Brianna
Congress?
Wu? Yeah. She's running for Congress, and that's so much to do with gaming and gaming press, isn't it, that it's unbelievable. Even to the point where I don't fucking believe it.
But if you just ignored her and didn't talk, you definitely fail. Talking about her gives them more chance of doing something.
It's not, like I said, it's not all anti-SJW-ness, but there's plenty of it. And there's these people that, oh yeah, let's make America great again with the little frog. Yeah, and Gamergate as the hashtag. Why? What do you think you're doing? Like I said, this is I'm going to be doing a stream this Saturday, talking to Derek Smart about the abortion that is Star Citizen. Okay? But the Saturday after that, I'm going to be doing a video on the identity politics of the left and the right. Because people seem to be thinking that the left is the ID politics brigade. And that the right...
God, no.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to be basically concentrating on the idea that I'm going to coin a phrase here. It's called gamergating. And this is we the people of Gamergate were gamergated. Okay? And the reason I say this is that most of the people that were in sort of like the early hashtag and stuff like that were really there to talk about ethical journalism, sick and tired of, all the business with say Drivergate, for example. Huge collusion between Atari and certain magazines to get themselves a 9 out of 10 on a shoddy game that hadn't been finished. And I mean it's a shoddy game. It was made by Reflections. These are the sort of like the Shadow of the Beast people. Okay, they know how to make a good game. But Atari basically spent almost all of their budget on advertising the game rather than actually putting it into the actual game making. What could have gone right there? And they basically, instead of actually finishing the game, because they ran out of money because of the advertising, they fucked themselves in the ass because of it. Not only did they, this is the thing, not only did they fuck the game up, but they also fucked their reputation up all at the same time. And this is the danger that you have when you're instead of being busy on making a game that's really good and saying it's finished when it's finished, it's finished when it's finished, it's finished when it's finished. I mean, you don't actually need to advertise games, to be perfectly frank. In some cases you do, in some cases you don't. But on average, if the gaming press is interested in your game, it's because it's looking good and it's going to be coming out very soon or whatever like that. They want good copy. They want people to read their shit. They can advertise fucking Doritos all night. But yeah, I think that people confuse the fact that, for example, are you unethical if you talk about social justice in gaming? Is that unethical?
No.
No, you can talk about whatever you want in game because gaming is the focus you have, and then the other topics can just merely be the meat of the article while you're wrapping a nice big gaming sandwich. You can do that with anything.
Hello, independent workman. I can't tell you the names of all of the songs that are in the background, but if you would like to contact me on Twitter, that's at RSOLGTP. That's in the bottom right hand corner there, if you see it there. You click on that little thing there and send me a little message. I will tweet you the video that I use in the background to do all the music and stuff. So, yeah.
Oh, Robin, it's an obligatory self-masturbation scream.
That's right.
You should have tweeted the link out and posted it in the side chat. Get as many people you can in here to fuck up the place as much as possible.
Really?
That's what the big YouTubers do.
Yeah, I've never found that to be wise. Because I used to do that before, and it was just a fucking shit show. And I'd rather have, like I said, it's really. This is one of the reasons why I do the open house in the way the open house is, because you just basically just get twats, just kind of showing dick pics and all that sort of thing, and that's hilarious when you're 12. But I'm not 12. Sorry. So if anybody was hoping to see some terrible dick pics and stuff like that in my video stream, I'm sorry. I actually got this stream. One of the reasons why I actually ended up with you doing the open house channel is because many moons ago I was obviously doing the channel or whatever like that, and I was just sharing a screen, and then I started looking at Twitter, and I forgot to actually stop sharing the screen, so I started just like going down my Twitter feed, and up popped a picture of someone popping in to Mercedes Carrera. So you basically got virtually live porn coming through on the channel. I didn't even notice it because I was too busy talking to somebody, and by that time it was too late and we got basically done. And it was going to be 6 months before I was able to stream again using that particular thing, so I had to make up the open house thing. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It needed to be separated anyway, to be perfectly frank.
I wasn't aware of that story. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, that was a fucker. That was a bit of a fucker there. But yeah, I think I should continue this this conversation that we were having this week about the militant middle.
Oh, before you do that, I'm going to have to pop out because people are starting to show up here. So.
Yeah. All right, mate. Thanks for coming anyway.
All right. I might pop in again later.
No worries, mate. See you in a bit.
Well, looking forward to possibly seeing you again.
Well, it's nice to see people doing a lot more to do with this. I'm seeing Liz Reptile's been doing it. Vernaculus has been doing it. Liz, I did say Liz. Also, Wizard of Cause, Nick Garoff has also been doing it. So, and these pretty much everybody that I have any respect for are doing it, which is nice to see. We were discussing this earlier about sort of like Fox News, for example, and how it's very easy to get a good crowd together. I would, if I really wanted to grow this channel using sort of nefarious means or anything like that, the one thing I would do is pick a side. A lot of people seem to think that picking a side is somehow brave.
It's easy.
It's fucking easy. It's really easy.
It's very easy to pick a side and then just pander like holy hell.
Mm.
Yeah, and that inevitably always then leads to eventual backlash over something. So, you stick the tough middle road.
Yeah, it's people say don't take the high road, don't take the low road, or all this sort of thing, and it's like kind of going, well, this is my own path. And my own path gives me that option to... I don't have to defend a position of somebody else that I might not agree with. That's the thing. I'm defending myself and my position on particular things. And the reason that I have that position is because I try to think about it, rather than kind of go, well, what does Milo say? Or what does Zoe Quinn say? And then, I as long as I defend this particular person, I'm doing a good thing. It's like all you're doing is basically just sucking somebody's dick. By the way, hi Zoe, if you're listening, and you probably are. This is why I say that the militant middle does need to rise up, because the left and the right are completely ruining the conversation. There's no conversation going on here. There's just people throwing mud left and right. That's all. It doesn't get us anywhere. When you've got both sides basically kind of going, rah, 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 all you get is a din. That's it. Nobody's convincing anybody. Nobody's talking about what the subject is. I was talking to Magda about this. I was saying do you think immigration is a left-right issue? Do we think games... I mean, if you're a gamer, does that make you right-wing or does that make you left-wing? If you're a woman, does that make you right-wing or does that make you left-wing? Lysander, you're the only person I can speak to at this point, mate, so you're supposed to...
No,
this is your moment in the sun, mate.
I was thinking for a moment there.
Yeah, this is a virtual interview.
Well, it's all a matter of perspective, and these days there are assumptions to be made. For example, if you are not white, then it is assumed that you are liberal, because historical reasons. So that would then most likely extend to women as well. But yes, no.
Because you're
interesting food
a
for
minority. Thought. Yeah.
Yes.
And I just think it's all, like I said, I call it gamergating for a good reason. And the reason, the way that I work it is thusly. If you are in Gamergate, for example, you are instantly labelled right from the word go a right-wing reactionary douchebag. And the only reason that you were basically talking about ethical journalism is just because you wanted to have a go at the left. And in some cases, that's true. Let's be frank, there are plenty of people that joined Gamergate not because they were interested in games, never mind gaming press, but they just wanted to use it as an attack vector for the right.
Yeah, for some, the ethics was indeed, as left-wing critics pointed out, a shield.
A shell game, as they say.
Hide behind, yes.
It's, well, if anybody doesn't know this term, wiki shell game. And I feel that we do have a lot of people who are infiltrators, if you see what I mean, in this particular case. They are there to, there's two types of, have you ever heard of the expression Cointelpro?
Yes.
How do you define Cointelpro?
Fuck! Now you've caught me. I have heard of it, but I need to go and double check it. Caught with my pants down.
Counter intelligence professional.
See what Google brings up.
I know what Cointelpro is. Let me just Google it a second.
Yeah, you have just laid bare the internet in general. Internet discourse. Yes, I know that thing. Just shit. Let me Google for a second.
It tends to work best if you're making a video response opposed to doing it live.
True.
Come on, the incompetence of not just talking shit for 5 minutes while googling it. What can't you do? Can't you Google and type?
All I can find is the Wikipedia article on counterintelligence. Shit.
Okay, that's fine. What does it say about Cointelpro?
Counterintelligence. Oh. Jesus, what does it say? We've got defensive counterintelligence, offensive counterintelligence operations, counterintelligence protective of intelligence services.
Okay, well, I found Cointelpro on Wiki, so I thought I'd read this out to people. It's a portmanteau derived from counter-intelligence program. It was a series of covert and at times illegal projects conducted by the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation, aiming at surveilling, infiltrating, discrediting, and disrupting domestic political organizations. FBI records show that Cointelpro resources targeted groups and individuals that the FBI deemed subversive, including anti-Vietnam War organizations, activists, the civil rights movement, Black Power movement. So this is, I suppose, quite appropriate for MLK Day, which is just happened yesterday, didn't it? And the Black Panther Party, feminist organizations, anti-colonial movements such as the Puerto Rican independence groups like the Young Lords, a variety of organizations that were part of a broader New Left. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover issued directives governing Cointelpro, ordering FBI agents to expose, disrupt, discredit, misdirect, neutralize and otherwise eliminate the activities of these movements and especially their leaders. Under Hoover, the agent in charge of Cointelpro was William C. Sullivan. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy personally authorized some of these programs, though Kennedy only gave written approval for limited wiretapping of King's phone, Martin Luther King's phone, on a trial basis for a month or so. Hoover extended the clearance to his men were unshackled to look for evidence of any of King's life they deemed worthy. Now, the reason that I'm bringing this up is that there are folk out there that, for example, the Poltards out there who infiltrate groups. They do this all the time. They will infiltrate a group and try to either subvert it or steer it in a particular direction. And this was, for a lot of people in the Pole world, that was their aim when they came into Gamergate. They weren't here for journalistic ethics at all. They were here to, people have often said that Gamergate was something started by 4chan Pole to basically have a go at the left or whatever like that. It wasn't.
I thought it was 4chan V.
Yes, it was 4chan V.
Yeah.
And it's... But obviously the Poltards, the moment they see anything that could undermine the left, they're going to go for it. And that's what they do. That they've done this. For example, like recently, remember this business with this dossier on Donald Trump. I'm just going to clear up a few little misnomers that people have. BuzzFeed, and I'm pains to say this because I can't fucking stand them, did not do the wrong thing. They did not do the unethical thing. They just basically said, we can't verify any of the information within this dossier, but we do know that this is being passed around the intelligence community. And they dished this out there. CNN, sorry, didn't do the wrong thing. They didn't produce fake news. Stop lying to yourselves. They didn't. They just reported on the fact that this was actually happening. That's what reporting is. You report what's fucking happening.
Yeah, I think people got a little bit lost up in the Schadenfreude for that particular storm in a teacup.
Well, this is the interesting thing, is that the same people that were screaming at BuzzFeed and CNN for producing fake news jumped on the 4chan bandwagon of saying, oh yeah, but all of this stuff, this dossier was made up by 4chan. We know that because 4chan said so. No verification. Yeah, no verification. Basically, they're saying basically an anon account said that this information was produced by an anon account. And you don't think that you're doing fake news at this point. This is the thing that just winds me up so much.
It's pretty hypocritical.
It's indeed hypocritical. I don't even think pretty is good enough to say it, really.
Hello, new person to the conversation. How are you today?
This is Foxy. He was introduced to us last week on Saturday, and it seems that you've got a taste for blood now, haven't you? Mm-hmm.
Taste the blood for the social justice warriors, the alt-right, whatever. Really, takes my fancy.
They all need a kick in the ass, really. This is my. You're Fox from the West. Are you in the West Country?
I am in Wales, but
that's pretty west.
Which part of Wales?
I used to live in very West Wales, but now I live in Cardiff.
Okay, so what is that? Is that the Machynlleth area or that part of Wales?
No, it was Juno, Ceredigion, that kind of area.
Ah, yes.
Right, enough.
Never been, but I know of it.
Yeah, God. I'm gonna get both an Antifa and a white nationalist at my door now.
Well, if you move back to your hometown in the Irish Sea, I don't think they're actually able to get to you.
It basically is right next to the coast. It wouldn't surprise me if it gets enveloped by it in the next few years.
Well, no, I've been to Wales. It's slightly wetter than the Irish Sea.
I don't think it's wetter. I don't think it's slightly wetter than the Irish Sea. I think it's a lot wetter than the Irish Sea.
I was being polite. Yeah.
Wales.
You have
winter.
your lakes in the sky, don't you? So anyway, yes. So it's time to congratulate me, Fox. Remember, you hit a salve my ego.
Congratulations. That is all.
Could you sound any more pessimistic about it?
This is my kind of crowd. Yes, we're not going to make you think that you're going to have a good time out of this next year, folks. Sorry. It's not going to be, it's not going to be hellish. But it's not going to be great. Sorry, it's not.
So light then.
Well, has anyone noticed the hopey, changey feel that a lot of people who are trumpeters are on right now? It's hilarious to me because I'm sitting there kind of going, yeah. Do you remember when you were all complaining about how people were basically all lovey-dovey over the last president? Yeah.
Hey, Obama looks better in pictures. So if you want to fangirl and going, oh my god, look how hot the president is, you can't do it with this one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, we voted for somebody that wouldn't even go for a drink with us. Even if we asked and he was actually in the bar at the same time, he'd probably just look at you and get the guards to get rid of you. But he's somebody who's anti-establishment, isn't he?
Yeah, if only he started singing Al Green, then he'd really be a man of the people.
Indeed. So yeah,
You talk about Trump is most definitely the man of the people. I mean, he heats his house on the bodies of infants.
I'm yet to actually confirm that story. It's not gone on BuzzFeed yet. I'd just like to ask, why is everybody suddenly quoting TMZ as though they're telling the truth now? When did this become a thing?
That was an odd one.
When did this become a thing?
TMZ to me is kind of it's garbage. Don't get me wrong, it's garbage, but I tend to see it more as sort of a celebrity gossip kind of site. So it's not damaging to the political realm. Don't get me wrong, it's a load of shit, but stuff like that and celebrity gossip magazines, they don't bother me as much as political outlets doing that kind of thing.
Well, yeah. Ollie Campbell, what the fuck, dude? What the hell happened, man? Support, he basically just did this tweet that says, support minority voices in creative works, threaten them out of bad opportunity. What is that? And he's basically just showing a picture of a article from TMZ, whereas Dream Girls Jennifer Holliday cancelled Trump inauguration because of death threats.
What did he say again in response to that?
Support minority voices in creative works. Threaten them out of said paid opportunity. What is this? Can't have them both. Now, Ollie, the bit that I'm fucking missing here, I'm sure you're pointing out a double standard here, but I have to say to you at this point, Ollie, where's your standards with this one? Where did Trust But Verified disappear or something? When did we forget? When did we forget that these people just make up shit all the time? Why is it that we only seem to... I said, are we now believing people having death threats now because it's on a website?
I think we all get lost in the moment sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I did make a little image. I'll share this to you guys in the side chat here. And it's basically...
Oh, Jay.
Well, I was basically just saying, I made a little flow chart. And it says, political expediency, a guide. Death threat. Do I hate them? Yes. Fake. Do I hate them? No. Listen and believe. This is where we're at this point. Why is it? Why are we doing this to ourselves, folks? Why are you doing this to yourselves all the time? Stop. Stop being just like them. Just because they did it, it doesn't mean that when you do it, it's better.
The thing about death threats is, oftentimes, if they're going to the length to actually make the threat, chances are they're probably not going to do it because that would give away their actual cover if they just said that.
Well, the thing that I have to ask is, and it does make a lot of sense to me, is that imagine getting a death threat on an inauguration.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the chances of somebody actually managing to pull that off, even if they tried? In a presidential inauguration.
Pretty damn low.
That's going to be a real fucking trick. You're going to have to be fucking, like the ultimate fucking sniper on the planet in order to manage to basically, you're basically walking into a demilitarized zone and expecting to be able to get a shot off against what? A fucking singer?
We have to practice our quick scopes and no scopes on Modern Warfare 2 then.
Yeah, it's just asinine to even imagine that would be possible. So for this person to kind of go, I think it's an easy cop-out. Instead of saying, no, I ain't going to fucking do it because it will be fucking, I don't want to get myself killed. No, you don't want your career suicide. Right now, yeah, you've basically got, people who are willing to sing with a heady list of some country and western singer nobody's heard of, and somebody who won America's Got Talent. This isn't exactly a heady list of people that are lining up for this.
So who exactly is going to the inauguration altogether, like celebrities and things like that?
Donald Trump?
Mrs. Trump?
Donald Trump Jr.?
Yeah. The Trump family.
But, as Gabe Mueller said, his inauguration will be better because he is richer.
I know, I would have expected people like Mickey Rourke and Clint Eastwood maybe to turn up, but as opposed to sort of the mainstream celebrities who voiced against Trump, obviously, yeah, I can't imagine them sort of being willing to go unless there's a high enough paycheck.
Like I said, yeah. I mean, I just find it asinine to even, on the face of it, think that anyone would be scared for their life during that. I just don't get it. And like I said, Ollie, what the fuck are you doing, man? How can you even think that would be the case? Jeff, hello.
Hello. How's it going, guys?
I'm here celebrating my 500 sub stream. So if you'd like to sycophantly congratulate me on my pathetic milestone, off you go.
Congratulations, man. That's great.
I'm feeling it right now. I really am.
Oh,
Good.
Jeff, wait till it's lie down. Come on, here's
what?
some more. That's kind of too sincere for Robin. He may get offended.
No, he
Well, it is sincere.
Yeah,
I like Robin.
Yeah, this is the thing. I like Jeff because he
that's the
actually
point.
is. Yeah, he's one of the YouTubers that I know that is sincere.
Far too sincere sometimes.
Yeah, Jeff, have you been? Why haven't you got your armored helmet on?
Oh God! The meme storm last night was a whole lot of fun, but I just have so much shit I got to be focusing on today. I can't keep it up.
Have they actually reacted to it, either Skeptic or Shu? Have any of them reacted yet?
Shu reacted a little bit. She kind of took a lot of the blame onto herself, saying that maybe it's her fault that Skep has such a big ego. I don't think that's very fair of her to say.
Yeah, it's
I don't
his
know.
own responsibility.
They both unfollowed me. That's for sure.
Ooh, ouch.
Well,
it's okay.
done.
Here's
It's
the
okay.
thing.
I
I actually like June. I really do. Actually, I think she's really, really funny. And
I do too.
Yeah, I when I hate it when people say that girls aren't funny. Actually, June is funny. She actually has a lot of fun doing what she's doing. Being funny is enjoying what you're doing. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I've seen her sort of like a lot of her videos where she's just basically just taken the piss, and she's always actually tried to pick a decent sort of position of actually, trying to sort of like go through the whole thing. You saw that video where somebody basically started taking what's his name, that satiratist and
whatever his name is.
or whatever his name is, yeah. and oh my god, I mean, fuck's sake, mate. How the fuck? Remember what I was saying to you earlier, Fluffy, about the fact that if you want to get loads of big numbers in, yeah, all you have to do is basically just bullshit people. All you have to do is just basically just play to one side and just give them shit, give them fodder, so that they can, it's the Emmanuel Goldstein thing,
Oh, I do know that.
And this is that guy. Yes, Ceratician, close your account. I don't care how many followers you got. I don't care how much you got on Patreon. Close your account, you pathetic human being. You add nothing to the discourse. Zero, nada. You're in minus numbers as far as adding to the discourse. If that's what you're bringing to the table, you're just going to go kill yourself. You should have died. You should be a stain on your dad's chest. You're saying nothing here. You could have taken.
So yesterday morning, right when I woke up, I got pulled into a stream with Bearing and Tits and a bunch of other people, and we actually got the satiratician in on the stream. And for the most part, it seemed like there were some people who were actively trying to grill him a little bit and get some details out of him. Me and Bearing, we wanted to know what your whole take is on this sort of thing. And I did get him to admit that it was a bad video. Because it was a shit video. It was just a crap fucking video. But I don't believe in like tone policing. I don't like his stuff, so I don't sub to him. But I mean, he obviously, some people do enjoy his stuff. I can't really put like a moral judgment value on it. I just don't like it.
That was very safe of you, Jeff.
Well, I mean, like, to be fair, Shu's reaction to it, Shu's video on it, was fucking shit too. The whole thing was just a stupid situation.
Well, I think she actually had at least a point on this. Is that what you know? If you imagine if you've got yourself in, you know, you obviously hate this term, the community. But exactly, yeah. I saw that picture, sort of like somebody talks about the community, and you're sort of like autistic screechings.
Is there a difference?
I love that. I love that.
But like, if you're going to, you know, if you're going to identify yourself as something, then yeah, you do have a responsibility to public discourse. Sorry, and yeah, I'll tone police people all the fucking time because, to be honest with you, that's the problem that we have in this world. All we have is people basically screeching at each other and nothing gets done. You know.
True.
There you go. There you go. Anyway, I mean, thank you for agreeing.
Well, I feel the best things in this situation is to shout Robin down.
Exactly. Well, that's the only way.
It's his celebration stream, so I won't push the.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'll chuck you out. That's how it works.
No.
Yeah. Do as I say.
But no, I think you do have a really good point. I think it's just a measure of degrees, and you and I just disagree on the degree of it. But that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah. I'm all for a little bit of shit posting and taking the piss. I mean, obviously you've probably seen my Twitter feed.
Oh yeah.
But however, and I've noticed this. We had somebody having a go at me for talking about whataboutery, and it does make me laugh. Because I have, I'll be talking to somebody on the left and screaming to them about the fact that the left does this or the left does that or, all this sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And then I'll be talking to somebody who is whinging about the left, and that's all they fucking do. And I turn around and kind of go, well, they're not the only ones doing this shit. And it's like, oh, you're just whatabouterying it. And it's like, you've got no balance. You've just got no balance, and I'm pointing that out to you. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck, people? Are we all like 12 here? Yeah. Remember, I was talking to the guys about this earlier, Jeff, and you might sort of get this. Why do you think Fox News is the way that Fox News is?
Jesus. I wouldn't even hazard a guess at this point.
Simple. Demographics. Money.
Well, yeah, I suppose so. I'm thinking more like in a historical context of where exactly the impetus came from. You have to play to an audience for sure. They do have a more right-leaning bias compared to like CNN and MSNBC have a left-leaning bias.
Well, they didn't before. They didn't before. When Roger Ailes came in, that's when they did it.
Yeah.
Perhaps they used to have a very small bias, which whenever we have this particular person on, they're appealed to this demographic a bit more. They're always on with this nice young blonde co-host that gets a lot of views, gets lots of attention. Let's make more of that, and it just also goes on and on and on until you end up with Fox News.
Right.
Well, it's basically easy. I think we were talking about this last stream about how easy it is to just pick on low-hanging fruit and stuff like that instead of like actually having insightful debate. It's kind of the same here. They kind of do these easy things because you can easily indoctrinate people to your beliefs and your arguments without an intelligent argument or without going into depth about it. Instead
of saying, oh well, the reason that I believe this, you can just say the reason I don't believe this.
Right. You know what I think is fascinating? The only mainstream news show that still does in-depth and objective journalism is 60 Minutes. That's the only one that's left. All the rest of it turned into like BuzzFeedy pop culture bullshit, and we're now getting into like the realm of edgy journalism, and that's the only way you can really explain things like Tommy fucking Lahren. Like, who thought it was a good idea to give Tommy Lahren a mainstream fucking job? She's terrible.
I keep saying this. This is the Fox News effect. People saw that Fox was, they've got very, very popular from basically pandering to a certain demographic. Now, once they've pandered to that certain demographic, MSNBC can't touch them. CNN can't touch them. So what do? They have to pander to another demographic.
Yes, but the whole thing is really bizarre to me.
I mean, I don't see that much difference between the Milo Yiannopoulos or the Gavin, whatever his fucking face is.
Gavin McInnes.
Yeah, I don't see any difference between those people and the Zoe Quinns of this world. At all.
Mainstream acceptance, maybe that's it.
Sycophantics all over the place, propping them up and defending them. tribalist, basically kind of going, I'm going to make a living off basically taking the piss out of that side and undermining them as much as I possibly can. You know? Everybody was complaining about the fact that, say, you know, I've got a picture of Zoe Quinn holding up a Coke can that says Gamer on it and just kind of going, ugh, you know?
Good old Zoe.
Yeah. But nobody...
Zoe Quinn deserves some respect.
Yeah, but then Milo Yiannopoulos walks into a university and kind of goes, feminism is cancer, and then hangs his fucking Gucci bag over his shoulder. And nobody fucking bats an eyelid, as though, oh right, so you're just as big a twat then. Great.
Oh,
thanks.
Yeah, you need to remember though, but the Obergruppen darling is our friend. You know, he went to bat for us that one time 2 years ago.
Yeah, TMZ does a death threat 2.5 years ago, and it's against Gamergate, and it's like, ooh, well, listen, you're just listening and believing. Now we've got TMZ talking about a death threat for a Trump rally, and it's kind of going, oh my god, I can't believe that's happened. Have we gone fucking crazy?
Yes,
yeah,
yes, they
we
have.
Short memories, I suppose.
Do you feel like maybe the spurging out of mainstream news is a response to the further embracing of digital culture and people relying more on the internet for whatever they can find, like even close to objective journalism?
Yes.
Well, yes and no. I mean, you know, Fox News didn't happen in a vacuum. You know, this was happening before the internet was really a thing. You know. It's having this sort of like totalitarian approach to political discourse is not something, you know, that's sort of like just sprung up because, oh look, the kids are you know, dialing up these days. I don't think I think that's an easy way to blame. Say kind of going, oh yeah, we're just in a different situation here. We're in a different system here. I think it's more to do with the fact that, you know, people make money this way. So they're going to go that way. I mean, you know, you see my channel, yeah? You understand what we're about here. We let everybody come on. Anybody can come on and talk, and I will completely chastise them when they say something stupid. You know? But we're not huge. But if you go to, say, some satiritician twat or whatever like that, who's just basically just mocking and bitching and pawning all day, and just propping up people's confirmation biases and his own, and 80,000 nice big fat Patreon.
I'll tell you who's one of the worst in this regard is Dave Cullen. Like, all the time you see all these videos complaining about how evil the SJWs and regressives are, and I'm not saying these people are, you know, not worth complaining about, because they're obviously worth complaining about, but when you make it your entire mission to just destroy the SJWs, destroy the regressive left, it just becomes an echo chamber. Your community, like your subscribers and stuff, just become an echo chamber.
Yeah, I mean,
in defense of Dave, I do really like Dave. I would consider Dave. I'd hope I could consider Dave a friend. We've talked for quite a while. It's like I don't usually agree politically with Dave, and there are a lot of things that I disagree with, you know, on a basic personal level.
Sorry, which Dave was this, by the way?
Dave Cullen from Competing for Everyone.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Sort of like.
That's what we were talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah. I know who you're talking about. When you said Computing Forever, that made sense to me. So he's basically like a political version of Scott Manley.
Sort of, yeah. But at the same time, like I value his point of view because it is not necessarily my own. Now that he does deal with regressive issues a lot more than he does other things, it's when you have a channel like that, you kind of have to take into account, number one, is this really like their absolute sole impetus, or number two, is this like what they're doing to maintain momentum? Because when you do get up to a certain point,
momentum, you have
to pander a little bit. I have to pander a little bit.
Momentum.
Yeah.
I'm not really much of an ideologue when it comes to this sort of business, and you know, it is business.
It is.
If you're, and I you know, we were talking. You remember, like on Sargon's stream, and I've actually had people seek me out By the way, you guys really need to go into these stream chats afterwards, guys. I mean, you said good stream and then buggered off. I was the only one talking. Everybody else, Chris didn't bother. Even Sargon didn't bother, and that was like one of his largest ever streams. And
That was a really big one.
Yeah, and I had people seeking me out, coming to, I can't believe, I finally found you, brilliant, all this sort of thing, and I'm kind of going, oh hi, you're right there, and he's kind of going, yeah, I can really feel that Sargon streams are turning into just an echo chamber.
I would have to disagree with that. I mean, he had you on, and he had you on specifically because he knew you'd have a counter argument, and you'd do it eloquently and intellectually.
Well, well, to quote him, he did say, I didn't want it to look like an echo chamber.
That's true.
That is true. That is
You are
true.
everyone's favourite token partisan.
Apparently so, yeah. Bear with me while I say something that may actually have nuance, yeah. Sorry about that. And I felt sorry for you and Chris more than anything else, because I'm sitting there kind of going, what, so you just think these two are a couple of fucking sycophant yes men? Fuck me.
No, because Sargon doesn't feel that way. I know he doesn't feel that way about me, that's for sure.
You fucking better not.
No, he's a wonderful person. I don't get to talk to him too terribly often, but he's always very, very genial.
Yes, but Jeff, you can infer a certain amount of thinking you would agree with him from what he said.
I don't always agree with Sargon.
Well, I could see you struggling to, because you're sort of like, kind of getting very uncomfortable and kind of going, yeah, well, I'm not sure about that. It's like, whereas me, I'm kind of going, I don't give a fuck if you've got 500,000 followers or one. I'm still going to call you out. Sorry, that's bullshit.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
Well, it's like, the whole video, it was titled BLM kidnapping, hashtag BLM kidnapping. So I thought we were talking about the hashtag, but no, we were going to talk about BLM.
It was interesting to have a broader context about it. Like, for instance, here's a good example. So Sargon also put out a video accompanying it and talking about the responsibility of BLM as an organization, not as a sentiment, but as an organization, in regards to the kidnapping. And I thought that he had a point, but I think he pushed the point too far.
Well, yeah, I can back that up very easily by kind of going, I think we should do a video on how Gamergate as a movement should have at least some responsibility for the harassment that these people have been suffering.
Oh, let me think about that one, actually. Hang on.
Well, this is the thing. That's the same logic that Sargon would have been defending 2 years ago. He is now basically pushing out, defending against 2 years ago. He is now actually pushing it out against another group. And I've already spoken to some people who he knows that he's doing this.
I mean, there's quite a few differences though in between that. I'd say the big difference is a matter of organization. Like I was around during Gamergate, but as far as I knew, like cohesive, consolidated action strategies for Gamergate was not really very present.
Well, was there an action plan ever?
Well,
yeah, that's what I mean.
Some of us were trying to have one, and then somebody would try and break that before we ever had one. We can't have any cohesion. It's like, oh great.
This is a leaderless movement. How do you have an agreement?
Yeah. Cableman says it best. Stop being partisan. We're talking about the left. That's going to be Sargon. That's going to be a phrase that everyone's going to be using against Sargon at this point. Like, stop being partisan.
First 15 minutes.
Yeah. Stop being partisan as I talk about the left.
Well, it's probably the biggest problem I have with him at the moment is that he's sort of gone quite ochlocratic in a sense. Like he's.
I actually don't know what that means.
Yeah, I was just about to say, big word for a little boy, for a little fox. What the fuck?
It's basically not far from mob rule. Basically, he's very much in a few of his videos. He does sort of. I think one of them was the Sweden rape culture one, where he said, "If you're not going to talk about this like an adult, fuck off, do something else." Like I appreciated him for saying that, but I don't think he really does that enough. And you sort of get these people who just make these heavy-handed comments and just assume, oh, the SJWs are the enemy and the right wing can do no wrong and all that. And it's just, it's irritating because I think he should, especially with 500,000 subscribers now, he should because he's an intelligent guy. That's why I hold him to such responsibility. I think he should kind of be responsible in how he conducts himself with his subscribers and not give them the wrong impression.
Well, fuck. So, sorry, Jeff.
No, please go ahead.
Hello, James. You haven't congratulated on my 500 and kissed my ass, so I'm gonna bin you in a second.
Congratulations.
There we go. There we go.
As Fox was saying, though, in one of his videos he kind of called out Sargon because he's been pushing up the populist right so much. And the populist right can be as bad as the SJW left if left unchecked.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's my opinion.
That's the problem, is that they are going unchecked, I feel, mostly. I mean, some of the attitude I took in that video I kind of regret, because that was when I was sort of finding my feet. I was quite more abrasive in my video style, because I made a response to Paul Joseph Watson and Dave Cullen. I was quite abrasive and ostentatious, so if someone disagreed with
it is
me,
Paul Joseph Watson, so we are talking about basically kind of going, oh, let's have a look what's happening. Oh, right, I'm going to talk about this, implicate these people today.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of fighting fire with fire.
Would anyone like a Berkey water filter?
A very trusted and reliable source that Paul Joseph Watson appeals to young women because he looks good, and that's about it.
He actually looks like someone I go to work with. There's someone who I work with who looks very similar to Paul Joseph Watson.
Anyway,
the Sargon thing, I think that's really interesting, and I understand how some people feel in that, like, we're presented with two sets of extremes. You have the rise of right-wing politics, which also coincides with alt-right, and then you also have on the other side regressive and social justice warriors types of things. I think one of the things that it gets lost to some people when Sargon starts talking about it, and it's the thing that keeps me having lots of faith in him, is he significantly states in several points where he basically is saying the reason why social justice warriors and the progressivism is so dangerous is because they're causing this rise of the right wing. You guys are causing this issue. So it's not necessarily that he's pro right wing or even like necessarily being arbitrarily dismissive of it. I think he's more he's focusing on the cause before the actual sickness begins, like rotting everything away. Because they really haven't started yet.
I get you. I just wanted to say that that's bollocks, though. Because here's the thing. If you want to wonder to yourself what the problem is with the left wing, do you know who you discuss it with? You talk to somebody on the right. They'll tell you that already. If you want to talk to how bad the right wing is, go and have a talk to somebody on the left. We've already got those bases covered. And by the way, if you are going to do that, all you end up doing is being labelled right wing by the left. They're not going to listen to you anyway, and they're not. I mean, everyone thinks that Sargon is a right wing pundit at this point.
Yeah,
I don't think he is. I don't think he is.
He's not.
Because another thing is that
no, I'm not talking about you and me.
But people in general.
That's right. If you're going to use polemicy as a tool, you're not. You need to plead with people. You need to actually get them on your side. That's not going to get you. It's not going to get you there. It just doesn't work. I mean, he says to use sort of like mockery and all this sort of thing. This is how we crush them. And it's like that doesn't sound like somebody who's trying to help.
Yeah, that's precisely it. Like,
there's tone policing, Robin.
Yeah, I am. Well, he's tone policing.
Yeah, no, it's true. Like, there's a reason that people like Sargon. Like, does anyone else remember the thing where at a EDL rally, someone was holding up a Sargon of a card printout?
Yeah, that was funny.
The English white nationalist. Yeah,
that must have put him in a really awkward situation.
No, he was happy about it. He was like, yeah, I support this. And
yeah.
Like, oh.
But then again,
he took it as flattery.
This is what the one thing that you can easily get Sargon on your side is by flattering him. I mean, if you know anything about Tommy Robinson, the irony of the video that he did with him was basically he shows a picture of Tommy Robinson and then says that guilt by association. and I'm sitting there kind of going, so you're saying that the reason that Tommy Robinson is so hated amongst people of the UK is because they're guilting him with association of certain identities. And I'm sitting there kind of going, his whole fucking shtick is identity politics and guilt by association. And it's like the guy doesn't even fucking see it. Well, we're talking about somebody who's basically a white nationalist, who's also half Irish, which just, the irony isn't lost on me there. But, this is somebody who is like this British nationalist. Let's get rid of every single Muslim because reasons. And it's like...
Oh, Robin, it isn't because of reasons, don't you know?
Oh,
I watched an EDL documentary. They're trying to breed the white man out. Haven't you heard? Like, it's totally how it works.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. It's the complete lack of awareness of this, of what's going on here. You're being suckered, Sargon. If that is the truth,
I don't.
You're either an idiot or you're dishonest. I can't.
I don't think he's. I think he knows, but at the same time, he's too far in now. Like, I remember a long time ago seeing a thing with him and... Let's go. I remember a long time ago seeing a thing with Sargon and Milo, one of their streams where Milo went over to Sargon's house, I believe. Yeah. And you could see Milo's face as he was like, just come over to our side, just come over. And he was like, no, I'm a liberal. And you could see it in his face, just like this regret of like, oh no. I really am. I've turned into everything.
Wasn't that the stream where Milo said that every time he farts, it's like 20 abortions or something like that?
I think so. That's all right. Yeah. The thing about that stream, which I thought was telling, was how hilarious it was that both Milo and Sargon both genuinely believed Trump did have no chance of winning whatsoever back in those days. But
how quickly that changed?
Yeah. Well. Once you get a populist.
I was 95% sure Trump would win after Brexit. Before that, maybe not so much.
I'm not gonna lie.
A bandwagon.
Brexit was the weirdest thing for me because it was so surreal. I never actually expected our country would fucking do that.
How could you not expect Brexit to happen? Every single time people talk about anti-Brexit, i.e. stay in the European Union, it was the fear and tactics of the leave campus or joy. It's going to be doom and gloom if we leave. We've got to stay or else the world is going to be destroyed. And every time people are speaking about Brexit, that was most of Murdoch's media and most of the BBC coverage, and generally most coverage than usual. It's like, we're going to get a better deal. The NHS is going to be more funded than ever. We're going to stop privatisation because we're going to be renationalising loads of stuff. No, what did the Conservatives immediately do? They put out another privatisation bill for the NHS, and they spent more subsidising the new privatised branch than they spent for the entirety of the year beforehand.
Yeah, which is always incredibly good when it comes to privatisation. Sorry, Fox, but when it comes to privatisation in the NHS, it's something really cute that both New Labour and the Conservatives have done, where privatising on paper looks really good, like on that, on that annual year. It's like, oh look, we've had this many buildings built and it cost us nothing. But in reality, you're paying 10 times more just over the course of 50 years or something. And then we wonder why the NHS is in the shit. And they just go, well, immigrants? It's nothing to do with those loans.
It could always be worse. You could be in America with our medical system.
Oh, Jesus
you
Christ.
Call that a system? That's adorable.
Yeah.
What system?
No, our country is heading to your system while your country is trying to head to our system.
Yeah, it's true.
Really?
We're not even... we're not even...
Okay.
The Conservative Party is trying to privatise the NHS to go to an insurance-based system similar to America, while America is attempting to, for Obamacare, is to slowly move towards a German system before moving to an NHS-style system.
Have you seen recently... with Jeremy Hunt, apparently his parents or his family or whatever, they have stakes in private companies within the NHS. He has vested interests in basically the privatisation of the NHS. I always just thought he was incompetent. I just thought he was just an idiot. But I think he's deliberately just being an idiot right now in order to come in and sweep in to save the NHS with its privatisation.
Fox, I'd like to see where that information is coming from, first of all. Because I've got to
saw it on
I'd need to. Here's the thing. I mean, what you're saying is that he is basically a right-wing Cointelpro.
I've got to find it, but
that is an extraordinary statement from somebody who has basically spent most of their life in the Labour Party. That's a really long shell game.
I got a question real quick, because I don't live in Britain and I'm not really necessarily familiar. What politically would you consider the? No, I do care.
You're American. Why would you care?
Because I talk to Brits on a daily basis, so I need to learn more about the culture and the political climate. Like it's
English,
important.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Pessimism.
English. Yeah. What politically would you consider the BBC?
Centre.
Tries to be centrist.
If you've got a load of right-wing pundits, it's a left-wing. What's the word? Platform. If you talk to extreme leftists, it's basically fulfilling corporate Britain's role.
Yeah, it's
what would
odd
you
because
consider?
it's founded by a
What the
lot
BBC
of conservative-minded people.
What I see the BBC
The
doing
original
is,
founders.
let me jump in. What I see the BBC doing a lot is just generally try to placate whoever's in power because they control your purse strings while being as objective as you possibly can get away with.
There we go.
That's better than what we got here.
Yeah, if the BBC says something that the government doesn't like, they suddenly need to debate about how the TV license is being used. It just coincidentally decides. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what we haven't talked about in a while. So yeah, it's such machinations do go on that sort of front. I wouldn't like to be a BBC executive, to be perfectly frank. I actually freelance for the BBC, and it's you've got all kinds in that. So it's everybody's trying to make a bit of money, of course. So they're looking, I think that the BBC has lost its way in the sense of it's trying to compete with commercial operations. I always thought that the BBC would do best if it actually sold its good grossing sort of stuff to these private institutions. So it's able to actually get money back out of the system rather than actually take so much from the taxpayers, if you see what I mean.
Right.
Like the Jeremy Clarksons of this world. Jeremy Clarkson is stridently right-wing. And he's been sort of like a BBC staple for decades. And I remember when he was fired from the BBC. It wasn't because he was basically clackety-clack, Pidge. Mute if you're going to keep clacking. A lot of those who are right-leaning seem to think that the reason that he was fired from the BBC was because he was saying all this anti-PC talk, when in fact it was the fact that he'd actually hit his producer. I don't know. I don't know about you or me, but generally, I think usually people who actually try to assault the person that's hired them, it doesn't really do well for your career.
No.
But if you listen,
much.
But if you listen to the Daily Mail, if you listen to the Telegraph, you listen to sort of like any right-leaning newspaper, or as we like to call them, the news in the UK. He was basically, they're just waiting for any excuse. And it's like, yeah, assault's a really fucking good excuse.
Yeah, that's a pretty convenient one.
Yeah.
If they were looking to get rid of him, he did them the biggest favour.
I mean, if they were waiting for an excuse, what better excuse can you have then?
Yeah, that producer was probably rubbing his face going, oh, thank fucking God. Oh,
yeah.
That guy.
I'm so glad I'm missing a tooth.
Yeah, I didn't like that tooth anyway. Now I can get rid of this guy. So who are we going to replace him with? A uncharismatic person that makes the program drop views like a mofo.
But yeah, it made me laugh as well. Chris Evans basically took over, right? And you remember we were talking about PC, PC. Oh, that's just so left wing. Oh, you're politically correct and blah 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 blah. I'm actually going to be doing a video about this week after next, Jeff. About PC culture of the left and right, because there seems to be this misnomer that PC culture is somehow just some left-wing thing. It's not.
It's an incredibly nebulous catch-all term, isn't it? Really, like when at the end of the day, that's all it really is. It doesn't really mean much, if anything, anymore.
How's this?
It's just anything that anybody gets upset over, and then there's a ramification for something you said. That's PC.
Yeah. This is the thing that I was talking about. If you imagine we're talking about Top Gear watchers, right? People who watch Top Gear, okay? And one of the reasons that they watch Top Gear isn't necessarily because they like cars. It's because of the anti-PC nature that Jeremy Clarkson sort of like brought, and the rest of them. Here's where things get weird. Chris Evans does a video in London where he's pulling donuts in the middle of the street in this supercar. Yeah.
In front of the cenotaph, wasn't it?
That's right. It was in front of the cenotaph. Do you know what the cenotaph is, Jeff? Lysander, why don't you explain the cenotaph to him?
If memory serves, it is a memorial to the is World War One or World War Two?
That's right. Respect the troops.
Yeah.
So they lost their shit over the fact that while he's pulling donuts in the street, the cenotaph was just in the frame.
Have you heard
it?
This is the anti-PC people.
Has anybody heard Stuart Lee stand up on top yet?
Oh, real quick, hey Robin, I wanted to say congratulations. I'll try and jump back in a little bit, but my kiddo's being super needy.
Do your thing, find your rope, get the gag on, and I'll see you in a minute.
All right, sounds good, man. Talk to you soon.
All right, cheers.
Talking about the kid or the wife.
Either or, it's the same thing, really.
Test.
What, you get arrested for sticking your penis in one of them?
Hello there, C. How you doing there, mate? Still haven't got yourself an avatar yet?
No.
Oh, dear.
No.
You should be ashamed by now. Of anything. Just put a lake in there. I don't give a fuck, honestly. But this we have a dress code, motherfucker.
But I stand out.
You don't. You certainly do. As a naked person running across a football pitch would.
Everybody's like, who's that?
Who the fuck is that? Get him off the pitch. Exactly. Yes. How dare you? Nobody can identify you at this point. You know.
Exactly.
Coffee,
You need a
please,
label.
Maggie. You could do coffee with lemon, but you won't do it for me, though. That's right.
I'll have
That's
coffee
right.
and lemon.
Now, get back to the kitchen. Anyway.
So bad to making people leave.
She's doing her fashion blog on Tumblr right now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So get back to the goddamn kitchen. Get over there. Patriarchy,
Tumblr's
bitch.
amazing. Have you seen the amount of anal porn in it?
I love you. No, don't headbutt me, not again.
Domestic abuse.
Exactly. Well, I think if you're going to do domestic abuse, it's best if you balance it out. You know. I call it the domestic abuse gap.
That usually doesn't work out too well here.
That's right. Yeah. So if you see those gentlemen, if you see those statistics and they start to sort of waver towards women hitting men more, you know what to do.
All right.
Okay. Stop making coffee with lemon.
Like God, no! I'd much rather die than drink coffee with lemon.
We'll call it the
Really?
gap.
Wow.
So Hazem, how you doing there, mate? Thanks for not congratulating me on my pathetic milestone of 500 subs.
You're welcome, by the way, and congrats. But what now? 500 is it?
It's 527 at the moment. If any of you haven't subscribed yet, kids, now's your chance.
I forgot to share the link on Twitter.
Up that sub. Let's see if we can get to the 1,000 mark nice and quick. Get that out the way.
I'm gonna up that views too.
See, what I want to do is I want to get this up to about 500,000, and then Sargon's going to be like screaming to come on here, and I'm going to go, nah, fuck you.
Oh, come on, he's
rifled asshole.
No, I'm just using. I use people's rhetoric against them, and this is the method that you use, according to Sargon. This is how you get people on your side.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So that's what you do. He won't be inviting me on again, I'm sure.
Oh, wow.
That's unfortunate, though, because I think it might have helped you, actually. You should probably thank Sargon for letting you on, because I think that's what led me to you, for starters. And I also think, a lot of other people sort of got led to you, and you made it a lot less of an echo chamber than other streams. No offense to Jeff or Chris or anything like that.
Well, that's the thing. That's the sad point is that's what, I saw a lot of people complaining about that. And I saw a lot of people in the comments section. I mean, you saw it. You saw that state.
Oh, yeah, the robo-cuck. How original.
The cesspool it was.
Yeah, that's what it's turned into these days.
And
I might as well just...
it was a non-ironic.
Yeah, you need to go to poll if you want to get any more extreme than that these days. That's the state of affairs that you've got in there, man. It's saddening. It's saddening for me. I used to respect a lot of his positions on things like that, because when I think. Okay, one second. Sorry. That's awful.
But yeah,
that's awful. It's terrible. I have no taste for lemony coffee.
Yeah, you don't.
But anyway, yeah.
Just
like I said, I mean, I'm here as the head of the spear of the militant middle. Okay. So
it's a good place to be.
Exactly. Yes, and I think a lot of people thought that Sargon was.
He was. I think he was. But like I said, he's drifted towards the populist right so much.
That's right.
It's
but he can come back. That's the thing. He can come back.
Yeah, I'm sitting here waiting, Sargon. You can come on whenever you like. If you want to, I've got you on Skype. Yeah, if you say if you are listening, and you probably are, you can come on right now and you can apologise to me and seek my forgiveness.
Jesus.
And then maybe in a few years I might forgive you.
That's kind of why I'm so aggressive.
Look, now that I've just breached the 500 mark, you see, I've got an ego, so...
Ooh,
be careful.
Yeah, right.
We don't want another armored skeptic on it.
Oh, come on, yeah. People,
Hey, as far as open house streams are concerned, mate, I've got far too many people already doing that. So the difference between me is, when I remember King of Pole doing his sort of thing, he even put fucking jazz on the background. I mean, for fuck's sake. No. I even said to him, at the time, it was I was flattered. That was all. I mean, this is the difference. The difference in some people, they kind of go, "Oh, you're just basically copying me." And if somebody actually copies you, I'm a creative person, so I consider it a compliment. That's the difference.
Okay, but back to Sargon, just like a question to you all. Do you think he cares by this point, Sargon? Do you think he cares if he on the right, on the center, or on the left? Do you think he cares?
Well, Washbear63 says Sargon is centre right.
I don't know.
Here's the thing: a lot of people confuse themselves. There's several people out there in the world when it comes to political leanings and stuff like that. And there's two people I feel sorry for and angry at. One of those people I feel sorry for are the ones that have actually fooled themselves into thinking that they are what they are when they're not. And the people that I get very angry at are the people that are saying that they are something when they're not, and they know full well what they're doing. I spoke to somebody who was basically accusing me of pretending to be in the centre.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a weird accusation.
Well,
pretending to be a centrist.
Oh well, there's plenty of people who do that. Let's be frank.
Well, yeah, but it's odd to accuse someone of pretending to be a centrist than pretending to be not on the left or not on the right.
Well, here's the thing with these identity politics days, okay? The left and the right gamergate things a lot, and I'm using that as a more of a adjective in this term for a reason. Is that, for example, the reason that gamergate generally ended up leaning towards the right more than the left was because the left basically pushed gamergate away and labelled them and put them into this particular pocket because it wasn't of any use to them. A lot of groups or political sort of movements, or whatever you want to do it, the left and the right basically sit there and look at them like they're baseball cards. They've got to swap them and kind of go, yeah, that I don't like that card. That's not going to be useful to me and my political leanings. You can have that. So they'll either come into the centre and scoop you up like hungry hippos, or they'll push you away.
I go back to sorry, I forgot your name's question about Sargon. Like, at least for me, from everything I've seen, maybe this is just the cynic of me talking, but it just comes across as a really obvious cash-in. Like, there's an entire YouTube subculture around wrecking feminists or something, and it's got to this circle jerky level where it's literally much ado about nothing. Like, I mentioned this last time I came on. I remember once seeing a thing by that Teal Deer guy in my recommended thing of something to do with feminists don't understand snow plowing, and I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I would have a look. And then I looked at his video, and he had been data mining for something from 2013 in one town in Sweden. And I was like, really, really reaching here. Is it really? Are you really like? Is there really such a lack of like better targets that this is the best that we can do now? And all these videos get hundreds of thousands of videos, you know, hundreds of thousands of views, and with, you know, amazing like to dislike ratios. Yeah, anything from the opposition gets hardly any views and is, you know, completely laden with dislikes. I don't think that's really, you know, I think that everyone is cashing in on it. You have so many different people where they all just parrot the same shit over and over and over. Like Bearing it is very guilty of this, in my opinion. Like
he has been guilty. I think he took what TLD had said about sort of like hornage over intellectual rigor a little bit more seriously than others. So I think a lot of people are defending their channels. You know, the thing is that when they're defending their channels, are they defending their position, or are they really defending their bottom line?
Well, that's precisely it. And I honestly think with Sargon that's mainly it. I don't know.
Talking of which, by the way, my Patreon link is just down the bottom there. And if any of you would like to add a couple of quid to the tip jar, please do, for fuck's sake. I'm skint. Yeah, but yeah, I think that the reason. Remember when I first started up the open house? You were pretty much here for the earlier days of that, weren't you, Pidge?
Yeah.
And why did I do it?
To give everyone like a free space to talk openly and have discussions. Like, that's basically what I got from it, at least.
Yeah, that's what I did. And then it was sort of infiltrated, and there were plenty of people trying to take it over and turn it into sort of like another attack arm for the anti-SJW crowd, and I wasn't interested in that.
Yeah. Was that before or after King of Pole got exiled, and when he was?
I actually defended the guy. Because, you know, King of Pole recently called me a race traitor. Hi, Pole. How you doing? Yeah. But he never used nefarious means in order to undermine YouTubers or nefarious means to undermine other people. However, some would say that, say, Mundane Matt is a reasonably sensible person by comparison to King of Pole, but I consider him an underhanded douchebag who used nefarious means to try and undermine people like King of Pole.
I think when it came to the quote unquote the big names of Gamergate, I think it was all the same shit. Like everything that
if you're going to attack people,
all about collusion.
It's attacking people personally. That's the thing.
The other thing that I was just going to mention is there's a huge amount of hypocrisy when you look back at like the big pundits of Gamergate from back in the day, and like how we're about like open discussion and everything. Yeah, these same people, I know multiple people that used to be in these chats. One of them used to be Sargon's doorman, who Robin will
doorman
remember.
of a card, I used to call him. Yes.
Yeah. He firstly he disavows Sargon nowadays. Like he's ashamed he had anything to ever do with them. But like there was a lot of backdoor collusion between all of them. Mundane Matt, Sargon, Internet Aristocrat, all of the big names that you'll remember from then were all in private Google Hangouts talking about what narrative to be pushing next within Gamergate. And like, whilst they have every right to do that, it's a bit rich that the same people claiming they want honest and open discussion, you know, like sitting behind closed doors discussing what narrative to be pushing next.
May I quote Sargon?
Sure.
We're fighting a culture war here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Everybody saw. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, we've now just got culture warriors. That's it. It's just a culture war. What's that expression that somebody said? There are no bad tactics, just bad targets. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of where we've headed down, isn't it? How things have been going.
You know,
Aren't we there already?
Yes, we're kind of already there. Although I really love what Bob Chipman said, that he was talking about the whole fight, not genuinely his side or the other side.
But like I said, this is people have actually had him up on this one, and he kind of goes, I don't care. It's if they're using such tactics, I have to use it too. It's like, so at this point, I'm sitting there kind of going, so you don't give a fuck about their behaviour. You don't give a fuck about how they do things. All you give a fuck about is their political position.
Well,
yeah, I completely agree. Because I think part of the problem with contemporary political discourse is before you can really even start talking about ideology and have intelligent debates with people, you need to fix the actual quality of the actual debate. You actually need to make the battleground clear and, make it more nuanced and intelligent to even start considering
you need to incentivize people to tell the truth.
Yeah.
And just be honest. And at that point, at least, then there is a discussion. Otherwise, it's just basically two liars lying to you. I mean, people talk about the middle. Well, if you're in the middle and you're just surrounded by two liars lying to you, then you're going to basically find the middle ground of lies. That's all.
Like, I kind of feel sort of responsibility. Not Vern's last video, but the video before that, the mockery video that he made. I actually made a video criticizing that because it wasn't a criticism of Vern, it was a criticism of sort of the culture of mockery and all that kind of stuff. And the culture of like knowing when and where to apply it. Like, I'm not completely against ridicule and mockery in politics, but at this point I'm starting to think it's going a bit too far.
It has gone too far. There's hardly any intellectual discussion happening at all in our community. At least that's how I see it.
Community?
Oh, come on.
I kind of, I'm not keen on that. If you imagine a bunch of people all meeting to a certain degree and talking to each other, yeah, you do have a community there, guys. Sorry, I know a lot of the libertarian types out there don't like the idea of community, but then again, who would have thought? I'm an anarchist. Oh right, okay, so you're not interested in community. So, but you've or identity politics, even though you've decided to call yourself an identity.
So, do libertarians like anything? Because they don't like communities, despite the fact they form the libertarian community. They don't like identity politics, despite the fact they call themselves libertarians and identify as it. They don't like money, although they argue the world should be run by it. And they don't like government, although they expect the same human rights and standards to be upheld without it.
Well, yeah. Nobody ever said that they weren't confused.
Well, they just want their cake and to eat it and to have another one spare.
Well,
it's either that or socialism.
Yeah,
come on now.
Exactly. I mean, I keep picking on that guy T because he's like an absolute staunch libertarian, and he really likes the idea of like personal responsibility and looking after yourself and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there kind of going, dude, you live with your mum. I mean, I'm sorry, mate, but if you're not going to move out and start fucking paying your own fucking bills, yeah, you just it's delicious to me. I keep on saying to him tidying your room is tyranny.
Yeah, no, I used to be just like that guy T in my college days.
And I still am.
So, as a black person, do you think we need roads?
Oh, the road argument.
Well,
I love posting. Yeah, I always post sort of like that scene out of Back to the Future where we're going. We don't need roads.
Anyway, Robert, as a race realist, I do have to say, black people don't need roads. On the other hand, white people, we kind of need them to eat.
Fair enough. Anyway, let's introduce a new sycophant to the occasion. Game something or other.
Goofy.
Gamer Goofy. Hello,
yeah,
mate.
just stick with the Goofy. Yeah, thanks.
So, how would you like to congratulate me today?
Congrats on the 500 and 500 and then 1 plus.
527. Oh, is it 528 at this point? Let me double check.
I think it's 527.
It's still 527.
527. So that hasn't shown up yet. So you've made no impact on my life.
Oh, sorry about that.
Robin.
You should try harder.
Congratulations once again, Robin. I need actually to go now. So yeah, have fun, guys.
No worries, mate.
Congratulations
Take
again.
care, man.
Thanks for coming
Yeah,
over.
Yeah, enjoy your lemon coffee or
No,
don't
no,
kill
no.
yourself.
I've dismissed the lemon coffee. Guys, if you, it's not quite nice, Magda. Stop it, woman. I have spoken. Shut up, or I'm going to put you in a burqa. Yeah.
How dare you liberate your women from these sexual values and put her in a burqa? You should make her wear miniskirt work on the street corners.
Anyway, is this what our relationship's going to turn into?
The Guardian thing saying, "Are you a racist?"
Oh, you're going to talk about the Guardian now? Oh my God!
Oh boy!
God, I'm
Guardian
living
is
with
one
a
of the
social
best
justice
widespread
warrior, for
newspapers
fuck's sake.
in the world.
You with your coloured hair and your women talk. Anyway, I'm a manly man, girl. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, what have you got to bring to the table as far as your how did you find me, gamer?
Honestly, I just found your stream on YouTube just randomly, to be quite honest.
That's the best way.
Yeah, I know.
That's
And I
because
just
I'm over
thought, like,
500
this-
now. Popularity, you see.
Yeah.
I'm huge now.
Well,
What's
you're
that-
huger than me.
We'd have to do some measurement, but is that a Dutch accent I'm hearing?
Nah, it's probably Danish.
Probably Danish.
Yeah.
So you're probably
I'm completely intrigued now. What the? Hello, yes. Where do you come from? Probably Denmark. I'm not sure.
Got a refugee.
Nah.
Are you like
Born and
pretending
raised,
to be
born and
Danish?
raised,
Or,
don't worry about
you know?
that. Yeah.
So is that like how Robin's sort of English?
Yeah, I'm kind of omnivorous.
Well, Lidney is approximately Welsh.
Oh
You
yeah.
can always tell the
I'm
Danish
secretly
accents
British.
because they're not as hurdy-gurdy as the Norwegians.
Here, boy, what's on?
Yeah. And they don't have the upwards pitch when it comes to the sweets.
Mm.
Oh, that's probably just me. Oh no.
Well, we just use that when we want to ask a question. It just makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, Gamer,
But-
keep placating to our bias. Badmouth Sandro for doing a stream at the same time as us.
Oh no! Well, what? How is that's a weird coincidence? Every time I'm doing a stream, Sandre's doing a stream. Is he like following me and just kind of going, right, let's fuck him up?
Yeah, but he always quits halfway through, though.
Oh yeah.
It's hard to keep up with 8-hour streams, though.
8
I will
hours?
admit.
Do you think we're some kind of lightweight like Milo? We do 18 hours here.
Well, the thing is that the original, when the open house was doing, we used to do it daily. And
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Yeah. Well, I just basically lost my job, and they just handed me about 3 months worth of rent money. So I was like, fuck it. So like I basically just did it as a full-time job. Fuck it, doing 8-hour streams every day, and just having everybody on and just talking shit all fucking day. It was brilliant fun. It was great fun. We did like.
Was this at the? Was
Where do
this
you
at
get
the
the
high
money for that?
Like I said, once I'd lost my job, they were still paying me. It's like, in some cases, if you get fired, they don't. But if you get made redundant, they basically give you a little package to shut you the fuck up. Otherwise, you go to the cops. What do they call it? They call it gardening money. Anyway. This when I lost my job, it was just the time when Gamergate kicked in. So this was the worst possible time for me to basically lose a job, because it was like, fuck it, yeah, I'm a gamer, fuck these bitches. So
boy.
yeah, and just ended up doing it 8 hours every day. So there was a lot of people there that were sort of like almost relying on me as their talk radio host for the week. So a lot of the names in Gamergate sort of like came through here. And then basically sort of, we were advertising for them, really, if you see what I mean. Happenings of the day, talking to any sort of bloggers or vloggers that were just sort of like getting their feet together and things like that. So I really liked doing that, because it sort of like gave everybody a chance to find out who everybody was. And so I'm known in all the boroughs. you know. So it's I've got a lot of people in sort of like the YouTube community that I'm able to draw upon. Problem is, of course, when they get a little bit too large, then they in some cases just get too busy. In other cases, too arrogant.
Yeah, that with just to interject real quick, like that's I was following the conversation for the last half hour, 45 minutes mostly, and I heard you guys talking about like Armored Skeptic, Sargon of Akkad, Teal Deer, like skeptic channels that started out smaller but become a lot bigger now, and it seems to be this theme of like falling from grace, or you know, popularity getting to their head or something like that.
I think it's insulated is probably a better way of describing it. Is that if you can imagine when you're first starting out as a YouTuber and stuff like that, you're desperate to get some attention. You're desperate to get some clicks. So
you're passionate as well.
Yeah, if you not necessarily. I know plenty of YouTubers are just doing it because you know they just want to get the fame and the Patreon money and whatever the hell it is. By the way, my Patreon link is just down the bottom there. Anyway, and what they do is they will they will try and placate a crowd or whatever like that, get themselves into that sort of mode. They go into other people's sort of like their live chats or whatever like that, and sort of like ingratiate themselves to people that may have 500 subscribers, to get themselves sort of noticed by their people, go to other people who may have a couple of thousand, get noticed by their people, and hopefully sort of like draw whoever's crowd to their subscriber list, if you see what I mean. Yeah. And then when they get to a point, they become the same as the ones that they were basically trying to placate. And they'll do that for those lower tier people because, well, hey, not only did people do it for me, but also it means that anybody, if they've got a few hundred or whatever like that, it means that I might get their subscribers too. So there's this sort of symbiotic relationship between these like lower end YouTubers. James, is there any way you can put some headphones on, or you're getting a lot of feedback from you there, mate? That's all.
I thought I was on mute.
No, but anyway, and then you have YouTubers that have got religion as such. They've managed to they'll go into like 20,000. I call it the 20,000 symptom. And it's when you hit that sort of magic mark where you've got a fuckload of people, so many people on your comment section that it becomes almost impossible for you to actually talk to everybody. So many people listening to your stuff that when you go to the side chat and you just see this stream of words just blah, 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 like that, and that insulates you from people. Because at this point, you're not getting any feedback from them, really, because it becomes too much for you to be able to cope with.
You can't talk to people, so you stop talking to
That's
people.
right. You just give up on the process entirely. And that also means that lower-tier YouTubers don't really get your attention anymore. And you look at those lower-tier YouTubers and know in your own mind, of course, that they're just wanting to talk to me because I'm really popular.
That's one thing I will praise Sargon on, is on his Twitter feed he's willing to talk, unless you're like obviously a troll account, he's willing to talk to you about things.
Oh yeah.
I'll give it.
I don't think everyone's in full agreement there.
Yeah.
My Twitter is made to look like potential troll.
Do you guys Alright, go ahead.
Alright, thanks. I can think of one example of like a large YouTuber who actually answered like people. Like, you guys know the Let's Players, the Super Best Friends, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think.
Alright, one of the guys on Twitter, I just asked him a question, like, because there was a series he's into, and I asked him, alright, for someone who wants to get into this, do you want, what would you recommend? And he answered that. Meanwhile, one of the others from the same channel doesn't really answer people's tweets, for example. Like, I guess it just depends on person to person, individually, if they answer. And those guys are like, I think, one of the biggest Let's Play channels, if not for PewDiePie and Markiplier.
I think the reason why I want to avoid that is I can sort of relate to being a small YouTuber in that situation, not getting an answer from a bigger YouTuber, you know.
Yeah.
In the past, like, you know how it feels, and it's like, okay, I've just been ignored. Like, my feedback and stuff has just been ignored. But on the other hand, this is part of the reason why I'm more centrist than I am left-wing, is I can sort of put it in the perspective also of the people in charge of the channel. Like, they themselves need to focus on hitting a lot of marks, hitting a lot of criteria, and it's very hard to reply to everyone and keep every single person satisfied.
Well, I can agree and disagree with you on this one. For example, the stream that I was on with Sargon, who witnessed me in the comment section there?
I didn't see you in the comment section. I saw you on the video, obviously, but... Oh, right. Well,
the open house, as you can see it, that's the thing that I was using the comment section with. So any of you out there that were struggling to find me, I mean, Jesus Christ, guys, just click on my name. I was the only one there. Chris didn't bother. Jeff basically said good stream and then left. All the other YouTubers that went in there, nobody. Sargon, not a word.
You see, with that though, the chat is pretty cancer. With that said, the chat is pretty cancer, and you've just got the people saying "cuck," and it's just not. It's
you
not
don't have to answer to those, though, do you?
I know, but it's just a constant barrage of that. And okay, you can sometimes get constructive feedback, but it's quite hard to follow when there's these streams of, unconstructive feedback coming through.
But we're not talking about the side chat here. We're talking about the comment section. You have the opportunity to either read or not read. So if somebody's just kind of going, that guy's a fucking cuck, it's like, well...
That's
so
just
what?
your opinion, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's about it. You don't even really have to bother with those. Anyone making a deconstructive or constructive criticism or whatever like that, well, fair enough. But the fact is that nobody was in there. That's the thing. And the reason that I don't go on stream after stream after stream after stream, and I've been invited onto all kinds of people's streams all over the place all the time. I could spend every single day of my week on somebody else's streams if I wanted to. But then I would not be able to actually go into their comment sections and talk to those people who have said something to me or made a point on whatever the subject was. It just wouldn't happen.
Because it is about self-improvement, really, at the end of the day. It's about sort of improving yourself and growing yourself.
That's right.
Along with other people. It's just about as much you growing as an individual and your political opinions growing as much as it is changing other people's opinions. I think a lot of people don't realise that. It's not about winning or destroying. It's about helping other people grow and then helping you grow too.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry, Fox, but you're wrong. I'm perfect, so I don't need to grow as a person. The world just needs to accept me how I am and start worshipping me like the god I am.
I'm going to start a new religion for you, bud.
And who are you?
Literally nobody.
No, I'm a nobody. So I'm just...
I collect nobodies.
Hey, you're getting the Spugs.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone is entitled to my opinion.
Yeah, I've noticed that I do have a lot of people that would be, let's call it, on the spectrum. So, yeah.
Well, it's quite common on the internet nowadays.
Robin, I've been on your Discord. Everyone is well past the right side of the spectrum. So, on a scale of 0 to 1, whether or not you have autism, they've fallen about 5 or 6?
I'd say 3. At worst, 5.
You can tell when somebody's autistic when you say, have you got autism? And they go, well, it really depends on what you mean by autism.
Is that basically the fail-safe to say, try to protect yourself, almost?
No, they just end up having a ginormous conversation about what autism even means at this point. It's like I kind of go,
oh boy.
I don't know, there's another strategy I've learned
saying
about
yes
this
or
one.
fucking no, dude.
There's another strategy you could try. I mean, if you've been on the furry chat, you should surely know this one.
Oh,
yes,
boy.
but surely you are most definitely autistic as well. I mean, how autistic do you identify with? What's your autistic spirit animal? What's your autistic sexuality like?
all I can say is I think we've given way too many antidepressants out during the 90s.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. They say that sort of like what is it? Vaccines cause autism. I'm beginning to think it's the antidepressants.
I've been hearing like debunks doing to that. Like, let me try again. I've been hearing people like discuss that topic, and from what I understand, it's not so much vaccines as it is basically the definition has been broadened. What you would account for, that's just an odd behavior that now counts as within the autism spectrum or Asperger's syndrome. It just counts as like symptoms.
Oh my god.
Well, it used to be analog, now it's a spectrum. It goes from 0 to something.
Has anyone heard about this? Apparently, Chelsea Manning has had a sentence commuted by Barack Obama on his way out.
I saw that earlier on Russia Today.
Nice to hear.
Free by the end of this year. Will be freed. Apparently, will be freed on May 17th.
Who the fuck's Chelsea Manning?
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
You don't know who Chelsea Manning is?
Before Snowden. She is the
originally a he
military intelligence personnel who basically revealed to the world all of the civilian casualties that happened during the Iraq War.
No, this was the diplomatic cables.
Okay.
Yes, and also some information, some video evidence of actual war crimes done by American troops.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Namely, this was.
I was 16 at the time. No wonder why I didn't give a fuck when it happened.
No, it wasn't the helicopter that killed British soldiers. It was a AP journalist. Yeah, surrounded by basically a bunch of people that were trying to protect him.
And then they killed the first responders.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And laughed about it.
Who had kids in
Wow.
Yep. America.
Oh, Christ.
America. Yeah, if you want to if you want to see this, you should have a look for something called Collateral Murder. And that will that's the video.
I think I'm fine with this description.
I believe the best description in America comes from Blackadder with bad news, the Russians left the war. Good news, the Americans have joined our side. It's like, oh great, now we're fighting enemies on both sides.
Didn't Adam Curtis do something on that, like about that kind of thing? I remember because my sister's a big fan of Adam Curtis, and she showed me something about, I think it was Bitter Lake, the one where what was it, Roosevelt, Haile Selassie, and a few others sort of met and they sort of made a deal between the Middle East. I can't remember the specifics, but it was a very odd film, like most Adam Curtis films. Do you know Adam Curtis, Robin?
What, personally, or?
Well, do you know of him?
Adam Curtis, this is the, what was it? What was the films he was in?
He makes these like
Nixon,
weird.
Wasn't
it? The one I remember is Bitter Lake. He makes these very sort of abstract videos. In a way, it's kind of pretentious. It's kind of a bit like, ask me what it means. I'm complex and deep, but at the same time,
what abstract thing isn't like pretentious? Sorry to interrupt.
That's a good question, actually.
This was a BBC documentary maker, yeah?
Yes, he's done Hypernormalization most recently, Bitter Lake, The Trap, Pandora's Box. I'm just looking at some of the ones I recognise. The Century of the Self, The Power of Nightmares.
Just add that to my watch later.
Okay, so Adam Curtis, yes, carry on.
I think he was sort of discussing these kind of things in Bitter Lake about Chelsea Manning and the leaks that came out, because there was a lot of sort of footage. It relies a lot on less explanation and exposition and more just showing, things of what were going on. And it was showing stuff like British and American soldiers just pissing on Taliban fighters and stuff and laughing at that kind of stuff. I can't remember. It was a while ago when I last watched it, but I remember it was quite insightful.
Yeah, it's, Jack Olafson's saying it reminds him of scenes from Full Metal Jacket.
What was it called? Sorry.
Bitter Lake.
Bitter Lake. So everybody get your BitTorrent out for that one. Not that I obviously recommend that you do this. You should go to the BBC Documentary Sales platform and make sure that you pay them money, of course.
Oh yeah. I remember
as far as they know.
Yes.
It was about the relationship between the US and Saudi Arabia, and why we're so sort of linked with the Saudis. We sort of made a deal with them in order for them to get the oil. Roosevelt, in his dying days, wanted to secure the oil, and in return they let the Saudis get away with pushing this regressive ideology onto their popular.
Because they don't give a fuck. You know, this is the you know, when here's an interesting thing for you. A lot of people seem to blame the left wing for social justice causes. Notice this?
Yes.
Try.
The invention.
Where exactly did it come from, then?
Well, it's down to market forces.
Well, I know, but where's the you had these ideology courses that are for the SJWs.
Yeah, it's market forces.
But where does the ideology, come from?
Market forces.
Because middle class and rich people like to pay money to get their biases placated to, and the bias of, we kind of fucked up and ruined the world, so we should feel bad and then go on and make other people feel bad. That's very much a guilty white man, or the white man's burden. Now that's done by the middle class and the upper classes, but the truly high people, they don't give a fuck about it because they're running the universities and profiting from it, so they run these courses. So it creates people doing it, usually quite rich people that don't have to take the loan out for the student finances because they've had the life catered for them, and it goes on and on and on, so now we have shitloads of those people.
There we go.
Okay.
So, it's interesting. You know, this is why I people would accuse me of whataboutery. What, you saying that the right wing is to blame for the left wing? So, no, I'm saying that if you really, really give a fuck about university courses and how they are actually being sort of turned into basically placating idiots, then the people that you're going to have to blame for are the ones that decided that it was much better for everybody to get a loan rather than have courses that have to go through rigorous standards in order to be worth handing out to students. Not saying it's the right wing's fault, because in the UK, for example, it wasn't the right wing that did this. It was the Tony Blairs of this world who would be considered left wing. I'm not quite sure why, because if anything, he would be considered a third wayer of basically trying to make some sort of balance between the left and the right. But it is market forces that are to blame for the reason that you have these courses. Nobody would have paid for them. Not if the government was in control of this, they'd be looking at stem cells, STEM studies, things like that. Things that are actually of worth, that can create decent taxpayers.
Like in Germany.
There we go.
It sounds like it really sounds like the universities should have something like that to begin with, like to ensure that you don't take a university course that is, well, pretty much fucking useless.
You don't want any of those filthy regulations in the way of market forces.
Well, I come from Denmark, so...
Does that sound like a left-leaning thing to say, or a right-wing leaning thing to say?
A right wing.
So, there you go.
We don't have a left in America.
You certainly don't.
We have...
You have
when
a
Hillary
left in America.
your left.
Well, I was talking about, a lot of people complain about the way that the right wing is, but I have to actually, I have to blame the left for this. This is the thing. If you're sitting there kind of going, yeah, those right wingers, they just basically just run wild over the left all the time. They're fucking bullies. And I go, yeah, and so what? You're in politics, dickhead. That's what people do. They don't compromise with your ass. So you're compromising with somebody who is uncompromising. Well, now they're a bully. now that they're a spoilt child. The left is more to blame from the right than the right.
Yeah, Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk, he makes videos about this sort of stuff, about how the Democrats kind of bow down to the Republicans, but the Republicans are actually staunch, and when the Democrats try to pass something in Congress, they put their foot down, but the Democrats don't, if the Republicans do the same kind of thing.
Yeah, I personally think that, politically speaking, instead of going to protests, you should be getting yourselves elected to office, lefties. I don't know if you've noticed, but the right have taken pretty much over the entire country. They're pretty much, you're done. You have no political power at this point. So what, take to the streets and whine? Yeah, that's going to get you very far, isn't it? No, you need to get yourselves into local government. You need to get yourself into the legislative branch, and put your fucking foot down, and make sure you block them at every fucking turn until the right kind of goes, oh, hang on a second, they pretty much blocked us at absolutely every turn. We have to reach across to them, otherwise they're just going to sit there and keep stopping us from doing what we want to do. And then you end up with people actually maybe considering doing some sort of compromise. But if one side is just compromising while the other isn't, that's like a bad parent and a spoiled child.
Yeah.
That's the relationship the left and the right have in America right now.
Yeah. In Denmark, it is very much like that, where both parties are basically trying to stop each other in that. Because in Denmark, one party can not really get enough votes to become basically the government.
Yeah.
They have to form between, let's say one party gets a coalition, yes. And within this coalition, you have a right-wing party, a conservative party, and then we have a party called the DF, the Danish Folk Party, and they don't really stand on either they don't stand on either side of the political spectrum. They are left-wing in some things, right-wing in some others, but they somehow get in because they have they appeal to some voters. But they those three parties have to make demands of each other's.
Thanks for coming, Lysander.
Yeah, see you, man. And these three then have to make this coalition to have it work, so they have the majority of the votes, because one party can basically say, yeah, I'm walking out, and basically forcing the hand of the two other parties to compromise. So they can stay in power.
This is good. This is good politics. You see, I mean, imagine, if you will, a parliament where politicians, instead of just basically getting just enough votes so they can dictate to everybody else what to do, they actually have to reach across the aisle and debate and find some sort of middle ground, some sort of compromise with each other. I think that's called working for a living, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they do get a lot of money compared to others for something. That's an entire different thing.
But then again, if they're earning it, fair enough.
Yeah.
Are they actually getting that money from the taxpayers, or is it like America where they're just getting paid under the table by corporations?
That's probably taxpayer money.
Okay.
If I'm to believe to be correct. But the only problem I can think of when I think of a system like this is just bureaucracy. That because there is no, let's say, there's no completely right-wing party or completely left-wing party, like the Danish Liberal Party, or I can't even pronounce it in English. They don't really fit. But this is really left-wing party.
Say it in Danish then.
All right, Enhedslisten.
Okay.
Yeah, those guys, they are basically on both sides. They are the most extreme parties that we have here. I would think the problem with bureaucracy is the lack of results. You don't really, in Denmark, I can't really speak because I don't follow it too closely. The whole American politics have been taking the stage for the last year and a half. But
most powerful person in the world.
America, yeah.
Well, I invite you all. Week after next. Next week it's going to be a gaming thing. So this is going to be about Star Citizen. Do you know much about this particular thing?
I know. I've heard like stories about it. Mostly about its like 100 million budget that has been 140. What the?
And climbing probably.
Oh dear Christ!
Although looking at the figures, that is slowing now. I think because people are starting to get to the end of their tether at this point.
They should have gotten to the end of the tether when they found out, hey, Star Citizen Con, where did all that money from the fucking Kickstarter go? And we all have, the only thing we have is a fucking prototype at this point.
So you know obviously of Derek Smart.
No.
Derek Smart? You don't know? Oh, you, sir, are in for a treat next week.
But Derek Smart is going to be on the stream, and he's going to bring all those Derek Smart trolls that are going to try to troll us.
Yeah,
it's going to be amazing.
The open house is actually on a Reddit channel called Derek Smart.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. This is a Reddit page dedicated to chastising the infamous Derek Smart. Say his name 3 times and he shall appear.
Results may vary.
Results may vary, yes, depending on availability.
Yeah.
And so when this usually breaks, at the moment, looking at what sort of like Derek's been talking about recently, it looks as if there are some changes that have happened, some rather serious and severe changes to Star Citizen. 5 years into the thing now, including something like an engine change.
Oh dear Christ! That game is okay. I can only think of one game that has been in development for a very, very long time that has came out anything close to what it like could be or should be. Like that's Final Fantasy 15. Any other game, Duke Nukem, 2 Human comes to mind. Both game has failed like demonstrably and horribly, and they have gone through like a development hell, both including an engine change.
Yeah, this is the third engine.
Fuck!
This is the 3rd time that they've done it. They originally started with the Crisis engine, just out of the box. Okay.
Oh no!
And tried to and managed to fuck up the first-person bits of the first-person engine, which just makes me giggle just at the thought. It's kind of go. Yeah, we're struggling with the first-person angle of this game. I'm sitting there going, "It's a first-person engine. How did you manage this?" Yeah. And then what they did was they went, "Yeah, we're not going to be able to do this. We're going to have to basically fuck this engine up and make it so that it's got 64-bit addressing, so we can have like really massive vistas, all this sort of thing." And we're all sitting there kind of going, "Yeah, we could have told you that on day one, you dickhead." So they started basically jamming into the Crisis engine. They hired a bunch of people that were coming out of Crytek, because Crytek's on its last legs, basically, because nobody really uses the engine anymore.
Funny that one.
Yeah, so now they had this Star Citizen engine, okay, that was their very, very own 3.5 years into the development process. Then, just recently, I don't know if you know that Amazon have basically, by the looks of it, bought up the rights for the Crytek engine and made their own version of it.
No, I haven't really followed the development of it.
Amazon have their own version of a Crytek engine that they're working on to make their own sort of like Unreal beta using Crytek engine as the basis. Guess who's just decided to use that?
Derek Smart or whatever.
No,
Chris
Roberts.
Smart. Yeah, Chris Roberts. That's his name. I'm getting confused in the names.
So so they've basically dumped their own engine, and now they've grabbed this new engine from Amazon, and it's not compatible with Star Citizen.
Oh fucks! Alright. Do you guys have you guys ever heard of the game Giant Citizen Kabuto?
No.
Can't say it's by a developer. They're basically defunct now, but it's this huge, basically but large level based shooter RTS thingy, kind of what Sacrifice is, or a more modern example. I can't really think of anything, but it was their own engine made from the ground up to basically support this kind of game. We're talking 2001, levels the size of a Battlefield 4 map, if not larger.
Right.
And it includes like 3 playable races, all very much unique. You have like the typical third-person shooter, where you have like this little guy and these little humans called mechs, who can basically be like 5 on a team, and they're using jetpacks and weapons. Then you have Reapers, which are basically mages, and then the giant Kabuto, which is this giant monster thingy. And they all work differently on how they like battle for resources and all this. I'm just thinking, whenever I hear about Star Citizen, they jump from engine and then made their own and dumped it. I'm just like, they should have stuck to making their own engine, making an engine that would work with the fucking vision that they have. Oh wait, they don't have a fucking vision because this thing got bloated up with feature creep.
Indeed.
Your game did literally the opposite. Created the game, and then got bloated with feature creep later on.
Yeah,
Elite dangerous.
So we will be going through this in infinite detail with Mr. D Smart next week. And basically laughing at pretty much everybody in the side chat who will be screaming, "Why have you given this man a platform? How dare you? He's a cyber terrorist."
How dare you?
Yeah, he's been labelled a terrorist by the anti-Derek Smart folk for daring to basically say that maybe Chris is running a Ponzi scheme.
I will say
Pretty
that
crap Ponzi scheme.
there, as much as there are failures like Too Human and what was the other game we brought up? Was it Katana?
No, Duke
Katana?
Nukem.
Oh my god.
Duke
Yeah,
Nukem.
like games that have been in development for like long years.
I will say that there have been a few successes in that regard. I think, was it Shadow of the Colossus and Team Fortress 2? I'm not sure about Shadows of the Colossus.
Oh my
but I know
god, Team Fortress 2, how many different iterations was that before it was finally finished? Do you know, I actually worked on a Team Fortress 2 myself for Quake 3 Arena.
Ooh, old stuff.
Yeah, so it was a modification for Quake 3 Arena with some people. It finally came out. I was going to be doing the music, but the person who was organising the people doing the music and the sound effects was a complete middle management twat. So there was no music for the game at all, and the sound effects were pretty poor. But you know, and they ended up becoming what was the name of I'm trying to remember. Do you remember Wolfenstein Enemy Territory?
Yes,
yeah.
vaguely.
Who was the group? What was the name of the group that did that?
Oh, let me just try and Google it. I don't remember.
It was Splash Damage. That was it. Splash Damage. So yeah, I was working in that team doing a Quake 3, basically a Quake 3 version of Team Fortress at the time. This was 2000, or 1999, I believe it was, around that sort of time.
Oh.
So yeah, they made their bones out of Quake 3 Arena. I think they've it's been years now. Obviously they did Quake. They did obviously Wolfenstein Enemy Territory. I think they've recently done Dirty Bomb, isn't it? They did Brink.
Oh yes.
I'm looking at the.
Do you remember Brink? That flop.
Oh God, I
thought
do.
That was Bethesda, but
they're just
they're just a publisher, mate. I'm talking about the actual team that does it.
I'm trying to remember. There's another game. They're very much.
Know the difference between publishers and developers. I'm sick and tired of it. Oh my god, it's an EA game. It's going to be shit. You don't know what developers are then. It's like kind of going, oh no, it's a Ubisoft game. They're a fucking publisher. It's like kind of going, oh my god, look at Doom. That's a Quake. That isn't that like a Steam game? It's like, Jesus Christ, guys, get it, work it out.
I will put a counter to that, because aside from like Rainbow Six Siege, I haven't played a good like Ubisoft game in like the last 6 years.
Hey, games made by Ubisoft Control tend to be very, very well put together games.
Oh yes, they did Rad Soldiers. That's the one I was thinking of.
The problem for Ubisoft is not the development house's fault. what happens is somebody kind of goes, right, let's make this game. They make a game, and then somebody kind of goes, right, how are we going to sell this? And they're going to go, well, you just send it into the publisher, and then no, that's how we used to sell games. No. What we need you to do is, you see that bit of the game that it's like loads of side quests and stuff like that. We need you to get rid of that. But that's the game. No. That's a DLC.
Oh, just quick going back to Wolfenstein Enemy Territory. You can actually download it for free on Splash Damage's website.
Yeah, that was a really good game. Very, very good game.
I am doing that right now.
I don't think you're going to find a lot of people playing it these days, but it's been a while.
That doesn't matter.
It sort of does on multiplayer games, I find.
I will say, apart from the microtransaction aspect of it, I think Dirty Bomb is a very good game. I was addicted to it for about a month or so playing it.
I played it with a couple of friends. I don't play it much anymore. It's not that I hate it. I'm just, I don't know. To me, it's like, yeah, I'm kind of getting. I get bored of those kinds of games rather quickly, to be honest.
Yeah, I used to play.
Yeah, if you're looking to play Wolfenstein and Enemy Territory, you'd be wasting your time at this point because, to be honest with you, nobody's really playing it anymore. But a good game, whereas it's a World War II esque game, I would say Heroes and Generals, I think is a really good sort of game there. It's got the mix between arcade and
strategy.
Yeah, it's very strategic. I was thinking more along the lines of simulator. So you can go prone. You've really got to watch for the wind. You've got to make sure that you're leading your targets and things like that. All that's taken into effect. So like
Heroes in General.
Yeah, Heroes in General is a very good game. It takes you a while to grind up to a comfortable level, but it's worth it once you actually get you get yourself a little tank, or you get yourself some vehicles, or you get yourself a sniper rifle and a decent scope and all that sort of thing. So you have to really earn every little chunk. So obviously you can just buy your way into it and get yourself above there easily, but that's.
Where's the fun in that?
Well, exactly, yeah. I think it's not so much about a lack of fun. It's more to do with a lack of time. I mean, if you're somebody who's working your ass off all day, every day, the last thing you want to do is play a game where you have to basically grind most of your week before you can actually play anything decent out of it. Whereas people who are sort of like big gamers and stuff like that, and they want to put that time in for that, then that's fair enough. So everybody gets an option.
Yeah, I tend not to be the kind of player that enjoys grinding. Like, for me, the only game that had, like, grinding, which I thoroughly enjoyed, was, like, Monster Hunter. If you know what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag had some really good grinding with the whole pirate missions.
I love Black Flag. I think that's probably the best Assassin's Creed that I've played so far, actually.
Made entirely by Ubisoft Montreal, and one of the more technically well put together games.
It was well-rounded. They didn't overdo it on anything. I mean, I think they could have made maybe a few more towns and cities, but still, I think it was good sort of plot line and everything like that. It was well put together. They didn't overstretch themselves. I think.
Speaking of pirates, you go first, man.
You watch what's Razor Fist's the Rageaholics review of Black Flag?
I've seen it, but I'm not like I used to be a huge fan of Assassin's Creed. I loved the first game, was super hyped for the second game, then the third game came, then the fourth, then the fifth. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm burned out on this. And then the sixth, the seventh, and da. Actually, I found it actually quite funny because I looked into. I think someone brought it up on Twitter at some point that in the span of like in the entire lifespan of Assassin's Creed, there are more Assassin's Creed games, or there's close to like there's like over 20 Assassin's Creed games in the span of like 8 years. And you have like
FIFA.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
Well, there's always FIFA.
I mean, you know, guys, you can complain about all of this and say, well, oh god, these big titles, they just keep on pumping out this shit all day, every day. I wish they would just. I like more niche things and all this. Here's the thing, those big titles, yeah.
They're bread and butter.
Yeah, a lot of developers that make niche games and stuff like that. That's where they made their money. That's where they actually get their cash from, for them to be able to publish, you know, all your little niche games and stuff like that. These are the cash cows. These are the things that actually mean that everybody actually gets to make the games that they want to play. So
yeah, I know that.
Yeah, don't you know? A lot of people like pick on COD and they'll pick on FIFA and all that sort of thing. But to be honest with you, you know,
a good example of making games to then be able to make your own game is Digital Extremes. They worked on Star Trek, the movie tie-in game, just before releasing Warframe, and they also cut their teeth to really get the big money to actually make this stuff in Bioshock 2 and Darkness 2.
Yeah.
That's where they got most of their capital to go off and make their own games, supposed to being a freelance studio.
Which I think is fair enough, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not complaining about the games being there. I was just saying that a lot of games been like, I just remember someone making the comparison between the amount of games released, like amount of Assassin's Creed games released, as opposed to like Final Fantasy. It's like there are released just as many Assassin's Creed games as the IP of Final Fantasy has existed. But like
forgetting mobile games then.
Yeah, I remember counting it, and it did count the mobile games as well, but like...
No, because Final Fantasy has like 23 mobile games.
Yeah, all of them shit.
Not to mention probably a fuckload of casino games, if I know Japan.
Oh, Pachinko,
not casino, there's a small difference.
Yeah, Pachinko.
Pachinko, where you win things like bowls of soup with a label on it, which then you go into some special shop around the corner, which will then give you money for a bowl of soup.
We could have had like MGS3 remake, and we get patchy slot. Why you gotta do this to me?
Did anybody know this about Japan, by the way?
I knew about the whole patchy slot thing because I've been but I like a developer called SNK who has been like in a financial turmoil for the last
what I mean is that it is illegal to do gambling in Japan. So
I've heard about that.
Yeah, pachinko machines. The only thing that you can win from pachinko machines is prizes. He says in inverted commas. My fingers are waggling at either side of my head like little ears right now. Prizes.
Wait,
and these prizes are just coincidentally with a special label on them, which if you were to go to a shop that is literally seconds away from this pachinko sort of place or whatever like that, you just walk in there and they will give you money for a bowl of soup.
Yeah.
You go in there with a dried fucking soup bowl or whatever like that, yeah, with this label on it, and kind of go, here, have that, and it's like, here, have $100.
Yeah, that's basically the loophole.
Yeah, that's one big fucking loophole, and nobody gives a fuck. Everyone thinks that the Japanese are all sort of like, you know, kind of, they're very strict, you know, by the book. And it's like, fuck off. Sorry,
well,
but
not when
not.
you see the porn.
Yeah, and
I mean, Japanese are incredibly by the book. I mean, they read the front cover of it, and it says you won a prize, so they don't dig into any further. They've judged the book by its cover.
Yeah. But you know,
very by the book.
Yeah, if you wanna, you know, the Japanese, they don't necessarily have a lot of low-end crime, but white-collar crime is rife. You know, as far as sort of look at Sony and Nintendo, for example. Yeah, you know, the reason that Sony invented. Sorry, let me get my inverted commas back up again. Invented the PlayStation 1 was because they basically stole all of Nintendo's stuff. Nintendo were going to work with Sony to make a CD version.
Oh yeah, with the PS1. I remember hearing about that.
They were going to make a CD version of the Nintendo sort of kit, and they just
CD
basically
expansion kit.
Yeah, exactly.
That is how we got the amazing masterpiece of engineering that was the Philips CDI.
Oh boy!
Because I think Philips had a similar agreement, and once Sony bailed on the project, I think they had to make some conditions with Philips to do something, and they basically got the rights to the Zelda and Mario to make some games for that system, and then we got those awful CDI games for.
And remember, kids, toast us, toast. Yeah, I was all on board with that shit when there was like, what was that, 2008 or some shit, when people did that a lot on YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube poops and.
Oh yeah, those were the days. Those were the fucking days.
One of the first things I
Talking
ever
about
did.
2008, like those were the days. God, I feel old.
Dude,
It's
I feel old, and I'm only 20.
We all feel old.
I feel like the
Robin,
days
that's
were like
because you're old.
the days for me was like 1996. You know.
No, get it right. It's minus 1996 for you.
Shut the fuck up.
No, mate, no.
You're supposed to be fucking placating me and making me feel all egotistical. You cunt.
I'm grounding you in reality.
Fuck reality. Have you seen it out there? It's wet.
It's snowing right now.
Misty.
Reality
Cold.
is grey and wet, and that's why I'm a gamer.
Well, I live in the southwest.
Anyone
you can
remember
go
the
outside.
Sega Dreamcast? Why would we want to? I know. Let's make an online.
Virtual Tennis was great.
Let's make an online game console using dial-up. What could go wrong?
Dial up.
Yar fiddly dee. That's what happened.
I did play Wolfenstein 3D. Of course I did, Jack. That was probably the best Wolfenstein that they did.
I'll tell you.
Oh, I grew up with Attack on Wolfenstein. Oh, you know the Quick Free mod thingy. Oh, whatever it was. Long time ago.
I will say, on the topic of Sega and CD consoles, do you know what I would say is the most underrated game console of all time? Is the
Saturn?
The Sega CD. I think there's
That's
a lot
not
of
even a console. That's a Genesis add-on.
Well, yes, but there were games made specifically for this thing, so it's debatable whether it's a console or an add-on, but I think it's got a lot of really good games for it. Snatcher, you've got Eternal Champions.
Best console ever.
Sonic CD.
Best
Yeah.
console ever.
Okay.
And you're talking. You're talking. No, shut up. You're talking to. And when I mean console, I mean what we traditionally mean. You know, slot the game in the console, turn the thing on, it loads up, ready to go. Right? Not this new type of basically. Doesn't that look like a PC with just a different operating system? Not those consoles. I'm
Before
talking
you
about
start,
consoles.
Robin,
Consoles.
May I call it? May I take a guess?
Go on, then.
Alright, N64.
Nope.
Fuck.
SNES.
Or the PS2 was released.
Nope.
Alright, I'm out of guesses.
GameCube.
Mega Drive.
GameCube.
Yeah.
Is that
Damn.
what you say is underrated or your personal favourite?
It is the best. It is the best console.
It has F-Zero GX, so he's not wrong there.
It had the most perfect version of Resident Evil.
Oh yeah, the remake.
Exactly.
Yeah. I've never played
Wait,
it
it
because
had
I have
the
a
two best games ever?
arachnophobia.
It goes out the two best games ever: Double Dash and Brawl.
Double Dash. Oh yeah, Double Dash.
It paved the way for all of these. You know,
Online multiplayer.
Yeah.
I really like Sunshine Mario, Super Mario Sunshine.
Yeah, Super Mario Sunshine.
Unlike the PS2, you didn't require patches on your 8 megabyte memory card with a 9 megabyte patch.
Lovely.
So you
Yeah.
like how often it happens you had to buy the 16 megabyte cards they came with.
I
You
remember,
know, the 50 quid
Yeah.
straight from Sony ones.
And
That kind of sounds like the Vita now.
so yeah, that I think was the last great console. Was the Nintendo GameCube. Their own proprietary.
Xbox,
Yeah, they had
I'd
one
probably guess the
1.6
Xboxes or the PS2 and above.
They had their own little miniature DVD derivative sort of thing for it, so it held 1.6 gigabyte of data, which is just a perfect amount for anybody wanting to make a game. You know, there's no waste there. They were little discs, so nice and easy, all that sort of thing.
I will say that it was probably the first console of Nintendo's that was quite sadly defeated in the console war of that generation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see that again and again with the Wii U. And, like,
Good consoles don't necessarily mean that they win the console war. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure. Like,
look at the consoles. Look at the consoles that are coming out now. The winner of the console war this time round is the PC.
Yeah.
I'd say Wii U is a strong second place because I've never been asked to take my PC somewhere. I have been asked by someone that owns a PS4 Pro and an Xbox, the new one that's just come out, mini version of that, to bring my Wii U around because that way we can actually drink some games at the same time.
Yeah. Actually, like, the thing is with the PS4, the Xbox One, no games on it. I'm sorry. Like, the only game I wanted to play on that thing was Killer Instinct. And that was ported to PC a couple of years later.
Wait, that was ported to PC? I didn't.
Yes. But okay. Before anyone continues, I want to say something.
Awful game.
Yep. Can I just say, because I agree to that statement on a technical basis, because Killer Instincts, for some PCs, you have to do a major workaround that may not even work in order to play with other people. Like, I for one, I have like the whole Xbox thing on my PC just to play Killer Instinct. I cannot connect to anyone.
Killer Instinct. Would you like to play a something that isn't Tekken or isn't Street Fighter and 3 times worse than any of them? Then this is the game for you.
Are you talking about
I think I need to clarify something.
Are you talking about the original or the remake?
Oh,
Combo breaker.
I'm talking about the new one.
Oh, sorry. I'm an old fag, so yeah, I'm going to be talking about the original, which was fucking awful.
Yeah, it's not that good when you come back to it.
The original was awesome. The original was awesome.
Shut your mouth. Right, you're banned. That's it.
I think I need to clarify something. Like, I play fighting games regularly. Like, aside from maybe Rainbow Six Siege and the occasional Overwatch, fighting games is all I play right now.
Okay, Tekken, Street Fighter, which one are you?
Basically, I'm a fan of Tekken, but Street Fighter, there are 3 games I like. 2. Nah, actually 3 we count this. There is Street Fighter 3, Street Fighter Alpha 3, and my personal favorite, Capcom vs SNK 2. Tekken, I've grown up with Tekken, like, but I've never been into it. And
Tekken 3 was the daddy.
Yeah, I'd say, for me, if I were to put a list on my favorite Tekken, that would be 3, 2, 5. Nah. Probably a tie between 3 and 5. I value 5 a lot because it's the competitive peak, and I just love that game. 3 as a second, then 2, 4, 6, and then 1. And Tag 2, I don't really play that much. I'm kind of indifferent to it because the old tag system kind of. All right, if you want to learn Tekken Tag 2 is not a good place to start because the tag system is just it makes so much up for what you're doing, and which is why they're kind of not doing it in Tekken 7, thank God. But yeah, I'll be picking up Tekken 7, and Street Fighter 5 is, for one, the worst fighting game release I've ever seen in years. Like,
I mean, Street Fighter Alpha?
No, Street Fighter 5.
No, I was just saying, I mean, you were talking about the worst Street Fighter.
Yeah. The worst Street Fighter?
Alpha was pretty awful.
The worst?
For me, it's 5. I love Alpha 3.
When they were doing it in 3D, when really you needed a lot more polygons to really give it the sort of like the artistry that a lot of people appreciate in the Street Fighter.
If you thought that was bad, what about Mortal Kombat 4? That game was absolutely
That game is fucking hilarious, though. Like, it's bad for all the good reasons.
I thought,
like the endings.
Mortal Kombat is not a fighting game. I'm just going to say that it is basically it's just a gore fest. That's what it is. It's basically for people who kind of like fighting games, but just like to see somebody's spine being ripped out.
Isn't that the best part?
I think
that is the best part. In fact, that's the only reason that you would buy it.
Yeah, I don't play fighting games, so.
That was the reason me and my brother back in the day, like back in 2011 when
gore porn. That's all it is. Yeah.
Yeah, when MK9 came out for the PS3, we got it like day 1, and we just played it.
The original Mortal Kombat, its big selling point wasn't the fact that it was a gore fest, but it was actually using digital photography.
Yeah.
It was
but then
beforehand, Street Fighter and stuff like that was using basically a sprite-based technique of drawing everybody. Yeah, so their arm was a different sprite, their body was a different sprite, the head was a different sprite, the legs were different sprites, and things like that. Whereas with in the case of Mortal Kombat, the original, the entire character was one ginormous sprite, using animated, cut-out, digital photographed characters, which was a huge thing.
I have to disagree with you there, because there is one game, one of the worst fighting games ever, called Pit Fighter, that came before Mortal Kombat.
Yes, Pit Fighter, yes.
It did the same kind of thing, but it didn't have the gore, and it basically became a distant memory after Mortal Kombat came out.
Yes, I remember Pit Fighter. I do remember Pit Fighter, and it was bloody awful.
I've heard about it. I've never played it myself, but I remember hearing about it back in 2006 and 7.
I would say that it's the thing is, the difference between Pit Fighter was more along the lines of Final Fight.
Yeah, it's a beat 'em up more than a fighter.
Yeah.
And I could see from what little gameplay I've seen of it, that's the conclusion I go to as well. It's just that it's basically, what if we took the player versus player thing in Double Dragon, made digitized graphics, and then made a game out of it?
The difference between Pit Fighter, I think, is that they didn't really give it the flow. Remember what I was saying about sprites here? Is that it wasn't really that much flow to it. They didn't think to maybe rotate the sprites or anything like that. If a character was falling over or whatever like that, they were literally, if they're in the sky, but they look like they're lying down.
Yeah.
So it was just a really
it's
poor
the first
production.
attempt by these guys.
It was a really poor production, that was all. And the animation was shit. They didn't put enough into it. It was about 5 frames per second animations. It was just fucking awful.
Actually, when it comes to animation, do you guys know about Guilty Gear?
No, I've never played any of the games, but I know.
Back in a second, guys. Cigarette.
Not played any.
Alright. The whole shtick with
look after them.
Why are you leaving me in charge?
Oh, don't worry about it, man. I don't bite all the time. But the thing is with Guilty Gear, and with the latest edition, Guilty Gear Xrd, its whole thing is that, hey, we have 3D graphics, but we make it look 2D. And they do it by, actually, there was a conference or something like that where they were talking about how they made the animations, and they had to deliberately downgrade the 3D animations to make it look 2D. And they had to animate every single frame of animation by hand. It's not a model, it's basically a sprite. And with that you get some pretty weird results. Let me just
I'm pretty sure
that?
They didn't do it as just they made a. I'm pretty sure they didn't just make the sprites. They probably did a 3D base to work from.
Yeah. What I mean is they. It's not just a model like in Tekken. You have a model that you then move in a grid for animation. Let's say they made a 3D model for every single frame, kind of like how you draw a sprite. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
A 3D sprite. And that will get some results. If I can just find a picture of it. Yeah. I'll just link it in the chat. It's a picture here. And you get those kinds of results when you make that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just absolutely terrifying. It reminds me a bit of... Do you remember those glitches from The Sims where animals would turn into... Actually, I don't think it was just the animals. They just turned into these horrible creatures.
But I just want to say that thing, the picture I linked is actually intentional, because it's an animation technique called smears. When you wave your hand becomes blurry. It's basically to create a blur effect. It's there for a frame or two.
Yeah, but when you look at the actual sprite,
it looks like something out of a horror.
But I'll tell you, the one fighting game that I absolutely hate, fighting game series, let's just say, I hate more than any other, is Virtua Fighter.
Why? All right. Let me hear it. Let
me tell you. Basically, at the same time the original Virtua Fighter came out by Sega of Japan, Sega of America were making another fighting game called Eternal Champions on the Sega Genesis, and it wasn't that bad. It was.
I've heard it's alright.
It's had some problems, but the Genesis version had some interesting things about it, but it definitely had some problems. Then they released a sequel for the Sega CD called Eternal Champions Challenge from the Dark Side. I think this was around the time Virtua Fighter 2 came out in arcades, and Virtua Fighter for me just had no flavor, no personality. It was just, to me, it was a niche that a game like Tekken already covered, but Eternal Champions was very unique. It was sort of, if you combine, especially the second game, it was kind of, if you combine the gameplay of Street Fighter with like the intricate lore, and I know fighting games aren't really about lore, but
yeah, like the thing is, like with fighting games, they are mostly defined by the mechanics. Like like the thing is with Virtua Fighter, and I understand why it has a niche. For one, it isn't like exploding with personality, like fucking, and some of the characters are very, 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 very basic, but that's because the devs have basically put no focus into characterization because they knew that most the players who played it didn't really give a fuck. That's why Akira Yukiya is like the most boring, I'm a karate man, and to a casual audience that's just not interesting. But also the game is super, super hard because there are some mechanics in there's mechanics in Virtua Fighter that makes it really, really difficult to get into, because I've tried, and I've stopped because there's not really anyone playing.
But what's more, there's games out there like Tekken that do this thing better anyway, and they were out at the time. I think the original Tekken was out at the time, and this was 1995, I believe. And Eternal Champions Challenge from the Dark Side, it basically combined the fighting of Street Fighter. It had some very interesting mechanics to it. Now, you can debate if they're good or bad, because there was a character called Xavier in it who had a move that basically, if it hit, it was a projectile. If it hit, you could take control of the other player's character for 5 seconds. And if you hit Xavier, that character would take the damage. It was completely bizarre.
Dumb. Yeah.
But it was a really good game. It was a really, really good game for the Sega CD. It came out very late in the console's lifespan, and they were going to make a third final game to complete the trilogy for the Sega Saturn, and they cancelled it because Sega of Japan basically said, no, we want to focus on Virtua Fighter, even though Eternal Champions was, especially the first game, sold quite well in America and Britain and places like that.
Yeah.
And Virtua Fighter just completely shat on it, so I've always had sort of a personal grudge towards Virtua Fighter.
Yeah, I can see that. But like,
Ooh. I lost everybody there. Sorry guys, 1 second. We're coming back in now.
Yeah, I'm not like a huge sort of follower of the competitive scene or anything like that. Like I do like fighting games, but that's why I'm sort of more geared towards games like Eternal Champions and Mortal Kombat, as opposed to very sort of intricate games like I do like Tekken. I don't dislike Tekken. I think it's a good game, Tekken, but I'm not really sort of immediately drawn to it.
I always liked the fact that you had one button for the left, one button for the right, one,
Yeah,
legs and hands.
It's like the whole limb-based combat, which it's been made famous for, and actually Mortal Kombat stole. Because Mortal Kombat also has the left-right thingy, but the problem with Mortal Kombat, it works on a strict 2D plane, and you just have this. I remember some people talking about it, it having this disconnect between like grounded attacks and air attacks, like. When you're underground, punches and kicks, they look somewhat like 3D fluent, but as soon as you jump, you have like a 4-frame animation for like a dive kick. wait, like Kung Lao, where he like can do punches that look like real 3D punches, and then you have him jump and do his like wah-da-da dive kick, and it's just, we're talking an animation of like 5 frames as compared to like 20 at most, or around 15, 20 frames of animation for a punch. Some people have complained about that.
Yeah, it's especially a problem in the older games because with the, you know how cheap the AI is, because I usually play against the AI, I don't play against people.
It's not a problem in the old games because the animation were kind of stiff. I'm talking about like MKX, where like the 3D movement is very fluent, but as soon as you get to like air normals, but again, it's 15 frames of animation, and when you jump in the air, and your animations turn into like 5 at most, or maybe 7.
But again, that's a problem that stems from the old games as well. Like, it was the same thing was happening in the old games. If you played Mortal Kombat 3, I think that was the one where I was the worst with the run button.
Yeah.
The only way to beat, well, actually, no, not the only way, but one of the best ways to defeat the sub-boss Motaru was basically just to jump kick your way to victory. Like, that's all you had to do, and the AI often had a lot of trouble dealing with it without jump kicking themselves.
Yeah, but like that's like AIs in general. Like that's the thing with like fighting games. You can very easily exploit the AI. It's like, actually, I had a friend over and we played like Tekken 5, and we're just playing the ghost mode where you go against like player-created characters with increasing rank, and this rank is basically AI difficulty. And there was at this point where I was playing against an AI that kicked my ass because I tried to play it as a normal player. Then my friend was like, "Yeah, let me check you why," and he just cheesed the fuck out of this AI.
Yeah, the thing that annoys me, and that's something I really like about the new Mortal Kombat games, is with the old ones you have to play very specifically, but in the new ones you can just play it like you're playing against a human player almost. There are a few differences, but the old games it's just like there's a certain thing that you can exploit with them, and you can
but like as soon as you play as somebody who knows what they're doing, it just falls apart. Like the trick he was using, like it took me I think 1 game. I lost to him 1 game with it, and after that I just beat his ass. It's like, yeah, I'm not falling for it. I'm not an AI who don't see through your bullshit. And that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, what are you guys thinking about the Switch anyway?
The Switch, probably another gimmick. I'm afraid that it's gonna be another gimmick, and it's gonna be like the Wii U, and it's gonna like, hey, we got all these first-party games. What about everyone else? Oh, to the shelf.
Well, is anyone else kind of surprised that Nintendo Switch has come out quite so soon after the Wii U?
The Wii U was a few years before the Xbox One and PS4, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2012. It's 5 years ago. Don't you just feel old now?
I'm looking at the GameCube. I'm looking at the Wii, and they both lasted about 6 to 7 years.
Yeah, this like the Wii
cycle is very, very short for Nintendo.
Maybe because the Wii U wasn't that successful for them, so they wanted to get something out a bit quicker.
Yeah, like it's only 1 year, so.
Well, the Wii didn't have third-party developers games, right?
It did have it did have more than like the Wii U did, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, Nintendo. It's not so much the fact that they have or don't have third-party developers. It's the fact that a lot of the time I've seen with Nintendo is that they have a standard system on Nintendo, which is almost prohibitive. Not to mention I remember back in the day when the Nintendo SNES came out, and I remember somebody doing like an infographic about it, and like 5% of the sales for that cartridge went to the developers.
Yeah.
And almost all of it went to Nintendo.
Yeah, But like, if you take the more recent console, like the Wii and Wii U, the hardware just did not follow.
Spino!
Hello! I'm sorry I'm late. I was recording a video.
No worries, man.
You should have known that I was having my 500 stream today and completely forgotten about anything that you're doing. This is my planet.
I'm sorry.
Contractually obligated. Congratulations. Sarcasm is accepted.
I am glad that you have gotten 500 subscribers on this channel. I'm not really sure what to say. I don't tend to congratulate people for shit.
Yes. Yeah, says the guy with 20,000 subs. Yeah, it's kind of going, yeah, well done, mate. Yeah, it's like you're just looking at some 5-year-old sticking a picture of their mum with 8 fingers on a fucking fridge or whatever like that, isn't it? You kind of go, no, isn't that cute? Oh, bless.
Bitch, I don't even have 11k, 12k yet.
You don't? Oh, I just make up figures out the top of my head. You know, I'm you know.
Yeah.
I don't really care.
I know sub count wrong, so I'm just gonna say it was I was being intentionally vague.
You're gonna pull Joseph Watson it.
I am complete. I don't think anyone could ever sort of say that I've ever been unintentionally vague.
So who wants to buy some mineral water? You can get all the fluorine out of your diet. We're selling tinfoil beanies. What next?
We're selling
bleach. Silver.
I should try some of that at one point, but I don't really want to give them
what,
money.
bleach?
I will be. I will be releasing.
I highly recommend drinking bleach and colloidal silver mix.
Yeah, I will be
It's really
releasing.
good for
I will be releasing an open house T-shirt collection very soon, and it just says, "I'm sick of you all."
Do we get freebies?
Say again.
Do we get freebies?
No.
Oh.
No. I get
Worth a shot.
freebies from you. This is a business, sir. This is a business, you know.
I know. But yeah, the Switch. Do you want about that? So, Spinus, what are your thoughts on the Switch?
What?
Nintendo Switch. We were kind of talking gaming.
My girlfriend is actually working on a fashion collection, and one of the T-shirts that she will be producing will be a T-shirt that just says "Insert social commentary here."
I think that's a bit too meta about the entire history of art.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's sort of so
too meta
that it's
how can anything be too meta? Fuck you.
No, but it's so meta.
That's what I mean.
It's almost like a self-parody of meta humor.
Indeed.
Where it's sort of I don't know.
Like the meme bottom text. Yeah, where you're like, and like basically some random text up here, bottom text. You don't change it, just to be so meta. I can imagine it's like that.
But I mean, it's kind of like a parody of Deadpool. Like you can't. It's hard to do it.
But not impossible. There's always a chance.
Well, you can always say Deadpool commentary, Deadpool, but
I've touched myself tonight.
Have fun with that.
So are you going to be up for this next week's stream, Spino? We're going to be getting Derek Smart in here.
I thought that was this weekend.
To seriously mine some salt. This is going to be. We're already on the Derek Smart shit list.
I mean, if we're going to talk about salt mining, has anyone heard that the Daily Stormer just doxed some people?
They did
a couple of days ago.
Dox? Oh.
They attempted to dox someone who was allegedly an Antifa member who had something to do with the doxing wave towards millennial woes. From what I can tell, I don't know how much of this info is true. I actually went out and contacted the individual who was doxed, and she told me that most of the info was fake anyway. So yeah, like good job, Stormfags. You just doxed some random person. But yeah, it looks. But yeah, they're just. Yeah, like this eye for an eye reasoning. How do they think this is going to be a good idea?
Because they don't give a fuck about the methodology, they give a fuck about the politics that come with this. I've noticed this.
I mean, even with the politics that come with it.
Yeah, but this isn't the you know, look at, you can say about the Daily Stormer or whatever like that, yeah? Right now, today, people are believing TMZ who are publishing things about death threats.
Oh boy.
Yes.
TMZ of all people.
TMZ published somebody basically saying, "Oh no, I'm not going to be able to do this whole inauguration business because I'm getting death threats." And everybody who was basically 2 years ago kind of going, "Well, you can't believe everything that you read," are suddenly just lapping it up like 5 girls around a penis.
Who's lapping it up?
Pretty much everybody who called themselves Gamergate 3 years ago.
Mm.
You don't want to believe what the press says about us. Is what they're really saying.
That seems to be a really common thing. Like I see this with the alt-right. They'll look at the articles on millennial woes and they'll think, "Oh my god, they're lying about him. He's not a Nazi. He's not a racist. He's not hateful." And then they'll look at the articles on me about MGTOW and they'll think, "Oh, this is proof he hates all women."
I mean, come on, Spino's hateful women. First of all, he has to identify this human species as being human.
Is
But it's like I did a little, you know, because I was basically getting a little bit sort of miffed by this, because even Ollie Campbell, and I thought, you know, come on Ollie, don't get yourself, you know, dropped into this stupidity. Please think a little bit more out of the box on this one, mate. And he basically posted this thing on TMZ, and he's basically just saying, "Oh, double standard," and I'm sitting there kind of going, "Yeah, and you're missing the double standard here, guy. You now believe TMZ on death threats. Come on." You know, I did a little thing here, and I'll post it to you guys in a second. There we go. Yeah, this is the thread here in the side chat here, and I'll just read it to those who can only listen rather than look. And he basically says, you know, "Oh, support minority voices in creative works. Threaten them out of a paid opportunity. Which is it? Can't have both." And it's saying, "Dreamgirls Jennifer Holiday cancelled Trump inauguration because of death threats." And I just said to him, "Are we now believing people having death threats now because it's on a website?" And Rage Gun comes along with, "Yeah, that's the important takeaway here, not the obvious double standard." And I'm thinking, I think I was pointing out the obvious double standard. And he goes, "So unless you think Trump supporters are threatening people who pay at Trump's inauguration as a false flag," it's like, no, I never said that. And I just thought, I know what, I'll make you a little sort of, you know, infographic to explain. And I just made a sort of like a little flow chart. It says death threat, you know, political expediency, a guide. And it just says death threat. Do I hate them? Yes. Well, then it's a fake. No? Well, then listen and believe. And that's it. And it's like this guy kind of goes, "Oh, I'm going to cross out the political experience, death threat. Do I trust the source? Yes, trust but verify. No, verify." And I'm sitting there kind of going, "So is it verified?" Silence. And this is where we're at. This is where we're at. You know, I don't have...
Anyone else published the story?
From what I understand, it's just TMZ. That's it. And everyone's suddenly believing what TMZ has to say because of political expediency.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Yeah, mate, that's so much of a stretch. You could go jogging afterwards.
Really, this way I see it is...
Excuse me, sir.
When given that the enemy is the sum of all evils, anything's justifiable to these people, really.
Cableman says TMZ is actually more ethical than Gawker and BuzzFeed. That's not saying much. Right.
Yes.
Why am I not?
Well, as you say, that's not saying much. That's basically kind of going, Hitler's not quite as bad as Stalin. You know, here's the thing.
Yes,
okay? Here's the thing that everybody doesn't understand about. BuzzFeed did not do fake news when it comes to that thing that happened with Donald Trump's dossier. I'll say it again. BuzzFeed did not do fake news. I'm just waiting for all the trumpets to kind of go.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Because
CNN,
they said it was. Not verified.
Yeah, they said that it wasn't verified, and they were just posting something that was in fact being run around by the intelligence community. So they reported on
that's
it.
not fake news.
Yeah, that's not fake news. Do you know?
This rumor exists, and this is what people are saying is not fake news. If they were actually asserting it as fact when it wasn't yet confirmed as fact, that's fake news.
Yes, fake news would be, say, I don't know, Donald Trump waving his hand over a bunch of empty paperwork saying that these are his businesses. But for some reason or another, nobody bothered to pick
Hillary is a hologram.
Yeah, or Hillary is a hologram, or say, I don't know, everything that Alex Jones has to say is true. Stuff like that.
Did you see Alex Jones respond to Sargon?
Yes, it's great.
It was so amazing.
Do you know the Ralph retort is working for InfoWars now?
Yep.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yes.
Could they get any lower quality?
Yes, they could, and they will.
Give them a hand, boys.
No thanks. I don't want to have to chop my hand off because it's that diseased afterwards.
The ride
come on, those guys
never
don't
ends.
vaccine or use
Oh my
diseases.
god, the next password reset request. Oh shit. Oh, someone is like spamming their attempts to get my Twitter password for some reason.
Again?
Oh boy.
It's the Russian hackers.
Oh my god, Spiner, how dare you assume it's Russian? They're probably Chinese because of population of the world density and so on.
Wow.
But honestly, I think it's some salt writer who's trying to get into my account and thinks he knows my password, and he's just trying anything.
I hate women. 1, 2, 3.
Gas the Kites 375.
Change it to
T-Rex porn.
Change it to like, I can't wait for whites to become a minority one or something. They'll never guess. They'll never guess.
No, actually, it's much less. It's much less obvious than something like that. It's not even relevant to like politics or anything. So yeah, no one's gonna get it.
Yeah, but now you've basically like got rid of all of those. Now they can pick on the unrelevant stuff.
Yeah. Everything else other than politics, which is pretty much. Yeah, I've narrowed it down so much, guys.
Oh my god, Spino, is it local BNP NP?
So you're saying there's a word involved?
Well, not really a word. Is it a word? Yeah, I guess it is.
Okay, so it's a word. It's part of the dictionary. Off you go, guys. You can do this.
Go, my flying monkeys.
There's only 1.3 million attempts you have to make. And that's, of course, assuming that there's no letters that have been capitalized or numbers.
Yeah, no, because I totally haven't added, I haven't totally substituted numbers for letters or letters for numbers or anything like that. No, I don't do that.
No,
Just giving more
if you
hints.
try it with substituting the O's and ones, well, the O's and I's for ones, or the L's for ones, and then you run through that, you've only upped the amount of words in the dictionary from 1.2 million to about 45 million.
Oh my god, it just gets sillier. Russian President Vladimir Putin says he doesn't think President-elect Donald Trump met with Russian prostitutes, according to Bloomberg. People who order fakes of the type now circulating against the US President-elect to concoct them and use them as a political battle are worse than prostitutes because they don't have any moral boundaries at all. He also called it complete nonsense that Russian security services would chase after every American billionaire. Yeah, he's not every American billionaire though, is he? Donald Trump is a grown man, and secondly, he's someone who has been involved in the beauty contest for many years and has met the most beautiful women in the world. I find it hard to believe that he rushed to some hotel to meet girls of loose morals, although ours are undoubtedly the best in the world.
Oh man, you gotta put it to him. Ours is the best.
Oh, it's just he sounds so much like Trump. It's like kind of going, yeah, he didn't meet with prostitutes, but if you are going to go to get prostitutes, go Russian, folks. They're the best. They're the best prostitutes. Did you see recently that there's Trump singles? Thanks for that. Jason.
Sorry.
Did anyone see this? Trump singles.
No, I haven't heard
let's
it.
Let's make dating great again.
Oh fucking Christ! Yo, James, could you link me the name of that song? I haven't heard it in a while.
Yeah, let me find it.
Gentlemen. Here we go, gentlemen. There's the link to the website there. They have the
Trump
best.
singles.
They have the best singles. You wouldn't believe how good these singles are.
Oh dear Christ!
Can I just say one thing about this website? Being on this website will make you single, whether or not you're in a relationship to begin with, and will keep you that way.
I personally think that this is just a way to get Russian brides. It's just so beautiful. It's just, I can't contain this anymore. They have a Facebook. Oh, they have a Facebook.
No, please don't. I'm only looking at this. It's like I'm seeing like a lot of old women. I'm not sure.
Oh, they have quotes from Donald Trump in here.
Oh God.
Without passion, you don't have energy. Without energy, you have nothing. Nothing great in the world has been accomplished without passion. What, you mean like the Holocaust?
Wait, if Donald Trump uses passion to fuel his power, is Donald Trump a Sith?
Yeah, essentially.
Did I just make him sound cooler than he already is?
Shit!
Yes, Donald Trump is cool.
And yes, I'm honestly saying that a fat neck-bearded dweeb in their mum's basement pretending to be a Sith is cooler than Donald Trump.
Yeah, we've got a point where a 70-year-old douchebag with bad hair and a terrible tan is now cool. Oh God.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
God.
He's cool because he insulted some politicians and journalists and then became president somehow.
Because using hyperbole and insightful rhetoric is just so new.
But the memes, guys.
Yeah, the memes justify the ends here.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm a Bernie guy, so.
The memes.
Well, it's your fault that he lost because Bernie Bros are sexist.
That's the narrative.
Feel the burn.
No, I read it on TMZ.
Oh, okay.
And Gamer, oh my God, you're such a misogynist voting for Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton. How can you be such a sexist and sleep at night or live with yourself?
Didn't you know that she was a woman?
Yeah.
Oh.
How did you
I mean,
miss
slow
it?
vagina before, old man.
But yeah, it's been a great year, hasn't it?
Yeah, for the whole 18 days. Just great.
Current year's going well.
Oh, that reminds me. I know it's a bit of an off-topic thing.
It's current year plus 3.
Yeah. Like, there's actually this article by GameStop. I know it's a bit irrelevant, but it's like, here's the best games of 2017! And all I said in response, like, dude, it's been 15 days. I think we got more to come. Idiot.
I remember I used to go on a Left 4 Dead forum.
Oh boy.
I used to go on a Left 4 Dead forum, and Left 4 Dead 2 was about to come out, and somebody said, "What do you want to see in Left 4 Dead 3?" Like before the game had even come out.
Just lovely.
So those are the experts they find to focus test their games shortly before the release of the previous one.
It's like making the next movie before the first one's even done. Hey, not like we've seen that
before. Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, wasn't that Lord of the Rings? I don't remember.
Yeah. They made all 3 of the movies in one go.
Of course.
It actually worked out quite well for them.
You got to stagger the release, yeah. They didn't make them all. If you can imagine, they shot them all.
Oh.
So
what happened to Fox?
The bit where most of the mistakes happen.
Well, if you can imagine that, post-production of Lord of the Rings was somewhat costly and time-consuming. So they've got, once they've actually done all the shots and stuff like that for all 3 movies, then they're able to break up the story into their 3 component parts and work through it. That's just how things happen. I mean, the shoot schedule for a lot of big budget movies usually lasts 2-3 months tops, and then the rest of the time is basically edits and post production.
Robin, I think a good example of that one is Avengers 1 had about half a week of shooting before doing another half a week pre-shoot, and that pretty much covered the entire movie.
Mm-hmm.
What? Damn.
It was shot ridiculously quickly because quite a lot of it is computer generated, and they've really got half of it done on the soundstage, essentially, in the ship.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm just surprised, really.
Okay, you know the scene where they're talking around the scepter?
Haven't watched the movie, so just go on. I can imagine.
There's quite a famous scene where they're talking around the scepter, and then Bruce Banner picks up the thing and starts shouting at them. And do you know what the longest part of filming that scene was the searching between takes and so on for where Robert Downey Jr. has hid snacks and so on.
Yeah, he hid snacks all over the set so he could keep eating.
Trying to stop Robert Downey Jr. from snacking mid-shoot took longer than filming the scenes did.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. is a fucking...
That's having a fucking sense of humor. Oh, man.
Yeah, effective. Eventually they just turned him into a graze of the character because it's like, for fuck's sake, we can't stop this actor from just chewing on stuff, and for fuck's sake, we can't keep him on script because he laughs when he shouldn't laugh, he smiles when he shouldn't smile, and he says one-liners that are really appropriate when he shouldn't say them. Fuck it, he just ad-libbed his script.
So if you have anything to say about Robert Downey Jr., you can come on today and have a chat with us on the open house. You know what to do, and if you don't know what to do, I'll tell you what to do. And that is to look in the bottom right-hand side of the corner here. You've got at RSOLGTP. You can come in here and add your name to my little list. Come on down. It's okay. Don't be scared. I won't bite. I may nibble. My. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, I'm on there twice. So I'm extra
You're
good
on there
about
twice, are you? Have I fucked up?
No, you haven't.
Oh, you
it's
have.
just a
Yeah,
system.
Goofy the Lovely. You're on there twice. Let's get rid of you. Fuck you. There we go. Get the fuck out. You don't deserve to be on here twice. Barely enough.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God, Stephen Molyneux.
Oh yeah!
Just God,
wait,
Stephen
Martin
Molyneux.
Luther King Jr. complained about slavery, segregation, and Jim Crow, all government programs. His solution: government programs.
I actually met this guy before. Back when I was a libertarian.
Oh well, I met Milo, so yeah, we can both be sort of somewhat ashamed of this.
Oh yeah, I met Milo. I'm proud of the fact that I made him look like the pathetic little child that he is.
I did. My friend sat next to me. Did make him really scowl. It was quite funny.
I know you guys talked to Jeff, so you probably have seen his video on Stephen Molyneux. With the whole don't even give a cup of water to the enemy and all that. It's just like, Jesus. I'm not really a political person. I don't care much for politics, but if there's one thing I do care about, it is caring about a human being, and just that much disrespect to a single person. Just because they don't think black people are a horrible thing or whatever he believes. It horrifies me, really. That there are people in this world, and I know who they are now, that thinks this. Because, I don't know. I feel like he could say that, fuck you, get out of my life, or whatever. You are a horrible person for believing this, even though I will wish no ill will towards anyone, really.
Yeah, but you're just feels before reelsing. That's all.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Don't you know we are evidence-based?
He's trying his damnedest to basically produce a state of affairs where we can finally gas the Jews, as Hitler didn't quite get them all.
Yeah, that's that. Oh, that reminds me of like I've been watching a lot of Jeff recently. So the whole Yada thing about like fucking coming from the whole what's that movement called again? Where the black people basically believe that Jesus was black and like they have the same opinion as Hitler that like racial traits are a thing.
Hey, those people are actually a bit more accurate than Christianity because Jesus was probably a dark brown instead of a white, so he's closer to black than white.
Yeah, to all you white
African
genociders out there that are
American,
listening, and you probably are, just to give you an idea of the difference between you and, say, somebody who is black, it's a bit like basically saying that this Labrador over here is different from this Labrador over here. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I know.
White Labradors are genetically superior to the chocolate Labradors.
You know, I think we can. You know, they're always talking about genetics, and I keep on saying, you do realise that we all came out of Africa. If you're big on genetics, right? Okay, so those people have been in Africa all that time. That means that they were there first, as such, and they would have developed first, like stronger legs and things like that. Whereas we just went up into places that basically didn't require that. That's all.
Yeah.
If anything, that they are the stronger of the species, but that doesn't mean that they have any less or more mental capacity. If you want to look at somebody who has a different mental capacity when it comes to genetics, then have a look at somebody who has the extra chromosomes.
Who's one chromosome from being a potato?
Yeah, you add a chromosome to a human, and you get someone with Down syndrome.
So why are we talking about Alex Jones and Shank?
Actually, yeah.
Back on the topic of Steph.
They do look similar.
I know, right?
Yeah, back on the topic of Stefan. I want to hear what
you were saying, Fox.
Hang on a sec.
Alright. Stefan Molyneux.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, he did something that was even strange for him. You know how he does like the truth about such and such and truth about.
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
He made the truth about Zootopia.
Oh no! He did fucking no! You gotta be fucking
yes!
No! Somebody give me a fucking gun.
This town needs
I
an
can't
enema.
believe this. I can't believe this.
Okay, Fox. Well fucking done. You've made me lose respect for someone I had negative respect for.
Okay, I'm just gonna link it in like the YouTube chat from the stream so they can be horrified by us as well. Just fuck me.
You want me to display this on the stream, do you? Yeah, because Stefan's a really big fan of DMCA violations.
Oh yeah, it didn't work anyway, so it's fine.
The truth about Zootopia.
I'm
not going to listen to fucking Stefan Molyneux for 24 minutes. I can barely stand his fucking face for the first 10 seconds.
I went only 9. I didn't last that long.
See, this is the thing. 500,000 subscribers for that. Total
How many views
bollocks.
was it?
They got 100,000 people have seen this twat on that just on that video alone. And you don't think that you're being placated, folks? Honestly. This is what happens, when something gets, Coca-Cola is a very popular drink. Doesn't mean that you should drink it all the time.
I do.
If I had Pepsi in the house, I'd drink it, but yeah, I drink that too.
McDonald's, it's a very popular food chain, but that doesn't mean that what you consume from McDonald's is particularly healthy. And this is this, we have fast food politics these days.
Robin, can you stop insinuating that McDonald's is food?
They have managed to get it past the FCC, so what can I do?
It's a food substitute.
Well, they think tomato ketchup is a vegetable over there, so, You think I'm joking. You think I'm fucking joking. They can... No, America, honestly, have a look into it. They think ketchup is a vegetable.
What?
Oh yeah,
I've never heard of this.
I remember this. I remember something like this. Like people were like, I think with all that, people like made the joke that is pizza a vegetable?
The ketchup is a vegetable controversy refers to the proposed United States Department of Agriculture Food and Nutrition Service FNS regulations. Earlier, the presidency of Ronald Reagan that intended to provide more flexibility in meal planning to local school lunch administrators, coping with National School Lunch Plan subsidy cuts enacted by the Omnibus Regulations Act of 1980. You know, this guy's in charge of all of this lot, yeah. The regulations allowed administrators the opportunity to credit items not explicitly listed that met nutritional requirements. While ketchup was not mentioned in the original regulations, pickle relish was used as an example of an item that could count as a vegetable. A similar controversy arose in 2011 when Congress passed a bill prohibiting the USDA from increasing the amount of tomato paste required to constitute a vegetable. The bill allowed pizza with 2 tablespoons of tomato paste to qualify as a vegetable. In America, pizza is a vegetable.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's
no.
amazing. You know, we want to get kids to eat more vegetables. So instead of actually getting them to eat more vegetables, we'll just redefine the shitty food they eat to become vegetables.
Yes. Welcome to...
Somebody fucking kill me already.
Well, then go to America and eat their school meals.
It is pretty bad.
America and eat vegetables.
They don't count ketchup or pizza as a vegetable. Trust me.
Only in Texas.
According to the Food and Nutrition Service, they do. This is for the United States Department of Agriculture. Yes.
Well,
two spoonfuls of tomato paste on some bread constitutes it being labelled a vegetable. I'm not making this up. I'm sorry. I wish. I wish I were.
I fucking wish you did. What the fuck? What it not?
French fries and tomato ketchup constitutes 2 vegetables.
Thank God I'm not living in fucking America.
I have another question for American dieting then. Does vegetable-shaped marzipan count as a vegetable?
Very probably, but...
Marzipan? Oh boy.
What?
I mean...
Yeah, what?
Yeah. There's a sweet you can buy in... I think it was Audi that did it for a little while. It's essentially a fake roast dinner. It's a little tiny plate one. It's a very cute little one, but it's made out of marzipan, and it has marzipan vegetables on it.
Oh, that's so cute.
Marzipan's made of almond.
Has anyone seen?
That's a nut.
Yeah, has anyone seen the Christmas dinner in a can?
No.
No, and I don't want to. Please.
I think Ashens did a video on that.
I'm scared to think of this because I remember you know when Twitch had the whole food channel going on. Oh no, that was actually something else. Like it was basically this sort of woman. Homeless woman that had this cooking show for basically home. You know that you can just buy a cooked meal for $5 or something. You know those awful tasting ones, and then make a proper meal out of it, and it just looks so fucking awful.
There you go, gents. There you go. Somebody reviewed it. The Christmas dinner in a can. Christmas dinner review.
Oh god, it looks awful.
No, make sure you see it when it comes out. You see, because the thing is, it's not just one course. It's all courses.
Yeah, I'm seeing as he's taking it out.
Dessert at the end.
Yes.
Why would you make that?
Excess food.
It's just how. But why would you? Yeah,
You would fucking be you'd be fucking accused of fucking treason if you sold that to the fucking army.
$1.99.
Oh my god, guys, look at his face
$1.99 Christmas dinner.
End of the video. He looks
in a can.
Sad
In
at the
a
end.
fucking can.
Nine layers, folks. Nine layers.
9 layers.
Including scrambled egg starter, turkey dinner, and Christmas pudding.
Oh god. You know what this reminds me? It reminds me of that one BuzzFeed Tasty video where they basically stacked a breakfast Like you have cheese, you have scrambled eggs, you have something else, something else. Stack it on top of each other, put it in the oven. It's like.
Here's the list, folks. Here's the list. You have at the top. You have scrambled egg and bacon. Then you have 2 mince pies. Then you have turkey and potato with gravy, bread sauce, cranberry sauce, Brussels sprouts with stuffing or broccoli with stuffing, and then roast carrots with parsnips. And on the bottom, where of course it should be, Christmas pudding.
Okay, guys, I'll be back in a second. I need something to drink before I fucking throw up here. I'll be back in a sec.
That is one can of food you really want to clean your teeth afterwards, isn't it?
Yo, I'm actually, before I go, I'm looking at the can of it, and it's from Game.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ!
It's probably so you don't have to like sit down and have tea with the family. You can
Yes, this is for gamers. This is for the true basement dwellers.
Oh god. Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. See you guys in a bit.
I mean, imagine. I mean, how would you prepare that? That is basically just upturn the can after opening it, slot it into the microwave, let it, let's call it cook, and yeah, you're done. And then you got what? Gonna eat that? Like just eat the top and then eat the next layer and the next layer and the next layer, and you kind of go, I could do with the dessert right now. And then you've got basically a scrambled egg, mince pie, turkey, gravy, bread sauce, cranberry sauce, Brussels sprouts laden Christmas pudding to go through.
It seriously does remind me of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory when Violet Beauregard eats the 3-course meal gum and then she turns into a blueberry.
But here's the question, guys: how many of you would give it a try?
No.
No.
I'm an American and no.
Man, what a bunch of pussies.
Hey, see, you finally got yourself an avatar. Good man.
I'm a vegetarian.
Oh, it showed up now?
Congratulations, yes.
It's not showing up with me.
Nope.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Well, I'm ahead of the curve.
Nope, still showing up after refresh.
So this is the state of play that we're in, folks. You know, we've got turkey in a can. Well, Christmas dinner in a can. And we've got basically Chelsea Manning being released after basically spending, several years in solitary confinement. I'm sure she's going to feel great coming out afterwards.
She's going to be fucked
Who
up.
are you? We're people. Oh.
She's probably going to go quite mad afterwards and kill herself in the first 3 months.
Yeah, when she realises who's in control. You kind of go, who's the president now? Donald Trump. Send me back in. Send me back in. Yes, it's Reagan's fault. Reagan pushed this. Ketchup causes cancer in California. How can ketchup... What?
Everything causes cancer, didn't you know?
How did Americans manage to make ketchup cause cancer?
No,
they had
Robin,
to try for that.
What you don't realise is the FDA says that ketchup only has to be 10% ketchup.
Of course.
And because they keep watering the ketchup down with derivative ketchup, it's an infinitesimally small amount of containing ketchup.
Well, let's be honest, mate. We do have sausages in here that only need to require a minimum of 5% meat.
Good quality sausages are only about 20% meat.
Yeah, for them to be called pork. Pork sausage. Where's the pork? Under the rusk.
Let's not even talk about the horses.
Oh well, yeah. Well, this is what happens when you let foreigners in.
Let me quote a very, very common compliment to come out of that. Or comment to come out of that one. Since removing the horse meat, they don't taste as good.
Every time I say to Vernaculus, I'll give you a DM, everyone kind of goes, "It's a trap." Stop. Stop.
Oh, is Vern coming in?
God damn you, was. No, well, he would be coming in if I could get a fucking conversation with the guy in DMs, but fucking Woz Lee keeps on kind of going, "It's a trap. Shut the fuck up, Woz. You can come on here and congratulate me on my petty milestone if you like."
It's fucking gay.
Don't be silly. Woz never comes on.
No, yeah, he needs a script. That's what it is.
What's awkward is Yesterday I made a video criticizing his mockery video, and he's seen it already, but it'd be awkward if he came in and we have to talk to each other.
Oh, Was! Come on, Was. Come on, Was. Yeah, I love awkward.
You guys had
you
guys had a good conversation about it, though.
Yeah, it was nothing about him personally. It was nothing about how he handled himself. It was just, I felt he was encouraging the same kind of thing from other people. Well, the kind of thing I was complaining about.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen your video. You want to give a basic?
Give us a synopsis.
Synopsis is your main point.
It's only about 6.5 minutes long. It's basically, if he keeps pushing this sort of mockery is really good and should be used, people are going to get the wrong message and kind of use it when it's not appropriate. It's kind of going to be self-destructive. In a sense, it's kind of muddying the waters of debate, but
well, Was has never actually said that he is anything other than somebody who is mocking.
No. This isn't Was. This is Vernaculus.
Oh, Vernaculus.
Because I do like Vernaculus's content. It was just sort of, and I really liked his centrist video yesterday. I thought that was great.
Well, who doesn't love him?
This one it was actually quite funny. This one guy, he was an alt-writer, and he was saying that subtweeting is vernaculous level content, and he didn't tweet and he subtweeted vernaculous while he was doing it. So I just sort of found that quite funny. So there are some like random salt writers who don't like vernaculous. That's about it.
See, I would think that Vernacular, I think he would actually, he's already sort of watched the open house a couple of times, and if you are listening right now, Vernaculus, and you probably are, come on, mate. I think this is the sort of channel for you. It's your home that you never knew you had. I think this is sort of like, this is where your echo chamber is, Yeah, we could go down. Oh look, Sargon's talking about Brexit again. Yeah.
Is he?
Oh my god, Sargon, you won your protest vote. Now can you feel bad and accept it's going to happen eventually?
No, he's pumped.
No, I think he's stuck. I think a lot of people in the Brexit camp are now they have themselves in the unlucky position of having their protest vote actually go through, and they're terrified of it now. But they've got no choice, because otherwise they might look like fucking idiots. I mean, everybody can see they look like idiots, but hey, let's just carry on. Whatever the fuck? And it's like, hang on a second. Look, everything is pointing to this being a disaster. Like, no, doesn't matter. Look, no. Hang on a second. The EU, they're talking to us and saying, look, if you want to have your British people over in our part of the world, you're going to have to sort of like, be sort of nice to the foreign people in your country. No, let's just carry on. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. And it's like, you've lost all you've lost all thought at this point. You've lost all skepticism.
Robin, I've made my bed. I will sleep in it.
Hello, how are you doing? You made it.
Best bed in the world.
Yeah, I made it. I had to buy into another VPN just to make it here, because they blocked CyberGhost in Dubai.
Ouch.
So yay!
Or you didn't like us talking about fighting games.
Yeah, I was trying to connect anyway, so turns out that CyberGhost was blocked. They have some ways to support, like I am a premium member there, but I was like, you know what, I'll just go and buy another VPN access, because I can't miss this. This is 500 subs. Congratulations, mate.
Yay for me. So special. By the way,
I am very, very, very drunk. I've been drinking all night, so.
Oh, you're my kind of focus break. Yeah. He's best when he's steaming.
Oh, what's he steaming about? By the way, hi.
So yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a bit of drinking, a bit of some guy hooked me up with some stuff. I'll just go like this stuff, and it's like stuff. So, a little bit high, a little bit drunk.
Excellent.
Other things.
Is it natural or chemical?
Oh boy.
All of it.
All of the above, mate. All of the above.
Fair enough. I don't mean processed. I mean sort of like, produced.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually been drunk and high at the same time. I've been one or the other usually.
I've only been drunk.
Well, if you're drinking cocaine, usually is a good sort of one to bring along with you on that one. That means you could just keep drinking, and you'll obviously die, but you won't notice it at the time.
The best was the best is trying to mix other different kind of uppers, highers, and hallucinogenics all at the same time.
Ooh.
And you end up in this weird euphoric kind of state of mind. And you're like, I don't know if I want a whiskey or a pizza.
No,
yeah, you're lost in the woods at this point, yeah, and you just don't give a fuck.
I wouldn't mind both, to be honest.
Habib, this may sound like a very dumb idea, but believe me, you'll really regret it afterwards. You put your pizza and the whiskey in the blender, and then you drink the remains.
Oh, God. Oh.
So, yeah, we were talking earlier about Christmas dinner in a can.
Oh, are we not done with that, dear Christ?
No, I was just letting him think about that. We were starting to move on to Brexit and how basically bloody-mindedness wins over common sense every day.
Oh my God! The Guardian article makes Theresa May sound like the biggest idiot ever. The UK has already agreed unanimously on a hard Brexit. If the deal is not entirely beneficial to the UK, and if we have to tolerate a single foreigner in this country, we will Brexit so hard and we will slash our taxes to negative to attract companies all over the world.
You just love opening that kind of forms over and over and over again, don't you?
I'm looking forward to us becoming a banana republic. Don't get me wrong. I can't wait to not be taxed for any of my lack of services.
So how bad is it going to be?
Well, I'm not quite sure how Britain's going to do it. It's like a big banking nation, and so if you have a good solid sort of you have a pound that isn't basically just sort of like in free fall, really does help with the whole banking thing. It's like, can I store my money with you? Well, it might not be here when you get back, but go for broke, see what happens.
Is it still in free fall though, or is it just or is it slowly picking back up now?
It's not going down as fast as before, if that's what you want to call a pickup.
Oh.
Okay, Spino, we just jumped out of the aircraft, and our pre-parachute is deployed. Whether or not the parachute goes off at any point is entirely doubtable and still up for debate. And just how far below the ground is also up for question.
Yeah, the only time it's actually gone up was after Donald Trump made an announcement.
Since you guys already opened a big can of worms with this Brexit thing, have you guys my English is broken. Did you guys catch the Trump speech the other day about NATO?
Yes.
Now that was, I always believed that Trump is a buffoon, but that was even beyond my predictions. Like, he is more stupid than I could ever imagine.
What did he say? I missed it.
Okay, let me just reiterate some of the stupid things that he said. He was chastising Germany for letting illegals in. Let that sink in. Now, if someone is being let into a country, how are they illegal?
No, actually, that's I'm gonna defend that one. If someone did not go through the legal process of migrating, and then the country did nothing about it. The police did nothing about it, even though it's against the law. That is still illegal, and they are letting illegals in.
Well, asylum.
Okay, I counted two. Oh, hold on, Robin. I counted two mistakes in that statement. First of all, you're telling me that they haven't signed up for immigration. They're not signing for anything. Second of all, they did get some paperwork done, because here's the thing. Migrants going into Germany, especially refugees, they do get some paperwork done so they can access social services, but their refugee status is given to them on the spot, and it becomes like under study for a while, and it goes like under process for like a year or something, and then they either get revoked if they don't apply, if they don't really fit the requirements, or they get granted it for good, and they're like, yeah, you can have access to all those social services. So as soon as I'm in and my immigration process is, or refugee status is under process, I am
You kind of cut out at the end there.
Maybe they are not really refugees, but if they're being let in, they're not illegal. They're not. Maybe they're lying in their application, but their application is still under process and they're being let in. They haven't snuck in. They're not illegal. Now, second thing that he said that was quite astounding was when he was chastising
It's
NATO.
only two.
No, it's like it's a lot of things. If I wasn't drunk, I would list them all. Like it's like 6 or 7 that I counted. But when he was, the one that I remember the most is like, NATO is obsolete because it was designed a long time ago.
Yeah, says the guy who is in charge of a country with a 250-year-old constitution.
Exactly. So the Constitution is obsolete. The Constitution is all the human rights. The UN is obsolete because it was designed like what, 100 years ago? Fuck it.
Knives are obsolete because sharp pieces of metal are now were invented thousands of years ago. So therefore, we should stop using sharp pieces of metal to cut food.
Let's kick the Magna Carta out of the way because it's designed a long time ago.
Yes, the
Why do we
Olympics
use
is
it?
obsolete. Sport.
And it was just like I was reading the entire thing, and I'm like,
Come on, it's older than me.
I was reading the entire thing, and every time he says something stupid like that, I was banging my head on the desk. Literally, by the way, not figuratively. Literally, because he just surpassed all my expectations of stupidity.
What I'm not getting, what I'm not getting about that is when he's saying, like, NATO is obsolete. Like, I have a hard time believing that he's saying, oh, because it was like made over 50 years ago, therefore it's obsolete. Like,
that's what he said. Literally what he said. I mean, he had some other points about it that I can't remember. I'm sorry, but I'm a little bit drunk, so I can't remember everything. And I'm just pacing around in my
I'll look
balcony.
into it later. I'll look into it
But
later if that's the case.
That's what he literally said. It's obsolete because it was designed a long time ago. And I was reading, I was like, who says that? Who the fuck says that? And then, okay, there's a third thing that he said. He was praising, well, this was remind me of him, because he was like, he was praising the UK for Brexit. And he's like,
Great.
yeah, because
Talk about nailing in the coffin there.
because, you know, when they left Brexit, they are controlling their borders now, and they don't let all the illegals in. And I'm like, do you know how the Schengen works, buddy? Do you know how the Schengen works? Because the UK was not part of the Schengen, and they had full border control. Like, I'm a pleb. I never lived in Europe. I'm not from the UK, and I still know that.
Well, like, you know, somebody was
the
asking
funny thing
him
about Brexit.
we're
probably going to have to give up the being out of the Schengen zone if we want to do the single market trading. So we have less immigration control.
Did anyone see what Trump was saying? You know, people were asking about treatment towards the UK. And they basically said to him, because obviously when Obama was saying to them that if you do this Brexit thing, you will probably be at the back of the queue when it comes to dealing with Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And he was right, because if you can imagine, the UK was the leverage between the United States and Europe. We were the English-speaking part of Europe that the Americans love to deal with because they can just ring us up and they don't need a translator. And, you know, shit like that. So,
well, that doesn't even that's not even true with Trump anymore. Come on.
I may be alone in
It's
this.
English.
Alright, I may be alone in this, but can anybody give me like a quick rundown of what was the result of Brexit? Because, or what was the intended goal and what was happening? Because I hear okay.
Intended goal would be different for everyone that you ask.
Yeah. But like from what I hear from Brexit, what was basically
it was
what
never
happened.
People get it confused that it was about immigration.
No,
but it was about
immigration. Like,
yeah, but it wasn't about immigration, but it's about immigration. It wasn't about sovereignty, but it was about sovereignty.
Can I probably? I'll try and state what I understand from Brexit, and you guys correct me from it.
Good luck.
Yeah, but from what I understand with Brexit, it's basically the UK trying to basically get out of like EU regulation of some sort.
Yes.
Yeah. All of the 50% of the laws that are written in the UK are written by Brussels, as we all know. The only problem at the moment is that nobody can actually name them. So, there is somewhat confusion in the rhetoric here. I feel as if it's like, I don't know, bollocks?
Not to mention...
Yeah, it's like when someone goes like, yeah, name one law that is enforced on the UK from Brussels, and that guy, I'm not going to mention names, but you all know who he is. He goes like, I can't remember any. But just because I can't think of any doesn't mean that they don't exist. That kind of rhetoric that I get it a lot from people that believe in God.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I can't see him doesn't mean that he doesn't exist.
Yeah. But like I said, if you can imagine, he's only spent like the last 3 years trying to basically proselytize about how good it's going to be and how terrible the EU is. That doesn't give you a lot of time to research your position, let's be honest.
No, not really, no. I mean, even a pleb like me, and I think you guys all know my stance on Brexit, I would have voted leave, actually, because yes, I am not a fan of how the EU is functioning politically, but with a caveat, I know that leave has a lot of consequences, and now people are in total denial, like those consequences as if they don't exist. Like, the economy is doing fine.
Project Fear. But the FTC, the FTSEs are up, isn't it? And that's because we're anti-establishment types, and we really want to know that the top companies in Britain are doing well.
All right. Here's the thing with FTSE. Let me just try to explain it in the most simple way I can think of. So if I can I'm holding this little battery pack that is charging my wireless headset right now. If I can buy this for $50, and then the dollar fell down to the point where it's half its price, guess how much this battery pack would be worth? It would be worth $100. That's the same with the FTSE. A stock is worth $1. If the currency is worth less, then it would be worth $2. That's not the battery that I'm holding gaining value. It's the currency that I'm exchanging for it losing value.
But yeah, actually after Brexit, I did notice the British pound losing value, but that seemed to have like risen again, as far as I understand it.
No. It fell from 1.5 to $1. Right now it's meandering around 1.2.
I think it's had a jump recently. What has Trump said today? Let me just double check.
If I can
I'm valuing it against the dollar, you see, which is now basically just gone and lost to the euro as far as dollar to euro, by the way, if anyone noticed. The euro is now, it's just pipped the dollar. It's gone beyond, I think it's like 1.05 now.
Sweet.
So, if you were investing in the euro, the obviously doomed currency, you were right to.
Can I just put something in perspective here about Europe in general? Is if Marine Le Pen wins in France, the EU is dead, basically.
No. I don't think...
There's going to be one more crazy nation. However, with the UK wanting to do a hard Brexit where we're going to exit the Schengen zone agreement, we're going to be out of the single market. That party wants to do the same in France, so we're going to be a good example by the time the French election comes up.
Even if Le Pen wins, look at the way the UK is handling it. They're not really, they're not applying Article 50 yet. They are a little bit smarter than we give them credit for. They're like, if we do it now, it would be even more fucked up than we might expect.
Our politicians are really reluctant to do it because most of them were Remainers. When it comes to when it comes to but if you got in a government that was actually pro-Brexit or pro-exit, Frexit, I guess, then I think that would be very different.
No, even if that was the case, they would be looking at the UK as an example, like, hey, look at how they're doing it. And I would guarantee you that even if they were to have their own vote and the vote came Frexit, they wouldn't apply Article 50 or whatever article that they have on their own country unless the UK does it. The whole EU right now is looking at the UK with held breath. They're like, let's see how they survive this. And if they do, we might consider it.
Yeah, well, everybody sort of when after the economic collapse that was Brexit came out, and all of those Project Fear predictions became Project Remarkably Accurate. A lot of those sort of anti-Euro parties and stuff like that had a massive resurgence of people leaving.
And it's not only that, Robin. You have to remember, like, when it comes to countries like France, Germany, even Spain, I've seen like some people in Spain going like, yeah, we might just go like Spexit, whatever they're gonna call it. They're gonna have a way harder time and a much more severe impact because guess what? They don't have their own currency. They're gonna have to reintroduce their own currency, which is going to be catastrophic to the market because, yeah, you're going to introduce a currency from scratch. And as far as most investors are concerned, they're going to look at this new currency in the market with complete and utter uncertainties. It's not going to fly that easily. Not at all. And to be fair, I'm not a fan of this kind of situation for those countries. Let's say that the EU, let's just assume the EU is just a bad decision. And I would compare it to someone like me who uses an iPhone and is kind of locked to the iTunes kind of thing. Like, I've bought more than $200 in iTunes. If I want to switch to Android, it's like, it's going to be a huge impact for me. It's going to be something that is going to hold them by the neck, even if the EU fucks up pretty badly. Just to change that currency back to what it was, it's going to be a huge fucking deal. I'm not a fan of it, but it is what it is.
Well, what makes me laugh is that everyone's sort of sitting there kind of going, look, we've had the referendum now, shut the fuck up. It's, it's done now. You've just got to deal with it. And it's like, so what's your plan then? They're like, what do you mean? What's your plan then? Okay, I've accepted your premise. What do you plan to do? And it's like, well, we will,
we don't know.
We'll do things.
So, yeah, you got yourself to this point where you wanted to, leave somewhere. And it's like people who basically complain about their flat. They're kind of, why don't you move out then? Just kind of, yeah, let's move out. And then they're just stood there on the fucking side of the road, kind of going, what do we do now?
No, I think it's more like a kid who's like, I'm going to run away. I mean, at least like adults who are moving out of a flat will like work out where they're going to move. But with a little kid, it's just like, I'm going to run away. I'm going to run away from home. And then they go outside and they're like, okay, what now?
Well, the thing is, if you look at the EU,
myself out.
Yeah, if you look at the rest of the EU, they're sitting there kind of going, so this spoiled little bastard here, who's had everything their own way for fucking years, wants out of here. Go on then. Don't let the door knock you on the ass on the way out, kid.
Threatening us not to leave.
Sorry?
They weren't kind of threatening us.
No, they weren't. They were just saying, look, it's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you. And we're just the sport kid by the door going, no, I'm going to leave. It's going to go, you got nowhere to go. It's up to, if you want to do it, that's up to you, but you've got nowhere to go. And they're like, I'm going to leave. Going to go, fuck off then. Go on then. See you in an hour. You'll come back when you're hungry. And we will. Honestly, 10 years down the line, when it's a complete fucking disaster and everybody realises, hang on a second, we're not the fucking United Kingdom anymore, we're just this tiny little island just off the coast of a superstate. Maybe we want to join in. It's like kind of going, yeah, great, brilliant. And you know what the French will do? They'll just be like, nah, fuck them. And then we'll have to apply again, and the French will kind of go, no, fuck them. And then we'll apply again, and eventually they're kind of go. Look, Germany is going to look France.
Well, I mean,
come on, for
if
fuck's
France
sake.
leaves, though, if France leaves
France
the
won't
EU,
leave. France will leave.
Even with Le Pen?
With Le Pen, I reckon.
I don't think Le Pen will make it. I don't think Le Pen will make it.
Really?
You don't think Le Pen will make it?
Okay,
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I agree with that. I think Le Pen would try to push it as a narrative, and with the way the populist movements are going right now, she would have a very strong message with that. However, like I said before, this is not the case of the UK. Other countries are so ingrained in the EU right now that leaving to sell that narrative, you'll have to rely on the stupidity of other people that can't really see past their noses. You don't have your own currency anymore. You don't have your own borders anymore. You don't have anything anymore. You're so ingrained. Like France is so ingrained in the EU. It's like a kid leaving home. I mean, at least when the UK left, they still have their own currencies. They still have their own independent business deals and trade agreements that are outside of the EU as well.
Border.
Why can't we just trade with each other again?
Do you really? We don't have a border, we have a fucking moat.
We're 30 miles off the coast of France. This isn't really like a big deal. You know, I could swim across it if I covered myself in goose fat.
Yeah, but we haven't we haven't been
for God's sake, we dug a tunnel.
We haven't been successfully invaded for almost 1,000 years.
Well, that's because we're British.
Well, I'm going to bring back the Ottoman Empire, and once I do that, I'll make sure that I would invade you guys. I mean, come on.
We have been invaded. We call it America.
I don't want to feel. I want to make you guys feel a little bit left out when I invade the entire world. So I might as well. And speaking of America,
you won't be the first Turkish person to invade England.
And speaking of America, do you guys think that Trump is going to dump his daughter for Putin now? I mean, it's kind of obvious. He's not into his daughter anymore.
Yeah, but Trump. The thing is, Putin's a bit too old for him.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he minds.
Putin is just a bit too smart and would be demanding things.
I don't think Trump would date Putin because Putin's hands are too big compared to Trump's, and Trump doesn't want anyone to realise just how non-huge his hands are.
Oh, he probably already knows though when they hold hands. You see.
Whereas Trump's little tiny baby hands being engulfed in Putin's man hands.
You can tell that Trump's the bottom.
Yo, actually, I think I have a picture that's a bit fitting for this. There you go.
Wow, Trump does have some lovely.
I do have to admit, love or hate the skeptic feminist. They did one of the things that I do that I really loved. One of the things they said was that Putin is a weak person's idea of a strong man.
Mm-hmm.
No, not Putin. Sorry, Trump. No. Putin is actually a strong man, I think.
No, he's actually a weak man. He's a very weak man.
Putin is a man overcompensating. Trump is a weak man being weak.
Yeah, this is the thing. Putin, people have been sitting there kind of going, hang on a second, we're going to start World War III with the Russians because we're putting troops on the border.
You remind me of the fourth thing that he said that was quite astonishing about the NATO speech. It was about the whole Syria thing. He's like, what have happened in Syria shouldn't have happened. We should have established a safe zone, and the Gulf states, my countries, should have paid for it. And I was like, do you mean a no-fly zone?
What does he think a safe zone is? Well, here's the thing, yeah. No, everyone is sitting there screaming about the fact that fucking Obama, has basically issued a thing to get NATO to put 300,000 troops on the EU border. Do you know? Nobody seems to give a fuck about the 300,000 troops that Putin put there. I don't get it. It's like, what Putin wants to put 300,000 troops on the border of Poland and whatnot like that, and we're supposed to kind of go, yeah, sure, fine. I mean, you do that all the time. That's okay.
I mean,
we don't want to upset him, do we? We don't want to upset Mr. Putin.
Both ways. It cuts both ways.
Well, this is how diplomacy works. This is what the infantry is for these days. You move them over there, and they kind of go, "We got our boys there. What are you going to do now?" That's how diplomacy works, I'm afraid, guys.
But okay, I'm gonna go back to your whole tropes thing, but I'm gonna just bring this forward again with the whole safe zone, because I did tweet about it and I was quoting the guy. And you know what I heard from all the Trump fans that were like, "Oh, the no safe zone is gonna bring us to World War III." Fucking crickets. Nobody.
Well, of course.
Like, come on. He was like, let's establish a safe zone. He just changed the word, and now it's all of a sudden it's fine because it was Lord Emperor Trump who said it. So it should be fine to create a no-fly zone. We just changed the name. It should be fine.
I mean, the one good thing here is that at least it's going to be the same. At least the policy is going to happen.
No. He was suggesting it, but he's not gonna do anything about it. He's like, that's what it should have happened, and I want the Gulf states to pay for it. I mean, he's so good and spending other people's money. Like Mexico is gonna pay for the wall. Gulf states are gonna pay for a no-fly zone.
From what I heard, from what I heard, the way he was going to do the Mexico paying for the wall was through tariffs.
No. He was gonna go because the U.S. I mean, imagine that the U.S. owes Mexico money, so he's just gonna be like, I'm not gonna pay you back, and I'm like, dude, no. I mean, these kind of loans happen from an international bank, so that international bank wouldn't really give a fuck.
He is literally trying to bankrupt America.
Oh my god, do you realise what kind of kick-on effects that would have? America not paying back its loans.
He's literally saying,
everybody owes everybody money.
This is why, gentlemen, when a business leader gets in control of a country and tries to run it the same way, things go wrong. Because you don't use bankruptcy law with countries.
Yes, exactly. You're gonna end up just like Greece. You just, I'm bankrupt now. I can't do anything. Let's just go with Article 6 and just be like, I'm just broke. So
there's a difference.
Liquidate the assets and then go back again.
Okay, Habib, there's a difference between America going bankrupt and Greece going bankrupt. Greece going bankrupt, they have their bigger brothers, Germany, France, and Italy, that can turn around, call them a fucking idiot, and bail them out 3 times in a row. America doesn't have an economy 12 times their size that's willing to chain themselves to them and go, look, we're really sorry about our bastard child. Me and the big brothers take over them and run it for them. Well, I don't think China would do that.
I can't wait for the Chinese invasion of bailiffs. It's going to be great. Because they're just going to turn up. They're just going to turn up and kind of go, well, the Chinese have invaded. No, they own us now. What? Trump sold America.
By the way, going back to your other point, Robin, about the NATO and Russia are escalating right now. Army is just being driven around. By the way, Ukraine just filed a lawsuit against Russia for funding terrorism. That happened a few hours ago. If you guys haven't caught it, it is there. And cricket. Nobody's talking about it because Putin can do no wrong.
I am a little disturbed how much worshipping there is of Putin in the skeptic community.
Well, I mean, Trump. Well, let's be honest,
it's
guys.
a meme at this
As
point.
far as jumping the shark is concerned, the skeptic community. Well, let's be honest. If they're sitting there and thinking Trump is their favourite thinker, I think they've already lost that moniker at this point. Let's be absolutely clear with ourselves. If you're thinking that he's a great business leader, but didn't you say that he was anti-establishment? Make up your minds, kids. Which one is it?
Buying politicians for decades, but he's anti-establishment.
Yeah, he's an anti-globalist with international business interests.
Right.
The day the result.
Hillary's funded by business interests. Trump is a business interest.
But he's not being funded by George Soros, which is
the question is now:
is
he going to go to a bat for America, or is he going to go to bat for his own interests?
Yeah, he's going to bat for his own interest and his friend's interest.
That's what he's always done
already
before.
Happened.
Yeah, that's what he's always done before. So why would he?
The day the election results went live, the same day, like the next morning, he did his speech, and the next morning, 4 new businesses sprout out in Dubai, and 4 new hotels in Dubai, and 4 new businesses, 4 new establishments in Saudi Arabia. That's just the news that I'm getting from my region. I don't know what's happening in the other parts of the world. Oh yeah, and a very friendly phone call to Taiwan, going like, "Hey, how about a hotel?" And that didn't go well with China, by the way. That's
Yeah,
the same day. He didn't even wait. The same day.
He said that he'd been offered $2 billion by some Qatari sheikh or whatever like that, and he turned it down. So that probably means that he's taken $2 billion off of a Qatari sheikh. I mean, I don't think that this person really tells the truth when they show blank pieces of paper to you and say, "This is my business."
Robin, you're doing it wrong here. You can be only skeptic when it comes to Hillary, but when it comes to Trump, everything he says has to be truth, including the fact that people can let illegals in on the borders, even though they're let in legally.
Anti-SJW, but because you've got to be anti-SJW over being a skeptic. This is basically like because they're against fucking
Spino. You remember
warriors.
You remember Atheist Plus?
Oh,
yeah, yes.
Well, I think what we've got here is a problem of skeptic minus.
Oh man!
Actually, I'm actually kind of reminded of something I learned in like high school when it comes to like
Listen up, Americans. This is what people learn in Europe.
Yeah. But it was basically we were discussing history and we were discussing like religion and
fun topic.
Fun topic. But the topic was that you basically treat something non-religious religiously. Say what?
Deification, treating a subject as if it is religion.
Yeah, can't quite remember what they called it, but basically, kind of like treating the American flag as this symbol of freedom or something like that, and treating it as it's something so exceptionalism. Yeah. You can call it that.
Well,
but
I've coined a phrase on that one, which is exceptionalism. We've all tried it.
Yeah, but my point is with it is that maybe this is a case where basically we've put both Trump and Putin on a pedestal. On such a pedestal that from an outside perspective, we might as well put God up there.
You just noticed it, man. I mean, I was just tweeting the other day about, I go on rants on Twitter every now and then, and I was getting a little bit pissed off about how the skeptic community is dealing with anything that is anti-Trump when it comes to skepticism. Whatever. Anyway, it's like whenever I tweet something negative about Trump, whenever I criticize anything about him, people go like, "What about Hillary? She would have been worse." And I'm like, no, Hillary is just no longer a problem. She is no longer relevant.
She shouldn't
She's
even
there.
be part of the conversation.
Not anymore. Yeah, she's gone. So right now, let's focus on this. And you know what? Some guy, he's, by the way, a YouTuber with about 70,000 subscribers. The amount of subscribers would give you, no. Yeah, he's a little bit of a skeptic, but pro-Trump, like Trump can do no wrong. But yeah, he identifies as a skeptic because identifying as something is just like...
Respect the presidency.
No, it's like being, a non-binary gender. I'm a helicopter now. You should respect their labels. So if they identify as a skeptic, who are you to tell them that they're not? But however, he was telling me to my face that I shouldn't criticize Trump because he is not president yet. As if that makes him above any kind of criticism.
Yeah, and you should have responded to him. You should have said to him, so why are you criticizing me because I'm not president?
You criticize him as the president, or you just criticize him because he's the president-elect?
I'm criticizing his decisions.
Yeah, on what he says and what he does.
What he says, what he does, what he's deciding, what his platform is saying, and all the speeches that he's giving are giving me a lot to criticize. I mean, I don't really give a fuck if someone is not president or not, but if they say something stupid, I will criticize them for it. I mean, as far as I am concerned, Sean King is no president and he has no electoral power whatsoever. Yet we find joy in criticizing him and Sheng Huger and, I don't know, atheism is unstoppable. Those guys are nothing, but we criticize them, aren't we? So why is Trump above criticism?
Exceptionalism.
It's partisan more than it is anything to do with status.
I'll tell you why.
Political expediency trumps logical consistency.
I don't think it's any of that. I think it's because Trump is the enemy of my enemy. and I won't. I would sacrifice my own values, my own core values, but I wouldn't stand with my enemies against this guy. That's it. They don't want to just go like, we've been against those guys for a while. They're social justice warriors. They're feminists and stuff. Am I going to stand with them now against Trump? No way. I will stand with the enemy of my enemy, even if it's my own enemy. And
the
that's
enemy
what it
of
is.
my enemy is my friend, as they say.
Yes, and that was that was actually said by, I believe, a Syrian king who was killed by his friends. Lesson over. So the enemy of your enemy is the enemy of your enemy, nothing more. You know.
Yeah.
Now that kind of view is very, very limited because it looks at the world as black and white. There are several degrees of enemies. There's a lot of nuance in every single person and every single idea. Yet they are looking at it like
it's worse, Habib. It's not that it's black and white. It gives you the avenue to turn black to white whenever you so desire.
Oh boy. That's actually something I made in the comment section before I jumped on this. That I tend to believe that like extreme or radical positions of any kind they just tend to be bullshit because they do just boil down to world. They boil the world down into black and white. You're this or that.
Yeah. If you have to, especially if you hear how ideologues will represent their own ideology. If your ideology is just X and you can summarize it in a tweet, then either you're being dishonest about about all of the assumptions and views that your ideology has, or you are, or your ideology is way too simple to be dealing with any kind of.
Yeah, but it's like
option number 3. They're just bullshitting. It's like feminists going like it's all about equality, you know.
It's fine.
Yeah. But like,
can be summed up in a tweet and works quite well. Pessimism.
But it's just like I hate it because I tend to like view these things like, all right, how would this work for an individual? Because being on either side, like for me as an individual, just does not work.
That's where the term fence setter comes in. You don't just like, I'm just gonna go this side or this side. Now the term has been used derogatory, and I was like, no, it's not, because I'm just not gonna.
I mean, sometimes it can be. I mean, sometimes when like there's an obvious there's something that's obviously correct and obviously false, then I can understand why referring to someone as a fence sitter might make sense. You know, something like climate change or evolution. If you're a fence sitter or something like that,
I'm actually been a bit like I'm actually okay. Let me put it like this: with the whole like climate change, with the whole thing with people talking shit about Al Gore, and it's like, you know what? I actually think I do have like fallen into that, just not really thinking about it. I still believe that like climate change is a thing and it does have some consequences. I don't think they're as astronomically bad as Al Gore's put them out to be.
Oh no, yeah, okay.
That's what I mean. Like being, like that. I'm not. I was on one side.
Basically, you're saying to me that misogyny doesn't exist because feminists exist.
See, exactly.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there is always going to be ideologues that are going to use an actual, real issue, and they're going to just expand it and just exaggerate it to no end, and they'll be like, no, this guy just looked at me in the train. Oh, this man is spreading his legs. Misogyny. But something that I said on the last stream that's, you know, an issue that has been discussed in the nerd culture for the past 10 years, as far as I'm concerned, which is in the cosplay scene.
Costume?
No, the cosplay scene in general, and how cosplay girls get harassed all the time, and there's not much that people do about it. And that's an actual issue. That's actual sexual harassment. Now, you look at the whole, I mean, just Google sexual harassment. That issue is not even number 100 in the results, because it's all about, oh, this guy has just looked at me wrong, or this guy is just said hi to me or offered me coffee in an elevator.
Oh no! Oh, I remember when that was.
Al Gore is the kind of guy, kind of like Rebecca Watson, going like, they offered me coffee in an elevator, and he completely overstated an actual real issue to a point where people are ridiculing it. But it doesn't mean that the issue itself is not real.
Yeah, that's the stance I've been taking on. It's like Al Gore was completely bullshitting that this climate change would like end in disaster within like a couple of years. I love there was like some guy, I think it was Razorfist that did it. Like it's like he was talking about Al Gore's bullshit and it was like, oh yeah, about these mountains picked up from 2005 that Al Gore had made to like show what hypothetically would happen with the snow. Then a picture of it in 2015, there's snow everywhere. It's like,
climate change. Here's the thing with climate change. There's not going to be any serious consequences, even with things going the way they are, for the next 100 years. After the 100 years and 50 years after that, yes, you're going to have some cities, some coastline cities being flooded.
I hope it's going to be LA.
Who gives a shit about cities that are on the coastline, like London? I mean,
or California, or
the biggest effect of climate change is going to be the agricultural effect it has in the next 10 years.
Now,
yeah, the problem is, you know that this 400 parts per million thing has just been reached and breached. Yeah. Well, that means that the journey up to 500 is that much quicker, and when it hits 500, it'll speed up the process to 600 and so forth.
So,
like I said, it's been estimated like in 150 years, we're gonna start seeing that acceleration come to place. However, I mean, scientists are still looking into ways to decarbonize kind of the atmosphere. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but yeah, they're looking into it. I mean, they're much smarter than I am.
Ozone layer and just like it suck out at night. I don't fucking know.
I don't know. They're smarter than I am.
You certainly don't.
Figure it out.
The biggest sink for carbon dioxide is the sea.
Let's hope that they figure something out.
Yeah, this is called weathering, folks. So unless you're able to compete with something that spans 2/3 of the entire planet, that's going to be a bit of a trick to actually do. The sea does most of the decarbonising of the air through weathering. Now, the issue that you have, of course, is that all that extra carbon dioxide that's going into the sea is actually starting to make the water actually quite acidic, which means that plant life, things like that, starts to actually suffer problems. That actually affects the ecosystem, which then in turn affects things like fishing.
It's a cycle that is starting to happen. Yeah, I get it that some Democrats, especially in the US, they're trying to push this agenda in a way like, oh my god, next year we're all gonna die. No.
They're not selling it well, are they?
Shut up, Al Gore.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the thing is that I can't stand Al Gore for the reasons that what he did was, instead of actually fining companies for doing what they did, he decided to basically turn it into a form of legal bribery. And so this whole sort of idea of credits, where you want to pollute the atmosphere, fine, you just pay a little bit of extra cash, deal, and just go the fuck ahead, bribe your way out of basically doing anything about it. And the fines that they have, I say fines, I mean this piecemeal sort of like percentages of the thing that they make. They're making billions upon billions and being charged maybe $1 million. So it's of no consequence to anybody at all. It's basically, this is what we mean by piecemeal. It means nothing. But they made it up as though it's some sort of really big sort of this is like, this is gonna change everything, and it's like, no, it's not. It's not going to do diddly squat.
Robin, I mean, come on, you're old enough to know that it's the status quo these days. I mean, when I was in banking, that was part of the equation. It's like, what I'm doing here is illegal, but we're going to get this much fine, and we're still going to make profit. It's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to explain it. I'm just trying to explain it to the kids out there. Hi, kids, if you're listening. You're being.
I mean, literally, it was in the financial report. I was like, this is the estimate financial report. This is how much fines you're going to get for all the illegal stuff you're going to do. and we're still making profits. So deal. There you go.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of kids out there these days that know they're being lied to. I'm just trying to explain to you how. That's the thing. I mean, it's all very, everybody does this. You see, they go, they're lying to you, and you're going to go, yeah, I know I'm being lied to, and they're going to go, they're lying to you about this, they're lying to you about that, they're lying to you about this, buy my water filter. And it's like, guys, you're not really helping here. You're just basically exploiting people's understanding that they know they're being lied to. That's all.
Yeah.
For example, people sort of like talk about the Arctic, and they kind of go, yeah, but it's just basically a big sheet of ice. So there's no problem with that if like all of that were to melt away. I mean, we all know the analogy, isn't it? You put a glass of water, put some ice in it, just melts, and it doesn't really change the level at all. That's fine. No, it's not fine. No, it's not fine. The reason being is simply this: if you have more water in the system than you have ice, that means you have greater tides, because that water is being shifted around by moon. Yes? So if you have just the sea level rising by a couple of meters, for example, means that the tides that are coming in and out are going to be extremely high by comparison.
And let's not... Okay, people when used to say tides, they might think of the tides hitting the shore. No, higher tides even in the middle of the ocean. You know what they create? Tornadoes. Those aren't fun to deal with, are they?
But also, you see, what happens is, of course, is that you have these higher tides. That also means that you have rougher seas coming in with those tides, which then basically eat away at the land. And I believe humans need that in order to live. And what it does is, as it eats away that land, it moves that land down into the to the local area, which means that the water can actually get even further into the land and take more down.
And here's the thing. I mean, Waterworld didn't really sell me on an idea of a Waterworld. The movie was kind of stupid, so no, thank you. I would like to have land.
Now we'll just have Rapture. It'll be good enough.
Yeah. By the way, guys, it's now at 406 parts per million. Just to let everybody know. And it was only like about a month ago. Yeah, it was only a month ago before it hit 400. Just to give you the idea of acceleration is kicking in at this point. That's why they were worrying about the 400 parts per million, because that's when you get yourself to the point where it is now an actual force that is doing the melting for us. So this is what they mean by runaway climate change. You've just tipped over the mark.
So for everyone listening here and the fine guests we have in the panel, please don't have kids. They will hate you for it.
Well, let's be honest. Your kids will hate you anyway. That's sort of how children work. So yeah.
True.
They'll say they'll run away, but they'll come back because hey, you got food.
Make sure your kids hate you for being strict and not for being not strict enough.
Yeah. I think I'm in that fine balance.
I mean, not. I don't know about that.
You had
but
kids.
Not having kids.
No. The make sure you're make sure you're hated for being strict. There's a line, mate.
No, I was saying in regards to, as in, I'd rather my kids hate me for being strict than my kids hate me for not being strict enough. I refer you to the Republican Party versus the Democrat Party right now. Who are very bad.
All I'm gonna say is, I mean, you're pretty much with D right now. Don't let her influence you with the Arabic way of being strict. That's not fun.
That's what that's kind of what I was thinking. There is a level of too strict.
Yeah, but
I mean, I'm sure she's told you stories as well. So yeah.
Well, there is some. Yeah, the moon is obsolete. Let's eliminate it. Good chance. Good try, Nihilistic. That's a good idea.
It's like the NATO. I mean, it was a long time ago. So might as well. It's obsolete. Let's just get rid of it.
I'm gonna say
Magna Carta. Who cares? Let's get rid of it because it's old. Yeah. How about you, Trump? You're 60 years old. You're old.
Okay.
Get rid of it.
Habib, you may find this deeply offensive on a personal level, but money is pretty old, so it must be obsolete by now.
Let's get rid of it. Yeah, why not? Socialism.
Speaking of socialism.
I just say, if anyone's talking libertarianism, I'm just going to say this to you guys. Never trust a libertarian who lives with their parents.
Who was
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's just a big it's just a big tell. If you're a libertarian and you live with your parents, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I lose hope in humanity day after day. Like it's like right now at the point where I have seriously no hope. Like if someone just nukes the entire planet tomorrow, I wouldn't really shed a tear, except because I'd be crying in pain.
Of course, you'd be dead. So why would you shed any tears at that point?
How could you? Yeah.
Maybe I would survive because I'm cool like that.
Then you'd be a cockroach.
Oh yeah, when the nuclear holocaust comes, the Middle East is going to be the one that's going to be the survivor in this. Yeah, I'm sure.
Dude, I mean, hold on. You look at Fallout and it's all desert land and wasteland. I've already been trained with that. I live in the desert.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed it, but desert has got a lot of sand in it, which can be very, very particulate and like move around and shit. So good luck with that.
With radiation.
I know how
radioactive
to...
sand.
Yay. Sweet. Sweet. And then I get bitten by the sand and I become like Sandman.
Are you sure you know that much about sand? When does sand bite?
So,
no, when it's radiated, it does.
Yes, sand only bites you when you're in the mummy.
Yeah, okay, dude.
It bites. You have to remember, there is a movie that is very accurate about the Middle East called Aladdin, and the sand formed into this cave of wonders. There was a big lion's head in the sand. That is what's gonna bite me.
Oh my god! The
Sandman.
enforcer comes in. Help me hit 700 sub. You fucking scumbag! You come on to my fucking channel where I'm just basically saying thank you for getting 500 subs, and you want to fucking start fucking shilling? Get the fuck out!
Who's the enforcer?
How dare you?
He's
what is wrong with you?
Call of Duty Black Ops 2 avatar, so yeah.
So you know he's legit.
Yeah, where's my sub? Have you subbed to me? Have you subbed to me, motherfucker? I bet you haven't. I'm going to check now. If you haven't fucking subbed, I'm banning you right now. If you haven't fucking subbed, I can check. I know who's my subs. I know my subscriptions. Thank you very much. Right, let's see what's going on here. 527.
Like 40 seconds so
Still
you can
527. Oh, looks like you haven't fucking subbed. Okay, then you're banned. There you go. That's it. You're out. You're gone. You're gone. That's out. Done.
Robert doesn't even care.
The enforcer has been blocked. There you go. Fuck you. How fucking dare you? Go home. Go home and find a fucking soul. You disgusting human being. You are everything that is wrong with the world. You are the turd that should be flushed down the toilet of life.
He's probably
40 fans in any case because they're all 14.
Yeah,
I got Jeff Holiday sub to me, mate, and you come in here asking for fucking subs, you fucking scumbag. Get out. Get out.
But Robin,
anyway,
you know,
hello, yes.
500 of your subs are YouTubers.
No, I do care about subs. I care about somebody. Of course, I care about subs. Yeah, donate to my Patreon. Donate to my Patreon.
No,
follow me on Twitter. Follow me on
Twitter. This guy developed. I mean last week he didn't even down about subs. Now he's got 500. He's all about the subs.
That's right. That's how it works.
Like a placating shilling stream.
That's right.
No. I mean, you're gonna notice Robin. I mean, the next few days going like, oh, who are you? You're nobody. Yeah. I have 500 subs. More subs than you.
But that's
the original Robin.
I'm actually going to put that in my Twitter description from this point on. Actually, let me just change that up now. I've got 500 subs. Who are you?
Yeah, I mean, anyone who is into Robocup now or has a cartoon character would have to just compete with Robin. Go like, I am the original guy. I'm the only guy who had background music during the streams. I'm the only guy who has crazy people who are half drunk, or maybe like me in this case, fully drunk, on stream just rambling about random shit.
Yeah, I was here first.
Yeah.
There you go.
You're the first open house.
Yeah, I did the open house before anybody else did the open house.
So now you have to chase every single open house.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. Watch out for watch out! I'm gonna basically start taking down all of these channels that are trying to fuck with me. There you go.
Yeah.
Wow. Anyway, Habib, I'm trying to get drunk, but my quintuple vodka and coke and then doing the same with gin really isn't working.
Just drink whiskey.
Here's what I drank today before I left home.
I'm going to unblock you now, Enforcer, because I'm not that much of a dick.
Okay,
there
before I left home, I have about half a bottle. I have a bottle of Captain Morgan Gold Spice Rum. And then I left, and I had 7 shots. No, I had 6 or 7 shots of Monkey Shoulder whiskey, and then a couple of tequila shots. Came back home, and while I was trying to figure out the VPN, I was inside, and I had a couple of shots of whiskey. And now I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just counting how many.
You're just talking about whiskey at this point.
Okay, Habib.
Wait. What kind of whiskey was you talking about?
Okay,
I mean,
the last 2 shots.
Tequila.
The last 2 shots that I had were what is it called? Jack Daniels.
Oh, okay.
And the ones in the bar that I had were Monkey Shoulder.
Alright. Like I'm just fascinated with whiskey, and I always like eager to try something new.
The best whiskey I've ever tried, and it's I don't know, it's kind of a relaxing kind of whiskey. Is Johnny Walker Black, and if you can go for gold, it's even better. It goes best if you're a smoker than with a cigarette or a cigar. It's just the best.
Well, I don't really smoke, so I'll have to take one out.
Yeah, just try it. Go with just straight, no ice, nothing. If you have some rocks, just don't water it down. Don't mix it. Johnny Walker is not something that you want to mix.
I've always been more of a Jameson guy.
Jameson is fine, but I can see people I can mix Jameson and I wouldn't feel bad for it. But mixing Johnny Walker, that's a crime against humanity.
All right.
Haven't really tried enough to find a favorite or something like that. So yeah.
Well, it's funny to me that this ex-Muslim that only started drinking when he turned 24 knows more about whiskey than you guys.
You're making up for lost time. You got to go hard.
Yeah.
Talk to me about gin or vodka.
That's a hard one.
Gin is literally the most boring drink ever conceived by man. So of course vodka.
Not.
It is.
Vodka's the most boring drink ever.
Vodka tastes like fucking what's it called? Yeah, it's just straight up ethanol.
Depends on the
vodka.
vodka.
Yeah, you mix it with something and it becomes bearable.
Depends on the vodka. I mean, if you're drinking obsolete, then yes, it is pretty much ethanol with oily kind of aftertaste.
The kind of vodka we usually get here in Denmark is what's that very popular brand? Smirnoff.
Yeah. Smirnoff. That is everyone in the UK, no, everyone in Europe has a Smirnoff story where they were really young, they were probably under 18.
I have one. I actually have a story.
Puked on a parent.
Let's hear the
exact
Smirnoff story.
Exact story. Basically, I was 16, and my brother was having this drinking party with his classmates from high school. I was like, I was basically sitting upstairs because I thought I wasn't part of the party, and then I found out I was. Like, oh shit! Now I really gotta show these guys what I can do. So they had this drinking game where you have to roll some dice and hit a 3, and you have to drink. But the thing is, okay.
Oh dear, dear.
Not done.
You were done.
See where this is going?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're supposed to wear this hat. You're supposed to share around. I don't remember the rules. I just remember you hitting a 3 on that die meant the guy with the hat had to drink, and it was basically vodka Smirnoff mixed with red soda, red soda drink.
Tango or Iron Brew and vodka.
Yeah. And the thing is, I had basically, I remember 1, 2, and then I finished a cup. It's okay, again. And the thing is, for some fucking reason, because I was 16, I'm not really a drinker. I only drink it on parties and shit. I was like, I am really into this, so I really got hitting it hard. 2.5 hours later, I think 5 glasses in the span of those 2.5 hours. I was watering my back way home, back to the house. I sat down for like 5 minutes because I was feeling absolute shit. I then sit next to my mom saying, "Mom, I don't feel so well."
Oh my god.
And, I'm not even done. It's like, and they said, like, "Why didn't you go to the bathroom? Somebody was there." I go to the bathroom, and then I go upstairs, lay in my bed, and went for a final time. And the only way I had to like make sure my parents could come and clean the shit up was like bang my foot on the floor.
Yes, vodka uses the same first letter as vomit for a reason.
Two first letters.
It's not that. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you're much older now. You don't understand.
Don't say much.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
It's called alcohol poisoning.
You didn't have to go with much. That was a bit harsh. I think, you're supposed to be making me feel better and be a sycophant.
Yeah, and the only time I've actually puked since then with drinking was like, actually, funny enough, all right. I was basically going to this party that some friend of ours was like having. So me and my boys, some of my friends here, we took a train to the town. We had only had breakfast that day, and on the way to this party, we walked like from the train station and to the upper north end of the town. It was like, should we pick something to eat? We've been walking like past like 3 pizzerias now. Nah. The girl would just like they'll serve some food there. All they had was chips or crisps for those in England. That's all they had. So 8 beers and a cider in the span of 2.5 hours. I had only fucking breakfast and crisps that morning. Yeah.
Well, you're fucking lightweight. I mean, I had breakfast and you still puked.
We're talking a breakfast of like 2 pieces of toast or some shit.
Were you not in England? Do you not understand what kebab houses are for?
Well, we went past them. We thought you were like, me and the guys was like, yeah, you know what? Let's not spend money on this. The party we're going to, they'll probably have some proper food, and they didn't. And we just knew as soon as we got there, it's like, we should have gone and got something to eat before we arrived. Fuck me. Like, and the thing is, I basically got a ride home by the girl whose birthday it was, her best friend. It's like, I remember sitting in the car, it was like I'm feeling dizzy, waddling around, sat in the car and I just feel sick the second I sat in it. It's like, oh fuck. So, drive for 20 meters. Then we had to stop and I had to puke. And we had to do this like 5 or 6 times before going home and laying in bed. And I was only okay till like 2 p.m. the next day.
Vodka is not the best spirit if you don't like hangovers. It's brandy.
I think that the one time I vomited when I've been drunk was the time I beat up a Frosty's box in my own shower.
Frosty?
Well, sir, you had you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. Go.
It was just kind of a normal sesh. I came back like from the bar, normal sesh, probably about 9-10 bottles of cider. Almost, I think it was, or Magners, one of the two. Strong, though, actually, might be. And
respect lost.
I can't remember which one it was, but
he had a lot of cider, so he can't remember what it was. That's fair enough.
Hey, Bournemouth is the best cheap one. It costs the same, but it tastes nicer.
You're ruining the story.
Apparently, I saw Tony. From what I've been told by people who saw it, I saw Tony the Tiger smiling at me on a cereal box, and I punched the cereal box so hard it flew across the room, and Frosties went all over the floor.
I think someone spiked your drink, dude.
Okay,
that sounds like something.
Booze stories. My VPN just fucked up for a little bit. I had to reconnect. Anyway, for sharing booze stories, let me tell you this story that happened to me back in 2009.
Oh boy, bro!
I had
just 1 week off from work. Well, I took that vacation just for a single purpose. I wanted to spend 6 days in Romania. It was just a week before Halloween, and I wanted to explore all the places where Vlad Tepes, Vlad the Impaler, also known as Dracula, has lived and died and reigned. Because that was cool. I wanted to spend Halloween night on top of his castle in Pinar, not the commercially kind of designed castle, no, the actual castle where he lived. It went nice. for the most part. The monastery where he was buried was quite weird. It was a monastery in a little island in the middle of a lake, and the way to get there's no bridge, so you have to ring a bell, and there's like this little priest that would come in a rowing boat and pick you up. It's kind of like, what the fuck? Why am I? And I was there like at sunset. It was just creepy as fuck, but I loved it. You know, unlike any other monastery around the world. I mean, I'm sure most of you guys have been to monasteries and churches where you have pictures of Jesus and Hail Mary and the people's, like, I don't know, family tree there and all the great things that they've done. Lat Tepesh, on the other hand, had pictures of massacres all over the walls in a Christian Catholic monastery. There was this painting, this big painting of him impaling thousands of soldiers, and there was a stream of blood coming from all the spears, and he was dipping a piece of bread into the stream of blood to eat it. That was Lat Tepesh. Now, after just visiting all the museums and the other places where he was, and it was like, okay, I'm ready to go to Arge's village and try to find Pinari Castle. That's where he actually lived most of his life. Now, to find the castle was quite a challenge. Back in 2009, we didn't really have much of mobile internet where you can just go to Google Maps and it'll show you where it is. My driver didn't really know where it is either, so we had to just ask. The first lady we asked, she started cursing at us. She just like the cross thing around her chest and just wobbled away. And I was like, what's going on, dude? And he's like, yeah, people here, the locals, they still think it's cursed. So we're pretty much, yeah, they're still so afraid of it. And I was like, fine, let's find someone else. Until like we asked like the third guy, and he's like, yeah, this is that direction. And just to get to the castle, you had to climb about 1,800 steps. And in the history that is written about Lat Tepesh, throughout those steps, both sides, he always had people impaled. And that's to intimidate his enemies. Anyone who would just have, like, you know, want to go there and meet him, he would have to go there and just look at the rotten bodies impaled and spears to the left and right of that road. I had a little backpack with nothing but a camera, a sandwich, because I was going to spend the night, a sleeping bag, and a lot of booze. Because fuck it, it's Halloween.
Sensible packing equipment for anywhere. Shitloads of alcohol.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was going to party. Now, at that moment, I was alone because my driver wanted to go just to have dinner and he would pick me up in the morning. That was the agreement. So I climbed there. The first thing I wanted to explore was to find where his wife, Marie, committed suicide because according to history, she dropped herself or fell down into the Argus River, and that's where they found her bodies. So the castle is in ruins. It's not been renovated anyway. There's only a plaque, and they're just leaving it as it is because, like I said, the locals still think it's cursed. They don't want anything to do with it. It's not a tourist attraction at all, and there's actually some warnings like, please don't explore the castle because it might fall. But I didn't care. So eventually I found a little balcony, and I was just taken into the moment because it was just a foggy evening, nice fall. It's like the fall kind of weather in Wallachia is quite interesting because you don't really see conifer trees with their full leaves and covered in snow at the same time. Foggy mountains, full moon too. So it was quite interesting. I was just taking in the moment, smoking my cigarette, and just ruffling through my backpack like, what should I drink for this moment? Should I go with brandy or whiskey? I had some vodka with me, or one of the 6 bottles of beer. And then I heard some noises. Just echoes of noises coming from the courtyard. And that's when I was like, what the fuck am I hearing? I'm here in the castle alone. Why do I hear some whispers? Here's where I was like, I'm not into ghost stories or anything, but at that moment I was like, maybe with all the stories that I heard of this place, with how the locals think it's cursed, the best case scenario that whoever is here is up to no good, or it might be something that is out of this world. But I gathered my courage and I was like, well, I'm fucked either way, so I'm gonna go there and face them. And as soon as I arrived at the courtyard, it was about 12 or 14 U.S. Air Force members that had the same idea, that they wanted to celebrate Halloween at Oppenheimer Castle. And I showed up out of nowhere. And I was just like looking at them from a doorway. And I'm like, they don't even know that I'm here yet. So I'm just going to walk in and just pretend that I wasn't even going to say hi. I'm just going to go and stand by the fire that they were building and see what their reaction was. And they were fucking scared shitless when they noticed me. They're like, where did you come from? Like, where did you come from? Now, to bring this back to the alcohol story, after we started, roasting some wieners and exchanging stories of what led us there.
Oh, is that what you call it? Oh my.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Roast wieners.
Yeah, I mean,
You said they were Air Force, right?
Cyril here is quite interested when I said
You sure they weren't sailors?
No, they were not seamen. Not seamen. The seamen came after. However, after we started exchanging stories and everything, and then the drinks started coming up because they had their own supply of alcohol, of course. And they had this little bottle in a plastic bag called Palanki, some local drink that's tilled from some farmer in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. That thing
sounds like moonshine.
It's even worse than moonshine. I had moonshine. That thing is worst. Like as soon as the bottle was passed to me, I just took a sniff with my nose, and I was already drunk from the smell alone.
You don't smell
And
alcohol.
I took one big gulp, and I was like, "Holy fuck! I think I'm gonna pass out." One gulp, and then they tried to take the bottle away from me, and I was like, "No, you won't. I own this castle, and now I own this bottle." And I started just pacing around the fire and just telling them about the stories that I heard of Vlad Tepes and how amazing he is. And I made this giant speech that we are celebrating here in honor of Vlad Tepes, and I would like for Vlad to come and join us. But he didn't. And with every single pause that I did with that speech, I took another gulp. By the end of it, all I remember is them picking me up because I fell face down to the ground. And they're like, "Are you okay, buddy?" I was like, I'm sorry, I broke the bottle. And that was my story with Palanki.
So what was it you were drinking? Was it absinthe?
I think it's I don't know what it is. I think I looked it up once, and I don't think it's called Palanki per se. It's Palanki, something like that. Look for like local Romanian drinks with something that sounds like Palanki. That's what you're gonna find.
Pachinko?
Either Palanka or Palanki. So I don't know. It was just literally a plastic bottle wrapped in a plastic bag. And I'm like, that's a good sign that you're drinking the finest of drinks.
Oh, yeah. All right, a bit of a question. Have any of you guys tried something called black swine?
Nope.
No. It's a pretty simple drink, but it's pretty good. It is basically, you take a licorice, what we use in Denmark is called spiderhaul, which is like these little licorice, what do we call that? Lollipop. You know what lollipops are, but not with the lollipop thing?
Lollipop without the lollipopping? What?
It's licorice, like
yeah,
hard
I know what
candy.
licorice is. Yeah.
Basically, hard licorice, you basically let it dissolve in vodka. So basically, you get this licorice, kind of like it's a licorice drink, basically. And you can't even taste the vodka in it, which is great.
I mean, there's a way you can drink vodka with gummy bears. They're just like
it's that just with hard licorice.
Gummy bears cup, stuck it in the fridge for like a day or two.
Let me just see if I can't find a proper word for it. Yeah, licorice. It's just literally licorice.
Sweet. I might try it.
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
Like you usually take it in shots, but the thing is, actually at New Year's I was celebrating it with my best friend, and he had like 3 different bottles of it, and three different densities. So like one of them was like basically kind of watery, like a normal drink. Then we had one that was a little bit thicker, and then we had something that was so thick we basically dubbed it the tar for the evening. It was so fucking thick.
Nice.
Yeah, a friend of mine, she drank like 1 or 2. It's like can't handle it. Like even a shot of it, and you can just see like there's still something stuck in the little shot
I'm
bottle.
out of cigarettes. Why am I out of cigarettes? It's not fair.
Because you're currently trying to reenact being a chimney.
Just go with the vape, man.
Fuck you.
Don't worry about it.
The vaping scene is here is the worst.
Oh.
Bunch of hipsters and know-it-alls, and it's like, yeah, this is bad for you. And we're in the bar, and he's almost falling down, like from drinking. And I'm like, dude, you're not really the arbiter of what's healthy and what's not.
Yeah, like vapors are just basically smoking fucking vegans.
Oh god!
Oh god! It's just like
that might actually be a very good way of
I'm surprised they don't have like vaping atheism or something like that. You know.
When you say God ain't real,
don't give them ideas, mate. Don't give them ideas.
Dude. You know that pic that comes around when you say God is real? Let me just find it real quick. That meme.
What about it?
It's not even on Google. What the fuck? Guess it's just a 4chan thing.
I did find the drink though that Habib was talking about. I linked it in the side there.
Oh, I gotta see it.
What's it called again? Because I forgot the name to be honest.
Palinka.
Palinka, okay. I was thinking like Palinka, something.
It's a form of brandy, apparently.
Ooh.
And it's
You have
strong
my
as
attention
fuck.
again.
Yeah.
60%.
60. Wait, what? I'm looking at it here and saying it is not rectified higher than 86%.
Apricot brandy. That sounds quite tasty, actually.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it does taste pretty well. That's why I kept the bottle.
That does sound a lot like something. People talk a lot about absinthe, and I'm just like, I haven't tried it because I hear people talk like, dude, this gets you drunk real quick and real hard. And I'm not the type.
It's really easy to drink.
Isn't absinthe banned in the UK? I think.
Proper wormwood stuff is, however, you can get around it quite easily.
Yeah.
It's not like
I'd rather
supermarkets.
Can I ask you guys, just for a complete change of subject, really, has anyone sort of been looking into the Source 2 engine?
The Source 2 engine?
Mm-hmm.
I know Dota 2 has it, which I usually play.
What is it?
What about the Source 2 engine? What about it?
Well, I mean, there is talk of it coming out very soon, isn't it? I mean, it's been a while.
For public use?
Yeah. I mean, they were saying a while ago. I know that I think there was a bit of a AMA with the almighty Gaber recently.
Gaben.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so...
I haven't really heard the AMA yet. I was out until like recently, like half an hour or so. But yeah, I heard some whispers here and there about it. But
everyone's very tight-lipped as to as to when it comes out, whatever like that. I don't really care so much about what it actually entails. I'm not actually seeing any of that.
It's all there, but as far as I know, I mean, unless there's something that surfaced from the AMA, but as far as I know, it's all just rumors. And you know how it is with Valve, like, rumors can be all over the place. I mean,
Half-Life 3, it will never come. It will never. I'll be dead before that game is out.
I've actually never played the Half-Life games.
What? What?
I was really playing Half-Life 2.
What?
Actual
what?
there.
Triggered.
I'm sorry,
how can that even compute?
I know.
Right now, what you see.
Yeah, he's not the only one in
Are you
this.
some sort of filthy console
that's
peasant
played.
or something?
I'm not much of a gamer as I used to be.
I know, I'm vehemently disappointed. If you haven't played Half-Life, then just imagine me shaking my head and disappointed.
Sell your PC.
No. Even the console users have the orange box with the Half-Life 2 in the episode.
No.
I have a copy. I have a copy of an unreleased version of Half-Life Blue Hour on the Dreamcast. And I played it to like from beginning to end, even though it's a shitty version because I fucking love Half-Life and I couldn't just like this is nice, and I played it anyway.
Actually, my very first experience with Half-Life was on the PS2.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Like, dude. Okay. You have to give me this. I was like fucking 4 or 5 at the time. Give me a fucking break.
And you're playing Half-Life.
Yeah. I was a fucked up kid.
Don't worry, I played Mortal Kombat when I was 3.
No, here's the thing. My parents already had a kid who was a gamer, so we basically got everything from him. Like, my half-brother is like 17 years older than me. So
I have to ask, I mean, this guy played Half-Life when he was 4 or 5. I mean, is there an age limit anymore on these hangouts? I mean, come on, we're hanging out with kids here.
Oh, please. Dude, I'm only 4 years younger than you. Don't give me that crap.
If there's an age limit on Hangouts, we're going to have to kick Robin out for being too old.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Please.
Yeah, this whole sort of like, sycophantic congratulation thing's starting to wear a bit thin now, Fluffy, to be frank. Yeah, you're over-egging, mate.
Yeah.
Fuck.
We're actually secretly conspiring to put you in the retirement home, Robin.
Oh, please.
Actually, something I remember. It's a bit of a different thing, but with Fear, the very first game. I remember sitting it with my cousin, who's like 6 years older than me. We were sitting, watching the game, and I just remember, in the very first level, where you see like the girl just run past. Me, my cousin, and my brother were like, "Yeah, fuck this."
I'm done.
We was just like, we don't want anything to do with this. Like, fuck this, we're done.
I did enjoy the first Fear. The second one was awful.
Yeah, I played the first Fear at my friend's house because he's a really big Fear fan. I was like, yeah, you know what? This shooter's actually pretty fucking good.
Never really captivated me. I mean, I played the first 2, and I still have the third one on my backlog. I'm not really excited about it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Find a friend to play it with. It's worth a lot more when you're playing it co-op because it's kind of made for it.
Didn't Fear kind of jump the shark and change what genre it is halfway through?
Nah, not really. It's always been a first-person shooter with horror elements, and the first game was just a bit more intelligent, whilst the second one was just like... Yeah, the second one's just like, oh, she's there, hey, she's there.
This is the same thing when it comes to, say, Dead Space, for example. Much great. I think it was the first game was excellent. But the problem for 2 and 3 was, the first game had already really closed the whole process, I felt. And it was like,
didn't bring anything new to the table, and 3 did the Resident Evil 5 and did not learn why that didn't quite work out.
Yeah, they just reopened the door. I think a lot of games, the first game doesn't necessarily, just because it was good, just because it sold well, it doesn't necessarily mean it deserves a sequel.
Exactly.
See, every Silent Hill game.
And the third one, they try to... I mean, I remember at the time when it came out, everybody was trying to be the second Gears of War, which is, I think, at least in the console sphere, was one of the first games that actually made good co-op. I mean, that game was... Even though
the first game was alright.
No, I think when it comes to online co-op, that was the first game that actually nailed it. Like, you can play a single player, but and it's, after Gears of War, the reason why I am citing that exact game is that if you notice, after that, a lot of games were trying to take a piece of that cake. They're like, we're gonna try co-op too, and they keep failing. Resident Evil 5 was even one of them. They're like, yeah, we're gonna try co-op, and these guys have tried it. We're gonna try it too.
I remember. Was it? When was that came out? Wasn't that like 2009 it came out?
Which one, Gears of War?
No, Resident Evil.
I think 09.
I think
I got that for my birthday. It was like, holy shit, and we're playing this. We finished it in like 2 nights. It was like, holy shit.
Gears of War come out?
2007? Oh, 2006.
6 or 7.
The thing is with Gears of War, it is a console shooter. So it's not. I don't think it's a mouse and keyboard shooter, really.
Well,
no, it's not.
yeah,
I mean, I tried it with Windows. And it just doesn't compute. I mean, the reason why they have the armor so big is because they wanted bigger
bigger hitboxes. Otherwise, it's not gonna be balanced at all. With a stick, it's
By
not
the
gonna
way,
be that well.
I was like 12 when I played that game.
Kids.
Just for
as far as cover-based shooters with sort of the
Rainbow Six Vegas 2.
I would say that The Division is somewhat of an unsung hero on that one.
I've heard nothing but bad things about it. Aside from its like winter survival thingy, that
it's with the right crowd, it can be very, very fun.
Epic, yeah, it's really good fun.
I've
already completed it, already sort of maxed out my characters, and I still keep going back.
I might pick it up and just join you once in a while.
Yeah, you should, man. We should do a stream on that again.
Speaking of games, not to like do a complete sidetrack, I'm just wondering what Habib, do you play fighting games?
Casually.
Oh.
Why do you ask? No, because here's the thing. The last time I tried going against a pro was in Comic-Con 2014. That was when I was working with them as a volunteer. I was the PR kind of guy. And Mad Cats were there displaying their new sticks. And they were giving some sticks to some of the tournament players. And they're like, why would you demo this? And I was like, fine. And there was some guy in the tournament who's like, yeah, I'm kind of free. Just come play with me. I'm like, am I going to play with a guy who's just competing in the Middle East tournament of Street Fighter 4? Fine, let's go ahead. And I picked Chun-Li. She's my girl. And I think he was playing with that guy with Sagat. Yeah, he was playing with Sagat.
Oh.
First round, he pretty much gave it to me. It was quite easy, quite obvious that he was just toying with me. Second round, and I was already reading his moves, and I'm like, yeah, I'm getting some blocks, I'm getting some moves, and then you count to 3. 1, 2, 3, and I'm done. Like one big combo, and I'm done. Third round, I didn't even move. All I did was jump backwards to run away from him, and he unleashed this giant combo and annihilated me.
I just want to
that controller down, and I was like, no longer gonna play competitive. I'm done. I'm gonna walk away.
Yeah. You want to know something? Since you're saying it's like 2014, that's probably when like Super Street Fighter 4 came out. That's not even the worst when Sagat was. Sagat in Vanilla was fucking crazy.
Oh, I know.
We're talking. He's like he was way worse.
I play them both, and here's what I like about fighting games, which is a little bit different from a competitive scene because they're into combos and frames and which the move is unleashing and doing damage. No, I don't really care for that. For me, it's all about give me a game that is easy to get into but hard to master. Give me a game that has a lot of unlockables, so it would keep me playing the single player kind of scene without getting bored. And give me a game that is good to look at. I want something spectacle. Street Fighter, unfortunately, as much as it's a nice game and a well-balanced game, if you look at the earlier ones, I'm not talking about 4 or 5. 4 or 5, they have the combos that are flashy and nice. But you look at the earlier ones, it's kind of boring. It's just two people just punching each other.
These days, fighting games are for fighting gamers.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm looking at is what I'm looking for is something like, look at Soul Calibur, for example, and especially Soul Calibur 2. If you're a spectator, you can appreciate the fight. The moves are there, and the animation is done so well. It's almost like watching a short fighting scene from a movie, which is pretty nice. A Street Fighter, unless you're a gamer, unless you're into that game, it makes no sense. Well, even worse, it goes worse when you look into the combo mania kind of games. That's what I call them, like Guilty Gears or.
But like the thing is that it's actually something I've been, like I'm big into tournaments and all that, and it is. I will agree, it is a problem with like fighting games that. Yeah, their appeal is hard. It's hard to appeal to a casual market. I would say mainly 2 things. One, it requires like an understanding. You need to, again, as you say, you need to like have an idea what the hell's going on to even understand what's like. You cannot watch this and think, oh, this looks cool, but you have no fucking idea what's going on. And second, it's not really instant gratification. like, to play fighting games and to enjoy fighting games, you gotta enjoy it at its core. That means...
Yeah, I mean, the strategies are gone when it comes to appreciation of a casual. Let's say, if I watch a match of Street Fighter V, and I would put myself in the mind of a casual. If they can't read the V meter down there, if they don't understand what it does, then they have no idea what's going on. Like, why is that guy saving his V meter? Like, you don't really think about that unless you're into the game, unless you play the game. That's why when I say Soul Calibur is a very simple game, because if a hit connects, then it's a hit. There's no meters there. There's no bullshit. It's just hits and sword fighting and a big bombastic kind of spectacle that you're watching. And that's what I enjoy about it. I enjoy just watching a little bit of it. I'm like, this is fun to watch.
Do you know what's really killed a lot of games for me? Is the tendency for everyone to put RGB elements into everything.
No, RPG elements.
RPG elements. Sorry, what did I say? RPG. RPG elements into everything. Years and years and years ago, back in when I were a lad, before, when we used to have ice in the North Pole.
Back in my day. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But if you can imagine, when you were playing a game, it used to get harder and harder.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
No, it gets easier and easier.
Yeah, you would get better and better at playing the game, and thus the game would get harder and harder to offset your improved skill set. But these days, it's like
the opposite happens.
Yeah, the game gets easier and easier as you go, and it's
even in that shouldn't even be a thing in RPGs, for fuck's sake.
There was an article written by Zero Escape. Zero Escape was the guy from The Escape, was the guy that whines about games.
Zero Punctuation.
Zero Punctuation. Yeah. Zero Punctuation. He wrote an article on The Escapist a few years ago with a suggestion of a new kind of RPG.
Was it all one long word, the article?
No, it's not, unfortunately. But it's a long article about his idea of what an RPG should be like in a day when everyone is trying to adapt some RPG elements. How about instead of leveling up, you level down? Because your character is tired. Your character is injured. Your character is been fucked up by a lot of boss fights. So instead of gaining powers, you lose your power.
No, they've done stuff like before with Symphony of Night is a good example of that.
Symphony of the Night. Okay, Symphony of the Night. At the beginning, you lose your powers and then you gain them back, and you gain them back like million times better than you were before. I'm talking about you start with full powers and slowly chip at your powers. Okay, your arm is injured now. You can't use that arm. Okay, your legs are tired now, so you can't be as fast. Oh, now your armor is shattered, so your health is lower.
Yeah.
By the time you're at the boss, you're at the weakest, not the strongest.
All right. The problem with that is, for one, I'm just thinking, how would you appeal this to the casual? And I'm just hearing the game you get less and less as you play because you get injured, and also it kind of goes against what leveling up means. Leveling up, and the reason why RPG elements in other games don't work is because leveling up is just an abstraction. It's just there. It's there as basically the game using its system to make a character become better, just like you, a player, become better at a game. The more you play, the better you get. In universe, the more you play, the better your character gets. And that only works when you don't directly control the character, like you would do in an RPG. Take the old Baldur's Gate. You don't control the characters directly. You only control the probabilities that the characters can have. Thus, when they level up,
Diablo's the same way. Heroes of Might and Magic. I mean, I get what you mean. However, that's just a new idea to be presented, and yet no one took it. And I understand why they didn't take it. I mean, you said this is the whole thing about leveling up, and the casuals kind of like it. How about you introduce something different for once? I kind of miss the days when gamers or developers had
could
the
you
balls
perhaps
to
snort your
introduce...
cocaine away from the microphone, please?
No. Sorry.
I'm not telling you to quit, just don't do it into your mic. Well,
Yeah.
Or at least share.
Yeah.
At the very
Well,
least.
I gotta go.
Alright,
Take it
everybody.
easy. Take it easy.
Later.
But yeah, like the problem is, and we actually discussed this earlier, like the bread and butter are those games aimed at the casuals. That's the bread and butter. That's where like the gaming industry gets its money from.
Yeah,
And unless you
you've gotta,
to them get big dosh, and if you won't get big dosh, what publisher is gonna give you the dosh for making it? Otherwise, you're just gonna make an indie game that nobody cares about because hey, it has this system that doesn't really appeal to anyone but the hardcore.
Then explain how Elite Dangerous is successful.
Explain how Dark Souls is so fucking successful.
Because Dark Souls. Alright, the reason why Dark Souls is successful is not because it's difficult. It's because it used this difficulty for a point. You overcome this You overcome the fucking struggles that you're faced with. Because you get better.
Yeah, the other day I was playing Elite Danger, just playing around a system where we were looking for a solution for a puzzle left to us by alien race. And, you know, I mean, this is January, so you get a lot of, what do we call them, Christmas noobs. They just got the game for Christmas and they just explored around.
Oh yeah, Christmas noobs.
And this guy just showed up in this remote system. It's like, I would like to, how do you engage the fast travel? And I was like, where do you want to go? And he's like, I want to go back to Cremain. Cremain was a system about 40 jumps away from where we were. I was like, how much money do you have? And he gave me the amount of money that he has. I'm like, yeah, I can never buy his ship. So I blew him up. He's going to respawn at the main base, so... There's no fast travel system! Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, I can't speak for Elite Dangerous. I have no idea how that
there are games. There are games out there that are not casual friendly and they are successful. Yes, I understand that the minority of the market, but they still exist.
It's a really good one. I have to admit. It's I have to admit it's not finished, but it is still a fun game at the moment. So
it is.
Huh?
Daisy.
Yeah, I find it fun.
Yeah,
Daisy?
it's quite fun. Yeah, it's a
What
lot
the
of
hell
fun
are
to
they doing
play.
with Daisy at the moment?
Huh?
What the hell are the Daisy developers doing at the moment? Because there's more updates for the mod than there is for the standalone.
It is still being updated. They're working on. I'm not sure what they're working on right now. I don't know what 0.62 the 0.62 update is going to be, but all I know is that the there was a recent update, and that's about it. I haven't been following the news very recently.
You know, it's funny that you guys are talking about games because usually we don't talk about games much on Robin's streams unless we Derek Smart over, which is a whole different conversation.
It really depends. You know, like I said, the open house drifts. So, you know.
Yeah, it drifts from one place to another. But because I'm saying this because I just came from the bar and I was meeting with a guy, a friend of mine that came from Saudi, just to see me, and it was nice. I haven't seen the guy in more than 2 years, and we ended up talking about games for like more than 2 hours. And one of the topics that we talked about is what kind of escapism you find in games. That's one of the questions that he asked me because we play different games altogether. Like he plays a lot of Final Fantasies, JRPGs, and I play a lot of Western RPGs. Witcher 3, I spent like hundreds of hours in that game. And Elite Dangerous, where I just drive in a planet for hours on end, even though I have no goal. And for me, the game that would capture me.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
The game would capture me when all the elements of it just come together into a calm and serene moment. It's not about gaining EXP. It's not about getting that new item. It's not about slaying a boss. But when you're in Skyrim, just traversing the North Shore next to the Sea of Ghost, and you hear the glaciers just clashing with one another, the music is just there, and you just take in the whole world. Elite Dangerous, the other day, I was driving on a planet that was orbiting a dual star system, and you could see the 2 stars just setting into the horizon. There was nothing on the planet. It was barren. There's nothing there. There's no EXP to be gained. The game didn't direct me there, but I was just there for the moment. And it's the same with Witcher 3. I was I would just traverse up on a mountain just to look at the horizon because the sunset was beautiful, and I would just appreciate that moment. That's when a game captivates me. That's the kind of escapism that I look for. And for most people, when they look at it, they're like, well, why are you going there? There's nothing to do there. It's the same with a lot of walking simulators. Like, why are you walking up there? There's nothing to be gained. There's no XP. What are you doing? I'm like, no, it's just me living in the world that this game has given me.
Do you know what? Remember, sort of like certainly in the earlier days when graphics cards are just kicking off or whatever like that. Yeah, you'd have people that would just be running around there and just staring at textures.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, and just like circling around and seeing, oh look, you can see that it's got the bump on there and that the reflections and all this sort of business. I wonder how they did that.
And then GTA 5, people said, what an ugly looking game.
Yeah. People said GTA 5 was an ugly looking game.
Yep.
I have to admit the characters were ugly.
Yeah, they were designed ugly.
I mean, Trevor's an asshole, so yeah.
Trevor's meant to look hideous. He's meant to look at Trevor and just go, look.
Yeah, no, I was mostly talking about the creative character things. So in the online bit.
Oh,
I think the first experience I had with that was just traversing into nowhere in Elder Scrolls Daggerfall, and I think who here played Daggerfall other than Robin, because I know Robin did.
Yeah, I played Morrowind, which reminds me I need to get a hold of it, actually.
Now, Daggerfall is the biggest game ever created in terms of size of the map. The map is almost the size of the UK.
In the map, though.
Yes, exactly. That was my point. That was my point. There was a lot of cities that it could fast travel to, and in the middle there was nothing except for random caves and procedural generated crap. But I love just getting on my horse and just riding into the horizon. There's nothing to do there. I could have just one click, I'm already in my destination. But it's not about the destination. For me, it's always about the journey. And sometimes I would just make a journey out into nowhere. I'm like, fuck it. It's
focus break, journeyman.
I do have to give it to Bethesda. When they've made their core line games of Fallout, being Fallout and Skyrim, essentially the same engine repackaged a million times the last 20 years.
Yeah.
They've really have learnt the lesson that sometimes a smaller map is better because the encounters per square footage means more than the square footage.
That's something people have been learning for like the last couple of years.
Yeah, I guess the difference between me and Habib is then my experiences in games aren't really about just sort of like looking at the scenery. It's more about I want to intentionally make the game harder so that I get better at it, and then get to a point where something that I used to consider really, really fucking difficult is now really easy, and I can do it just without thinking.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Sounds like your perfect game, dude.
Don't get me wrong. When I play Skyrim, the first few mods that I install are always to get it to be as hard as I can.
Increasing the damage.
Yeah, I do enjoy the moments where I'm just quietly strolling around a little town. Just those quiet moments. And maybe I take role-playing games a little bit too serious when I role-play my character, where whenever I go to a new town, I finally arrive there. The first thing I do, I go to a tavern and order myself a drink. Adds nothing to the gameplay. I do it anyway because, it's the way I play.
Oh well, I kind of force myself to do that with mods. I actually have to go to a tavern to sleep there because I've got like proper realistic needs and shit.
Oh, you have survivalist mods, right?
Yeah, and I've got to keep out the cold with Frostfall.
Frostfall is amazing.
I know.
Yeah. I'm not much of an RPG guy. Most of the RPGs I've played, I've kind of tuned out to.
I haven't played Skyrim.
All right.
Okay. So Mr. hasn't played. You complained to me for not having played Half-Life, but
yeah, same here.
Yes, I can. Skyrim. Yes, I can.
I'm like, I'm actually on Robin
After
on this one. I'm saying
another stream where you shill till you get enough money to buy Skyrim.
I'm shilling right now. Donate to my Patreon so I can afford Skyrim.
Just buy Morrowind and get it over with. It's an older, better game.
Is anyone going to take that lying down?
Say what?
Is anyone going to take that comment lying down?
What? Morrowind is a better game? Like, yeah, you get the biggest.
Morrowind is better.
Hold on, get the biggest axe you can ever get, and you just stick your like you get close to an enemy that your nose is touching it, and you just slam that big axe to it, and you fucking miss.
As we all know, RPGs.
Even love it.
Yes,
The
RPGs
gameplay
are
is
always
bad.
scored on the size of axe.
Oh, yeah. That's why World of Warcraft one of the best RPGs ever.
That's why you mod it.
Hey,
That's why mods have like a giant fucking axe. Like, here, I killed everything with this axe.
Bigger axe mod.
Okay, Robin.
You probably find it.
I prefer more realistic looking weapons.
Me and a friend of mine, we actually did a mod for Quake 3 Arena back in the day when we were young.
Giant axe?
No. it was actually it was just called Bigger Heads.
I remember that mod.
Oh,
you remember that mod, did you? Did you?
Yeah, I remember that. It
Oh,
was all
no
over the
way.
place.
That's cool. That's cool.
There's a lot of games that had big heads, but I remember.
I was doing all. I did the special effects and the sound effects. So,
Seriously?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I remember, like, the reason I remember is, like, you remember that character that's just one big eyeball with two legs, and you had it, like, with big fucking eye
Huge,
on two tiny legs.
So, like, you've got everybody's basically all of the sound needed to be adapted, so everyone basically had a really squeaky voice. And then everyone has these ginormous heads, and every time somebody exploded, all of the gibs had been turned into glitter. So and it just had this big. Whenever anyone exploded, it just said excellent.
That really sounds
that
like. That sounds great, dude.
Yeah,
big head mode.
Yeah, all of the gib noises when they sort of splat on the ground or whatever, that just turned into sort of like little sort of xylophone twinkles. So it was like that. So we basically just turned it into Dota.
Yeah, like I don't really play that many games for like escapism. Like again, the games I play most are like fighting games, and it's mostly for camaraderie, really. Like,
I mean, I do appreciate
half of it. Half of it
like
just
that.
comes. Yeah, half of it comes from like the community.
I'd say the most fun. I think at the moment, still Left 4 Dead 2 has the most sort of like screaming sort of camaraderie thing, where it's like help me. It's in that sort of a vein. It's that mental. I've really loved it for that. It's a shame that it's they haven't come up with 3 yet. But then again, they ended up doing it. The same team that did Left 4 Dead did Evolve.
Yeah, I mean, Evolve. I mean, even when they went free to play. When they went free to play.
Yeah,
when they went free to play, it was actually pretty fun. But the community is not there. Every time I log in,
they'd already
lobbies
lost
are
it.
empty.
Yeah, they'd already lost everybody's will at that point. It was.
But you remember when we gave it a try? It was quite fun.
Well, I remember that guy Steve Tom Sawyer that I met. He had a friend of his managed to get hold of some alpha keys for a competition. He just threw a bunch of email addresses at it and managed to get about 4. So we were in the closed alpha for it. It was very difficult to play the game because the servers weren't up to snuff at the time. But when we managed to get on there, and Steve's sort of like one of these industry types, sort of like writes for magazines, all this sort of thing. So he's like all over it, like it's like a fly on shit, thinking this is going to be the biggest, the bestest. It's going to take over the industry. And I'm sitting there and I'm playing this. I'm kind of going, well, it's all right, but I don't see much longevity in it. And the guy was like chastising me for even daring to think such a thing. And we only played it for about an hour and a half before we gave up. And it's like,
there is a balance to be struck between. I mean, look, for example, Battlefield 1. That game is fucking addictive, by the way. It's freaking amazing.
Yeah, I need to get.
But here's the thing. I mean, they can develop all the maps and all the multiplayer mods from day one. However, if they release too many, the community is going to be fragmented as hell, and it's not going to stick around for much because empty lobbies means gamers are going to run away from the other game. However, if you release too little, then it's going to be another Evolved. You're gonna play all the modes that are there, and then you're like, okay, I've got like 6 maps, 2 modes, and I'm done.
Everything else is behind a paywall, so fuck that. Like the DLC scandal that came with the game, it just put off to the worst start it could have.
Yeah, like I said, it's a balance to be struck, and I understand why people like, for example, EA with DICE, when they have a DLC kind of expansion with extra maps coming in the future, and they don't release it with the game because the fragmentation is a thing. They don't want that to happen.
Well, the thing
I
is,
do actually have to give DICE and EA something with the way how they do the DLC. They make a roadmap and they tell us what the roadmap is from the start.
Well,
which is a lot more than a lot of developers do.
I'll be frank. I do like The Division. I am somewhat miffed that but there are basically parts of the map that are just locked off to you. They're not adding things here. They've taken them away and hidden them behind a paywall. I don't
Actually, there is an example within the FGC about this fighting game community. Have you guys heard about Street Fighter Cross Tekken?
Yeah.
How do I know he's going to talk about a fighting game?
Yeah, because like it had actually, I'd say that Street Fighter Cross Tekken is the evolved of the fighting games because it had the exact same issue that like it didn't have a lot to it, and what it put in just created controversy. So the thing is, the game was shipped with like gems, with basically stat boosts, like better defense, better. Now I don't think speed was a thing, but you could add a certain gem to it. It was basically damage and speed.
In a fighting game? Are they fucking serious?
Damage boost? Yeah. That, and people complained about it.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
On top of that, they had DLC that was locked away because some hackers went into the game's code and found out that like 8 characters were locked away that were on the disc.
Oh, that's as bad as Destiny.
Yeah, but like
Capcom.
we're talking
Capcom
like
never change.
Yeah, we're talking about like DLC that's
Capcom,
on the
please
game.
change.
Yeah,
that's as bad as
because I like the lolcow. I mean, right now I'm kind of looking forward in a way to Resident Evil 7. I haven't played the demo yet, but
it's all right.
During the no, I don't want to play it. I want to just play the final game. But during the release and everything, I was still working with GameRanks at the time, so I was covering it very, very closely.
Well, you're not with them anymore, Habib.
Had a little bit of a disagreement here and there. I mean, when it came to the point where I had to play Dishonored 1 because I had to cover Dishonored 2 out of a job, and I wasn't enjoying it, I was like, I fucking love the game, but I don't want to do it for a job. And by the way, I'm too cynical for them, so I had a lot of disagreements with the guys.
Oh, so it's basically a Jeff Gersten situation.
No, it's like I ended up like doing some editing here and there, and it just didn't work. And by the way, Ian left quite recently. Because I think there's no place for cynics in gaming media. But that's beside the point.
Yeah.
Beside the point. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm looking at the pre-order page on Steam right now. And it's got a season pass with 2 DLCs that all they say is extra episode. Extra episode of what? I have no idea. No one told us anything. And by the way, I still have the PR guy emailing me, like with every single news that comes out from the game. There's nobody knows. It's just an extra thing. And by the way, I don't pre-order because another reason, it might be shit. Who knows?
Yeah, but we might just get
one game I have
never pre-order video game.
Yeah,
I've done it
pre-ordered
once and I got
game.
lucky.
Fallout 4. Massive disappointment in my eyes.
Oh, you.
Oh my god, the season
Why?
pass of that game was a fucking joke.
I haven't played
Bethesda's
the
a
expansions of Fallout 4. I played it for a while until I
wasn't-
reached the institution, and then I stopped because I wanted certain mods that could only be available
hang on a
after they
second.
released the script extender.
Hang on a second. As far as I was aware, Fallout 4 is a standalone game? I thought it was just a mod for Skyrim.
No, it was a standalone game. No, the last game that I pre-ordered was Doom because I wanted that figurine. I fucking love that figurine.
I think the last game I pre-ordered
Have
was.
you given him a little fist bump now and again?
It's freaking amazing, man. I mean, I just go yeah. I just turn on the lights on the base and I'm like, yeah, you're my little baby demon.
Oh, was it a baby demon? I thought did you not get the little miniature little dude?
No. You get the guy with 2 bazookas on his shoulders. Was it?
Oh, that guy. The toot.
Oh right.
Exactly.
See,
Yeah,
I would have preferred the little green guy like that, so I could. Just
I would have loved that.
The secret Doom guy.
And just give him a little, the little fist bump now and again, you know.
That would be nice.
Just go.
I think they sell it on the Bethesda store, the merch store. They sell one, a little plushie. You could hug while you sleep.
Wow.
Yeah. Doom guy would be your waifu now.
Is that what it's called, Doom guy?
Yeah.
He's the motherfucking Doom guy.
Oh,
Doom guy.
Slayer.
Well, yeah, they changed him in the Doom 2016 to Doom Slayer, but no, for me, he's always gonna be Doom guy.
Yeah, he's still Doom guy. It's just like the demons call him Doom Slayer because he just fucked them up pretty hard.
In the manual of Doom, 1993, he was called Doom guy. That's the name I'm gonna stick with.
Yeah.
Doom guy.
I eventually sort of wanted to call him Sarge because of Quake 3 Arena. Because that is the Doom guy, isn't it? Really, Sarge is.
I know.
More or less.
But you know what? Yeah, guys, I'm looking at the top games in Steam, and still it's Dota 2. And people wonder, and people wonder and say there's no women in gaming.
Wow.
I play top sellers.
I tell you guys, basically, the only people that play Dota 2 are women and really, really thirsty guys.
And Russians.
I'm telling you. Counter-Strike Global Offensive, of course, still going strong. Team Fortress 2, believe it or not, still hanging in there.
And it's free to play.
Yeah, Ark, Survival Evolved. Grand Theft Auto 5.
Still holding on to the top 5th place. It's been there for ages.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5 has come up. It did have actually quite a slow start, didn't it? But it seems to have picked itself up. Rocket League.
Getting a
Gary's
different
mod,
top
I'm
sellers.
amazed with. No, I'm not looking at top sellers. I'm talking about. I don't care about that. I'm talking about current game player count.
Count players.
Oh, okay. Because I'm seeing Rocket League, Armor Free, Steep, Civ 6, and shit.
Civ 6 is a joke. Honestly, that game let me down so much. I love Civ 5, but Civ 6 is just a joke.
Civ 5 is still in my backlog. I feel kind of bad. Games are getting sequels before I get to finish their,
Can I just say, Civ 5, you need to have... It's like Broken Steel for Fallout 3. It needs Brave New World and Gods and Kings.
Has anyone really got into H1Z1?
I've tried.
You mean King of Kill?
I tried the early access to H1Z1, but I just didn't like it because you had to eat berries every 4 minutes or die. The gunfight, I need to eat some berries or I'll die. I only have bullets.
I played a closed beta of it. It was a lot of fun, but not a game that I can see myself playing for days. I would play for a weekend or two, but then I would get bored of it.
Yeah, I haven't played it, but to me, it's that kind of game.
It's incredibly popular. It's amazing,
really,
to me.
but so is
it's beaten Warframe, Sid Meier's, Civilization 5.
Warframe's back up into 12.
It kicks Football Manager's ass. I mean, it's more popular than Arma 3 now.
Like I said, Robin. I know you're into competitive shooters too, so you would enjoy it a little bit more than me. But for me, I would get bored pretty easily from it. Not really my kind of thing. I think the reason why I'm playing Battlefield 1, even though I'm contradicting myself, like H1Z1, it's too competitive. I'm playing Battlefield 1. Yes, I'm contradicting myself. But because when you're playing Battlefield 1, they nailed something they haven't really gotten in military shooters since the first Medal of Honor, which is that kinetic and visual impact that gets you into a war zone scenario. Like you feel like you're in a fucking war zone. Like every single shot, every explosion, everything that happens around you, it's chaos.
I
played 4 and 3.
Hey guys,
I played Battlefield 4 and 3, and it's not even close to that.
I've enjoyed Battlefield 4. The community in Battlefield 4 has actually been very, very good. they got themselves off to a bit of a shoddy start, and they've been trying to make up for it ever since, and they've done really well for it. You know, lots of free DLC, and really just sort of pushing it out there, and really listening to everybody about feedback and stuff like that. So, you know, the team behind that, you know, these are the Battlefield people, and they've I think, you know, they've learnt a lot of lessons from Battlefield 4. So,
yeah, that's why when I tried to get into Battlefield 4 later on, it was, I think, somewhere last year, and I was like, the reason I didn't really get into it that much is that I felt like I was so behind everybody else. Like, I was literally just started to unlock weapons, and people are like, yeah, just use this and do that, and like, and they already know all the nooks and crannies of every map, and I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing here, guys.
Well, that's the good thing about going into the newer games on that sort of front, is that even good old, you know, players are back in the point of, oh right, I've got something new to learn here. So it gives some of the newer players a slightly
bit of an edge.
Yeah, a bit more of a level playing field as such. I mean, I'm not saying exactly, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, and, you know, it's how the way that Battlefield does it anyway, with big teams. Like, you're not dealing with just 4 versus 4 or 8 versus 8. It's like big fucking teams, and you have your squads, and yes, your squads have to have your back. So even if you're just a noob, I found that, you know, I would just walk to a game like, hey guys, this is my 3rd game here. I'm like, yeah, they've been playing it already for hundreds of hours. And yeah, they would be very welcoming. They're like, just like, yeah, teaching me everything. And it's that sense of camaraderie that I kind of enjoy. However, when I played, I remember Gears of War 2. Now, I got into that game a little bit late. I started getting online. My God, the Xbox community is poison.
Oh, I
now
know
you've
that
realised?
feeling.
My God, that's always been like that. I mean, look at the COD scene.
No, I just like.
Hello,
as
sir.
an example.
You get through your obligatory congratulation speech.
Yeah, once you're done, then I actually got a bit of a story. I'm talking about like shitty communities.
League of Legends.
No. This is like a very niche community. Funny
Well done,
enough.
Cell. You tried, mate.
Smite.
No, it's Mobile Suit Gundam Extreme versus Full Boost.
I know the game, never played it though.
Have you ever played a game called Virtualon?
No.
On the Dream, it's like a Dreamcast game, but it's basically where you play 2 mechs from the Gundam series. Like it's 2 versus 2, like 2 versus 2, and you play all the different Gundams from all the different series. And I was basically, I played it with a friend, got the game, found out there's a Discord with some guys who are playing it. And the first thing I get after having a play session is like, dude, you gotta know how to you gotta know where to put yourself like on the battlefield, cause the last 4 games you were a liability. I had literally never played with anyone in the game before I played with those guys. It's like, dude, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and that's, I think, why Battlefield is kind of better for noobs joining into games
Because
with...
you're one of 64 and not one of 2.
Exactly, 1 of 64. And plus, the team points doesn't come from the KD ratio. It comes from how many flags you capture.
Yeah.
So it's a team effort. Like, you could die a lot, but it wouldn't really affect
Yeah, you can play the objective. And
in versus boost, in extreme versus full boost, dying is like you basically have depending on what mech you choose, it has a certain cost. And in a default match, you have 6,000 points, and the mechs range from like 1,000 to 3,000, and you usually have like a 3,000 and 2,000 on each team. If you die, you're basically just draining everyone's health pool. And it's just like...
that's stressful as fuck, I can imagine.
Yeah, and... like, worst thing about it is, I know one guy. There's one guy there I know already, and he has a horrible reputation with the rest of us because he's so toxic.
I found Battlefield 3, Bad Company 2 got a very, very good way of doing the objective modes in Battlefield. Because the whole health points and stuff like that, it actually felt really well balanced, and going and they would tweak maps to change the amount of lives you got. So one map, quite famously, the first attack to waves, then you actually got 15 lives because it was so easy to push through.
But anyway,
do the first objective.
But anyway, let's have a little look at somebody called Judith Miller. You know who this lady is?
No.
Judith Miller. Nope. She's just produced a rather incendiary tweet.
Oh, this sounds juicy.
This does sound juicy. Judith Miller was basically the American media's what's the word? Spearhead of Iraq WMDs. I think there's a case for this. And she just comes off with a beautiful Obama commute sentence of Chelsea Manning. How many people died because of the Manning leak? Now, you can imagine there's a few people there that are somewhat miffed that Miss Miller, or Mrs. Miller, who gives a fuck, has basically decided that the words, or at least the deeds, of Chelsea Manning have endangered the lives of a few people. Not realising, of course, that she was basically pushing for the Iraq war, which, as far as I was aware, has cost quite a few fucking lives.
Oh, come on. Only a few hundred American troops died in the Iraq war. And the Manning League, if they didn't respond to it quickly, and if the military didn't know it was going to happen just before it actually happened, a few hundred people may have died then as well. So he put the same number of American troops at risk as the Iraq war did. And they're the only people that matter, right?
Right!
Right. Oh man, I mean, the whole thing is like, I don't know. Okay, when it comes to whistleblowers, I find it funny how they're only heroes when they are exposing something that would fit my agenda.
Yes, it's the, you know, I did that that little sort of line, that little graph that basically said death threat, and then comes down to basically saying, do I like this person? Do I hate this person? Yes or no? And if it says yes, then it's fake, and if it's no, then it's well, you know.
It's like that cover band that was going to sing in the inauguration of Trump, and they're like, no, we canceled because of death threats, and now everybody believes them, and I'm like,
yeah,
now you're not skeptical.
Yeah, we suddenly believe TMZ.
Oh boy.
So now you're just taking it with face value. Now you choose to do so.
So you've got somebody in there who has been basically kept in solitary confinement for what? How many years now?
Way too many.
Forever.
Which would constitute beyond unreasonable at this point. Just even the way that this person has been treated. Never mind the sentencing of 35 fucking years. And, you know, cruel and unusual punishment, not for us. You know, who cares about constitutional shit when you can be a
hold on, but
it's obsolete.
Because the Constitution is obsolete.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's just a piece of
paper. It was designed a long time ago, and that makes it obsolete. I mean, same thing with NATO.
Actually received his sentence in the the month of August in 2013. However, he was actually caught before that. He was court-martialed in July and has been in solitary confinement since.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, he's had multiple suicide attempts. Yeah, multiple suicide attempts. So what they thought they'd do is they'd put him in solitary confinement because that's the best way to get somebody to stop feeling suicidal.
Right.
You put them in solitary confinement, feed them via a tube, and keep them tied up.
Jesus.
That's not one of the worst forms of punishment you can possibly do to a person.
Could we maybe switch the subject? It's getting kind of dark in here again. I don't know.
Well, you never know who crawls in the dark.
Yeah, I just wanted to point this out. Is
blacks?
That, this is the supposed, journalists, authors, First Amendment activists. Yeah, political independent. And I'm sitting there kind of going,
independent.
yeah, you know, First Amendment activist. Are you fucking kidding me? And then you're sitting there kind of going, yeah, this person leaking information, yeah, fucking lock him up. And you're a First Amendment activist.
Sure.
that makes that, you know, that is not ironic in any way, shape, or form, is it, America?
It's contradictory, that's for sure.
No shit.
Contradiction and irony kind of go hand in hand, dude.
I'm just saying, just pointing out some certain observations that I have about the whole situation. It's a little bit contradictory, just a little bit.
Yeah. But it's a sad state of affairs that this person has to wait till May before they're actually let out.
But at least they're going to get out.
I love how some people are, president. Yeah, I love how some people are reacting. They kind of go, "You do realise that you are that Judith Miller? You literally caused the Iraq War to happen under false pretenses. Bye." It's I'm just amazed.
Yeah.
I love this. Somebody goes, Gabe Newell confirms Valve are still making single-player games.
Huh? What?
Unfortunately, Valve seems to think the definition of a single-player game is a game that a single Valve executive plays.
Well, they're coming, is what he said.
It will never. I refuse to believe that like Valve can counter more than 3. I fucking love that joke.
Yeah,
No,
I swear, if anybody actually leaked the details of Source 2, I think Gabe would probably be able to get them to be put into solitary confinement at this point.
Yeah.
I think he would just eat them.
You fat shaming?
Yes.
Dude, what do you think happened to the last 3 people that tried to eat kids?
They were never heard from again, and if they were, inside them.
Nom 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 nom.
Derek Smart's producing a little bit more information about the recent subscribers town hall meeting. If you can imagine, this is actually on the Star Citizen Reddit forum. Okay.
Oh, dear fucking Christ!
Now, obviously, everybody there is just pumped, right? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you hear what Onision is ranting about for some reason?
No, not
He's
him.
ranting about illegal drugs. He's like, "Oh, I hate anyone who ever takes illegal drugs."
Yeah, whatever, pedo.
If you use illegal drugs, unfollow me, criminal scum. Thanks. Criminal scum. Is he a fucking guard from Oblivion?
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Yeah. What the hell, man? Is he making his own Death Star or something? Star Citizen Subscribers Town Hall, first person coming up there called Frantically Typing says, "I had low expectations, but that was just awful." Half of the questions were on things we already had clear answers to, and the other half were plain stupid. I think the only new information was a tiny bit of insight into some of the environment hazards that we may run into. I don't know how many of you saw it, but there are some really good questions on the forum thread, and all of them got ignored. I was having trouble justifying my subscription after all the recent changes to community content. I think this was the final nail in the coffin. This isn't on sort of like, fuck over Star Citizen sucks Reddit. This is their Reddit. This is the Star Citizen Reddit. This is the beginning of the end, folks.
Yeah, Lord.
This is the beginning of the end.
They just refunded a guy the other day that paid $7,800 into the game.
This is the beginning of the end.
Like, this guy invested $7,800 and he was like, I want a refund. So even people that are not excited.
But you're not getting anything, boy.
No, they refunded him. They refunded him.
Yeah, because they haven't met their promises that as far as FCC reg. This is the thing, and everybody's like, yeah, I can't really justify this anymore. The thing is, they said recently that they have $140 million, yes,
and they don't have enough money to finish it.
Hey, Robin, can you find the GIF that I sent you the other day? Because I'm facing at the balcony. I can find it.
Stop. Don't fucking call it a GIF.
It's a GIF.
It's a fucking GIF. I don't care. I don't care if the original person intended it to be pronounced GIF. He's an idiot too. Yeah, it's a GIF.
If you're
Shut the
saying
fuck
GIF,
up.
you might as well just do GIF. And get out.
Yeah, let's call it a GIF. Fuck it. You know.
Can you find it anyway and show it to the chat? Because I'm facing at the balcony. I'm not in front of my computer.
Yeah, why don't you go to the grocery store?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Actually, some people here call it that because they don't know.
Oh,
yeah, because they're
Christ.
idiots. That's what idiots say. What was I copy pasting to you? Sorry.
No. The GIF that I sent you, John.
Sorry, man.
No,
I
used them both.
Where did you send it to me?
It was on the last stream. The one with the ship just going crazy.
Is it going down?
I think that was.
You mean when the guy docks an app?
Didn't you send that to me on the discourse?
It was. No, it was on the side chat of the last stream.
Oh, for
so I don't
fuck's
know
sake!
if you
I don't have like I don't fucking keep records of like.
I don't
Jesus,
know.
fuck
Maybe
me
you
Christ
had
on
like
bike.
a history
Fucking-
thing.
No, I don't.
I'm just saying because I can't find it either. So.
Dude, you fucking tweeted it to Derek Smart.
Wait, no. No, hold on. I sent it to Derek Smart. It was the last thing I tweeted to Derek Smart.
Then go see.
Are you still asking me to go and find it?
No, this is amazing. This is amazing. Okay, so you know Armored Skeptic, where he's getting attacked for skeptic clones.
Yes.
So there's a so one of the one of the feminist YouTubers created this parody character called Skeptic Llama. And he did it, and he sent Armored Skeptic a fucking heartfelt message saying, "I'm so wait." He was he was just saying, "Look, I
Stay on target. Stay on target, Spanish.
Sorry,
You're drifting."
He said I looked up to you and I still do, but please stop calling everyone clones. And it was a fake. So it's a parody character saying this to him, and then Greg is taking it seriously.
It's on Twitter right now. I need to see this.
Yes, hang on.
It's been up for a while.
Oh fucking!
Oh my god, this is brilliant. Hang on.
Alright. This is too fucking good. This is too.
Straight after they were just mocking someone for not noticing an obvious phone.
No, you done fucked up, boy. Don't fuck up.
Gregory, we know you're listening to this. Please stop and rethink what you're doing.
I mean, look at what they're just
Dinosaurs.
tweeting to each other. Him and fucking June. I never thought June was a fucking weirdo.
I don't really care for their relationship. Yeah, they want that now. They want to just plaster it over the internet.
Yeah, and
That's
then
up to them.
somebody's posting somebody just vomiting everywhere.
Yeah, fitting.
I mean, I don't really give a fuck, but when he, I think he just, his ego's too inflated and we need to puncture it a little bit. Like, dude, seriously.
Just a little needle in it. It'll be alright.
I mean, I don't hold any grudges against the guy. I mean, yeah, he's...
No, he does say that he used the jab for too long and he apologized, so we'll see.
Yeah, I like this one. Brace yourselves. Backpedaling is coming.
You know, it's difficult to punch up at this point, isn't it, Gregory?
Oh.
Oh, sustained.
Yeah, the thing is, like, okay, look at someone like Logic. and Logic, he was the first
to call him out.
He was the first YouTuber, like skeptic / atheist YouTuber I ever subscribed to. And yeah, I mean, the guy, he's not as huge, but yeah, come on, he's been around for quite a while now. And when I wanted to get in touch with him, I was like, one message, like, "Hey, dude, can I DM you?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." Started following me, and we've been going on good terms for quite a while now.
Did somebody say it's a trap?
It's not that. Like some people, even though they're big, it's not that. It's like even though he is big on YouTube, even though he's famous, whatever that is. Like when I wanted to get in touch with him,
it's like email, but with fame.
It's like e-commerce or. Oh, we're going back to the 90s now with everything with an E in front of it. Remember those days? That was fun.
Or an @ sign, just wedged in for no apparent reason. You're a complete.
Oh come on! You have to replace at least half the letters with random numbers.
Yeah, leet speak, man.
In it.
But yeah, I mean, when it comes to internet fame and how it gets to people's heads,
it's just called fame.
I don't really get.
It's just called fame. It's not e-fame.
No, it's not.
Fame.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
Of course it is.
Not even the same. Because here's the thing: there's a difference between being just famous and being famous on the internet. When you're famous on the internet, you have constant connection with social media with your fans, and they keep feeding onto your ego all the time. When you're a famous scholar, yeah, you get that when you're on a university or you're just giving a lecture, then yeah, a lot of people are going to be around you. But once you're at home, they're gone.
Do I need to point you at someone like Piers Broadner's Twitter, where he gets a fuck ton of people just showing affection towards him constantly because he's on Twitter?
Because he is famous both outside and inside the internet.
No, he's famous outside the internet. Quite explicitly, everything he's done is offline.
So how come you just said that he's on Twitter?
No, look, we're getting into some sort of particularly sad semantic argument here, and I'm going to cry. It's just fame. It's just the medium in which they may talk to somebody or whatever like that. That doesn't matter. It's still just fame. No difference.
But what I'm going to say, maybe they're different categories. Once you bring that fame into the social media platforms, and you're in contact with your fans where they're feeding your ego 24/7, it becomes a whole other beast. Completely something different. That's what I'm saying.
And I just don't think that's true. Because, you can easily have, it's like, you can read about yourself in the magazines. I mean, like the Trumpers of this world, find Man of the Year, Time magazine in like a block on his desk.
Yeah, okay. Man of the Year, one article, and then one article tomorrow. How about 1,000 posts per minute?
Well, like I said, it's not like these people actually read any of this shit. Just in case you didn't notice, by the way, folks, none of these people care what you have to say.
No, they don't. They just look at their followers and their numbers and how many likes they get per tweet, and they're like, look, people love me.
Sargon gives a shit what you have to say about him, if it's at all critical.
Wow.
And we have to bring it back to Sargon now. Take it away, Robin.
What?
What did Sargon do this time?
I have utmost respect for Sargon. Everybody knows that.
Be a fat stock.
What? Well, he's a lovely guy. He's just, look, Sargon, if you're listening, and you probably are, maybe you've got me wrong. Let me just say this to you now. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
How dare you? How dare you?
Oh no!
Seems to be going around a lot.
But no, I am the disappointed dad of the internet.
But we're not talking about disappointment. Stop being.
I'm disappointed in you too, sir.
Let's see.
You could have been so much more.
Twitter.
You could have been so much more.
And
instead you decided to be, you.
You sound like it's a bad thing.
Well, I don't want it to be a bad thing, but... Well,
it's at least a thing.
Don't lay around in pig's blood in a public art gallery and go, oh yes, I hate homosexuals, now get that black hooker over here for me to fuck.
Well, that would be an improvement.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, Jack, we've had Sargon on the open house, and I've snored through his talkings. I should really actually upload that video again.
Wait, what?
Yeah, when the open house, we did a 65-hour stream once.
Oh God!
What the fuck?
Yes.
Why would you?
How did you not die?
Because. Anyway,
simple as that.
Yeah,
yeah.
And basically, it was a consistent, constant stream of 10 people in there for a good 65 hours. And I've still got the recording. It's 24 gigabytes. Yeah.
Uploading that to YouTube would take days.
Yeah, that would take a while. It's at 4 megabit per second. It's less than that. It's like 2 megabit per second. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. 24 gigabytes.
All right. Let me see if I can do the math. I kind of studied like computer science for like
65
half a year.
hours.
So.
Yeah, that's 65 hours around. And yeah, there is. I did actually have a little look through it because I was wondering what was happening while I was asleep. And there's basically everyone, obviously when Sargon comes in, it's like kind of going, oh my, hail Sargon, all this sort of business. I did say to them, look, he's just, I have actually seen a picture of him, and he is indeed just some guy. And look, he's like talking to these guys about whatever subject it was. He'd finally come out of his shell at this point, because beforehand he was very much like Woz, who doesn't really do the whole hangout thing particularly often and prefers to be with the script. And he'd sort of like finally got himself around to doing these live streams and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd say that we've trained him. And then you can just hear him talking to the guys about some particularly serious subject, and there's just me in the background like this. And you can just see the side chat on the thing just kind of going, who the fuck is snoring? Who the fuck is snoring? All the time. What the fuck is going on here? It's brilliant.
Good old days.
And yeah, hey there, mate, how you doing? And then when I woke up, Sargon disappears, and it's like, all right, okay, cheers. Yeah, I was just about to talk to you, but you're gonna go fine. And off we fuck.
Lovely.
Anyway, just gonna have a cigarette. Back in a second, guys.
Not a cigarette. That's not fair.
And go to his house to get some cigarettes, man.
They're gonna be open in like half an hour. It's like 6 a.m. here.
Oh, yeah, right. It's like 3 a.m. here.
7 p.m. The world's quickest power nap.
Well, it's 9 o'clock in PM here.
Yeah.
Try again.
It's 9 o'clock.
Oh, I see. PM or AM?
PM.
9 o'clock AM.
You're in the East Coast? No, that would make you in the West Coast, I guess. Not sure. Goddamn. Yeah, so where were we?
Sargon Akkad is boring?
I don't know. I stopped watching his videos like 2 weeks ago because here's the thing. I do that with a lot of YouTubers, not just Sargon, but once you start knowing where their stance is, you can almost predict everything they're going to say about every single topic because they just go with their biases rather than the facts. And once they fall into that, it takes them a little bit of a while to kind of wake up. And I would like to believe that Sargon is not a stupid guy. Like, eventually, maybe he's going to be like, wait a minute, I've been just going with this bias. Maybe I need to change. So maybe I'll give him a chance later on.
I mean, he's been, I mean, he can be sort of snapped out of it temporarily, but it doesn't. I don't know. I think it'll need something really big to happen for him to actually.
Did he? Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. For him to actually like permanently snap out of the bias, I think it will take a little more than like the old Twitter argument.
I'm not gonna watch like 20-30 minute videos
that he's putting out like 3 times a week and wait for that to happen. I'll just give it a break for a couple of months and then go back, watch a couple of videos, and be like, yeah, you need
I'm bored
a little bit more time to cook.
Yeah. Actually, I remember the only This Week in Stupid I ever watched was the one like Shu took over.
Yeah, that was
That's
funny.
It's the only This Week in Stupid that I watched because he's not funny. It's not funny at all.
It used to be funny, but now it's just, let's look at what the left has done. And as soon as you look at the articles, you're just like, I know exactly what you're going to say.
Do you guys remember that like petition he made?
Very funny. If he likes Jeremy Clarkson a lot.
Not sure about that. But do you guys remember it?
Yeah, I remember the petition about the, you mean the academia thing?
Yep.
One.
Oh boy.
Let's ban social justice from academia.
Oh, I thought you were. I want to see your internal affairs. That one.
No. Social justice out of academia and the whole thing. And you know, the last time I streamed with him, I was talking with him about something that's related to academia. It's about the Drexel professor.
Mm-hmm.
I think, well, I even told Spino here about it earlier this week, I think. Yeah, because we had a little bit of a disagreement on it, because he was going after the guy, and he's like, yeah, I would go after him, and I want him to pay the price for what he did, because he made a joke about white genocide, and I wouldn't shed a tear if he gets fired, but I want him to pay his dues for the mistakes you've done to society because of a joke. And I was like, why? I mean, aren't you just being a social justice warrior at this point? And he was like,
who's this?
No, we have to use their tactics.
Yeah.
What's this?
Use their and Sabatsarga. And,
oh, right.
And he was just like, yeah, if they said that was his exact words. They set their rules. We play the game with their rules. That's how we win. For some people, I think it's not about principles. It's not about being the better man. It's not about even changing the system to be a better system. It's all about winning.
Yeah, it's all about winning. And if you can imagine, you're sitting there and you're saying, so you're going to use their tactics after complaining for years about their tactics.
Yeah,
it's bad enough. It's bad enough you just being a hypocrite here, but I thought they lost everybody's sort of understanding because of their tactics.
Sounds like a lack of ethics.
I left the I left. I didn't really pursue the conversation after he said this to me. And it was on a crowd.
If I heard him say that again, if I heard him say that again, I would say ethics are for social justice warriors, aren't they?
No. He said something else. I mean, we were back and forth. It was a full panel on a crowd and T stream. It was the day before New Year's Eve, and I didn't want it to be I didn't want to bring tension to it because everybody was partying. So I left it when he said that I am willing to take the hit on my personality, on my reputation, and on my morals and ethics if I get to win.
Yeah.
Because they set the rules and I am playing with their rules.
It's sort of like, okay, it's okay because they do it. That's a really bad, that kind of ethical standard just means you are no better than them.
Well, we are talking about somebody who reads the Daily Mail. So this is.
He takes it serious.
It seems, for him, it's a source of information.
Even I'm an American. I know not to take the Daily Mail serious.
Yeah, but
seriously,
it's funny.
It's the wacky world in which we live at this point. Really,
I barely read the Daily Mail. I think I only read 2 or 3 articles from them.
I know people who can't read who don't take the Daily Mail seriously.
I just read the morning local paper.
Oh yeah, Robin. By the way, I made a little equation, and it'll probably take you around more than 3 days to upload those 24 gigabytes.
I'm at 17 megabit up, just to give you a heads up.
I'll need to rearrange. I went with 2. So let's see, 17.
Yeah, it was at 2 when I was doing it.
Yeah, alright. Let me see.
Now I'm streaming in glorious 1080p.
Ah, fantastic. Alright, let's see.
For your enjoyment, everyone. Not that hardly any of you fucking watch it at 1080p. You're always fucking saving your bandwidth.
Yeah, and?
What the hell, man? Nobody fucking, invest in your shit.
That doesn't really make any sense.
Well, then your maths suck.
Yeah, I know, because I'm getting a larger number here. That doesn't. That's something I'm doing wrong here.
Of course.
Let me
24
try again.
gigabytes, remember?
Yeah. Okay. What I'm trying to do is find out, okay, how many megabytes are that per minute? And then how are those per hour? And then per... Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong here.
Okay, so you've got to remember it's TCP/IP, so there's 8-bit bytes.
I know it's just a false integration. Let me just figure this out real quick. So 17...
You don't want the drunk guy to start teaching you math.
Yeah, no.
We've already got to that point in the stream. It's a bit late now.
So if it's 17 megabytes per second, that would be 1 gigabyte per minute. If it's consistent, that is.
Yeah, it's about 1.9, 1.8, around that sort of thing.
I'm getting 1.20. 1.020.
But like I said, it's the entire file is two large files, just around the 24 gigabyte mark.
Let's see, and that's per minute. We're 60 for per hour.
We're really making it. Yes, the stream is stopping for maths. We thought we'd make it extra compelling. Listening to somebody tap numbers into a calculator for you guys. We will be doing a special paint drying stream next week.
It's like commentary. I mean, the commentary on the mathematical equation is just thrilling. I mean, all listeners right now. The listeners are now they're on the edge of their seat. They're like, "What is the result? How is the result?"
Yeah, something's just wrong with this because I'm getting like 61 gigabytes per hour, and that's not right.
Just give up, man.
Yeah.
Give up.
Obviously, maths isn't your strong suit.
I know. I've never been good with math.
Then why are you doing this?
Why are you doing maths live? You don't know what you're doing. You should pre-record it. You can pretend to be smart. I mean, all the big YouTubers, they pre-record their videos to look smart.
Yeah, learn from Sargon.
Show no people in the stream.
Learn from Sargon.
It's just practice. At the point.
It does have a good lesson to teach.
Jack Olfson says, check Spino, Spino check Twitter. Or hey, Spino.
Oh, Jack Offson.
Okay, so
you say that as though he isn't already.
Someone is calling my name. What's happening here?
What else? Roger Stone Jr. was poisoned with the chemical element polonium-210. What?
I have no idea.
Roger Stone.
I don't know. I don't know what this is.
Breaking. Roger Stone was poisoned with palladium. Truth feed.
Oh, that sounds
polonium,
like
sorry.
Bullshit.
Polonium.
Who's Roger Stone?
The Russians did it.
Yeah,
Alex Jones is saying it.
Yeah, Roger Stone of Stone Cold Truth, long-time Trump advisor, New York Times bestseller author, rabble-rouser and libertarian conservative.
Okay, one of the groups that's saying this is Infowars, already completely fucking... zero evidence for this, probably bullshit.
I think he was assassinated by the same kind of people that assassinated Princess Leia. Carrie Fisher. I mean, they're the same people.
It won't surprise me.
Well, Carrie Fisher did say that she was not going to be able to live through a Trump presidency, so at least she kept her promise.
God! Oh, fuck.
What?
Be careful what you wish for.
Reality everywhere. You just need to know how to look for it.
I think you should be careful what you wish for then, because that's a painful way to go with a heart attack.
What are you talking about, Sven?
Okay, I'm getting kind of tired now, so I might actually drop out.
You suck.
Pleb.
Guys.
Such a pleb.
You've got no staying power, you kids, these days. It's only 2.
Come on,
Spinal.
It's free.
Hey, I don't know. I'm just lethargic today.
It's fucking 6 a.m. and I've been drinking for the past 12 hours. Get on my level.
It's not
Fine.
fun that you're working for the
I
past 8
turn up
hours.
late and you disappear shortly after I arrive. You just hate me, don't you?
No, Searle, it's not just him.
I'll stay for a little longer then. Fuck off.
Yeah,
I'll stay longer, fuck off.
Oh,
I
perfect.
completely agree with the hating Searle message to the stream.
I love how we bully people to stay in here. Like usually bullies would just try to kick people out of their group, or the other way around.
I bully people in. So yeah, if
Wouldn't
any
that
of
be
you,
amazing?
any of you sort of like, I think I'm having a bit of it seems we've got a lot of ex-Sargonites coming out here, sort of like kind of exodus from Sargon streams, and kind of sitting there, kind of going, yeah, really, I'm sick and tired of Sargon talking about this all the time. He's got no fucking thing. It's kind of going, yeah, I know.
I mean, here's the thing. I think he is reaching. He's reaching a point where he's just burning out. Like, if your entire mantra is just a few talking points where you just want to take out the left or just want to support Trump, well, not supporting Trump, but that's supporting Trump, but supporting Trump at the same time. You know what I mean? But then you run out of points, and then you run out of points, and you start repeating the same shit over and over and over again. Guess what? People get bored.
I start watching his shit when he compared autism to feminism or something like that. I remember that fucking video.
Oh, that video where if you have feminism, you're an autist and you intentionally make yourself worse. It's not a mental disorder; it's a badge of pride for feminism.
Yeah, that's when I
That
start
was
watching
when he jumped the
shit.
shark.
That's when I start watching his shit.
I remember. Yeah,
cool.
I
He
think
lost
he
about
jumped.
5,000 subscribers for that.
I think he jumped the shark when he said that. You know the whole meme with hashtag not all.
Mm.
But when he goes like, no, I don't agree with not all. Yes, all feminists. And I was like, dude, all right, you lost it now.
Fascism.
Okay, come on. No, the whole point of not all is that it's not an argument to use when you are criticizing a group of people.
No, and
if
he
you're
was
criticizing some kind of ideology, just because there are exceptions, it doesn't mean that those exceptions invalidate the criticism.
It wasn't about the group.
But the actual claim, hashtag not all, is normally accurate.
Well,
Hold
there's
on.
I use the
exact
expression.
exact.
I prefer to use this expression, which is the exceptions do not prove the rule.
Hold on. He was talking exactly about a certain point when it comes to feminism, which is patriarchy, and the belief of a patriarchy in his own mind. The patriarchy in feminism is like this conspiracy, multinational, all men together. You know, that kind of straw man that he gives, and he was like, "Yes, all feminists believe that."
Yeah, only the most radical interpretations of patriarchy theory state that all men have this crazy idea of we're literally going to oppress women for fun.
Well, the best way to combat radicalism is more radicalism, as we all know.
Yeah, of course.
What could
And
go
then
wrong there?
that's when I was like, "Yeah, you kind of lost your. You just jumped the shark when it comes to feminism, at least, because again, like, yeah, we can discuss ideas back and forth." Ideas that come from feminism, ideas that come from Black Lives Matter, ideas that come from Islam, Christianity, capitalism. But when I go like, all capitalists believe this, all white people believe that, how much people are going to take me seriously? They're going to be like, what are you talking about, dude?
Hang on, there are a few all statements that do make sense, like all people that are able to take part in the world have made the base assumption that they exist, the world exists, and that they can learn about it.
Extreme nihilism says otherwise.
Do you remember? I'm trying to remember the name of her, Rossa Mocha or something like that. This 20-something-year-old pair of tits talking. and she was basically she was sort of like getting all uppity about people having to use not all at her. It's kind of course not all. That's what I'm saying. And she without irony said that, and virtually in the same sentence, okay, that she doesn't like Muslims. Now she knows that not all Muslims are bad people. She just doesn't like Muslims. and then literally seconds later she goes, "But I love the police, even though I know that some police are bad people." And I was just basically... I was just sitting there trying to ask her to kind of reconcile this bizarre statement in the sense that I can say, oh yeah, Muslims are terrible people. It's like, what, all of them? No, not all of them, just some of them, the bad ones. And then you kind of go, whereas the police, they're great people. But what, all of them? No, some of them are bad. It's like...
Okay, now you're talking about someone who made a point that they haven't thought through, and when you pointed it out to them, like, yeah, you haven't said it in the nicest way, and they're like, okay, they're considered. But when someone goes out of their way to make a point, and that's why I was like, okay, it's not like he said all feminists believe that and just stopped. He made it a certain point. He's like, yes, people are going to come with me and say that not all. No, I don't think that not all of feminists believe so and so. And he started with his feminist theory. Another feminist said that his patriarchy theory is straw man, that he's like, yeah, all of you feminists, from Rebecca Watson to Liana Kay to the skeptic feminist, all of you believe this because I say so. You jumped the shark, mate.
Yeah, well, I see this a lot with the anti-theist atheists out there, who seem to be more strident about people's religion than they are.
Well, hang on. There's a few religious people that agree with them, like Dean Esme.
I mean, okay, if you want to tackle an idea, here's the thing. You can separate it from the people. I can just go like, okay, patriarchy and this idea of patriarchy is a bad idea because it's fucking nonsense. So tackle the idea. Why do you want to drag people into it? Why do you go like, you guys? It's you guys' fault. The idea. I'm not going to attack the idea. It's you guys' fault.
Yeah, like, but it's like you're saying with the attacking the idea, not the person. It's like patriarchy is dumb, and you're dumb for believing, regardless of how many it is.
No, okay. If I come to you, if let's say you're into equal rights, I mean, I would. If someone asks me like, what do I do? Most like on my Twitter, I'm a women's rights activist, and yes, some people would prefer to call me feminist. I don't like that label because it's fucking tainted, but yeah, I would like to just be something more descriptive. Women's activist. I'm an activist for women's rights in Saudi Arabia. That's it. But I've been called feminist a few times. I wouldn't appreciate it if someone comes to me and is like, you believe in patriarchy now, don't you? Like, dude, just don't do that.
But because Saudi Arabia is one of the only countries which is classifiable as a patriarchy.
It does. But it's not like I believe in the patriarchy theory in the global sense. And even the whole straw man that they push, like, it's not a conspiracy. It's a system that is built there. And most men, even the men that are in Saudi Arabia, they're not even happy with it. So it's not about the men. The men are controlling now. The men are just a product of a system. And the laws need to be changed.
Do you know what the fuck is that?
What?
I don't know.
That high-pitched noise.
I think it's for me. I'm just going to mute myself.
Yeah, it stopped as soon as Habib's muted herself. But yeah, the best part about patriarchy theory is there's like 7 or 8 different versions.
Oh,
no. They range from, historically, men have had an advantage because women have been more important to keep surviving and men are expendable. Therefore, they ended up in all the political, military, and economic power because of that. 2, men are having this overarching, dastardly, mustache-twirling conspiracy to oppress women actively.
Don't forget to bring Evil Laugh along.
That was implied by mustache twirling.
Sorry, I was doing the mustache twirling while laughing.
You have a mustache?
No. It's an imaginary mustache. It's my own.
Well, I can do it in your stand.
It's actually a surrealist painter mustache.
That's one of those super wispy wired line ones you can fry.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think I'll say one more thing and I'll have to jump off now. But it's like, how to put it? your like description or whatever is kind of bullshit when you have like 8 or 9 different versions of them. Like
Not necessarily
explaining. And I'm just saying, like if you need to explain what patriarchy is in 9 fucking different ways, and it's like just this one thing, I think it's kind of bullshit.
Okay, let me play the devil's advocate here. Does consciousness exist?
No, not assuming rights, that's why I'm justified for killing you.
Okay, does consciousness exist? Do you have consciousness? Are you self-conscious?
I would assume so.
Then look at how many definitions of consciousness are out there. So many books written about it trying to explain it.
Actually,
of course I'm self-conscious. It doesn't mean necessarily that I'm conscious.
All right, I mean that's another opinion that's out there. Even here, perhaps one guy was going like, "Yeah, it exists," and another guy going like, "It doesn't exist."
You're talking about shades of patriarchy.
We're also talking about the fact that there's multiple different fractions of feminists discussing patriarchy and what it is that argue vehemently with each other, going, "No, we're the people that got it right. You're all wrong." And then shout buzzwords at each other that actually do have some meanings, but each of them have a different interpretation of the meaning, thus completely ruining their form of communication because they don't agree upon terms. Fucking lunatics.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at the political sphere, and when it comes to what is democracy versus democracy or authoritarianism, capitalism,
or
anarcho-capitalism, and every single person would have the different idea of what it is, and they'd look at the dictionary definition as a reference rather than the actual definition. They're like, yeah, it's just it's a suggestion rather than what the word actually means. Doesn't mean that the idea is bullshit or not. It just means that people are fucking stupid.
Well, people are stupid. I think we can certainly take that one home with us.
Yeah.
People are dumb.
Isn't democracy 25% of the population telling everyone else what to do?
No, it's about 80.
10.
Yeah,
10.
I think it really depends. Roughly. Yeah, you've got to remember the other half of that percentage saying no, don't do it.
12% tells you what 100% of people agree upon.
When I say the 25%, that is basically what swung the last general election and got our majority government and what got Brexit. 25% of the population.
Nice.
If you want to be salty over Brexit, be salty over the fact that Theresa May said no deal is better than a bad deal or an okay deal.
Actually, yeah, have you not seen the fucking bullshit that's come out of her in the last couple of days?
No, I haven't been following. Trump has been entertaining me so much.
She has basically said that we're going to leave every single part of the EU if they don't bend over backwards, do everything we want, and give us more political power than we currently have in the European Union while we have no seats on the council.
What?
And if we don't get that, we're leaving everything, including the single market.
So every single person that is British living in Spain, that is not going to affect them in any way, shape, or form. I promise.
Oh, and also, after we leave the free travel zone, they have to keep letting English people in, or else. She never qualified what she meant, or else.
It's like...
Well, she did say we defeated the Nazis and we defeated Napoleon, so we will defeat Europe if we have to.
Oh my good God.
Russia.
She's got to go. She's got to go. It's like... She's retarded.
Did she actually
2
say
bombs
that?
weren't enough?
Yeah, I think so.
You needed to drop the bombs here, evidently.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was hinting at.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to find words. Give me words.
Like, that's going to be an interesting one.
Bunnies.
Fence-sitting half-fascist France while Europe's getting invaded by Nazi England. And liberal Germany has to save the day.
What?
Well, I can
100 years later. Okay, 100 years
sure...
later, England is recreating World War II. With an alternative history twist of what if the English and the French were the bad guys.
Good God. We warned you. We warned you. We warned you all the time, and none of you listened.
No offense, but I think Britain was getting their ass kicked until we came in and helped them during World War II.
No, that's not true.
Are you
That's
American or
not
Canadian?
true. We actually won the war when the Canadians helped. You basically turned up to mop up. You were there to fight Russia.
Yeah, the reason that America turned up was to stop the Russians from getting to Berlin first.
I mean, yeah, you were
I
quite.
kicked the Japs' ass.
You guys were quite.
Oh yeah, that was going to be a tricky one for you.
You were part of quite a coalition in Normandy Beach. No one can deny that. However, you weren't the only ones on that beach.
You know who died the most?
And also,
who died the most on Normandy Beach were the Canadians.
Also, the Americans were never in the African front, as far as I know.
What? Yes, we were.
Sure? Where?
Yes. I mean, gotta Google this.
You're in the holding operation in the front.
My hometown had a prison, had African cops, POWs.
There were
I thought you were saying
Anglo-American.
Jews.
Yeah, Operation Torch was an Anglo-American landing. Which was in 42.
My mistake. I never learned about World War II in school, so...
Step the fuck back.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Denmark was just like, yeah, we don't want no trouble. Please don't hit us. Please don't bomb us like Japs. I don't know.
We should have just invaded Russia while we were at it.
Yeah.
What? Have all your troops die of starvation in the cold?
No.
Yeah, we worked out well for the Nazis.
In World War
Worked
II,
out well for
we
Napoleon.
Oh yeah, the whole I love that, like, Napoleon fucking Hitler lost to the same thing, Russian winter.
Everyone loses to Russian winter, even the Russians.
Well,
yeah, millions of Russians died.
Well, they use the salted earth technique, where
The only
basically
time-
they'll fuck up every last village on the way to there, so that there's nothing for you to be able to subside on your way up there. So they do their very best to stretch out your supply lines.
Also, there is a problem with invading Russia.
It's big.
The only time you can actually invade them properly is autumn.
Yeah,
because half of the border between the Scandinavian countries and Russia before autumn is quagmires all the summer and spring, and it's ice all winter. So you have autumn as the only time where you actually got hard ground you can march on. So you have to march into winter pretty much. So if you don't invade them quicker enough, you get stuck in winter and you die.
Oh boy.
You literally have to be in and out in 3 months flat.
Well, it's you know, the interesting thing is that Hitler was really in charge of this particular ploy, and his whole shtick was to break the Russians, and so that's why he went to Stalingrad instead of going south. He could have basically cut off their supply lines to their oil and taken them for himself, and then shored that up so that they would just basically spend their most of the war trying to get their supply lines back, while obviously running out of supplies. But instead, he wanted to break the will of the Russians, because as we all know, the Russians aren't particularly willful.
Or hard, or headstrong, or stubborn.
Oh, they sure were hard when they came to Germany.
Yeah.
If you get what I'm saying.
I'm pretty sure the only reason why East Berlin ever existed was because of Stalingrad.
Definitely. That I think the failure at Stalingrad is what led to the decline of the wall on their end.
Well, they've already lost, you see. This is the thing. Once you've actually got the only thing that we couldn't do, the British, was basically take pretty much all of Germany using air force, for example. Once the Germans had basically lost the air war, that it was over for them. They were contained. So at this point, they were just basically playing a defensive war. The Russians were looking to invade, and in order to combat that, the Germans then basically pre-invaded to stop them from doing that. So this is why the Russians lost so many troops in that early invasion, was because they were all set up as a front line, ready to basically fly light troops over for an invasion force. and they had light tanks and things like that, so they could get over, run on German roads and all that sort of thing. And the Germans just came along with a large force and just basically obliterated them before they had the chance. And so, it wasn't a bad ploy to actually do that counter-attack. The bad ploy was the fact that
they stayed.
He just pushed on instead of actually just basically putting them in a containment point so that they couldn't really, instead he could have invaded a little bit of Russia and then held it well. There's mountainous areas where they could basically put up a sort of almost like a 300 defense, so they have to go through this area in order to get to you. Instead, he just pushed on through to expand out to the wider parts of Russia, which means that you've got no chance of holding all of that.
Yeah, and it happened. I mean, he almost actually did that. He almost was like, okay, we're done. We can't really go forward. But then you remember the whole Valkyrie thing when the first assassination attempt, and he survived it, and he thought of himself as a divine, like the divine intervention happened, and he was like, chosen by God. He's like, there's nothing stopping me. Why should I stop at the Russian border?
Speaking of gods,
to be honest, surviving Project Valkyrie is kind of an adrenaline rush and to boost your ego. I mean, there's a bomb go off next to you and you're fine with a couple of scrapes.
Yeah, as long as you're on the ground at the time.
Yeah.
It's like if you're, grenades and bombs and stuff like that. Yeah, if you're way more in danger if you're stood up. Whereas explosions go up.
By table legs.
Yeah, explosions go up.
The Taliban leader Mullah Omar survived 2 grenades and a bullet in his eye.
Badass.
Damn.
Interesting to know,
I'll be
guys.
seeing you guys later.
No worries, mate. Take it easy.
Right, later, man.
On gaming
Later,
news, it looks like Bad Flight Interactive need their wrists slapped. The video game industry is a tough business. For every developer and publisher, one thing reigns supreme as to whether the game sinks or swims: the review score.
Pussies!
While I don't relish reviewing games poorly and assigning low scores, it's the job of the critic to provide a fair and reasoned assessment of the game. It is not the critic's job to go out of their way to protect creators' business interests. Recently, COG Connected was approached by developer Badfly Interactive to review the studio's upcoming console release of Dead Effect 2. The communication exchange was typical. The developer approach, we expressed interest in the code, in a code, sorry. What happened next was a drastic diversion from the norm, and we feel it's important to address with our readers and the broader community. I think we actually have an ethical publication here. This is Sean Petreshuk. I do not know who this person is. I really don't know much about COG Connected. But I am applauding this piece, which is Badfly creative director Ludimir Diecast sent a code via email with a note. It's not uncommon for small developers to develop their small teams and remind critics that they are not AAA houses. However, Diecast took things a step further. Just let me begin mentioning one thing, though. This is what he said. Diecast is saying. Let me just mention one thing, though. This is an indie game which, unfortunately, is very often compared with big-budget games, and that's quite a problem and very much damages its reputation in final ratings. Please take into consideration the fact that the game is created by a small team of developers, 11, who just tried to develop a good shooter game. That's about it. Unfortunately, a number of journalists have other much bigger expectations from it, and that's very damaging for us eventually. So far so good, right? What's the problem, you may be asking? It's the last line in the email that's the problem. He says, also, we're working on several other games that are definitely interesting, and if your review or preview of Dead Effect 2 is very negative, you won't receive any keys from us in the future.
A small publisher, that is literally just shooting yourself in the foot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like Digital Homicide and what they did with Jim Sterling. Now, by the way, there's another developer that's going after him now, that's trying to ban him from YouTube because he called their game a piece of crap.
To any PR representative, publisher, or developer who out there who thinks that threatening to blackball an outlet for writing an honest review is a good practice, I'm going to go ahead and stop you right now. It isn't. It's a tactic that is used to undermine the review process, and any site who hopes to keep its readers would never stand for it. For that exact reason, we won't be reviewing Dead Effect 2. However, we hope that Badfly Interactive can perhaps learn a better approach when they are having their games reviewed. Should their attitude change, perhaps ours will too. COG Connected will not be bullied or threatened. We stand by every outlet that does the same. In a time when the integrity of this business is called out at a moment's notice, it's important to show readers that we can indeed be trusted and do have their best interests at heart.
I applaud that. It's pretty brilliant.
Right on.
Here's there's a thing that happened. There's a thing that happened yesterday when it comes to gaming stuff. The announcement of the Switch and all the brouhaha that's going on the internet. And there's this little tweet by Randy Pitchford, the guy from Gearbox. And there's this guy that's asking him, will Borderlands 3 ever come out on the Switch? And through that thread, he's like, yeah, we've been talking with Nintendo, and all of a sudden they stopped talking to us. They have better priorities. Oh, they have other priorities, not better priorities.
Same thing as far as Gearbox is concerned, but
love him or hate him, for a console like the Switch and for a console owner like Nintendo, who's been struggling with third-party support for the last 3 generations, if not even 4, of consoles, shunning a developer is not in your best interest. However, what I'm seeing from the gaming, let's say the Twitter sphere and other Reddits of our gaming community, they're quite happy about it. They're like, yeah, they're shunning a developer. That's a smart idea. And by the way, the guy who was tweeting at him, he was a guy who was willing to buy Borderlands 3 for the Switch. He wanted to buy it and just play it on the go. Fair enough.
Well, you've got to also understand something about Nintendo, is that they don't play ball with people who aren't prepared to play ball with them. And I'm sure a lot of developers, especially the bigger developers, are all very, they come in with very sharp elbows.
Oh, no. I talked to, I remember it was an event for PES, Pro Evolution Soccer. I think it was 2014 or 2013. Back then I used to work for a small outlet called Game Recon, a local outlet for reviewing games and stuff. And I bought it into the weirdest conversation. It was the Middle Eastern representative from Activision and EA both chatting with one another, and I just was like, hey, I'm a journalist from this and that, and we started chatting about, we started comparing silly things like Need for Speed versus Gran Turismo and PES versus FIFA and which one is better. But then I asked them about the whole Nintendo thing, because at the time EA was completely like, nope, no Nintendo, we're not doing anything with them. And this is what the EA guy told me, is like, yeah, we've been, before the release of the PS3 and the Xbox, with each iteration of the beta prototype, they would call representatives all those companies, and they'd have like people, software engineers and developers, and they're like, this is the console, this is the kind of stuff that we have, what do you guys want? We want the best system that you guys can develop for. What Nintendo did, once they announced the system, with the announcement, a week before, they just sent a press release. Well, not a press release, like a developer's release. They're like, hey, if you want to pre-order your dev kit, this is it. And most of the big developers, they're like, we already have plans for these. If you want us to support this, you don't send us like a week or two before the actual announcement. They go like, hey, would you like to buy? Not even like we're going to send you one. You would like to buy a dev kit. And even with the Xbox and the PS3, the language of the console market has changed. You see Sony and Microsoft referring to their developers as partners. But Nintendo is just referring to them as people who buy stuff from us.
Actually, that's a lot to do with the difference between work ethics. Japan has a really, really weird work and honor culture ethic, and how they do business stuff. It's
and
kind of crazy.
I get it. If I was in their shoes, I'm like, bitch, you need to sell your console. You don't treat me like that. And I have better things to do. I don't blame them to just walk away. But right now, to see them even not, they're taking a step forward where a developer is interested in their product and they're shunning them. They're like, we're just going to stop talking to you for months. Fuck you. I mean, what, you want to develop for us? Just wait in line, buddy.
Buy it when the console's released.
Yeah, whether you like Randy Pitchford or not, whether you like Gearbox or not, no one can look at that and say, that's a smart idea. No one. I mean, and don't tell me like, oh, it's going to waste time replying to all emails. Come on, email list. Just add his name to the list, and he's going to get all the updates. That's it.
I mean, come on, Nintendo. You could have had Battleborn on that.
Are PR people worth anything?
Well, shit. It's like, here's Dave.
And by the way, that's.
Oh,
I had a little. Well, he didn't reply to me, but Monday Matt was going like, yeah, Battleborn didn't sell pretty well, so yeah, they should shun Randy Pitchford. And I'm like, what?
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, we do have basically their big game releases, our newest games, they say, which is Battleborn, Duke Nukem 3D 20th Anniversary World Tour, and Homeworld Deserts of Karak. Which is actually just done by the original team that did Homeworld.
Yeah, Homeworld was kind of, like I get it. Their releases are crap, but that has nothing to do with it.
Well, as far as Nintendo is concerned, it does. I've found that they are very picky on who they want developing for their consoles. They've always been
no wonder why they got a lot of shovelware for the Wii, the Wii U, and the 3DS. No wonder.
Well, it's their shovelware, that's the thing, yeah.
No, they have a lot of third-party little indies that develop like the weirdest motion control
games. Yeah, they love
games.
that shit, yeah.
And
Okay.
no, right, with the Switch, my prediction at least is going to be
from.
What?
Check out where the development studio was actually made.
A lot of European and Japanese ones.
Central Europe and Japan, i.e. not the English-speaking world.
Yeah, sorry, the Japanese, they have a weird love-hate relationship with us English speakers. I guess it's nice to know how we fucked them over. Yes, even the English managed to fuck around with the Japanese.
Oh, this is brilliant. Somebody obviously bought No Man's Sky, and they got the sort of like the special box there, and basically
the reminder picture.
Yeah, the girlfriend was a bit too hyped about the Switch reveal, so to keep her grounded, I told her to hold the reminder box, and so she's just sitting there hugging the box edition of No Man's Sky and just kind of going, "Remember what we said about hype, darling."
I've seen that picture. It's amazing.
Well, I'm glad people are starting to sort of like do this sort of thing. You know, you remember when we were talking about No Man's Sky before it came out? I'm sitting there kind of going, yeah, and everybody around me is like kind of going, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about, man. It's gonna be the bomb. It's gonna be the best.
Maybe, I never. I heard stuff about No Man's Sky, and I was just like, this sounds a little too good to be true. I'm gonna wait until.
That was exactly what I said about it.
Yeah, and
I just found it really, really suspicious.
I wasn't even necessarily thinking it was gonna be as bad as it actually was. I was just thinking maybe this might not necessarily be the game for me. I want to actually see it in action before anything happens. And yeah, it looked like that was a decent decision.
The team was too small. It was an indie game, and they were saying that you're going to have multiplayer on a scale that's on the level of, say, Elite Dangerous type level of multiplayer. And I just at that point I just knew that it was never going to happen. You need servers upon servers upon servers to be able to.
When it comes to servers, I mean, they had the backing of Sony.
All these reviews that came out literally a week before the game, where they're going, yeah, it's a cool space exploration game, and you got a little bit of crafting in it, and it's not too much, and you can just jump around from planet to planet and planet, and it's really just about the adventure. What fucking version of the games were the reviewers playing?
No, here's the thing that I agree with Spino here. Like,
Blow drop and Coke.
No one actually expected it to be this bad, and I thought that it would be released with at least 50% of the promised features, and they would be buggy. That was my prediction. I was like, yeah, it might be a little bit more, a bit less. It might be 70%, might be 30%, but what was released is just garbage.
So I was thinking on this person about the game super suspicious then, with the fact that everything said about the game came from literally one person, which would just say yes to everything asked him in an interview, wanted to be like, yes and more. That was literally his response to everything, was like, will this game have multiplayer? Yes, it'll be a massively MMO multiplayer game. Will it have a single player narrative? Yes, it'll have a strong story running for the entire game. It'll be one of the best stories ever made.
I just thought I'd share this tweet. Did you see this?
This is the best.
Yeah, just click on that. It says the alt-right, and it's got a picture of Hitler, how the left sees it. And then it's just some hick, how the normies see it. How the mainstream sees it. How they see themselves as, well, Pinochet? Fucking hell. And how their friends see it. And then you've got what it actually is. Autism speaks.
Actually, I have to make a little rant about this. Autism Speaks is actually a really shitty organization.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that think they're like a decent charity and they're not.
Well, it's a great name.
Yeah.
They're a good sponsor.
They really did win out on the branding for the name.
Hey, Habib, do you think you'll be able to get the author for the Atheist Muslim back on a stream again, or?
Soon.
I can't remember his name.
Ahmed Rizvi. No, Ali Rizvi, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions you want to ask him?
Oh no, I haven't read the book. It was just the stream I watched. There was a lot of people in it, and I thought it was gonna be a more one-on-one with you two.
It just went out of hand, and not a proud moment in my streaming history, I would say. So.
Well, it's not your fault. It was Sargon that to come out that kind of just threw it all out of whack. He came off kind of aggressive for some reason.
Yeah, I was like, we were going to interview the guy, and he's like, no, let's have a debate about how all Muslims are bad.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! People are so fucking stupid.
What happened?
Yes.
Oh, somebody goes. A kid born in 2005 is now 20 years old. Let that sink in.
What? That's impossible, because I'm only 23. Well, I'm turning 23. I'm turning 23 in a month. How the fuck are they born? I'm born in 94. How are they born? They're 20 in 2005. What the fuck?
Oh, it gets worse.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, somebody goes, no, laugh my ass off. How is he 20? Are you wild? He's 18 at max. How does at max?
Hold on. I mean, maybe, just maybe, give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they invented a time machine.
They're literally saying, somebody goes, you mean 12, right? And then somebody kind of goes, 2012 minus 2017. Do the math. It's 18 years.
What?
Can I
No.
guys, can I just degenerate the conversation even more and say, if we're
What's
going with
the
aim as ye, no matter how young they are, they're old enough to suck cock.
Well, if you're Muhammad, then yeah, why not?
Somebody comes up and goes, I was born in 1998 and I'm turning 19 this year. Do you know what they answered with? That's your personal problem.
Not a troll? Not a troll?
They're crazy.
I'm just gonna... Yeah, Magda's kind of just wondering why I'm screeching like a... I'm not allowed to screech, sorry.
I want to throw myself out the balcony now.
I wonder why the UK government expects us to keep doing our maths until we get a C grade. There's going to fucking idiots like that. They must have gone onto Twitter, read some math, and just went, no, that's it. Mandatory mathematics until everyone can get it.
Well, we're talking about Trump voters here. What do you expect?
Yeah, the people that think that the country is like, every single metric that they were asked on, every single one they got wrong. Did you know this? The Conservative, they did this test on various sort of polling people on what they think the economy is like, what they think that happened, all this sort of thing. Every single metric, Trump voters got wrong. If you're a Conservative, you got most of it right. If you were a Liberal or a Democrat, you got most of it right. But if you're a Trump supporter, completely wrong.
Though I do
Every
want to
metric.
point out, Robin, one
Hello.
thing about the thing of them saying it 18 at most. If they commit a heinous crime in the United States, they are tried as an 18-year-old.
I suppose.
That's the same thing, right?
Why
Well,
not?
legally
Fuck
speaking,
it.
it's actually the same thing.
Fuck it. Maths.
Oh,
it's
actually, that's a
subjective.
good point. If we're going to be subjective with age and go they can be tried as an adult, why can't I fuck them as an adult?
Oh, dear.
What?
Why can't they then go to the pub with people and have a beer? I mean,
The
legally
open
they're
house
being
does
treated as
not
an 18-year-old.
does not endorse the fucking of children. Just so I'd like to
But if
put that through.
if you wish to talk about fucking children and stuff like that,
Okay, well, hold on. I mean, I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you guys here. If you're hold on. I mean, if you're against fucking children, you're against my culture now.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Yes, we are. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we start talking about fucking children and up comes Fox. Something to add?
Sorry, should we say you
And he's run away.
Yeah, run for your life.
Oh boy.
So, Fox, we'd like to ask you some questions about youthing children.
I'm not drunk enough for this.
Yes, you are.
I think I'm
Not even close, man. Not even close.
just nobody's drunk enough for furries.
Or you think.
My good
Or
God.
syrup.
So yeah, it's holy fuck. Just released. We're in 2017, not 2020. Probably explains the confusion. How embarrassing. Yeah. I mean, they're sitting there saying 18. Forget the fact that they thought 25, but this person said 18 when we're not even at 2017.
If they're 18, how the fuck how old am I? This is my question, because I was born in 94.
Even at 2000, even born 5 years earlier, they still wouldn't be 18.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's in the numbers 17. But just
Robin, it's okay. Some people have special needs. You have to learn to love and accept them.
that's a level of I can't math. I can't comprehend that. That's beyond. that's got to be Poe. Please let it be Poe. It's got to be Poe. Are you going to bed, baby?
What did Lucian do this time? He advocated doxing.
Of course.
He wanted a list of commies with names and addresses and shit. He wanted to. He actually said that the world would be a better place if everyone spent 4 hours of a month doxing commies.
Well, here's from A Voice for Men, and they are rather pro-doxing.
Yeah.
I just turn around and say I'd much rather have a communist revolution than a fascist revolution.
Why? Because you get to
Communists
start death slowly in one.
Because I'm more likely to starve to death under communism than I am to be shot under fascism.
I would get shot under fascism, and I would starve under communism. Yeah.
I'd get shot.
That's an description.
They would shoot me in the bathroom, probably.
Fido, you should be okay though. Don't you get accused of being a commie all the time now?
I do. Yeah, maybe I could join the party.
You'd have to do
And
that
then I'll
after the
starve.
revolution.
It's
I
rough
can't,
being a social democrat.
But at least I have a chance in a communist state. I don't in a fascist one.
Exactly.
What are you talking about? You're a social democrat, and Nazis, they're what do you call it? National Socialist Party. So you're socialist, so you could agree on that bit.
Keck.
Well, I mean, everybody. The thing is, everybody's a commie if you're basically some storm fag at this point, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like how Tony Blair is a radical left-wing activist. If you ask Theresa May.
Yeah, this is the level. You know, it's got to the point. I mean, I went on Stormfront just to have a look at it.
It's one of the most amazing websites on the internet.
It's amazing, and they're the only website that I know of that uses kebab as a derogative term to Arabs, unironically.
For me, more than anything else, it was a bit like reading Poll, but with somebody using a spell checker.
And I was just like, I was just reading the whole thing, and I'm like, oh, a kebab just killed a person there, or we removed kebab from there, and I was like, they're writing it as if it is a serious article, and I'm like, what am I reading here?
Food? Is it a kebab food?
I know.
Why are they telling food? How does food blow themselves up?
Here's what I'm gonna do once I sober up. Here's what I'm gonna do once I sober up. I'm gonna look up all their authors, and I'm gonna start spamming them with kebab pictures.
Well, I would like to introduce them to every person in England who goes out drinking on a Friday night and gets a kebab at 2 a.m. Because if you remove kebabs from English culture, you're going to have a lot of very angry drunk people to deal with.
It's like removing tea.
Well, then you have a lot of sober, very angry people to deal with. Do you want your polite letters to be legible or not? That's the choice.
Oh boy. No,
As a
kebab is never
we will
going to
send
be removed.
so many polite letters to you that you will never get mail again.
I mean, okay, here's the realistic thing about removing kebab, and let's just get rid of kebab. What is the most European place, at least in Moscow? Like, the most... Is Moscow even in Europe? Like, I don't know what the definition of it is, but, you know, the most Moscowish or Russian place in Moscow would be the Red Square. That's where all their heritage is, that's where their government is, all the monasteries and cathedrals and everything is there. I know what's there.
Excuse me.
A kebab shop.
Of course.
So no, our kebab's not going to go anywhere.
Not from fucking England, they're not.
And there's a pub just next to the kebab shop.
If kebabs left England, the entire British culture would just vanish overnight.
There's on the main street of the Red Square, there are about 4 or 5 shops. If I remember the order correctly, there is first the kebab shop on the corner, and then there's a Levi's shop, and then a McDonald's, and the 4th one is a pub.
Don't shout McDonald's.
Somebody goes. I thought kebab was for Turks.
Kebab is an Arabic one. Now Turks would have a different kind of kebab, and the Persians have a different kind of kebab.
Yeah, I'm just saying a burger's just for Americans.
Yeah, it originated. Some people would say it originated in Greece. I don't really think so.
I'm sure that it's basically grown up in various parts of the Middle East, and generally I've found that with a lot of kebabs they have a very Mediterranean palate.
Yeah, so, it's basically in Syria. That's where it originated.
Yeah.
And yeah, some people say Greece, but I'm not sure because, again, you can never tell with these like ancient foods. But who cares? Actually perfected it. And then they imported it from us and they started calling it gyros. And I'm like, no, ours now. Shut up. Go away.
It belongs to whichever culture is currently claiming ownership of it.
My rules of food. Does it taste good? If so, I don't give a shit what it's called. I don't eat it.
Okay, I'm going to call this, by the way, to anybody who is freaking out online right now about this LGBTQP business.
What's a P now?
Pedosexual.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call this right now. I'm going to call this right now. This is Poe out of 4chan.
Yeah, I have 2 major complaints with this. One, queer shouldn't be on there because that means different, and as far as the LBGT is concerned, that's a derogatory term. And I should not be there because intersex is not a gender or sexuality.
The rare medical condition should be treated as such.
Yes.
But anyway, yes, somebody posted one of these, the pedosexual business, and they actually linked it to the LGBT website, one of them. And I went to that website. Yeah, I went to that website and searched the entire website for this particular thing. It doesn't exist. These people are liars, and they're trying to basically fuck with people. And I swear to you, They're making up accounts, and then suddenly 4chan is aware of them immediately. Yeah.
Typical 4chan.
So let me just point this out again. People are making up shit to make the LGBT sound bad and can accuse them of being paedophiles. That's happened in the 80s when they were fighting to begin with.
Oh wait, are we talking about the LGBTQP thing?
Yeah.
Now, in my opinion, it looks like the way they are framing a lot of the stuff, it looks like a way to satirize LGBT arguments, to sort of say this is how it sounds like to us. Outside of that, though, that's my opinion. It looks like some sort of like effectively like a satire thing, just to prove how bad like LGBT arguments are or something.
So you construct a straw man to argue against a straw man.
That's right.
Right.
Welcome
There are
to 4chan.
actually some crazy people who think that it should be the LGBTQIAPK.
I don't know.
And STUPXY.
I think there's actually longer versions that exist.
PIZZA.
Troll when Penny was tweeting.
BACON. Stuff.
The shit reminds me of something I have to work with. Something I have to work with is like, sort of, because of the LGBTQ shit. I don't really like the word queer, quite honestly. That's fine, derogatory.
Can we just nuke it all?
Yeah.
I just call it the LGBT. I don't get what the added bullshit onto it is. It's like
I just want to. I don't care anymore. I just want to nuke it all.
Mind, I honestly don't have that big of a deal with the P compared to the intersex and
I mean, if you're into that, you're into that. I mean, no one's going to judge you.
But no, because being a pedophile.
I'm not going to pee on you though, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I've just linked onto the Twitter.
No, I think Sal is making a reasonable point here, that being a paedophile means you're attracted to children. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are a child molester, and that is a difference that a lot of people don't like.
A pedophile
don't like people mentioning it, because that distinction can often that distinction is something that will turn. Yeah, it's often lost, and a lot of people then end up with their torches and pitchforks and their insane rage at someone who has probably had some kind of mental issues and has probably had some kind of a history of abuse as well. Some people just don't like hearing that there are paedophiles who don't abuse children.
Yeah, I remember reading about it because criminality is actually somewhat fascinating with how people end up fucked up in the head, and most paedophiles seem to have been raped as children.
Yeah, most sexual abusers in general do.
Yeah. Paedophiles need help in that respect. They also need help because if there's a way to get rid of a large chunk of their sex drive and cause no damage to them as a person, that then removes a huge chunk of that temptation to actually abuse a kid, we should do it as it's the right thing to do. Because A, it helps them, and B, it helps stopping children from being abused. It's something that upholds societal, values and goes, we're going to try and make society a better place.
Quick thing to ask then. What the fuck was Joseph Fritzl's childhood like?
I imagine he had cocaine sex parties with him and his uncle.
Because pregnate your wife, then to use your daughters to do the same, to then try to do the same to your grandchild.
Wait, who are we talking about?
I have no idea.
A crazy
The
person.
legend of 4chan is Joseph Fritzl, and I think he was a martyr to the alt-right.
He's a crazy person who locked his daughter in his basement, raped her to have children, then locked his grandchildren in the basement and raped them to have children.
Also his daughter.
Jesus.
Damn,
He'll
that's
be
kind of fucked up.
dead. The worst thing is he's Finnish, not even American.
Wait, what is this supposed to be?
Like, sure it's not the priest talking about.
Okay, you're Americans, you might not realize this, but the rest of the world actually cares about its people.
Oh, come on.
Okay, the rest of the world, minus North Korea and states that are currently in civil wars, care about their people.
I know.
Imagine, if you will, that a taxpayer is sort of thought about as a good thing.
Oh, I agree.
You are American, so I know that's probably
Yes.
a difficult struggle for you.
No,
Yeah,
I agree.
That's amazing.
Most Americans think I'm a commie, but because I believe in taxes.
They do exist.
Taxation is theft.
Sweaty.
Taxation is theft.
What's this? Communist Americans or taxes?
I just like constantly go through
Yes.
on political beliefs because it's like just open.
Tidying your room is tyranny. I know.
Both sides will just show me through that. Eventually, I just like the people's reaction.
Okay.
Like a surgeon opening up your body is violence.
Technically, it's sexual harassment if you get surgery performed on you, because someone's sticking their hands inside you, and you didn't consent to it because you were drugged.
This is actually the logic.
You didn't consent to that individual sticking their hands into you, and you didn't give continue verbal consent for it.
Yeah, especially if you were just hit by a car and you were knocked out the whole time. But that's the point. Like, I do think there are situations in which in which consent isn't necessarily required, and I think when it comes to upholding society, anyone who really doesn't consent to it, well,
That's a very quotable thing. Like, if I wanted to quote mine, you're like, I don't think, in all situations, consent is required.
Definitely. Hey, guys.
No, but in a serious point, though, if you don't consent to to paying into the system that upholds society, then then you really can't blame that society for not upholding to your rules.
Yeah, we don't pay.
If you don't listen to its rules, then it won't listen to your rules. That's kind of
Spino.
The social contract is a lie.
Yeah, except
what is the non-aggression of principle?
It's totally not a social contract at all.
Guys, I think you should pay attention to what Nihilistic just said in chat. Taxation is literally theft, just like disagreeing is literally rape. It would seem that he's quoting that guy Green now.
But we get attached some
Or
of
was
our
it
taxes back. We get tax return.
Okay.
When you pay tax, you still get a tax return. You still get some of that money back.
I reckon there's such a thing as an anarcho-capitalist that's also a radical feminist at the same time.
There's probably one out there.
I mean, if anyone can find one, it'd be fantastic just to have them talk about stuff so we can point out to the anarcho-capitalists of this is what you sound like to us.
I don't know if it's possible because anarcho-capitalists are such hyper-individualists. I don't see them conforming to, like, the feminists.
I don't think they are hyper-individualists. I have seen so much collectivist reasoning from anarcho-capitalists. They just don't realise it.
At the same time, there are feminist anarchists.
Yeah, but they're usually socialist anarchists. Yeah.
Or like, they tend to be like anarcho-communist or anarcho-socialist or something like that.
Why does everybody assume
shockingly socialistic?
Why does everybody assume that feminism is a left thing?
It doesn't have to be, but the left has kind of claimed it.
It doesn't have to be, but yeah, there's a lot of majority of feminists are on the left. Yeah.
Well, thanks for answering my rhetorical question. I was about to actually say. The reason is that feminism was gamergated.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. You've got a point.
Feminism is gamergated. Robin Gething, 2017.
Thank you.
God damn it, Robin, keep me Gamergate.
I love the fact that Spino, some of my jokes are a little slow release jokes. They take a little while to get in, and then you go, I see. Yeah. Here's the thing.
here's the thing when it comes to if you imagine like feminism, women standing up for themselves, independence, all that sort of thing. You'd think the right wing would be all over that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
Not the traditionalists.
To pay them.
And that's why they weren't, because it was the conservatives, not the right wing, the conservatives in the right wing who
made it a left wing thing. Yeah.
There we go. This is how political persuasions take ideologies and either lay claim to them or try to push them away to the other side.
This is why I'm pretty sure this is why abortion is a left wing thing, because you'd think that that the people who are obsessed with preserving life in pretty much every situation. It's actually there's a meme I have.
Preserving life, cutting costs, doing minimum damage, and a certain amount of convenience, and requiring social norms and preventing children out of wedlock.
Yeah. Hang on. I will need to find this.
Sounds quite good.
Well, what's interesting is that for the right could make a perfectly good case for abortion.
This is the meme I found. Pro-guns, pro-death penalty, pro-war, anti-healthcare, but I'm pro-life.
It reminds me of that quote. I'm not sure if it's George Carlin. It's the Republican Party, pro-life until you're out of the womb.
Yeah.
It's the pro-birth.
It's because
you have to wait for someone to be born before you kill them. That's
at least here in America.
At
least here in America. Sorry, go ahead, Robin.
I was just about to say, I was actually talking to a Christian the other day about this. And I showed them this picture of a fetus. And I said, I know for a fact that isn't a human being. Do you want to know why? And he was, no, whatever you say, it's going to be unscientific anyway. And it's like the lovely irony of it, it's like kind of going, I don't want to hear what you've got to, I don't want to know any new facts. Science 2017, And yeah, I was just saying to him, and I just kept on repeating it over and over again. Do you want to know why I know that isn't a human being in front of you? And he
was it a duck fetus?
It was it was an elephant fetus, yeah.
Brilliant.
Wow.
They can't even tell the difference, huh?
Of course. Nobody can. Because it's a fucking fetus.
I know. It's...
An egg that just got near a sperm is now a human being. I mean, fuck it.
I mean, technically it might be a human being, but it's not a person.
It's like saying a pile of bricks is a house.
Yeah, you bought a house from IKEA. What did you expect?
It's merely the potential.
Exactly, just like all good IKEA furniture. It's merely the potential of getting what you bought.
I got a lot of good stuff from IKEA. Don't diss them.
But here's the thing, the thing is what they work on is personal responsibility. So these days we have right-wing personal responsibility merchants thinking that, I know, these two kids are obviously not very responsible, they didn't use a condom, and now she's pregnant. I know, we'll just hand them a child. That'll work.
No, they've got to have the responsibility to look after the child. You've got to force responsibility on irresponsible people.
That's not even what the argument is.
That never goes.
The argument is they have to suffer the consequences of their choices. That's the argument they make. These people have to suffer for the consequences.
Yeah, so in other words, they think that children are a punishment.
Adults, they just need to raise a child for 20 years out of wedlock and have one of them driven to depression and commit suicide. The other will then be responsible.
Yeah, children are a punishment from God. For having
I don't think giving someone who's irresponsible a child is a good idea, because that child is going to end up fucked up in the head eventually.
Yeah. If those kids actually went to try and adopt a child, the adoption agency would tell them to go fuck off and get a job.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I have a good question for the Americans in this chat. It's your constitutional right to have a gun, yet your government is stepping to take their constitutional right away from you. Why are ex-felons allowed children?
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
Why are ex-felons allowed children?
Why aren't they allowed children?
Why are
Or why
they?
are they?
Yeah, ex-felons. You know, when you have committed a felony,
You don't get
they
the right
can
to
have a
vote.
gun.
You don't get the right to a gun. None of that.
So why are you allowed the right to a child?
Well, I'd say that's more of a universal right. That's not something that needs to be covered by a law. That's not up to the state to decide you can have a child or not.
Inalienable is a pretty cut and dry term, my friend.
Okay, I just want to put out that felons in the United States of America lose a lot of stuff that's a right that can only be taken away if you start removing body parts, including the frontal lobe. They have lost so many rights if you commit a crime. If you commit however many crimes it takes to actually be classed as a felon officially in the US, that you basically lose a number of rights that even dogs have inalienably.
I don't know if Hagbard is on. I mean, he can tell you a lot about felony laws in the US.
Yeah, they're pretty fucked up, aren't they?
Yeah, they're pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna try and defend our criminal justice system.
Yeah, it's like I don't understand why you don't allow felons to vote. I mean, you know, what's the argument against? It's like what you got too many of them, so they're going to just make everything legal or something.
I think it's remnants of just the segregation in our society. I think it's a remnant of that, honestly.
Oh yes, when felon blacks and Irish need not apply.
Yeah, I think it's just an eternal punishment to have felons as like offensive in the United States. Felons aren't really viewed on as a good light for companies and hiring because they commit crimes.
Well, they're viewed as an opportunity to make revenue, I believe. But you know,
holy shit!
Here's the thing. I mean, if I am a felon and I am not allowed to vote on anything and be related to government in any way, shape, or form, why am I being taxed? No taxation without representation, right?
Right.
They don't give a shit when you're a second-class citizen.
Recorded prisoners in the world are in America.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Chinese doesn't even make as much as you lot.
Yep.
No, the Chinese just killed it. No, hold on. The Chinese just killed her.
What I'm looking at feminists mocking Onision. This is brilliant.
Oh man.
Onision is
cancers of cancer.
Yeah.
Onision is the man they deserve.
Onision is a crazy, insane motherfucker who needs some help.
I like the kind of man they deserve to date.
He shouldn't also not be allowed to date. Because he fucks up people in the head when he does.
What am I talking about?
By the way, there's a Saudi Islamist that wants to come here to Dubai on the weekend and meet me in front of the Iraqi embassy to fight me. I'm not even making this shit up.
Okay, you should agree to it, and then notify the police someone wants to come to Dubai to kill you.
He already quote unquote hacked me and found my face from a screenshot on YouTube. I'm not seriously.
He hacked your YouTube videos that are on display to everybody in the world. These pretty hot.
You're one of the most ballsy people I know, because you publicly put your face out in Dubai, where radicals will quite possibly exist that want to kill you.
Yeah, the guy wants to meet me.
They just can't afford the rent.
And it's fucking amazing. He's like, yeah, you know where all the embassies are in town? They're the highest secure area in town. Like there's a police car like every 5 meters. He's like, meet me there to fight, and I'm like, okay, we'll see where that goes.
7% of the United States is in prison.
What?
Oh wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a lot of people.
I would have said about 1% at most, but damn.
And that's being ridiculous about it, okay? Yeah, they look up thousands of people. That's 7% of the pop.
So they're in jail right now, or is that the total amount of people that have been in jail? Or what?
That's the rate of people that are incarcerated based on the end of 2015 numbers for both population and the number in prison. That's not the number of felons, that's the number of incarcerated people.
Even then, Jesus.
I love this. ISIS versus ISIS-chan.
What? What the fuck is ISIS Chan?
I don't know.
Oh god, that thing is still going.
What the fuck is this shit?
Ebola-chan loves ISIS-chan.
I don't know what.
The Daesh dancers will slay you with laughter.
You didn't know about this shit? Yeah. 4chan and such have made basically chans of everything. Not like the numbers, but chan as in you have a thing and then a chan to Tina. Well, a
There are more
preteen
chans.
Japanese schoolgirl version
Yeah,
of it.
there are more chans out there than chan users.
Mm-hmm.
These
Oh
are
my
busy,
God.
these are some busy people.
Of course, it's what they're doing while not getting laid. I mean, you have to cycle in between being unemployed, masturbating, and not getting laid, right?
Neat life, baby. Neat life.
Yep. I mean, some of us come into Robin's streams, other people create 4chan accounts.
Why not?
So why does Omniscient... What a fucking stupid name.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Robin or the Open House. Yeah, stupid.
It's so very difficult to pronounce. I wish people could overdose on pot.
They can.
What?
Just the moron not fucking understand how it works, you can actually overdose on pot.
Yeah, I want him to basically... I want somebody who's Dutch from Amsterdam to kind of go, uh-huh. It's like, it's not illegal there, fucker. There's a reason most druggies are on the lower end of society. They are shit, so they don't mind living in it.
Wait, that's what he said?
Yeah, if you use illegal drugs on Follow Me, criminal scum. Thanks.
Oh my god.
Okay, Ronald Reagan.
I love how America's about to legalize weed and the UK is currently trying to make it even more of a crime.
Yeah.
No,
why are you guys trying to become us? Like, what are you doing? You're trying
Did
to get
you
rid of
hear
your
what Theresa
healthcare?
May? Guys, Theresa May was actually involved in a panel that was discussing the harmfulness of drugs. And I shit you not, her and a couple of other people, this was before she was the MP, it's a couple of years ago actually, turned around to them and said, you cannot test how dangerous this drug is. You cannot test how lethal these drugs are and the amount needed to kill a person, or do any study on it, because they have been deemed by the government as dangerous substances. And they're telling this to people trying to do toxicity studies because they have been tasked with, find out how toxic the stuff we banned is. Okay, right, so we'll start testing it. You're not allowed to test any of the stuff we banned. Fuck.
See, this is if somebody were to
Sounds like
actually,
America.
yeah, if I was sort of like caught with some drugs or whatever like that and went to think for it, I would basically say that this is a political crime, and I would just go to an embassy, go to the Dutch embassy straight away, and I can seek. I could basically just hide out in the Dutch embassy from that point on, seek asylum.
The problem is the guards there would be like, really, you say it's a crime to be walking around with a bag of weed? I just basically got a bit to spare for after I'm off duty.
Yeah, but I go, yeah, sure. You're going to have to come indoors, though.
And they're like, fuck no, the garden's Dutch property.
I will say that Onionson and Rodrigo Duterte would get on quite swimmingly. You know Rodrigo Duterte?
Yes.
Sorry, I should say no. Sorry, I was just shaking my head.
President of the Philippines. He is.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
that guy. Yeah.
he is actually executing people just for using drugs, in fact.
You know, I have a way that
Say
we
someone
can...
from a plane. You're blaming it killing murdering someone.
Yeah, and
They found it from a
he's
plane.
literally calling it genocide.
Okay, so the Filipino
Yeah, that's
people can throw him. I have a way for them to meet up, and it will just go down swimmingly. We can throw Nisian off the west coast, and we can throw the president of the Philippines off the east coast, and they can just meet each other somewhere in the middle.
Isn't?
Well,
Yeah, the
Pacific
president.
Ocean at that point.
Oh,
They
yeah,
can
also,
swim.
I think the president of the Philippines also admitted the addicted to fentanyl.
Just take them into the red light
They
district together.
being addicted to fentanyl.
Oh my god. Pussy Riot's Nadia Lochno says that Julian Assange is connected to the Russian government. Holy shit.
Dun, dun, dun.
So Julian Assange didn't deny that he was working with the Russian government. He couldn't deny it. On the next day after I visited the Ecuadorian embassy, the head of Russia's biggest propaganda network, Russian Today, the editor-in-chief, came to him and they had a project together. He often works with Russian propaganda machine. He doesn't try to hide it. Julian Assange doesn't try to hide the fact that he hosts at the Ecuadorian embassy the editor-in-chief in the Russian propaganda team, Russia Today, and has projects with them. Russia Today has nothing to do with truth. They get tons of government money. So instead of that money going to healthcare or education, it serves these propaganda goals, which is disturbing for a lot of Russians because they're undergoing a huge economic crisis. But Julian Assange, he openly works with Russia. It's not a secret. He's connected with the Russian government. I feel that he's proud of it. What's your take on the current state of WikiLeaks, an organisation that's done a lot of good, but they do seem to be doing Vladimir Putin's bidding when it comes to influencing the US presidential election? It was a tough conversation between me and Julian Assange about that when I came to the Ecuadorian embassy 2 years ago. He had a conversation, and you can't really blame people for having another position. I understood his position. He's in a state of war with the American government. He's smart and charismatic and will use any means to destroy the American government. And we had a conversation if it was really the ethical thing to do with the we had a conversation about if it was really the ethical thing to do that with the hands of another government, i.e. Russia, which is, in fact, much worse and a real authoritarian government. Julian Assange is a really good diplomat, so he can basically just dodge direct answers from my questions on that. He gives other answers as Putin usually does when people ask him directly about some uncomfortable things.
I don't see the Russians acting in nearly as cavalier manner as the Americans.
Certainly not.
I mean, it's not like Russia.
Russia is a lot cleverer. The Russians are a lot cleverer than the Americans. I said it.
The statistics for 2014 state that 1/3 of all adults in Florida are a felon.
There's a lot of pedophiles in Florida too.
No wonder they can't vote.
But that's why Florida has so low voting turnout.
Can you post that in the chat, Ruben?
Oh, no, sorry, it was only black people in Florida, 14% of the total population.
I'm from
Why
Florida.
the Democratic Party is doing so bad at the moment? Because the Republicans are just looking up all the black people, the voter base that votes mostly for the Democrats.
Well, also, do you know what happened? You know, some people are being charged with terrorism offences and things like that in protests.
I haven't heard about that.
That's been going on since the Bush years, mate. What do you think the Patriot Act is about?
Well, I know the Patriot Act, yeah, but I haven't heard about protesters being charged as terrorists. I haven't heard anything about that.
Yes, because whenever someone writes a news story on this, guess what laws allow them to take it down? It's in the Patriot Act. You are aware that the first
you do not talk about the Patriot Act.
Doesn't exist, right?
I'm sorry, say again?
You are aware the First Amendment doesn't exist, right? The Patriot Act allows them to take down news stories talking about the people that have been arrested under the Patriot Act.
Patriot Act is
I know
like Fight Club. Rule number one.
I know. I know we don't have the Fourth Amendment anymore.
Which one's the fourth?
Right from search and seizure without a warrant.
Is it the Third Amendment that says you don't have to board soldiers in your house?
I believe so.
Yeah, that one also got repealed under the Patriot Act.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's still true to the letter of to the intent of what it was written for. You don't have to have English soldiers in your house. Just how they're trying to spin it, because it was only intended to keep the English out after they already won the war, and they were actually talking about getting trade negotiations with the English, and the English were going, okay, let's just trade you instead because it's more beneficial than trying to take you back.
68 million people in the year 2013 were convicted, were felons in the US.
Fifth Amendment is self-jeopardy. I think the Sixth Amendment is... I remember. No, Sixth is speedy trial. Fuck, I should know all these by heart.
If you have a rough idea of the amendments and if you've read the Bible, you know more about your culture than most Americans.
Well, I should have all these memorized because I took...
Hop off.
Holy shit. That's about 20% of the nation.
Good.
About 20% of the nation in the US are felons.
Yeah, because they have they lock up people who are non-violent. Eventually, a lot of that shit's all non-violent people. Not people who commit any serious crimes.
I bet the majority of that is shit that in any other modern Western nation would just be, person didn't press charges, it's a victimless crime, you're just hurting yourself. We'll give you a slap on the wrist and that's it.
They also have so many laws on the book that they don't even enforce anymore in the US. Like, almost everything you can do could possibly be a crime because they have so many laws on the book.
Well, our over incarceration, most of it is related to our war on drugs. The vast majority of it, yeah. But
it'd be helpful to get rid of that.
Correction, it's the Third Amendment about not housing soldiers.
Oh, that's right, it was the third.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Patriot Act allows American troops or Secret Service to seize someone's residence for temporary accommodation, so long as it's mission important.
You know, after a war, the US isn't even supposed to have a standing army. All armies coming back from war are supposed to disband in the United States.
Yeah, that changed after World War II, though.
Yeah, when we started having wars with multiple different countries. The World War II, we just kept the war machine. You know, with all the fucking wars we had over in Asia. And now we're in the Middle East. And we've been in perpetual wars since World War II. And I don't know why. It doesn't really do anything. You don't get anything from it. In my opinion.
Well, it makes the rich richer. That's about it.
Oh yeah, we don't get any benefits from the oil deal. Just look what they did. Our prices were going down, and then they make a deal with OPEC, and our prices start going back up. That's part of the deal. So gas prices finally become cheap, and then they make it more expensive because our allies in the Middle East are getting pissed, and they were losing money.
Oh, of course, don't forget, people did decide that, hey, I've got this wonderful idea. As we're selling oil to the European Union, let's trade in euros. And then America invaded.
You know, that's just a coincidence.
Oh yeah, good point.
I just wish the wars would stop. Unless we're gonna get benefits from having these wars, we can just end them and focus on our own country problem.
Like anime.
Like the homeless population over here that gets nudged. That most people who work are impoverished.
Yeah, that's what Wikipedia has to say about your homeless rate.
So,
it's bad. I know that.
I don't know if you guys would like to follow this account. It's called Adam Khan. And he's got an idea in his head that Jill Stein is also a Putin plant.
Jill Stein's just an idiot.
Wikipedia says that 1 in 20 people in the United States is homeless.
I've just been told that I'm not allowed to criticize right-wingers because I'm a left-winger, and they won't listen to a left-winger, so I shouldn't ever try.
Is this for your post on Twitter?
No, this is on this is my the video I just uploaded.
Oh,
shit.
You might want to point out to the right-wingers that they seem to be doing a lot of criticism of the left.
Okay, now to go
but he's saying that you've got to use right-wing talking points against right-wing talking points or something like that. Hang on. You're arguing right-wingers as a left-winger. That doesn't work. You have to take their values, take a nice look, and show them how they are fucking horrible human beings, not worthy of life according to their values.
So
I do that too.
So
I use their own logic against them, and I also explain, hey, look over here. Here's some actual consistent logic. Here's an alternative. I keep getting told by alt-righters that I don't have any of my own positions. I just tell everyone else that I just tell everyone else that they're fucking hypocrites. Well, when I actually present an alternative, I'm told that that I shouldn't ever criticize them from this perspective because I'm a left-winger.
Do you know what's weird, Spino? It's almost as if the internet can never be pleased.
Yeah. No, but this is an old friend as well. I thought he would actually be more honest about this.
Well, there's
okay.
What you
hold
have to
on.
do,
You're
what you have to do if you're a right winger and you hate left wingers, what you have to do is become a left winger and then criticize them.
No, I mean you're expecting people to be honest.
No,
That's
he
your
does.
first mistake.
He actually says here that he actually becomes a left winger while he's arguing or something. What? I'm confused.
Who's this idiot?
Come
on, name and
Thomas. His name is Thomas.
Oh, Thomas Alander?
Yeah.
And he doesn't care if you're skinny. What the fuck? If you get diabetes, I'm doxing you.
What?
I think he's just fucking with you.
Yeah, Thomas is a troll.
Yeah, I don't care if you're skinny. Coke is pure sugar, and I can see 2 in the background. No sugar.
That's not the right. That's not the right Thomas.
Oh right, okay. Well, it's Thomas with the little swilly thing on the top of his A.
Yes. Really?
Yeah.
When did he say that?
Yeah, right near the top 2 minutes ago. I don't care if you're skinny. Coke is pure sugar, and I can see 2 in the background. Go no sugar or stop. If you get diabetes, I'm doxing you.
Different. Yeah. He's trolling with that comment. That's not the comment. He also had another fucking paragraph on there.
You mean the one that's literally a full text to screen?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've noticed this cool guy in your comments. Peace Ham.
Who?
Is it Peace Ham or Peace Ham?
I don't know.
You literally responded to one of their comments in this video about an hour ago. But they've been in the comments of the last couple of videos you've done arguing about the alt-right, and they've just gone through such beautiful logical fallacies with people. Oh, fucking hell. The people defending millennial woes, you spell out to them, okay, millennial woes is advocating that we should not have any white people here, and we need to remove all white people. He then clarifies that this cannot be done in any peaceful means, and goes on to reaffirm the original statement of we should be living without any non-white people, and we should achieve this.
Yes, so he is advocating the only solution possible.
It's violence.
Yes, he is
violent solution.
But no, he was only predicting violence, guys, and it was self-defensive, guys. But
these people don't understand basic logic.
No, their logic is like it is like a really smart-ass kid. It's like so his mum says, okay, go do the dinner, and and if you're gonna do dinner, you need to use the oven. And then and then she comes back, and the kid is just sort of like sitting there doing nothing, and she's like, "I told you to use the oven." He said, "No, you didn't. You just said that's the only way to do it, and you also told me, and I also told you to do the dinner, but you didn't specifically say use the oven." This is the logic they're using.
Let's be honest, a real smart-ass kid would put ice cream in the oven, turn it on for 1 second, and then get the ice cream out.
Autism speaks, my friend.
Yeah. And I'm called autistic because I'm the one who's not acknowledging obvious inferences in human communication.
Spino, I have to be honest with you. With the kind of spurging that I see you go on every now and then on Twitter, you're on that spectrum somewhere.
Oh, I am. Fucking
Jesus.
At least he's logically consistent.
He's not. Give him a chance. He still has testosterone left in his body. Give him a chance.
Yeah, Spino, you know that lovely fringe you have in all your videos? You're gonna want to do something about that testosterone. You want to keep that fringe forever.
Dude. And those sunglasses, everybody can see that you're reading from the script now.
Yeah. Seriously, just write this down on your monitor.
That's not always a script. I'm actually just looking at my at the stop recording button.
It looks like you're reading a script. Turn the
Oh no!
brightness
I've just
down.
got to keep my eyes on the right part because when I move my arms and I wave them around, then it obviously moves the mouse, which is resting on a bit of cardboard on my knee. And then it moves away from the stop recording button, so I've got to keep staring.
And another
making
suggestion,
sure it doesn't fall off.
suggestion for you: are you going to put the cans on the side, or are you going to put them in the back? Make a decision. That's all I'm saying. No,
no. When I drink, when I'm at my computer, I drink cans there. When I am watching a movie, I drink cans at the back of my bed.
So
That's
you have
how it
like
works.
2 various cans. So like they're half filled of Coca-Cola or something.
No, they're empty. I just couldn't bother.
We need to get you maybe a hat or something so you can just have it with you at all times. Maybe that'll work better for you. That's what you should do actually, just to fuck with Thomas. Yeah, just get a hat that has 2 cans on it, just sipping in it now and again. God damn it.
Oh, I'm gonna head out. Have a good night, everyone.
Thanks for coming,
Alright,
bud.
buddy.
Speak to you soon.
See you, dude. Take care.
See you all soon.
So, is there anyone left?
I'm still here.
Are there still people watching this shit?
I have no idea.
Jesus Christ! What is wrong with you people?
I'm not watching the chat or anything.
There really are people still watching. Hi, how you doing?
How many people watching?
8. If you want to come on, it's all right. You don't have to talk. Nobody talks about abolitionists who just held that view because they couldn't compete with free labour. This weird notion that all northerners are abolitionists, but abolitionists were a very small minority and they were absolutely insane. Most abolitionists are just extremely religious and were pushed by the Great Awakening. And former Reformer King says, "Hi Robin, I'm watching." Hi. You can come on, Former. It's alright, don't be afraid. Spino's calm down now.
Mate, when you say that most abolitionists were extremely religious, I just want to point out the Bible does actually support slavery.
It does.
Quite a lot, in
But
fact.
they're bad Christians.
But a lot of the abolitionists were very religious.
Also, your abolitionists started after we literally banned slavery and declared that any ship that we ran across with our navy carrying slaves, every one of them will now be a free man and taken to the United Kingdom or home.
Yes, we know.
We kind of fucked up your ability to get and then when you were like, shit, slaves cost like 5 times as much and half the imports are just being sunken by English people and the slaves are being taken and being made free men. This is unfair.
I'm not a southerner, so I don't care.
Jesus Christ, you guys are still at this? Like,
yep.
How long has it been now?
It's almost 7 hours. I think.
You know what? Yeah, that is the probably the most used comment that I hear for the open house. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
still
you
here.
guys are
That's
still
fucking
here?
reason for it.
Yeah, I get that a lot. I get that quite a lot.
I actually just tuned back in after a long day of class and having to visit relatives. I just tuned
You
in
have
at the
to
moment
tune
where
your computer. How old is it?
Oh, it's a potato, my good sir. No, I got it back in September. It's not that old. But you know what I mean? Just the figure of speech. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
That's
the other most used phrase on the open
wondering
house, actually. Yeah.
how many people were watching still. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm still here. So Spinos calmed down, you said? What had you so riled up earlier?
I'm just saying, you know, it's probably not true.
We called it a spark.
Was there an arbiter of truth and you need him to tell you more?
I am the arbiter of truth, you know that.
Spider, all those questions you had can now be answered.
Yeah, go for it. I'm right here. I'm like a magic 8-ball.
Now, as soon as somebody says that they have the truth about whatever, or here's the real reason, blah blah. No, like I tend to either tune out or just have this immense skepticism. So many videos where it's just
that seems somewhat of a prejudicial view.
Yeah.
What the UK freaks lays first is that we stopped you being able to get them reliably.
People have a go at me. They go, "You're always fucking right. You are."
But, oh, you're here, Cyril. I didn't notice you.
Yeah, and what's your point?
I just don't notice him.
No. What I'm saying is that people, I've had a few people sort of going, "You're always fucking right. You are," and it's like, yeah. And what's your point?
Who are these people?
Yeah, who the fuck are all of you?
No, I mean, no. Whoever says that Robin is always right, nobody says that.
No, they always say I'm fucking right.
Even that, I doubt it.
Well, when
I've seen people say you want to always be right.
When have I been wrong?
Now.
I'll wait.
Just now.
Just now, when you asserted you're always right, you've been taking some stuff talking about science before, and when it comes to the subject of genetically modified organisms, you are poorly informed at best. At worst, you are not even wrong.
See, like I said, I'm not even wrong.
No, you're wrong. Because I said so. You're just wrong. Don't challenge it, just accept it.
I aim towards correct as often as I possibly can. That's all.
When I say you are not even wrong,
I'm just a good shot.
Is that it is such utter bullshit what you have said on GMOs that it is not even related to the reality of the situation.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
What has he said on GMOs?
Nihilistic Pillow says, a fucking right male. That's beautiful, sir. You get
let me give you a quick miniature clap.
Yeah, golf clap.
I know it sounds like me fapping, but
I tell you that quick.
So I have a quick question for Habib. Say is that actually saying it right? Like just Habib, or is there like some super Arabic use of phlegm on the beginning, like Habib or something?
No, it's in between. And it's like I like the way you super Arabic, it's not regular Arabic. It's like super
Arabic.
Yeah,
that's your
It's a
your
bird.
superhero.
It's a plane. No, it's.
That's your superhero name.
Super
Arabic.
There we go.
No, it's Habib.
What's your special power? I taste a very, very strong coffee.
Delicious kebabs. Ooh, Super Habib is like the Arabic kind of version of Santa. It's like distributes kebabs all over.
Kebabs for everyone. Thank you, Super Arabic.
Those are fantastic when you've been drinking.
Yeah. Oh, I love them.
God, yeah. Unfortunately, it's you have to enjoy it after you've been doing something absolutely haram.
I love these guys. Oh, the salt is just delicious.
I'm loving this. I'm loving the salt from Freedom Alternative. He's saying that I misrepresented him because I'm a leftist.
Leftist.
Is he
Yeah.
Leftists. No, he's in the comments of his own video. I put a comment on his, and he's like, "Oh, you know, if the enemy declares war and starts killing your people, you have to kill them as well. So if they start doxing you, then you need to dox them as well." How does that is not that doesn't follow?
Guys.
That's like doxing is murder.
If you kill your enemies, they win.
Well, actually,
in all honesty, in the same video, he says that doxing doesn't actually stop anyone. So
Does doxing stop people doxing? If it did, it would have stopped you from doxing, wouldn't it?
yeah, yeah.
Yes, we know that, Triox. That actually happened like half of the day ago. Obama commuting Chelsea Manning's sentence so that they're free in May.
Didn't we already talk about this and the fact they've been in solitary confinement for what, since?
You probably did. I've missed, I'm sure, 6 or 7 hours of this stream.
Yeah,
since
I've just
May
got a feeling that Chelsea's going to come out and they're going to go. So what's happened? You might want to go back in. Be like, Donald Trump's president now. Open the door. Open the door. Let me. I don't care.
No, let's have a realistic thing for an instance. He'd probably go, can I go into solitary in a different country?
I don't think many other countries do that level of solitary confinement.
Probably not.
Oh, I don't know. Give May 5 years.
It's probably should be categorized as cruel and unusual punishment.
Well, it is in the rest of the world.
That's the funny thing. Cruel and unusual, and then punishment. You see, this is the wondrous sort of problem with the Americans when it comes to that. I mean, it is so vague. I mean, cruel
unusual
and unusual.
punishment. That's pretty subjective.
What's a usual punishment then?
When it was written,
I mean, if you have a look at American history...
You're a very naughty boy.
Yeah, if you look at American history as far as usual punishments, let's have a look at, say, the black community in the South.
Well,
They've had some rather usual punishments that I wouldn't necessarily like. Oh, thanks, Max.
Maggie bring you toast?
No,
Or tea?
porridge with some banana in.
Oh, how lovely.
You look so cute. But anyway, yeah. And now we have Arizona Republicans move to ban social justice courses. And Sargon's like, what's wrong with that?
Has he commented on it?
Yeah,
I have no problem with them maybe defunding them, but banning them outright.
Opposition.
That's First Amendment issue.
Sargon says, opposition to free speech is an admission of desire to oppress. You must support the rights of others, even when you oppose that person. And then he's like, nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yep.
You post that in the side chat?
Dude's lost it. Everyone spotting it as well. This is coming from Queen Jinx. There you go.
Thank you.
Let's see this.
Mm-hmm. Shark jumped. Again.
Who jumped the shark?
Damn it, Carl.
Sargon again.
Oh, what did he say?
What did he say now?
I like that attitude. You'll get far in life with it.
What did he say?
He seems perfectly content with Arizona states banning social justice courses. Even though the reason that you even have social justice courses is due to free market economics.
Well, at the same time, these universities will kind of fuck with the market rather than, have the demand for these courses develop on their own. But when they make these courses mandatory, it's they're creating an artificial demand, quote unquote.
How are they making these courses? How are they making them like that?
Sometimes they'll force you to take like a certain class.
So you're like studying mathematics or whatever like that, and they kind of go, yeah, you got to do a social justice course as well.
No, you've got to do a social justice class as well. So
social justice.
Yeah, you'll have to do. Yeah, well, you'll have to do some other sort of like. It will always be like somewhat like related, but not always.
So surely the call should be out to ban people from basically forcing people into social justice courses.
I mean,
that would be reasonable.
In defense of Sargon's plan to ban social justice courses, it was insanely vague, but I can understand where he's coming from. That when it's an educational institution that is somewhat government funded, I don't know if universities are in the US, but I'm pretty sure they are somewhat here, aren't they? Right?
No, it's now all over to the loan at this point.
Privatized, man. They're all privatized, unless they're community
social justice course does actually, considering how cheap they are to run, reduce the cost of all science courses in the university, because you basically need the building that you already have and the empty lecture hall that you're not actually using all the time. So in a free slot, you take a lecturer who you're basically paying 30 grand a year because they're fucking teaching social justice. They're not a real lecturer, as far as you're concerned, and you just fucking throw students in there, thick shitheads that will think it's an actual school, an actual education, and you just stick them in there and you get 9 grand off each of them plus a loan.
True.
And then you get to spend all that money on doing actual scientific research. And having actual engineering degrees.
Yeah, but they don't do that. They don't do that. The problem is, of course, is that those
actually that's what quite a few unis are doing.
Those particular universities aren't doing that because those are STEM universities you're talking about.
Most STEM universities in the United Kingdom have some humanities stuff on the side. They literally do that with their humanities. If you're going to a STEM university to do humanities, you're a fucking joke.
Well, I think we all realise that already. I mean, thanks for pointing out the obvious. But
university, on the other hand, to do humanities, you're actually going to get an education in the stuff.
So it's important for STEM studies that there are more social justice courses in order to pay for them.
It's important that they're there on a side campus using stuff that's currently unoccupied. It's basically a way of them getting some extra funding. However, all of this can be bypassed if we just fucking start funding education again.
Commie.
Yeah, can't. If we don't have education experts in a wide variety of fields, we might actually have the next generation running the country, unless we import them all.
I feel like we had a chance with Bernie and we just tossed it up. I don't know.
Yes, you have.
Yeah. Would he have actually accomplished all the things that he said he was going to do, though?
No, I mean, you never can as a president. I understand that, but at least there would be someone fighting for those positions.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders never actually promised that he would do anything. He promised he would try his best to achieve. And then listed a huge list of stuff.
And it's all the fault of millionaires and billionaires.
It kind of is.
No, it's the people who vote. They've put themselves into this thing. You can blame billionaires all you like. They're just, it's like sort of. I hate it when sort of like people blame money for greed. Greedy people exist. They're gonna be greedy. This is why you have laws to curtail that, so it doesn't actually affect everybody else. The problem is, of course, is that people.
But taxation is theft.
Then you get twats like that, you see, who then basically fuck everything up. So that these people basically do run away with all the money. I mean, isn't it weird that this person, like the taxation of theft people, are not the ones getting really heavily taxed anyway? They're just there spouting out bullshit that only helps multi-billionaires.
Yeah, it's very strange that. I mean, at least when it comes to like liberals like us, like most of us in here, like when we advocate something, it tends to actually help the working class.
Well, you see, I don't look that way. I basically look towards fairness rather than basically saying the working class. You know, for example, a lot of people who call themselves working class don't work.
True.
And
I'm one of them.
Well, exactly. So you're not really working class. You're neat class at this point.
Hang on. He's in education.
And there's a lot of people who live out in the sticks in parts of England. The reason that they're unemployed is not because of the muzzies or Polish people taking their jobs. It's because they don't move to where there is work. They want work to move to them. And instead of getting off their arses, they find new ways to blame somebody or something else for their predicament.
But do these people always have the means to move to where there is already?
Of course they do. In the UK, if you wish to move to another part of the world and you've been unemployed, you can actually apply for them to basically help you.
Yeah, the waiting list is really, really long.
No.
Yeah, and it's quite difficult to get. It's
not quite. See, these are the excuses people give. I've done this, and it wasn't a waiting list. I moved from one city to another city. I merely applied. They gave me the money in order to be able to do that.
When did you do
your
that?
mouth?
Well, lucky you.
When did you do that, Robin? Can I ask? When did you do it?
What do you mean when? It doesn't matter when. It's got nothing to do with waiting lists. It's to do with dishing out money for these are called emergency loans.
I'm not asking. How many years ago?
This would have been probably when I was about 19.
Yeah, okay. So how long ago was that, roughly?
20 years ago?
Okay. It was probably a lot easier to find a job 20 years ago.
In the last 20
what are you talking
years,
about?
Quite a lot of council houses have been sold off.
What has this got to do with council
many
housing?
have been replaced.
Nothing to do with council housing. I wasn't put in, from one council house to another. I was renting in both occasions.
Okay. Do you know about the reapplication process of housing benefit then?
Yes. Do you know about what emergency loans are for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you understand that when you move from one location to another on housing benefit, you lose it when you go from one location to another and have to reapply again.
You lose housing benefit in one district and then you gain housing benefit in another district.
No, you don't. You have to reapply after you've moved.
Of course you do. Because it's a different council. That's what housing benefit is about.
And when you're relying on housing benefit, you often can't afford a down payment on a flat.
That's why you have an emergency loan. That's what it's for.
Yeah, people are very tight with emergency loans these days.
These are the excuses people give, and that's why they end up staying in the same place for the rest of their lives. I went. And by the way, there is work out there. You've just got to go to it. And if people don't want to go and leave their place because they've got their friends and their family with them, and I've got my mates, and well then, sorry, my sympathy starts to wane at this point. There's plenty of work out there. You've just got to go.
You just hate the countryside, don't you?
No, I don't hate the countryside. I don't hate the countryside.
You just hate everyone that lives in the countryside.
No, I don't hate anybody that is in the countryside. My issue is there are people that are easily using excuses for other outside factors.
You just look at their problems and go, "Oh, how provincial."
Yes, and that's the thing. Is that you can sit there and there are plenty of people. I've met people that I've said, yeah, I'm going to be moving out. I'm going to go off to here. You should come with me, man, because you're just getting stuck in, and they sit there whining about their lives and about how they can never get anywhere. They're not doing anything, and they're just sort of stuck in a rut. And so like, well, I'm going to be moving out. You can come with me. We can do this. And no, I don't like change. And it's like you want change, but you don't like change. So it's not all to do with external factors that stop people from going somewhere. I was talking to a gentleman. He did an interview with me. I'm trying to remember the name of the channel that he was doing this. And I was talking to him about sinker state culture. And sinker state culture is the thing that
It's not just the fact that there's no work out there. Yeah, it would be really nice if people develop all these areas. That's great and everything like that. But that's just not the way things are. However, there are plenty of people in those sinker states who know they're never going to get out of there, and they have to get themselves into some sort of mindset in order to cope with that. And they can say it's outside factors, it's this, it's because I live here. I'm surrounded by people who are all deadbeat, whatever. And they've got to make friends there, they've got to be friends with these people and stuff like that, so they've got to forgive them for their deadbeatness. And also there's a resentment for anybody who wants to get out of there, because they might prove them wrong. That if they work a little bit harder, they get the education or whatever like that they need to get that job, and go out there and go and do it, that they'll be leaving all these people that are just sitting there bored and stuck. And those people in those sinker states really fucking hate them. Because they can't stand the fact that somebody's proved them wrong, and those outside factors aren't necessarily all to blame for their lives.
Dude, have you seen the state of adult education in the UK?
No excuse. I've got fuck all as far as education. I've had plenty of work, mate. Sorry. These are all this thing. There's plenty of excuses. You can say, "Oh, it's the patriarchy." You can say, "Well, it's the rich." No. In a lot of the cases, it's just people who just don't get off their arse.
We have made it almost impossible for adults to do A-levels and have busy been shutting down almost every single access to university course that exists through colleges for grown-ups.
Do you know how many A-levels I've got? Do you know how many A-levels you need to work on a farm? Do you know how many A-levels you need to work in a building site? Do you know how many A-levels you need to work in a shop?
I will never aim for self-improvement. I'll just go work on a farm. Everyone should do the same.
You can work you can start work on a farm. You can raise money working on a farm, and then you can, save said money.
There isn't a farm for a very, very big distance around me.
No, me too.
It would probably cost more for me to actually get to a farm than it would pay me.
I hitched to Somerset to pick fruit. Then I hitched to Worcester to pick beans. Interesting tale, yeah? While I was working in that place, yeah, the place was filled with people. 3 of them were English. One of them was from Ireland, another one was from Liverpool, and me from Cornwall. And this is in Worcester, east of Wales. And the rest of the people there were Polish. Not one of the people working there came from Worcester.
Were any of these Polish guys really exotic?
But again,
they were pretty exotic,
but again, you got to remember that like wages comparative to living costs were much higher when you were a kid.
No, they weren't.
You could put yourself through uni with minimum wage.
No, you couldn't. You seem to be looking at the 1990s as though there was some sort of golden period. 1993 was when we got rid of Thatcher. Okay, she was trying to poll tax people, and they were rioting over it. We were in the middle of a recession. We were fucked. No, it was not as easy as you think it was.
Since 2008.
Since 96, 97, around that sort of time, it started to pick up till about 2004, 2005, and then it was a big drop-off. But the only reason that any money was lying around there was because people were artificially upping the prices of houses. There was no real economy there. There was the dot-com boom and bust, but there wasn't any real money running around. It was just all fake. It was just made up.
Fake money, kind of like fake news, but
yeah,
money.
Well, I mean,
actually spent money.
I mean, people were being told that if they just basically get themselves a mortgage for a home, even if they haven't got a job, that the price of their house will be going up 20% every year. That's what they were being told by estate agents. You don't even need a job to pay for your house because the price of your house will be going up 20% every year. So doubling in price every 5 years.
And nobody thought that that was unsustainable at the time.
No, I've seen that happen so many times.
Yeah, this was the supposedly booming economy in the late 90s, early 2000s.
It was all artificial.
All just a joke. All just
We just had a bubble burst in the housing market in Saudi as well. And the funny thing is, a lot of people back when I was working in banking going like, "Well, we want to invest in buying land," because land prices, like you said, they would double every 5 years, and it was a reality. Like we could see the numbers. I was telling everybody like, "Don't do it. Just don't do it. You're gonna lose your money." Like my friend just made like $2,000. I'm like, no, just don't do it. Stay away, because at any minute now, they're gonna go down at least 70 to 80% in price. And it happened 2 years ago. And I'm not the gloating type. Just imagine me in my most not very serious kind of ironic voice. Nah, I'm not serious. But I fucking loved it when I called every one of them and I was like, I told you so. I told you fucking so.
Yeah, we all said. I said, but you know what? I'm never right, am I? Until I'm right. I was literally saying to people who were sort of like doing this, mate, this is unsustainable. And this is the thing, because people were basically saying this. This is this whole what do they call them again? Is it CDOs, isn't it, or credit? What was the name of these particular derivatives that they were basically just packaging up about a bunch of good and bad mortgages with?
Credit I can't say it. Derivatives.
No, derivatives. Yes, derivatives.
Well, yeah, derivatives. Yeah, but that was just a name for all of there was various branches of derivatives. I mean, you don't just have derivatives based just on mortgages. So, it depends on what they were doing. So, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. I think CDOs, or is that something else? But anyway, yeah. That's why there was all this mortgage money available for it, because it was this promise of all of this extra money coming through. So people are bullshitting you into thinking that your house will just consistently go up 20% every year. Okay, handing you a loan, you then signing the piece of paper and them saying to you, just lie, just say you earn 50 grand, don't worry, nobody's going to check. Yeah, handing you this loan, and then selling that loan to some other sucker. And nobody thought that this would go wrong. That whole function there was the thing that was increasing the house prices in the first place, because there was all this demand for housing. Because of all of these people thinking that they can get a mortgage out of it, which increased the prices of the houses. So it was this self-sustaining bullshit. And then it all fell apart. Loads of people's pensions were completely just wiped off the face of the earth, and the UK government had to step in to try and solve this fucking problem, and now you and I are going to be paying for that for the rest of our lives. Yay! And our generation won't profit from it. The generation before did. The people who already own homes, they profited very well from it, because they saw their house price go up 20% every year.
So, nuke it all. I'm gonna be like the replacement of Pug today, because, no one is saying nuke everything. So,
I don't know about nuking everything, but I'm perfectly content to go and nuke Greenland. I'm still pretty set that we should do that.
So earlier, you guys were saying, why would Americans vote against their best interests and vote for these people that are like, taxation is theft and all this bullshit? There's this book called What's the Matter with Kansas? How Conservatives Won the Heart of America by Thomas Frank, and he goes into it pretty well. But basically, I think Europeans forget how religious majority of Americans are, and how much the conservatives pandered to Americans. Like if you poll, Kyle from Secular talks about this a lot. If you poll Americans on individual values, like
Individual issues. They're a lot more. They're a lot further left. They actually align much more with someone like Bernie Sanders than with any Republican. But it just seems it seems to be all of this mostly sort of very good politics that causes them to end up voting against their own interests and against the things they actually believe themselves.
Right. Like my grandparents are pretty religious, and they voted for Trump. And as soon as Trump got, when he got elected, the Republicans were already talking about getting rid of Social Security, privatizing it. And my grandparents are like, "Well, we need that. We can't." And I'm like, "Well, why did you vote for Trump then?" And they're like, "Well, he said he wasn't going to touch it, And I was like, "Trump's a con man. Like, come on."
Look at who Trump appointed to Social Security, Medicare, and all that other stuff. The people appointed there want to sell it, and they have private businesses that are going to get major contracts. And those businesses, I've got a bit of bad news for you. They are very heavily profit-driven businesses. You are going to see everything increase in cost because of that.
And all that Social Security is just going to disappear. That Social Security will just be basically just sucked directly out.
Yeah.
It'll all be gone. The UK, basically we had the same principle coming in 1993. So it was going to kick. Basically, the only thing that stopped the Conservatives from privatising the pensions of every person in the UK was the fact that they'd lost the general election. If they'd have got that general election, everybody's pension would have been privatised by now.
Oh, don't worry. Me and Spino aren't going to live long enough to get to pension age.
Yeah, my retirement plan is called Golden Virginia.
Do you guys even have a healthy union movement? Because there's like hardly any unions in America left.
Used to.
It's gone. We used to. Okay.
There are unions out there.
It was killed.
There are unions out there, but they've been severely neutered.
You guys, it sounds like England's in a similar situation, just not as bad yet.
Yet the Conservative government are insane. Oh, and May, I know you're listening to this. I want you to hang yourself in the public square. I want you to set up some gallows and do the decent thing, because you are a tyrant and the first Catholic zealot we have had in charge since before Henry VIII.
Britain learned a lot from Sharia law.
Mary. Cyril, you forgot about Mary.
Come on. Britain can learn a lot from Sharia law, guys.
Catholic.
Honestly, guys. Come on. Sharia law isn't that bad. Britain can learn from it.
Well, I do like their shit with usury. I know that.
And remember, after all, the biggest thing that David Cameron did, it wasn't anything to do with finances, because he kind of fucked us over by raising taxes on people that can't afford to live, cutting their benefits so they can't afford to pay the small amounts of tax that are being asked for them, and cutting business and rich people tax. It wasn't the fact that he put a penny tax on stuff that if you heat up a pasty. No, it was social justice and equality. It wasn't anything to do with increasing government revenue, when they sold the post office for basically a loss. Wasn't anything to do with that. It was social justice and equality.
So he basically fucked more than that pig's head.
And this is Theresa May's take on this. So this is.
I keep hearing this idea that these idiots. I keep hearing this.
This is also who Sargon thinks he's going to vote for. Did you know this, Spino?
Oh, what?
Left-leaning Sargon thinks that Theresa May's A-OK.
What?
Actually, I did tell. I did mention something to him. I said, look, this woman thinks that like Sharia law is like Britain can learn a lot from Sharia law, and ISIS aren't Islamic, and and this is the woman that they chose for some for the inspections of the Sharia courts.
Yeah, but Brexit.
Brexit.
Brexit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Brexit. I mean, as far as complaining about the single-mindedness of social justice warriors, the fuck, Sargon?
Well,
oh my god!
Stuff printed in the Daily Mail.
But the thing is, it doesn't matter that Sargon is being single-minded. It matters when the left is being single-minded.
And he's trying to help them.
Yeah, he's trying to kill the left so they can come back as a phoenix.
I heard that. I was just sitting there kind of going, yeah, I suspect the right wing want to do that too. I swear to you, mate. I swear to you. I don't
Sargon used to talk about...
Check that out. I'll play it for everybody listening.
David's true legacy is not about the economy, but about social justice.
What? What the fuck?
What am I clicking here?
What the fuck is this?
Side note, over the last week, Theresa May has made several statements about the European Union and Brexit. She has stated stuff like, we need to have more of a say in the European Union than we currently do, and have no MEPs, because we have to leave the European Union and all parts of it, but still have more say in it. And we need to leave the European Human Rights Council and the European Justice Court so we can pursue social justice on our own. So we can pursue justice and society on our own. She is basically insane.
One thing I just want to quickly throw out there. I mean, I know you guys are really critical of Sargon, but I'll throw this to the side. At least he knows his porn.
I don't know. Is this referring to gay porn?
He recognizes his porn stars.
Oh my god! No, okay. So, so I said doxing doesn't stop people from doxing, and he said, when there's a real shot that this is happening to you as a retaliation, you think twice before doing it in the first place. No, it doesn't.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have done it in the first place.
No, it doesn't. It just creates people who think, well, I'm going to get doxed, so I might as well do it to them first.
Yeah.
That's all it does.
Retaliation breeds retaliation.
And then in response, it was just like, you're right. Leftists wanted war. I say, let's give it to them. Oh, you're such an idiot.
Hang on, guys. Sargon of Akkad said the thing was in 2004, and Snoops.com has a copy of stuff, and they've proven it is from December 2013. Oh, no, sorry, they've proven it's from July the 26th, 2010 is when the image was actually taken and published.
Ah.
So Sargon is actually off by 6 years, so he doesn't even know his porn.
No, I guess I gave him too much credit there. These things happen.
Yeah, we're decultifying you from the cult of Sargon.
Cult of Sargon?
Yeah.
Sargonism, remember?
Yeah. There are a lot of Sargonists out there.
I got a hand to him. Like, it's because of Sargon I became very acutely aware of the shit that was going on in the world and some of the stuff that, especially in terms with social justice on universities. Watching him.
Yeah, and your dad
gave me the balls to stand up for myself.
Yes, and your dad brought you into the world, but he's still a dick.
Now you've done that, look at your government and the shit they do.
They are pretty fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Are we taking people from the cult of Sargon and making them into the cult of Robin now?
Yes.
What's going on here?
That's exactly I would actually be worried about.
That's exactly it.
You don't need to
I'm
make
deprogramming. I'm deprogramming him.
Well, I mean, if there's a cult of Robin, then yeah, I'm going to take people away from the cult of Robin.
You do that. That's fine. We'll just keep. And then what I'll do, I'll make an arrangement with Sargon, and he can grab them back, and we can just have them in.
Ladies and gentlemen at home,
little hungry hippos of
followers. Robin decides to go crazy and becomes an egotistical maniac and start his own cult. There's only 525 subscribers.
What are you talking about? Becomes an egotistical maniac?
No, it becomes an egotistical maniac that starts a cult. Beforehand, you didn't have a cult.
No,
there's a difference.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not that organised.
You're saying cults are organised?
Yeah.
Evidently, you've never fucking paid attention to a real life one.
Well, yeah, I told you I'm not very organised.
Nor are cults, generally speaking.
Yeah, I have to admit, cults don't tend to be particularly organised. A lot of the time they hate each other just as much as they hate everyone else. Because they actually view the in-group as individuals. So there's in my experience, cults tend to just end up eating each other after a while.
Yeah, trust him. He used to be in the Autism Speaks cult.
Fuck off! MGTOW, I have to admit.
You were a MGTOW. I mean, for crying out loud, mate. You know, there's bars out there. You can meet women. I'm telling you. You're not that bad looking.
Dude, there's stories in the paper about MGTOW.
No, my point...
Just trying to make him feel better.
The reason I did that was because no one else is going to talk about it, and I wanted to use it as an excuse to talk about men's issues. And yeah, it didn't go the best. It didn't go as well as I hoped. But from what I can tell, I think the negative views on me are overblown, because if you look at the actual articles, I think one of them did a
Wales Online.
One of them did a poll.
Brilliant.
The Independent put out a poll.
Okay,
on
dramatic
the
reading.
article about me.
I'm going to have to do dramatic reading on this
fucking hell!
Those are my thing.
Here it comes.
Please.
David Sharrett, 18, is a men's rights activist who won't have casual sex in case he is falsely accused of rape. Cardiff University student David Sharrett is part of an online community known as MGTOW, Men Going Their Own Way. David Sharrett, keep on saying your name. David Sharrett doesn't want a girlfriend. He doesn't ever want one. At 18 years old, he has given up hope on womankind.
Oh my God, I
It's
never said
not
that, and
for
I
me,
told
the
him I never
teenager
said
said.
that.
Hey.
Spino, shut up and let him read.
Yeah, it's on a website, so it must be true. I could be missing out on something, but I could be putting myself in danger. Chemistry student David. Danger. Well, you know, you're lacking chemistry, obviously, if you're not getting on with the ladies. Chemistry student David is part of an online community known as MGTOW, Men Going Their Own Way. According to MGTOW.com, it's about injecting silly preconceptions and cultural definitions of what a man is. It's about looking to no one else for social cues, refusing to bow, serve, or kneel for the opportunity to be treated like a disposable utility.
Except when it counts. Except when you actually have to virtue signal to your MGTOW brothers that you're that you're anti-women's enough.
Do they chuck you out if you just accidentally brush up against a woman in is that it? Is that how that's it? It's about living according to his own best interest in the world, which would rather he didn't. But what exactly does all that mean to David? David, who is a virgin, is worried he could be accused of rape if he has casual sex.
Well, yes, fucking strangers. At a university. Full of crazy feminists.
They actually made a typo in that last line there. David, who is a virgin. No, it should have been David, who is a leftist.
I should have said leftist version cuck.
There is a risk of false accusation, especially given I am a political target. Given I'm a men's rights activist and know who I... Right, okay. Let me just stop you here. Basically, you're saying that you're not going to have casual sex because you're a MGTOW, and you're a MGTOW because you're not having sex.
No, I'm an MRA. So...
No, it says you're a
feminists are
MGTOW.
gonna come out.
It says on the website. Don't lie to me, David. It's written.
My point was...
It's written in red and white.
Oh, no, my point was that I'm an MRA.
Easily.
Yes.
Okay.
I can't remember the video.
It's Milo shut down questions about alt-right virgins.
Oh, actually, no. That's a good video. I have to admit. Of all of the things you could actually you could criticize Milo for, he is 100% right on that one. he just basically, like, someone says, "Oh, all these guys on the internet, they're virgins," nah, nah. And then he's just like, "No, fuck you, don't shame me."
Well, in your case,
low testosterone.
Can I ask you? It may be a personal question, but have you ever got to the chance to, sink the pink?
What?
Sink the pink.
Oh God!
Oh God!
You're so naive. Actually, I have an even better question for you, Spawn. Have you ever been with a Polish guy? It's like
oh, fuck off.
Have you ever?
But answer the question.
Have you ever got your dick wet?
No. It's kind of difficult when the female I'm interested in is thousands of miles away.
Yeah, Spino, just watched the video, and Milo, he has a point when he say you shouldn't just dismiss a group as fat, virgin, low testosterone guys. But then he goes on to go, "Oh, but when I call feminists, it's fat, it's different." Yeah, at that point,
okay,
you lost it. There was half a good response in there.
Yeah, but when was that posted?
But that was why I shared it, because he was pointing out that the sex shaming is petty and pathetic.
Oh, and then he goes on to fat shame and say, "Oh, it's not petty,
I know,
I do it."
I know, he's a fucking hypocrite, but
this is back in May.
What else can I do?
No.
Back
no,
then,
that's
I
not
was
fair. That's not fair. That's not fair. He is a flaming hypocrite.
He is a hypocrite. I know.
Yeah, okay, he's a flaming hypocrite. Fair enough.
You have to bring his gayness into it.
Did anyone? A friend of mine, Pigeon, he was on here earlier. Shared a video of people roasting Ann Coulter. Did anyone see this?
No.
Well, I consider Milo basically like a female Ann Coulter. That's got James well, hasn't it?
Milo doesn't even have a good waistline, even in a dress.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to share you with this video, guys. Just don't play it. Just pause it. And I'll ask you to play it on a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, okay?
Okay, just give me a sec.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I was texting.
Give me some.
Okay. So everyone will be able to hear this all at the same time. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Coulter, if you're here, who's scaring the crows away from our crops? Last year we had Martha Stewart, who sells sheets, and now we have Ann Coulter, who cuts eye holes in them.
Looks like she's having a good time. I haven't seen you laugh this hard since Trayvon Martin got shot.
Coulter is here, which can mean only one thing. Someone must have said her name 3 times. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
First of all, as a feminist, I can't support everything that's being said up here tonight. But as somebody that hates Ann Coulter, I'm delighted.
Ann Coulter is one of the most repugnant, hateful, hatchet-faced bitches alive. But it's not too late to change, Ann. You could kill yourself.
Ann Coulter has written 11 books, 12 if you count Mein Kampf.
Ann Coulter looks so much like a truck-stop transvestite whore that I saw Jeff Ross run to an ATM just before the show.
Ann hopes the Republicans can hold on to the House so she can continue to haunt it. She seems stiff and conservative, but Ann gets wild in the sheets. Just ask the Klan.
Ann's against gay marriage. What's your thinking on that? If I can't get a husband, they shouldn't either?
It's 56 days to Halloween, but I see that Ann Coulter's already in her skeleton costume.
Is Pete white? Is he black? Ann Coulter needs to know so she can decide if she hates him.
Why is Ann Coulter here tonight? Answer? Because the Right to Lifers wanted everyone to see what an abortion looks like up close.
I just realized that I am not the only athlete up here tonight. As you all know, earlier this year, Ann Coulter won the Kentucky Derby.
And you know, Ann, after seeing your set tonight, I think we've all witnessed the first bombing that you can't blame on a Muslim.
That was ruthless.
Indeed, it was. You looked tried at least.
Yeah, yeah. After listening to that, I almost felt sorry for her. But anyway, let's get back to David, who is a virgin. Is worried that he could be accused of rape if he has consent.
Robin, shut the fuck up. Look inside chat. People have done a persona for Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh no! What?
Oh, this is
even
all.
Milo has recognized.
This is from like a year ago.
Where is this persona?
Dude.
I posted it in side chat. I also posted 2 pictures of Milo in a dress, and dear God, he's kind of dumpy. He really doesn't go in at all in the middle.
The big lie is that men are sexually free and women are not, he said. We do not know how many false accusations there are, he said. They could be a majority, they could be a minority. It all started off by posting on YouTube. David became known after he posted videos surrounding his views on YouTube under the name Spinosaurus Kid. Some have had a few hundred views, others a few thousand. The reason you do not hear about men's rights advocates like me being accused is because I am careful. There is a lot of risk. You do not know how many accusations are true. He worries about so many the so-called yes means yes law coming to the UK. There are women fighting for yes means yes law, he said.
I never said women. Fuck off.
There are women fighting for yes means yes law. It's written down on a website.
I actually later found out Femithias posted something explaining that it actually wasn't as big of an issue as it sounded.
That could mean men would have to prove consent. How exactly do you prove that happened? As an anti-human, it is anti-human rights because you have the right to a fair trial. And if it's going to be taken away, human rights are going to be infringed upon.
Gentlemen, there is actually a way to prove that consent was given. You need a solicitor and a notary in every bedroom.
No, you just record. You just record everything.
No.
I mean, he's got
you
a
need
point.
to have official
Just
documents
make sure
where
you
you sign it and then have it notarized, and then you have sex in front of them where they have to bear witness to it. It will help a lot of people that have peculiar fetishes.
Yes, and the thing is, you record your sexual transgression, let's call it, and then, obviously, somebody could hack into your computer, so what's best to do is post that onto a website where anyone can view it, so that then you can prove to everybody that this was consensual sex. Anyway, I think that solves the problem right there. Oh no, hang on a second, Ben had that trouble, didn't he? Ah, well. Questions of consent are not David's only fear, with the heading, what else worries David? Men could end up in abusive partnerships. A lot of men don't know how to see the signs of abuse, he said. We are told they cannot be abused. Services to help men abused by women are few. There are hardly any services, however, and those that they do manage to find are rudimentary and small charities with very little funding. But does he ever want a long-term relationship? They are worried about you. Marriage is not on the cards. I do not believe in the state-sanctioned legal contract of relationship, he said. Good dog. When it comes to marriage, the system is so stacked against men it does not make sense. You're basically playing the financial equivalent of Russian roulette with 3 bullets because 50% of marriages end in divorce. No man came out of that well. Ask any man who is divorced whether he ended up better off or after, or whether he would have preferred to stay single.
Well,
do you know
let's
a
be
lot
honest. Some men do have an Alabama divorce.
Well, no, I never said preferred to stay. I don't remember saying preferred to stay single. Just preferred to have not gotten married in the first
Let me
place.
just double check. No, it's in quotation marks, so you said it. Sorry.
Fuck you!
Do you have the original recording of
No whales online. You are fake news.
Misquote. Do you even know what misquotes are? Fucking hell.
Do you have the
There's
original
quotation
recording?
marks. There's even a comma afterwards. I know how you speak.
It's Spino.
What do other people make of his views? David gets mixed responses.
It's
but he's
mine.
not bothered.
Please, can you stop this? This hurts.
I like arguing with people anyway. He said.
Aren't you just happy that you changed your mind instead of going to bed and stayed with us?
I have 100. There's like loads of these as well, so I'm going to go through each one of them.
Oh.
I have 100 different snarky responses to the silly things they say. They might say I hate women, but I don't respect women enough to marry them. I
Robin,
say
if you
prove
don't
it.
stop, I will DDoS your microwave.
You know, I've been to his house. Jokes on you. His microwave's from the 80s.
So it's going to have to be dial-up or nothing. So does he not like women? He insists he doesn't hate women. It's like, I'm not racist, but there is this idea, if you disagree with feminism, then that you hate women, he said. This is a common mistake. Full stop. That was accurate quote, I'd say. Yeah, it's in
I think
quotations,
so, yeah.
of course. He was brought up by his mother after his parents divorced at 3. They were married before they were 3. Wow. He works very much.
Before they were 3.
Oh my God.
He loves her very much. David believes B faces intolerance because of his views. I'm not quite sure they've quoted you correctly there. If you speak about them, if you speak out about them, it's you hate us and you hate this whole demographic. You're a bigot, and it's a race.
What
to
university
shut
were you
people
going
down.
to, mate?
I think they're quoting you correctly because it's terrible English. They have no argument about what I'm saying, but they are ready to paint me as a bigot. And then they put a picture of equality must mean equality for all, argues David. With a picture of women's
David.
rights activists.
What uni do you go to?
Cardiff.
South Wales.
Okay, everyone. If you are in the local area of Cardiff University, you want to look for some guy called David Sherratt and just start throwing eggs at him at the very least. If
Or
possible,
direct him-
get an ostrich egg.
No. What you need to do is direct him to the nearest Polish man. he needs that more than the eggs.
I think somebody needs to present the poon, to be frank. No.
For the good of humanity, so we don't have another Elliot Rogers who needs. Oh wait, no, we're in England. He can't get a gun anyway.
He's
we're
got
fine.
you've got a girlfriend, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Do you love her very much, Pino? Oh,
Did that say
shit.
What?
Do you love her very much?
Yeah.
Oh. So we need to get you laid a few times so you can get a bit of practice in, mate. Otherwise, you don't want to disappoint her.
I'm not cheating.
It's not cheating. You haven't even started yet.
Is it she?
Robin, he's his own man. Let him make his decisions.
She's in Syria, right?
In an undisclosed Middle Eastern country.
Okay, can she not seek what's the word I'm looking? Refugee status?
She's not a Sikh.
That's kind of what we're trying to do.
Okay.
Yeah. Progress is slow on that front, but hopefully it will happen.
Well, let's hope.
It's not. It wouldn't necessarily be refugee status. It would be asylum, but yeah.
Right.
What, is she some kind of political prisoner or?
Well, it's illegal to be an atheist in her country, so she's punishable by death.
I don't think it's punishable by death in Syria.
I know. I said undisclosed Middle Eastern country. Not in Syria. She's not in Syria. Yeah.
So what you're saying is you're not dating his in a dress.
Who's wearing the dress here? Is it him or Hazoo?
Oh shit, Spino's the girlfriend.
Oh, fuck off.
Come on, you know he sounds.
Bottom.
You
Let's
know
face
he's a
it,
power
Hazem is a
bottom.
bottom.
You're the power bottom, mate. You can tell.
Nothing wrong. To each their own.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat, mate.
Very,
I'm not judging anyone.
Yeah, that's my job.
You're not judging everyone.
Spinal?
Please
I
explain
said
all of
earlier.
those tweets you sent to me yesterday.
I'm judging everyone. He reckons men
Which,
are,
hold on.
are suffering
Okay,
because
Robin. There's something that happened here. Which tweet?
The ones where you're being a narcissistic fuck.
Once again, which tweet?
What's new with that? Seriously, what's new with that?
You were being judgmental towards me yesterday. You said you weren't judging anyone. You were.
Are you everyone? Are you everyone, Sal?
Yeah, I mean, come on, everyone. But I mean, do you consider yourself part of everyone?
That's a little bit arrogant of you to be
saying you're not
perfectly
judging
frank.
anyone.
Okay, yes, I don't judge anyone, but do you consider yourself part of that? You're not.
So, newsflash, you're not everyone.
But people love me. I'm the most important one here. That's why I have.
You brought this upon yourself,
mate.
mate.
You may have more subscribers than me.
Yeah, I'm the most important
So
one
you're
here.
the most
Remember, it's my
important
stream.
Yeah, but I'm way more popular than you.
Nihilistic Pillow says there was Comedy Central roast of Donald Trump, wasn't there? And he also says, truly, David lives a life of danger.
I do. I'm being stalked by Nazis.
Yeah, but they are Nazis in America.
Yeah,
and
some English ones.
And or Scotland.
There's quite a few of them. There's quite a few of them in the UK.
Well, then you should bring them. You should bring them on. We can have a chat.
Well, I don't know if they're stalking me that hard. It seems to stalk my Twitter, and that's about it.
Do you think
you can come here to Dubai on the weekend. I mean, there's this guy that's going to be waiting for us. So.
Yeah,
to the Iraqi embassy.
Yeah, mate. I mean, this is what the open house is. It's a safe space for everybody to come in and say what they want to say. If you feel as if you have Nazis on your case, yeah, bring those Nazis here and we can have a little chat. And I will explain to them. I shall metaphorically eat their lunch, and then they'll realise the error of their ways and join the.
No, they won't. They're too stupid for that.
We're twats.
I used to run bar, mate. I know how to talk to idiots.
No, you know how to talk to idiots. You do not know how to talk to people that are so mentally infirmed that they are unable to recognise that they are currently drinking something.
Didn't I say that I worked in a bar? These are the sort of people that you meet.
People in the bar are the type of people that on autopilot will tip liquid in their general direction of the face. We're talking about people so stupid that they have to have a sippy cup and sit in a crash helmeted chair. We're talking about the people that have their crash helmet on, they're there in a safety chair in class, and they have padded clothing and they have padded gloves on because otherwise they'll end up punching themselves in the eye until their eyeball falls out.
Well,
we're talking about that level of retard.
Well, these people don't really present a danger now, do they? Because it looks like they couldn't get out of the house and actually get on a bus. Without someone being there to tell them when they, telling the bus driver when to let them off at their stop.
Good point, Spino. You say from the Nazis they're too stupid.
Yeah,
No, I just think they're afraid of me.
I would be, if I was a Nazi, and I looked at you. I'd be afraid.
I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to throw their Pepe memes at me.
Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, and you've been on Wales Online. I mean, where have they been? So what was the conclusion of this? Now he stays away from people. Things were awkward until he moved. I ended up staying in my room, mostly not interacting with them, and making sure I had the ability to prove where I was.
I didn't trust them. Yeah, this is true. I did not trust these people at all. They were nutcases. So I was just thinking, okay, they could say something about me. They could accuse me of some shit. So I was just like, I need to prove where I am 24/7.
Yeah, you can get yourself a little over worried, can't you? By the sound of it.
You didn't have you met like proper fucking social justice warriors?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you been forced? Have you been forced to live in the same room as them?
Yeah. In the 1990s, we had people running around saying that men were potential rapists.
It's where the phrase came about.
These people were like that.
Social justice is nothing new.
I know. I never said it was.
I mean, I felt rather bad to find out that I was a potential rapist, but you know what? I really worked hard, and I've realised my potential.
No, but my point was that I wasn't over worried. These people were nutcases, and I lived with them.
I ended up staying in my room, mostly not interacting with them and making sure that I had the ability to prove where I was. Then I was moved to, and my new flatmates don't care about my views. Not that he sees people much anyway. I'm not particularly social and do not get out often. Most of my friends are online. I just speak to them in my room, where it is safe, and nothing can happen.
My safe space.
In my safe space.
You know, I have safe space. Okay, good point.
In my safe space.
In my safe space. I've always used the term safe space.
Who had the deep voice? Who had the deep one? Who was that?
I brought the deep voice along at the end.
Oh.
I have a huge range.
I really hate the term safe space because I really think it's a really shitty term. Because what social justice warriors tend to want is not a safe space; it's a comfort zone.
So they want the dick. Because that's what I call my penis, my comfort zone.
Robin, darling.
What?
We understand that Magda is asleep now, so you're going to be objectionable, but there's hardly an excuse to threaten to stick your dick in people.
I'm not. It's all right. It's all right. The only person I threaten to stick my dick in is her. At the moment, the men's rights community is mostly on the web. MGTOW is not really caught in real life. Although David is attending a men's rights conference next year, the idea that feminism is a movement for equality.
That conference was a shit show.
And the conference was a shit show. Yes, they do say.
Yeah, it was a waste. It was a waste of time. It was a real.
Why was it a waste of time? Tell Uncle Rob. Come on, sit in my knee.
Okay. Basically, there wasn't. Nothing was achieved there. A bunch of people came, and everyone there was already an MRA, because the ticket price was so high. So it was only people who were already invested who got there.
So you were surprised that a conference for men's rights activists was filled with men's rights activists?
No, it was only filled with men's rights activists,
Robin?
and only men's rights activists who gave a fuck.
Right.
And then we didn't do anything.
The ticket price was so expensive that going to London and staying in a hotel over the weekend was cheaper than it.
Yeah.
How much was it for a ticket?
Like 200 and something.
Wait, how much is that in real money?
That was real money.
What did he say?
Did you want it in dollars?
That's what I was joking at, yes.
Okay, let me just get my Monopoly money calculator out a second. A lot more than 200.
Yeah, dude.
Not much more these
Robin,
days.
Robin, I have to cut you off right here, but you're the last Brits, you're the last person who makes fun of other people's currency right now.
Hey.
Look at the pound.
Yeah, I have to admit that was, given the circumstances.
Yeah, look, our finances.
I think we should start to avoid making fun of currency.
Yeah, when our finances are in total free fall and we've basically been the worst that we've ever been and still better than America, we can still pick on America.
I'm sorry, the tickets were £265.
I'm a relativist, that's what I'm saying.
Anyway,
the idea that feminism is a movement for equality is going to help men is not really true, he said. MGTOW is not a direct reaction to feminism, it has been a catalyst. A lot of men are deciding to give up and drop out. The only way to win is not to play. Well, so when did you become the computer from War Games? There's only so many people old enough to get that joke. I completely understand that I am one of the people doing that. What does that mean?
I don't know.
I completely understand that I am one of the people doing that.
I can't even remember if this was a quote.
Was this written by an intern? Who interviewed you here?
He did not sound particularly competent. Now that I remember.
James
I
McCarthy.
think you're just coming up with excuses in hindsight. This was 2 years ago.
Let's have a look at James McCarthy.
But this was over a year ago. In my defence.
Yeah, and he has
so I'm
terrible
not gonna
tasting
remember any of
glasses. Yeah.
It's okay. I used to be a crazy anarcho.
But look at that face. Look at that face. Isn't that? He's adorable. He's like, fuck that, fuck women.
No, I'm saying fucking cold. It was really fucking cold when I was standing out there.
Why the fuck were you standing outside in the cold? Also, what the fuck? A hoodie, a leather hoodie, and a scarf.
Because there were women inside.
No, because I was told that I had to have the photos outside. That was what I was told. And then it was really cold, and the wind was blowing across my face, and it was even colder.
Aww.
And that was when he was taking the photos. So
yeah, and
yes, I do look in pain. I do look in pain there, because I am.
I love the way he's caveating every single photo. It was always cold. I mean, you could have just warmed up a bit first of all. You had your hands in your pockets. Is this the independent? No, it's the Wales Online link, and it's just got him in his lovely leather jacket, and then next to it is a picture of two people holding hands.
Is that a leather jacket hoodie with another hoodie?
Yeah, he's double hooding.
Yes.
And then he has a scarf on under the hood, or is that a turtleneck?
I believe that's a scarf. Yeah, fashion faux pas.
Fuck you! I was cold.
Okay, I have one really big complaint.
Cold is no excuse for style.
Have you tucked the white things on the hood, the dangly bits, into the jacket? Why have you tucked them in?
I can't remember. This was a year ago.
Oh my god, the metro got to you. Oh, this should be brilliant. Okay, it's got... you've got your shiny sunglasses on there.
There's loads of different...
2015.
Hang on.
Okay.
No, they're all old.
I know.
Right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it in the style of Metro. This guy, this guy reckons partying with women is far too risky. So I'm reading it in the style of each publication here. David Jarrett, a student from Cardiff University, has never had a girlfriend and isn't sure he'd ever want one. Why? Because the 18-year-old believes close contact with women might mean he's accused of rape. The student, self-proclaimed anti-feminist, is part of a new movement of straight men who have avoided any kind of contact with women, known as men going their own way. Speaking as student newspaper... I won't say I don't plan to have a girlfriend ever. I make the exception for...
We had this term that we used to refer to as men going their own way as homosexual.
Good. Oh, you're in the Daily Mail. I'll read it in the style of the Daily Mail then. Okay.
Oh no!
Online.
No,
Come on, Mail Online. Get it up. Right.
Okay. I'm just gonna rephrase that then in the style of the Daily Mail. He's part of a new group of supposedly straight men, part of a movement called Immigrant.
Anti-feminist student reveals he won't party with women in case he's accused of rape. He says he may stay single forever.
Oh my god.
Evening, Ephraim.
Hello. It's a bit of a late one for you fellas, isn't it?
Well, it's practically early at this point.
Yes.
Sleep is for the motherfucking wicked, and I think we broke Spina.
Yeah, I've just gotten up.
The Spinosaurus is extinct now.
He's done.
These are the bubbles. These are the last bubbles that we get in Cold Harbor.
Have we got anything from the Guardian?
I didn't.
I don't know. I don't want to know anymore.
I think we've tortured him enough, guys.
No,
this is
we've got
where
the Sunday Times to do.
Crossing over to cruel and unusual punishment.
Let's have a look at the Sunday Times, shall we?
You know,
Robin is.
This is where Spyro laughs along with the rest of us, and then he never talks to any of us ever again.
Meet the men giving up on women. They don't have girlfriends. They don't want children. They don't even want to have sex. The secret.
Actually, a friend, one of the other friends,
disillusioned males. What are they, misogynist or misunderstood? Martin Dalbury tracks them down. David Sherritt, 18, is a chemistry student at Cardiff University. He's never had a girlfriend.
I don't think
planning
you
on
can read
finding
the entire
one.
thing.
Not now, not ever.
This
You
is
can't
the
read
Times.
the entire thing. Yeah, this is the Sunday Times. I'm reading it in.
Yeah. I don't think you can read the whole thing without because it's behind a paywall.
Oh, let me crack this.
Oh my God, Godfrey broke character again. Godfrey Ellick.
Yeah, I know the guy.
Yeah.
Usually you can get hold of these from the way back.
Throw this in the side.
So you're famous now, David.
I've been famous for a year.
Oh, okay.
Get on my level, son.
Yeah, no, because Sargon, he's just like, because something Vernaculus had some like very minor milestone in his YouTube fame, and then Sargon was just like, hey, my shit posting is headline news. Bitch, I didn't. My sex life was headline news, and I didn't have to fuck anyone.
I'm not sure that having basically your virginity displayed in national newspapers is something that you're supposed to really sort of brag about. But,
To be honest, managing to keep your virginity until 18 is kind of impressive.
In England, definitely.
Yeah, in fact, managing to keep it by the time you're 13 is relatively rare.
Yeah, my
You think
dad
I'm
changed
kidding?
that for me. Anyway,
Oh.
God.
Oh, what? What? Do you need a safe space now, kids? What the fuck?
Wait, are you saying your dad didn't get you a hole when you were a preteen?
Oh yeah, shit my dick out, son. Shit my dick out.
I don't wanna. Stop talking to your dad like that.
But on that note, I should probably get going. I've got class in the morning, so gotta get some sleep and shit, you know?
It's only 5 GMT.
It's 10 o'clock where I am. I've gotta
Chochmah,
be...
good morning.
Yeah, good morning and good night to the guy who's leaving.
Yeah, whoever the fuck you are.
Yeah, bye guys.
Yeah, it's me.
Alright, good talking to you, gentlemen.
When are you going to get an avatar, for fuck's sake?
I have one.
Put some
No, I
fucking
don't have
clothes
one.
on,
Sorry,
man.
I'm a blue guy. Blooming Group. I could get one. I have one on Twitch.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's like you could do.
Yeah, I'm
literally
ashamed of myself.
download the avatar you currently have right now when it comes up to the screen thing. Put it onto your desktop.
I feel bad.
Right-click to rotate clockwise. Re-upload it. Just that is enough for us.
Yeah, just what should I get? Let's see. The first guy has some reddish sort of file.
Come on.
Second one is emboss filter on a picture. Third one is a Renaissance picture. Fourth one is a fifth one I don't want to talk about. Sixth one is some dinosaurs. Seventh one is me, Blooming Group, and I like yours. That's probably RoboCop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. So which one should I get? Tell me which direction should I go?
Go with the former Reformer King one.
Former King one. Correct. Former King. Do dictators count?
Oh shit, Amos G got suspended.
Every dictator counts.
Beautiful.
From what?
Amos G's account was suspended. When did that happen?
His account on what?
On Twitter.
Probably when he starts advocating for child porn.
Yeah,
it was ages after that.
This is
Dude, he does that every few weeks.
Huh?
He does that every few weeks.
Yeah, he's just like, it's about the principle, guys. I'm not a pedo.
Yeah, I hang out with a few people that actually speak to him on one of the discourse I'm in, and yeah, they bitch about the fact he basically talks about, oh, baby should be allowed to consent, and he keeps on bringing it up.
Yeah.
Babies should be allowed to consent.
Okay, so you get your dick out and you wave it in front of a baby, and the baby giggles as you're allowed to stick your dick in its mouth. That's his logic.
No, but this is the thing, though. It's such a retarded argument that, I mean, I'm very sorry to have branded any retards that feel insulted now that I've compared them to Amos Yee.
Well, thank you for qualifying that, but please continue.
Yeah,
can we
it's like no, but the thing is, we do let babies consent. We just also acknowledge that they can't. It's not a matter of being let.
Yeah, that is literally one of the most pedantic arguments I have ever heard.
But thanks.
Well, and you elect Trump.
Is it? I think it's one of those things where you don't think it needs to be explained, but apparently.
You are the Princess Burgundy.
No, but come on, it just changes the whole scope of it.
It doesn't.
Seriously, the whole argument is about the idea that we're arbitrarily suspending the right of people to do it. It's like the
David,
whole thing is just.
When you were being particularly spurgly earlier, this is how you sounded to us.
What? Sounded how?
This is how you sounded to us earlier when you were being a bit spurgish.
No, to
She
be honest,
fought the alt-right and won, now she's running for... Oh, no.
To be honest with you, if Spino and Earthrim were to spurg off, I believe Earthrim would take this easily.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Are you may be a chemistry student, but are you a mathematics student with a slight background interest in chemistry, biology, philosophy, politics, economics? Yeah.
And a beard.
Don't even try, boy.
Yeah, but you will never be able to spurg out more against me. I know the song of the Dragonborn in Dragonspeak off by heart.
I think we just need to recognise that we're just slightly different kinds of spurg, and that Robin is actually being racist for comparing us.
Hey! He's not a ginger, so this doesn't count.
Okay, what you're doing here is comparing apples and oranges, and will you stop taking the piss out of the fruity bastards?
Good argument. So anyway, yes. So do we have anybody here who is willing to take up the position of child rape being okay?
Can I televise it and make money in Ancapistan outfits?
Yes.
In that case, it is okay and the moral thing to do because it makes money. And morality is based on how much money you make in that place.
I'm not violating any non-aggression principles. Kids can consent because, kids are property according to T. That was actually what he said at one point. Kids are property.
Until they're grown up, they're property of their parents. And parents can decide to do what they want with their property, including renting it out to dodgy people on the back of a rape van for 45 minutes of unsupervised time.
That's actually how Saudi law works, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, and it's how English law used to work.
It used to work like that in Saudi up to 2013.
How did this conversation make it to 6 o'clock in the morning?
Because this is
confused.
the open house?
Yeah, it's the open house, but still, I'm trying to make any sense of it. I'm really listening.
Okay, Chochmah, this is my 500 sub stream, so I thought I'd give something back to the community.
Oh!
The thing is, actually, the thing is, though, the concept of owning a person breaches the non-aggression principle, because essentially the concept in economics of intrinsic value is that you do things that benefit yourself, rational self-interest. So if you want to do something that is then you are going to have you're going to do your own thing, but then somebody else coming in enforcing their property rights, well, that limits that is actually a limitation of freedom.
What if
It's
you
not
sold
voluntary.
yourself?
Trust.
What if you've sold yourself?
Well, at that point, then yeah, maybe you've got some difficulties. Except that essentially, breach of contract, there's penalties involved. But the idea that you are then forced to do something, I mean, no. A contract, you can't just say any agreement, because, yeah, I mean, I hope that's fucking obvious, that not every single agreement is actually enforceable or valid going forward.
Efren,
because
this entire thing seems to be on one premise: rational self-interest.
That's a modeling assumption, and what it essentially means is that it's like from the perspective of yourself. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's like intelligent to self-interest. It means that you live for yourself. It doesn't mean that you're clever.
Yes, Spino. Beat that.
I wasn't even listening.
Well, obviously, Airfrin wins.
Well, I
You've
do
just
have
been
to go
outspurged.
and get my
You've
bath.
just been completely outspurred.
Actually, surely the spurgiest thing to do is to not really take part in the social situation.
Yeah, I have to admit, he's got a point. I'm not even being social at this point.
But then an even spurgier thing to do would be to interject and point out what spurginess in a spurgoth. Oh, fuck, I won.
Given
but the rules of the Spurgoth are that the two people in the Spurgoth are the only people who are being compared. Therefore, explaining the rules of the Spurgoth is even spurgier than interjecting into a Spurgoth about the rules of the Spurgoth.
I'd just like to point out, on the point of non-participation, I did just say I'm going for my bath now. Have fun, guys.
Yeah, I've already tried to leave multiple times. I've been bullied. I've been bullied back in.
Oh, no. Bullied in?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
Yes. Efren is Welsh or something. That's why social pressure doesn't work on him.
Yeah, I was just about to say, what social pressure works on you? So call yourself a spurg?
Call yourself a MGTOW?
No, but
you're supposed to be
bullying
going
does.
your own way, aren't you? You're just bowing to social pressure, man. You've got no agency.
No physical pressure.
My words of now physical pressure?
Yes.
Fucking SJW.
Pressure pushing down on him.
What, I'm pressing you with my voice.
Yeah, you are. You are actually damaging my eardrums.
Get on your knees. Bend over. Poo choking.
Oh, typical Robin.
Sort out your virginity problems right now.
Oh!
No.
No, what I like about this is he took a minute, or a few seconds to imagine it. Like, well, maybe.
At least he thought about it first, you know.
Yeah, it's like.
Well, you have to think about it.
Sal's been thinking about it all night.
Your point?
This is not helping.
How did this change from like celebrating 500 subs for Robin to roasting Spino live? How did we get to this?
Well, you know, everyone has a hobby. Yeah, and that is the byline for the open house.
I mean, you guys are actually better at roasting me than like the entire alt-right combined. So this is actually...
But they generally roast themselves. That's the thing.
Yeah, the thing is that we're doing it in a light-hearted, well, a mostly light-hearted way.
No, I was aiming. I was aiming to cause some serious problems with his.
Yes, but you're a psychopath.
With his self-image.
You're all lovely people.
Oh, shut up, Eurotrash. What the fuck do you know about being a lovely
That sort of
person?
sarcasm.
I know nothing about being lovely people. I'm sorry. I can't contribute. I'm just really insanely drunk. Sorry. I'm trying to stay calm.
What are you drinking?
Quite a lot, because I just returned like 15 minutes ago from...
No, I didn't say how much have you been drinking. I said what.
I don't know.
You don't even know what you've been drinking.
Who cares?
No, hold on. I want to know.
You really want to know?
We're trying to judge you on this.
Alright, it was quite a lovely evening. No, it wasn't lovely. It was fucking cold here. It's in the south of
It's
Germany.
not about the evening. It's about what you were drinking.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain. Come on. I get
No, the question was quite simple.
You have to
I didn't ask about the weather. I didn't ask about... You could be lousy.
No,
evening.
the weather is important. The weather is important. It was southern Germany, right? Southern Germany?
Oh, boo-hoo, you have a climate
Early
there.
afternoon. No, come on. We were looking towards Switzerland, and the sun was setting, and we had white wine.
Wow, they have a sun over there too.
Yeah, we have one.
What are you drinking?
It's beautiful there. It's the Alps sun, you know? Not
What
that
were you drinking?
Sandnicker sun. It was a beautiful Alps sun. White
What were you drinking?
I was drinking white wine. A cheap wine. No, it was cheap, but it was like normal white wine. And then we were trailing over to Switzerland. And
It's based almost entirely upon how much disposable income you have.
What?
The concept of a normal white wine is based entirely on how much disposable income you have.
I wouldn't say that. The white wine should usually be Kochen,
20
mince dry.
What kind of stuff are you drinking?
In that case, it was Müller-Thurgau, which means from the Rhineland.
Yep, we don't speak your fancy European language here.
That's not fancy European language, it's wine.
English, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
Yes, I do. Anyhow.
Right, so you go to the off license. How much does it cost you?
It's not expensive. It was like $16, $17 a bottle. Don't know.
Yeah, that's quite dear, actually.
Yeah, as I said, it's quite cheap. So, and then we went over to Switzerland, and we celebrated the birthday of my friend's girlfriend. And
your friend's son's girlfriend?
Yes, my friend's girlfriend. It's not my boyfriend's girlfriend, it's my friend's girlfriend. That was nice. And we, well, yeah, had a nice evening. And I just returned like half an hour ago, maybe 20 minutes ago. And I saw that you were still on, and I was trying to listen in, and I thought you were talking about Trump and important world events, but I didn't mean to stifle the conversation. Really sorry. Still really drunk here.
Actually, I have an important question along the lines of Trump. David, would you be willing to stop being a make-turned-8 Trump?
No.
Well, that was simple.
I just love one of the memes that Dee made of me, and she's got one. She decided to make the T-shirt that I was wearing in one of my videos. I'm not arguing. I'm just explaining why I'm right. That's actually what's on my T-shirt. My mum got it for me. It's the most fedora T-shirt I've ever had, and I love it.
The most fedora T-shirt.
Yes.
When did Lauren Southers go completely off the rocker? Like,
I don't know. I haven't been following her for like almost a year.
Yeah,
and then
same
I come
here.
back and she's just like, "Oh, okay, you're like a hardcore conservative now. What the fuck happened?"
Yeah, I thought she was a libertarian. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, like the last time I talked to her, she was like sort of, she was sort of not sure about that anymore because she was in favor of like border control or something.
Well, yeah,
But,
only
like,
ANCAPs.
okay, she went from that to like more traditionalism and like defending neo-Nazis.
Well, rebel media is kind of gone a little crazy too. Like I used to watch them, and not that bad. I mean, they're not as bad as Fox News, but now it's just like, Jesus Christ, are you?
They are the right-wing TYT. They are the right-wing TYT.
Yeah.
It's like, I used to love them loads, but now they're fucking retards.
Oh, and of course, another brilliant one for that is Breitbart.
Breitbart was always a joke, though.
Yep.
But yeah, and apparently, because I now discovered how much of a retard she's being, and I'm criticizing her. It means I'm salty because.
Oh, of course, because salt is an argument.
Yeah.
Well, no. Didn't you try to get with her or something one time, or some bullshit?
No. She. Yeah. Okay. She was cute, and I maybe flirted with her a couple times. Oh no.
No, I just saw something.
Fucking do me. Fucking do me. Like, have you seen what Goodfellow had been saying to her? If anyone was creepy, it was him.
I don't think I know.
He was actually saying she was his future wife and shit. I was just like, I just sort of I said she was cute once or something. That was about it.
Oh, Goodfellow.
Yeah, these alt writers who are blowing it out of proportion. They're like, oh, he liked this white woman, and therefore this is the reason, because he was rejected by a white woman, and therefore this is why he hates the white nationalists. This is truth. Just go away. Stop trying to psychoanalyze people on Twitter.
You know, this is fucking terrible. How dare you be attracted to a conventionally attractive blonde woman? How fucking dare you?
Bottle blonde.
She's probably got very good genes.
But anyway, no. We didn't even stop talking to each other on because we got angry at each other or anything. It was just just stop talking. And I unfollowed her. That was about it.
Right. Yeah.
It's the most anticlimactic thing ever, and the alt-right think it was this massive story that ended up in in some epic quest to destroy the alt-right or something. I don't know. And they seem to think that my love of Kyle Kalinske started after I stopped talking to Laura. No, I've loved Kyle before I loved Sargon. Before I even watched Sargon or knew who he was, for fuck's sake. Kyle is
Sargon.
You loved Carl before Sargon. Is this some sort of weird fan fiction that you're going through, or?
No idea what's going on.
Nothing.
That was a really bad wording.
I feel like I've missed something.
No, but all I'm saying is Kyle Kalinske has been bae for years.
You like that lesbian soccer mom look? No, but I like Kyle. He's usually pretty good. He's one of the.
When he was a little bit younger, he still had a bit of puppy fat on him.
Yeah.
Remember that? You know.
I'm just
Do you
fat.
know who I like? Do you know who I like and who has referred to me as dude? Pac-Man.
Pac-Man.
David Pac-Man?
That's someone I want to talk to. I want to get some e-fame so I can get interviewed by David Pac-Man. That'd be great. Because I would be surprised if he had a different impression of MRAs if he had an interview with me as opposed to Karen, women in Saudi Arabia aren't oppressed strong.
Yeah, she kind of went a little psycho too. I used to watch them and.
Actually, there's this one other.
Just to clarify, David Pac-Man is the guy from University Challenge, right? Sorry.
The David Pac-Man show. He does. It's a sort of left-wing news outlet on YouTube.
So it's not the guy from University Challenge.
Not that I know of.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not.
I can confirm he doesn't do University Challenge. You're thinking about a completely different Pac-Man.
It's still the same, some sort of Pac-Man it is, right?
Yes, it is another Pac-Man.
Thanks. So I'm sort of right.
I'm trying to think of his second name at this point. He used to do Newsnight. I know who you're thinking about.
But yeah,
Paxman. That's who you're thinking about.
Oh, right.
Jeremy Paxman. So close.
Close.
No, I just maybe I should have noted that this was maybe I should have seen the problems in someone who was willing to defend Roosh V's satire, quote unquote.
Satire.
But because legalized rape totally wasn't within the bounds of what he would say.
No, you can
But
probably guess.
When it came to Femintheist, who is like been for years after she did the feminist the feminist character, she has been like advocating for men's rights and shit. She is, her satire was totally real. I should have seen that. I should have seen it coming, but whatever.
Talking about satire being totally real, I'm still enjoying that whole business with Shoe on Head.
Oh, what's that?
Well, did you not see the Satiritalist or whatever his fucking name
Oh,
is?
Satiritician, yes.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
I saw like a couple of his videos, and I actually thought they were funny. What happened to him?
Yeah, I had a look at the guy's channel. I was kind of going, this guy managed to get 80 with this sort of humor? How the fuck?
I didn't think they were. I didn't think they were like amazing videos. They were just
It's literally scoring the channel.
He just sounds like a drunk guy in a bar just being abusive. That's honestly, I've met people like that, and they just basically just talk like dicks.
He said he was drunk when he did that video on Miss Andrew Queen.
Oh, just that one, is it? Is that why the humour echoes exactly all of his other videos?
Well, I haven't seen all of his other videos. I saw like 2 when he started, and then that was it.
Yeah, it's just the same old, really. Keep turning over. The very saddest thing, more than anything else, is this guy didn't even look into it. Somebody just passed him the video, and off he went.
Yep.
I mean, the only hope that I have out of this, more than it wasn't even a very good disguise, was it either? But the only hope.
No, and it was quite funny that he was calling Shoe on Head ugly. I might be the only one here who's actually seen the Satiritician's face. Yeah, he's not really. I would if I were him, I would avoid attacks on people's appearances.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've even had the Ralph attack her appearance, and I'm sitting there kind of going, Ralph, yeah, you're the arbiter of good looking.
Okay. I'm just going to point out that Shu does kind of look like a little girl in half the video she does with Greg, but that is because she's a squealing little girl when next to him.
Yeah, and she's very small.
Yeah, that as well. God, she's fucking tiny.
Yeah, she does look like a little chick. But yeah, she's
my girlfriend is shorter than her.
Yeah, she's I actually quite like sort of like her look. Yeah, I kind of like Chu's sort of sense of humor. So yeah. She does have a level of polemicy going on, and she will basically, but at least she actually has some humor behind it. Whereas this guy was just basically kind of going, right, I'm just going to lay into you. And it's like, dude, this is fucking pathetic. It really is pathetic.
And it wasn't even good mockery.
Yeah, and people are defending him by kind of going, yeah, but Shu didn't do much better. And it's like, fuck off, mate. She did way better. You know? It's like you didn't even notice the bit with the fucking water fountains, for fuck's sake. I mean, could that not have been a bigger hint? And the guy didn't even turn around and kind of, even if he was still unawares of it, he didn't turn around and kind of go, "You must be kidding. You're really kidding, aren't you? This is, we're talking about like the most iconic thing."
Yeah. Died. That's all he did. Good job. Good job, Satirization.
Well, to be honest with you,
he is definitely the brightest light bulb. If we turn every other bulb off.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that gives me hope. Okay, this is the bit that gives me hope. You ready? You ready for the hope? I know it can be disappointing.
No.
I know.
Hope.
I know.
No.
I know. You're in that. You're in that place right now, Habib. I know. But
No.
this is
1977. A New Hope came, and they are fucking ruined it.
Understood.
No one was alive.
Anyway, the thing that actually gives me hope with the let me just check. Jeff isn't around. Okay. Skeptic community is simply this. Only one person did it. That was my point.
Okay.
That was it. That's the joke.
Only one person.
That's right. Only one person. So just this, we'll go with what? Moron did it. Okay? Nobody else did. So, hope there.
Well, I mean, the massive number of defenders. Also, Paul Joseph Watson has actually posted, had an image of Miss Andrew Queen in one of his thumbnails before.
Yeah, Paul Joseph Watson is not part of the skeptic community. He's a different community, people.
Yeah, he's just part of the Paul Joseph Watson community.
Yeah.
He's his own thing.
The skeptic community is really, really easy to define because you actually see people's names around a lot, don't you? The same people end up talking to each other and cropping up in places.
That's right. They come through here quite often.
I don't understand why you're still talking about it. It's because they won. Trump is president. Brexit happened. So
that's it, though. The skeptic community was not in favour. Individuals in the community were in favour and opposed to it, but the community as a whole was divided on this subject.
I'm not talking about the skeptic community. I'm talking about the alt-right. They won, definitely. Not the alt-right.
I don't think they did win.
The skeptic community is...
maybe they didn't win, but they...
No, Donald Trump won.
At least they got what they thought for.
This is the thing. I mean, the problem is that what they fought for is now, for example, in America's case, a complete, full swathe of Republicans in Parliament right now across the board. So guess what? What do you think that country's going to get back on its feet right now and everything's going to be great? I don't think so.
Of course not.
So guess who's going to be to blame for that for all that time?
The Democrats.
They can't. There's no one to blame at this point. They can't
They will still do it.
Well, they'll try, but it's not going to fucking sell, is it?
It'll be the fucking. It will be millennials or something.
Yeah, but
millennials may just vote Trump in. This is your fault.
You still can't make fun of people who just put their guy into office and say, haha, you put you in office. That's like 4 years later.
Yeah,
see?
But it gets worse, of course, because then there's Brexit. And Brexit is a loss for everybody. And now who's going to be to blame for that? It's not going to be those who didn't fucking vote for it, is it?
No, that's some sort of accident of democracy. I don't know. Lots of people to blame for it. Merkel.
Oh, it's Merkel's fault for it's Merkel's fault for Brexit. It's feminists' fault for the right wing.
Partially, it's Merkel. It's partially British voters. It's partially, of course,
it's
British
always
politicians.
somebody else's fault. Yeah.
No, it wasn't my fault, right? What could
I understand what you're saying there, but yes, it is always at somebody. You see this a lot of the time with this particular sort of rhetoric, is that it's always somebody else's fault. It's Europe's fault. It's Merkel's fault. It's this person's fault. It's that person's fault. It's that. The reason that the UK is the way that the UK is mainly due to Westminster. It's not outside forces that are forcing anybody to fuck us over like this.
I really do like the Scottish idea of they want independence, not from the United Kingdom, but from Westminster.
Yeah.
And I wholeheartedly agree with them. The Welsh agree, the Northern Irish agree, the Crown Dependencies agree, the entire Commonwealth agrees. Fuck Westminster.
Yeah.
The rest of the is quite nice, though.
That's a different problem, I guess, right?
Well, it's the bizarre concept that, excuse me, weren't you born in the same country as me? Yes, I was. Well, then you care about what I care about too. Actually, no, Sunshine. I'm richer than you. I couldn't give a fuck about you.
But I absolutely agree, Robin. You're right. I do also believe that somehow.
Oh, Armored Eagle. Who is this Armored Eagle character, anyway?
Oh, Armored Eagle?
Yeah.
That's existential eagle.
Fucking eagle! Oh my god!
Existent eagle. I had this guy sort of come across me as such, and I really sort of was kind of what I said to him. Do you want to come onto the open house and discuss it?
Discuss what exactly?
Whatever the fuck he was on about. Because I was like, eh?
What is he on about anyway?
Let's say he's an angry man.
Okay.
He does seem to be a person who's got a lot of anger issues. Seeing as he's spending his time talking about the life of David Sharratt.
Oh.
I mean, if you're going to take the... he's actually put you in, some reasonably well-buffed guys and stuff like that. He's paying you compliments here.
You
Good night, White Pride T-shirt. Very nice. I like the fact that he's got the terrorist. He's gone through so much trouble here. He's got the terrorist enemies, and it's like sort of like Edgy's got a few darts in him, and you've got Kyle in your little heart thing like that. He's really tried hard.
He has.
I know. He's gone through so much
effort.
effort.
A lot of effort into this.
Dude, look on the computer screen in the bottom right.
Yeah, it's got your little Muslim girlfriend there as well on Skype. And I suppose the feels face in the centre there, that's him thinking about you. So when you're sad, he's sad. When you're angry, he's angry.
I think I had the only response that's actually justifiable at this point. Dude, this is getting sad. Just confess to spy now and fuck already.
There is a lot of let's call it obsession going on there.
Yeah, I don't have the time to put effort into this meme, into a meme like this. I wouldn't be surprised if that guy T had something to do with it as well.
I've got a solution. Just send him back literally a 2 minutes or less painting on MS Paint where you just put a love heart saying thank you in it.
I already did. I already said that I loved Kyle before. That was my response to it. I loved Kyle ages ago.
Does Kraut and T get as much shit from the alt-right?
No. Kraut's a semi-good guy to them.
Oh no, he's taken several giant shits on them.
Yeah, he has.
But
it seems that but a lot of those shits have been sort of somewhat by proxy, and they still don't seem to have as much hatred for him as they do for me.
He still gets it from Islamists, mostly from Islamists.
Yeah, mostly. Yeah, that's probably why.
Fucking anti-Muslim, it would seem, looking at his content.
No, he's not.
I've never actually asked him about this, but the content he puts out appears to be fairly fuck Muslims in general.
I don't really see it that way.
It's got a strong vibe for that, at the very least. And because of that, the alt-right seem to think that, hey, he's okay, he hates our enemies.
Yeah, a lot of them seem to think that he's like a secret alt-righter who has to sort of virtue signal against the alt-right so that he can keep doing what he does, or something like that.
And having been in a few...
Edgy was one of them.
No, he's not really quite like Sargon, let's be honest.
No, I've heard
of a few conversations off air with Kraut and them. He does seem a lot calmer off air. It seems like his on-air stuff is a persona to a point.
I think
probably.
I'm pretty sure I've heard him say he was a social democrat. Like he's not.
He is.
Right?
Yeah, he is. He is quite a staunch lefty.
I know. I know about his.
He's more of a staunch lefty than Sargon. Much further left than Sargon.
I also know why, but I'm not going to say.
Unlike his girlfriend, that was fairly far right.
She's actually a regretful Brexiter, if you didn't know.
Oh God.
She said, "Don't hate me for this. Don't hate me for." She goes, "Don't hate me for this, but I voted Brexit," and I kind of go, "I don't hate retarded people." and she goes, "But and she goes, but I regret it." And it's kind of going, "Well, you don't exist." No, she's lovely. Those two, oh, mwah. Peas in a pod.
Yeah, they're adorable.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, much love to the pair of them. But yeah, she's retarded for voting Brexit. But I can understand her regret afterwards. Not that happens, of course. Project Fear. 50% of everything is made by the EU. You know that, don't you?
I am somewhat glad I didn't vote Brexit. I didn't ever register because this shitstorm I can not take any responsibility for.
Yeah. You not doing anything is you not taking responsibility. Yes.
Yeah, it's democracy.
That doesn't mean that you're responsible for doing something stupid. It just means that you're irresponsible.
Yes.
Hey, you don't escape my ire, I'm afraid.
I'm completely glad with. I'm completely glad to be irresponsible. I'd rather be that than responsible for bad shit.
Hey.
No, not really. No.
We're
By the way, since you were asking me what I'm going to drink, I'm going to do a trip to the liquor cabinet and get a banter. See you soon.
I have no idea what the fuck he's grabbing to drink. Habib, do you speak that version of foreign?
No. I have no idea. Just whatever.
Okay, so if I to a foreign correspondent here about foreign languages and they don't know. Got it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, while we're at it, look on the bright side about the EU. We're still in the European Union. That means, and we're still in the European Human Rights Court. That means the EU and such are still going to be around to go, you fucking what? When our government puts forward rules like the Super Charter.
It looks like that's not good. It looks like that's still up for debate. Or
what happened is it was put through on executive order. It did not go to the government. It did not go to Parliament.
I know that.
Put through on executive, and then it was kicked out by the European Union, where they went, "No, fucking hell, you have to respect your own democracy."
I heard it was already. I'm hearing from other people tell me that it was actually put into Huh?
It was in law for a little while. The EU turned around and went, "Fucking what, mate? No, you have to respect your own democracy."
Oh, okay, cool.
This is why Theresa May's not keen. Yeah, this is why Theresa May's not keen on Europe, because they keep on saying to her, "Excuse me, aren't you actually contradicting your own laws here?"
Nice.
Yep.
Hey, has Nightmare Fuel ever been on this?
Nightmare Fuel? If not, and he wants in, give him an invite. That's fine.
The Snooper Charters is going up for parliamentary debate and to go through the actual process of being put into law. And I hope to God it's not actually put in properly. As frankly, which kind of ISP company would want to have me as a customer where I build up terabytes of download per month? Would you want to have to keep a terabyte of data per month from a customer for 2 years?
What? Am I the only one who just keeps getting annoyed when people take issue to pointing out that the far right is much worse than the far left?
Yes. Oh no, me too. But yes.
Yeah.
Fuck. I'm tired and drunk at the same time. Don't mind me.
Yeah. Especially when you're comparing like the alt-right and social justice warriors. Okay, most of the alt-right are actual fascists. Most of the social justice warriors are social democrats with some cultural Marxist views.
Here's the difference, at least for me. For social justice warriors, well, even the most vitriolic of them would like to have social injustices done for the straight white male, just in the name of social justice. When you go to the other extreme, the most vitriolic alt-right would want me dead because I'm brown.
Right.
So, and yeah, because I'm brown, and eventually I'm gonna move to a Western country, and they don't really like that. It's like genocide, so we kill them before they kill us. And that's not a really. I mean, I wish that I was strawmanning them. I really wish I was strawmanning them, but
you
I'm
are
not.
strawmanning them though, because they don't want violence. They only advocate things that violence is necessary for.
It's self-defense, man. The white genocide.
Yeah.
Look, they just advocate they want to live in a racially pure place, and they don't want anyone of other races to move in. And then they state the only way they can make this place racially pure is through violence. And then they go on to, after that point, to go back to expressing that this place needs to be racially pure. They're not advocating for violence or anything. They just happen to include it in a very long, rambling piece that's designed to obfuscate whatever they're...
Obfuscate, yeah, whatever. Whatever they're pointing out.
There's no way they want violence or anything.
Do you really think that's the majority of them, and that's what they're actually all about, or is it just a symptom of something underlying?
I think that if you have one of the prominent thought leaders, at least the I guess the and I say this loosely, the intelligentsia of the alt-right, or the quote unquote intellectual figures, so the thought leaders, they tend to actually at least privately admit that violence it's gonna be
necessary,
that eventually they're going to become violent at some point. But you get a couple of retards, and I think this is what happens, is that the majority of the followers at the moment are still within this level, are still mired by their cognitive dissonance, where they know that they know that violence is necessary, and they still want that goal, but they don't want violence yet. They're not really sure what they're doing. So this is why I'm getting so many comments that are just they're just self-contradictory, because they are trying to double think. This is what I think it is. I don't know. It's almost 6 a.m.
Point, Spino. When the intelligentsia do this shit and actually advocate for violence, you then point it out to the rest of the intelligentsia and go, hang on a minute, what the fuck is with this, mate? And they go, oh, yeah, I disavow his bathrobe.
Yeah, that too. He didn't even want to know anything about it. He didn't even want to question it. He just
didn't even care.
No, I reckon he's seen the video. I wouldn't be surprised if Spencer had seen it.
Yeah, I expect he has. A lot of people brought it to his attention over time.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
And privately.
Yeah. Oh, privately? To Spencer's attention?
Yeah. Seriously, check out the Antifa websites and forums. I mean, shit, people are going, yeah, I was posing as an alt-writer and emailed this shit to him and posted a screenshot of a sent email to Spencer's email address, or at least one of them.
Oh, fuck!
Yeah, so he is at least getting this shit.
Hmm. So yeah, he's playing dumb and it's not working. I kind of want to go after Spencer personally. I want to start just trying to get on his nerves. I don't know.
Man, I'm starting to get really pissed off with these fucking Russian propagandists, man. They keep on whining about the Europe being bolstered up by NATO, yeah. Well, Russia has like 300,000 troops on the border of Europe. Did nobody expect it? Did they just want us to just not do anything?
Here. To all those Russian propagandists, I have one simple message. Fucking bring it, mate, or shut the fuck up.
I actually didn't even know about that. All I heard about was us moving troops on the border. I didn't hear anything about the Russians moving troops first.
Of course not. Move them into Ukraine, for example.
Well, yeah, the Ukraine, I knew that, but...
and by the way, did anyone hear that Ukraine is suing Russia for what is it called? For funding terrorism?
Yeah.
No one even talks about it. It's just like it just happened last night, and nobody even like. I looked at Twitter, not a peep. Crickets.
Yeah.
Well, they're sort of at war. So.
Seconds on Google, I put in Russian jet, RAF, BBC. First story that came up. A Russian jet was seen off in September last year as it was attempting to fly over the northeast of the United Kingdom and Scotland. Oh, no, sorry, over the northeast of Scotland. So, Russian jets have been flying bombers over the United Kingdom for years.
They always do this.
Over the United Kingdom.
They're always doing this sort of shit, yeah.
And the thing is, the Russian bombers they fly over are capable of holding nuclear weapons, and Russia actually has, quite publicly, a way to shield nuclear radiation from being easily detectable from their aircraft. You can't make equipment sensitive enough to detect the nukes in their aircraft that work at that altitude.
Jesus.
And they're doing that to scare people, and frankly...
Russia has done nothing wrong, mate. Nothing.
So I'm confused here.
They're
Russia
pretending
is
to...
nuclear bomb over the United Kingdom.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
We don't know if they have nuclear bombs in or not. They are shielded bombers that are so high up in the air that the background radiation at that altitude is the same as if they were at ground level.
Okay,
and
how
have a
high
nuclear
are
flash
up
shielding.
there? And how are those flights classified?
What do you mean?
Well, it's a flight and it's a passenger airplane. What is it?
It's a Russian bomber illegally flying over the United Kingdom.
Illegally flying over the United Kingdom. I'm having trouble believing that.
I literally posted the story in the side chat. Russian bombers fly over the United Kingdom. Russia does this shit to scare people. The Russian military bombers are capable of carrying nuclear warheads.
Yeah, he does.
The bombers are shielded.
Yeah, Putin has a tendency to basically do a Kim Jong-il.
Yeah. They've been doing this for years. I want Putin dead. I want the Russian government overthrown, and I want the people to be in charge in Russia again. I want them to stop threatening my nation and my life with pretending they have nuclear weapons above me, because I don't know if they really do or not. The RAF do not know or not. This is why the RAF are not just shooting them down at this point, because they may or may not have a nuclear weapon above us.
Yeah, they're lucky that they're not flying over fucking Turkey right now, let's say that.
Yeah.
Because the
Turkey
Turkish would have just fucking shot them down.
What the RAF are doing are just going, no, if you want to fly any closer into the United Kingdom, we'll just ram you. We're going to put ourselves in the way so you can't.
So yeah, everyone's sort of sitting there kind of going, oh, no, Russia didn't do nothing. You know what, we're trying to antagonize Russia by putting people on the European-Russian border. Well, yeah, that's because he's put troops on the Russian-European border on his side.
The RAF
Nobody is
said
speaking
at no
about
time that the Russian jets enter UK airspace.
That's right, they're around our space. So they're on the edge.
Yeah, so not over UK territory.
They're testing the fucking waters. They're being shits. Why are they there
happens always.
Why are they there?
Airspace in the United Kingdom is just directly above it. If you fly between the Scilly Isles and the United Kingdom, you're not actually entering UK airspace, technically.
So they're just fucking with people.
Yeah.
This is
Russia
what he does.
fucks with people. They are terrified.
Everyone fucks with people. That's testing the air defense.
No, we do not fuck with
for the last 50
people by
years.
flying bombers that can hold nuclear weapons next to their airspace and go, fucking bring it, mate. What?
No, it's not fucking bring it. It's just we're flying here. Come on. let's see how long it takes to mount some defense.
Okay, this is the human equivalent of somebody walking up to you and just basically just pretending to punch you in the face and just stopping at your nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's quite the
they just want to make you flinch.
Yeah. Not flinch, just say.
I did do that. I did do that to my friends quite a lot.
You want a prick?
And tell them, better get home. Come on, get home. Come on, let's get home. Mate, you're drunk. Go home.
I'm not
it's
drunk.
It's of some drunk guy who's homeless.
That's right. And at the moment, we're all going, will you kindly fuck off, please? If it continues, if somebody were to continue to do that, I would then take them to the fucking cleaners. Well, actually, as a barman, I wouldn't take them to the cleaners. I'd just call the fucking bouncers to take them to the cleaners, to be perfectly frank.
Yeah, well, in that case,
it's not my job. So
the analogy breaks down because it's a,
Well, like I said, I've got other people who do that job. I'm not supposed to. I'm there to serve drinks. So if I have one of my customers, if I have one of my customers scaring the other customers, they're out on their fucking arse.
Personally, I'm completely unimpressed with you, with the military posturing of the Russia. But it's just me.
This guy is a fucking idiot.
Did anyone hear about
I'm going to read you this little exchange that I've had. Carl's just basically gone, has Maddo lost her fucking mind? Would Russian troops on Mexico's border be a provocation? I said, dude, Russia moved 300,000 troops on the European border. Think. And then this, obviously, some Russian twat goes, NATO expanded into East Europe despite previously promising not to. I said, and what did Putin promise? He goes, not Putin, it was in the 90s.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, I go, stick to a promise in the 90s. Never mind what Russia is doing. Get a grip. And he goes, if Russia did the same thing, how would we respond? I go, they did. That's why we're responding. And he goes, I mean, if Russia moved in on Mexico or Canada, and I go, now you were just making shit up. Europe is not Russia. NATO is moving in on East Europe. Of course, Russia is getting agitated. I said, well, if they can move their troops, they could just move their troops and fuck off. But if Russia did the same to Mexico, first of all, Russia is not Mexico, and it's not the Mexican border. They have moved into East Russia on fucking invitation, because Russia has their troops on the Russian border surrounding Europe right now.
Invitation is not how it works. Russian troops moved into Afghanistan on invitation, quote unquote, and Russia was promised that after German unification, NATO would not expand eastwards, if I remember correctly.
They are not. This isn't an expansion eastwards. The Russians, have put troops on the border there. They are rattling their fucking saber, and we are just rattling it back. Nobody seems to be picking up on the fact that Russia have their troops there, except this guy, because after the conversation is going, you're the one saber rattling against Russia, and I go, they didn't get there first. Sell your propaganda to somebody else who doesn't understand chronology. He goes, NATO's activity levels are the highest in that region at any period since the end of the Cold War. And I said, yes, because Russia has 300,000 troops on the Russian border, so back off, boy. He goes, oh, the Russians have troops on the Russian border, do they? Yes, the Russian border of Europe. Yes, the Russian border of Europe. So you agree, exactly. Yes, Russia has the troops on their border. What is the problem here? I said, suddenly you don't mind troops on borders. It's like they're kind of going, yeah, what? Us putting loads of troops on a border near your nation. It's that's nothing. That's fine. It's fine. It's like kind of going, so why are you putting your troops on a border near ours? That seems rude. It's like, are you fucking insane? Are you people really that fucking stupid?
Oh well.
So I'm not I'm not real keen on all your guys' political parties. Are the Conservatives the Tories, or is that a different party?
No. Conservatives
Tories is a slang name for the Tories. It was originally an insult, but they decided, what, the party that fought working children to death? Yeah, that's a perfectly fine name to take.
Well, actually, the Tories are the merchant class that basically overthrew the original royalists.
Oh, okay.
So they would be considered, I suppose, probably the best way to describe them in simple terms. Back in those days, they were really a bit more like the sort of Lincolns of this world. So they basically turned the UK into basically a totalitarian monarchy into a parliamentary democracy.
And as you can hear now, a Republican is talking about something involving the monarchy. This is not in the American sense. This is in the sense of wanting a republic instead of a monarchy. I do actually have to explain this shit for Americans. It's kind of sad.
And now, apparently, NATO has been obsolete since 1991.
Well,
it was designed a long time ago, so...
Yeah.
You're going to be using that a lot, aren't you?
Oh, come on.
Trump can do no
Newton's
wrong.
calculus, or Newton's theory of relativity, not necessarily, modern. I mean, it was replaced by Einstein's theory. Sort of, added to, I suppose. But that was a while ago as well, right?
Now he says we're obsolete. NATO is obsolete. Do you know what obsolescence means? It usually means it doesn't really exist anymore.
Well, actually, if you recall, many Vote Leave was saying, basically against the security question. They were like, well, we've got NATO for that.
And now that, it's like...
Oh, Christ.
These fucking idiots.
It's so depressing. It's just so it feels like some sort of accident of something that shouldn't have happened, but someone, will have to, just feels wrong.
Take another drink.
No, yeah. This is the consequence of the establishment being what they have been for so long. They became one-sided, and this eliminated the public choice. Eliminated the public choice from the democracies.
Yeah, but
and this sort of Reagan-Thatcher era towards the present day, that economic or political ideology that likes to think of itself as having some idea about how economics works, that is the hegemony that's been dominating the West for basically 40 or 50 years now.
Precisely.
And that's eliminated the choice. So it's eliminated the sort of pressure valve of the various constituencies of voters. So now we've got loads of disenfranchised voters, but who are still interested in politics. So then a populist comes along and activates them by going, hey, I'll do your thing. And they're like, oh, we don't care, as long as you're not them.
Yeah.
I'm not, I was saying this earlier on the last stream, and there's this picture that was running around, and it was just a piss take of Ghost in a Shell. And it just says, Ghost in a Shell 2017. It's just a picture of a guy out of The Office, and it's just got a sticker on his forehead, and it just says Asian. And I was just thinking, the same thing is pretty much what the Trump presidency is, and it's just basically a picture of Trump with a sticker on his head, and it's just embossed in gold, anti-establishment. That's pretty much it. That's how it comes across. He's just basically kind of gone, billionaire says he's anti-establishment. Everyone believes it. Yeah, billionaires, we all know that in order to be a billionaire, you need to be completely out of the establishment loop.
No, but you know what? I concur, because of course as we know from a great deal of political discourse over the last generation, that billionaires are in opposition to the establishment. They don't want it to exist at all.
Well, they don't want establishment to go away. They just want a particular type.
Oh yes, exactly. They will never acknowledge that it would logically include the elimination of police and things like that.
So, did we move into East Europe after Russia moved into Crimea? Is that how that went?
Not really. We moved to East Europe sort of, kind of, don't know. East Europe was under Russian domination after the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Right.
In Ukraine, it was like they had their dictator established, and then we overthrew them, sort of, kind of, help of the Americans and the European Union, and then Russia moved in.
Yeah, and of course Russia moved in self-defense, naturally.
Yeah, but not self-defense. They didn't want to.
No, haven't you heard the Lord Master Sargon, the mighty centrist, which everyone else is merely
come on,
partisan?
Sargon. I really do not like Sargon. Sorry.
Sadly, I've only kind of heard this stuff from Sargon, so there's a lot of stuff I don't know the other side to, what the arguments are. Because Russia done nothing wrong. That's what I keep hearing.
No. Russia does everything.
You know,
wrong, but
here's the thing.
also stuff wrong.
Here's the thing you don't know about Sargon is that he's been politically aware for about 5 years. He hasn't got a fucking clue.
Sargon is someone who says that.
Sargon actually said that he would believe Russia over the CIA because Putin has never lied to him.
And usually not argue.
Same comment about Bill O'Reilly or something.
Yeah, Russia hasn't. Look, Putin.
Bill O'Reilly. Yes. He said that Bill O'Reilly never lied to him.
He said that he basically just directly quoted Bill O'Reilly in one of his videos, and then people were like, "Really, Bill O'Reilly is a source?" And then Sargon's just like, "Well, I don't see why he would lie about this."
Just listen to Sargon for 5 minutes. How can you say that he's just throwing stuff at the wall?
Okay.
Guys, this twat has claimed that the Russian Federation started no wars.
Do you remember?
Said in their response to NATO being irrelevant since 1991. Yes, the Russian Federation was founded in 1991, and since then Russia has been peaceful and not started any wars. Their response, yes.
No wars, no, not at all. Yeah, of course, not checking. No, Georgia, no.
Let's see what the real answer was.
No, but
14 officially recognized wars, and you win nothing.
So,
I know they moved in on Georgia.
If only you'd spelt 13 correctly, that might
yes,
have actually
Georgia,
solved.
the country, not your state.
Ran out of letters.
No, but
Right,
do you
I
know
know.
guys? Do you remember? Do you remember when Jeremy Corbyn was character assassinated by the press? And one of the things, well, of course he kind of still is, but yeah. But one of the things was, oh my God, he wants to acknowledge that maybe Russia is being antagonized in some way, and that we need to work together to achieve peace. Oh my God, what a horrible person! And Sargon was on board with that. Demonizing Jeremy Corbyn for having a less antagonistic approach to Russia.
Because it's
Jeremy. It was. Remember, it was ancillary to the whole argument over Trident renewal.
So, like I said, this is political expediency completely trumps logical consistency here. You'll pick up the rhetoric for on one particular case, but he seems to just discard it when necessary.
Yeah, he absolutely isn't going on principle, that's for sure, because he has argued against principles that he's previous.
This is brilliant. It was pretty clear on that crowd stream when he said he is more than willing to sacrifice his
integrity.
Principles. Yeah, because he wants to win.
So in other words, he's just lost. Because you can't win once you've sacrificed your principles.
And he should know that because he advocates stoicism. And that's the principle of stoicism, that you are what you are. You must act in accordance to your nature. And while other people may basically persuade you into acting against your nature, that is the harm of yourself.
Check out that political compass that I just shared, guys. That's brilliant.
Oh, what political compass?
Well, left authoritarian 1984, right authoritarian 1933, right libertarian 1776, and left libertarian current year.
I'm guessing current
year. That's brilliant.
Oh, actually,
where did you share this?
Just in the side chat here.
Oh.
I encountered a picture of a similar piss take of the political compass. Which, by the way, all the people who have just cottoned on to the idea that it's not just right versus left and that there's this other dimension involved, stop going on about that like it's the new truth as well, please.
Yeah.
They're all approximations.
I've always said that every single political issue is a fucking spectrum in itself.
Yeah, basically every single department in a government is something which you can have a position on, and each of those positions would have a place on that political compass.
Yeah, but what you're asking people to do is think.
I know, Robin, but is it really?
Yes, they want to just put you in a fucking box.
This is a very, very complicated world, so people need very simplistic solutions for the entire fucking thing.
Spurgley, darling, why are you linking us to the Liberal Democrats site?
Because that's a petition. If the link has worked properly, it should go to a petition to keep us in a single market.
Who are the Liberal Democrats?
That's I say third party of Britain, but SNP has more members in Parliament.
Liars.
They're not a national party.
They're
so
liars. No, the Liberal Democrats are run by liars who make promises that when they come into coalition government and have third place on the government, don't manage to get their entire manifesto through.
Yeah, with
Those
only
people
marginal.
lie.
Yeah, with only marginal.
Apologise for.
Yeah, they were also the most They were the most influential and most successful coalition partners ever. But because they were coalition partners, naturally, it's only appropriate to insist that absolutely every single thing in their manifesto had to come true.
Otherwise, students won't vote for them ever again.
Yes, of course, and because
students are clever people because they go to universities.
Well, here's the thing about the fees going up. That was basically a sort of cost of living increase for universities, but the actual deal that the Liberal Democrats rehashed is a better deal that I'm on now. And I can thank Nick Clegg for that. Even though he didn't manage to get it to be free, he did give me a better deal. The number is bigger, but I'm not scared of the numbers.
But numbers are scary.
And so the SNP are the more far right, right?
This is the Scottish
SNP
National
are
Party.
the Scottish National Party. They are authoritarian progressive.
They are basically the Labour Party, but more authoritarian and Scottish.
They are the straw man of what the Labour Party used to be.
Yeah, they thought that in order to basically stop the Conservatives basically telling them what to do left, right and centre, they'd throw the Labour Party out of Scotland and thus give the Conservative parties basically a complete fucking win, and is now telling them what to do with their lives.
Yeah.
I mean, arguably, they are National Socialists.
Oh, yeah, well,
No, they're National Scottishists.
Oh, their economic model is neoliberal.
National Scotch.
Exactly
Okay.
Does
National neoliberals then?
Well, it's one of those. It's as you would expect from any kind of quasi-populist movement, where they're not really in it for the principles they espouse. They're in it for the votes they get from the principles they're espousing. But then they will vote through all of the corporatist economic shit that just
they're only in it, and they're only in it for the votes because that's what gets them business interests, giving them money.
They are UKIP for Scotland, but they for some reason have got a massive
Seriously?
UKIP has a lot of support from the left as well.
The SNP is UKIP for Scotland.
Basically,
well, I think this is because remember the referendum was so close. And it basically ended up with the Scots not leaving the UK. So I think that they want those that actually did that vote sort of said, okay, well then I'm going to continue. I'm going to put the SNP in control, so it's about as good as.
Yeah, so I've got a much more amusing version of the political compass there I've sent on Twitter.
And much more confusing.
Amusing and in
and confusing
and in the chat in this hangout as well, I think.
Where's the box just off the bottom right hand corner that says why can't I just sell a baby?
Well, that's as you see, the box shrinks to an infinitesimal, so
No,
it is there.
No, it's not. It's literally just outside to the right and just outside to the down. It should.
Oh, I
be
see. It has
just
to be outside of the box.
Yes. Because it is so far from rationality that it is left of the box. And there should be a little tiny box in the centre saying, "Why aren't saying free ponies?"
I do like the way I do like the way that all of these extremes go off into infinity.
Yeah. Just there's an infinitely, of course, in the real terms, it goes down to the unit.
Well, they're not going into infinity. They're just going in, to bordering
Actually,
towards the corners.
I must correct myself. It doesn't go down to the individual. It goes down to the individual who is the extremist entirely of one of those things. And then it goes to someone who has multiple personality disorder, one of whose personalities is even more extreme and thinks the other personality is a leftist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is actually probably, it may be humorous, but it's also very, very true of what you see in here. It's like, kind of, you look at the sort of like Kazinoviches of this world, and like you think, well, that guy's basically an alt-right twat, but apparently he's a leftist cuck if you talk to the alt-right.
So do you remember?
He's just not alt-righty enough.
Do you remember Alec Baldwin?
Well, I mean, they're calling themselves. I wouldn't necessarily consider Cernovich alt-right. He's more of a he's more just populist, right? I'm gonna say alt-right is just
exactly. He's an establishment leftist cuck. Yes.
He is establishment. They are fucking establishment conservatives. The alt-right are fucking white nationalists. And it was a rebranding from the fucking start. That was what it was. And if you ask any alt-right group, any alt-right conference, it's all fucking white nationalists.
That's not what Milo says, and you know he's the figurehead.
Just out of interest, do you think this kind of approach to other people's political conscience will help improve the situation?
No.
Yeah.
People are looking to improve the situation. We haven't had those folk in quite some time.
Yeah, it's me. I'm here.
In the longer term, actually, the Liberal Democrats may benefit from this, but the Liberal Democrat Party are not pleased about this because our first loyalty is to the country.
Oh, don't you just? Oh God, you're such a. Oh.
Liberals giving a shit about the country. That's some.
Yeah, the Lib Dem. Yeah, they're literally crazy people. I mean, this is how fucking crazy they are. They are happy to run for, stand for election and lose. They're happy to try their best. They're happy to have a manifesto that promises, yeah, we're going to do the best we can for people and be as blunt as a brick to the teeth about it.
And also have so much evidence-based policy and democracy within the party that we're actually the most inconsistent manifesto pledges in Britain.
By the way, do you guys vote?
Liberal Democrats confused? So are we.
I'm completely lost.
Do you guys vote? First guy with a red logo. Do you vote?
I think the probably best way to describe the Liberal Democrats is they are the coalition party.
Oh, okay.
The party itself is a coalition.
Yeah, they're a coalition of coalitions who would make a coalition with it. You know, it's like
it is. Every single constituency is their own party that makes their own decisions, but then sort of differs upwards.
Coalitionception. Yeah.
It's essentially an attempt to actually improve democracy with a more
Access Fiverr. You've finally got rid of the mask. Sup goyims, just popping into Chepach on Marxist GG. How y'all cucks holding up? Did Trump grab your pussies yet? Lol. This is from somebody who calls himself a leftist.
What? Wait. Repeat that.
Sup goyims, just popping in to check on Marxist #GG. How y'all cucks holding up? Did Trump grab your pussies yet? Lol.
I think you guys underestimate Access Fiverr. He's clearly a performance artist.
This is supposed to be a leftist.
Originally, yes, until obviously
He's clearly a performance artist.
Until he realised that him trying to make it out as if he could basically like steer me in some sort of lefty way wasn't working.
You know how
and then
because
he broke character, and then that's been it from it pretty much.
Yeah, you know how because I'm essentially anti the current left establishment that I tend to call myself right wing or centre right.
Yes.
But then I actually talk about how capitalism is collapsing and we need to progress into socialism and find a way to make it work.
Yes. You're that confused.
I, for one, can't wait for the robotic revolution where we make human work redundant and give up on capitalism at the same time so we can go and pursue the arts instead.
No, that will be essentially the reason why capitalism will progress towards that is because capitalist production essentially relies on exploitation, and it always will.
The problem is,
the ethical way out of that is to eliminate the ethics of the exploitation by doing it to robots.
Yeah, Efren, robots are going to become cheaper than humans eventually.
Yes, that's
When
fine.
that happens,
as long as we sort out the ownership.
That we give up the concept of human labour and needing to work for
you
income.
said hope, didn't you?
Skilled labour
yes,
will...
because I know what's going to happen. Some countries are going to go, yeah, we're going to give everyone a living wage at the very least and let them pursue arts and barter amongst themselves. And other people, like America, probably is going to go, what do you mean you can't get a job because robots work for 1/5 of the...
No, hang on. If robots become... If robots become so cheap that the wealthy ruling classes can just replace all their workers with robots, then the flow of the economy doesn't work. The very founding principle of how money works doesn't work anymore, and then money isn't real anymore.
Efren,
if you can't buy labor with that money, it's not.
There is a factory in China that
I
has
know.
16,000 robots working for it. This is becoming a reality.
There are other people in the economy who do get paid for their labor, right?
Yeah, that will still happen, even if like we have a complete robot. We have complete robot manufacturing everywhere. There's still gonna be people who are paid.
Yes, exactly. That's the point I'm getting at.
Yeah, no robot is ever going to be able to make a decent mojito. I'm sorry.
No robot is going to be able to design a machine that creates that decent mojito.
Actually, there are already AI programs that are capable of doing office jobs, such as being a secretary. This is already stuff that genuinely exists.
But a mojito isn't an office job.
Right, I have to go.
Okay, yeah.
I have to go now, but I just want to say that ultimately, no matter how good computers get, what computers are has a primary limitation, and that ultimately the worst it could possibly be is that the only job left in the world is mathematics, because no computer can do mathematics. It can do calculation, but it can't do mathematics.
Well, at least my job is safe.
Well, I guess that's good for you.
Yeah, I know, it's great for me. See you later, fuckers.
Stop. You're a mathematician. Hey, come on, stay.
Yeah. Oh, I can't stay. I have to go to university.
And do maths.
I have to sleep. I'm going to go to bed now.
So you're studying math, you're not a mathematician yet.
Only 6:30 in the morning.
What are you doing, Spino? We're going to do a 65-hour stream.
Yeah, just wait till 10 p.m. Just wait till it's dark outside after it's been light.
Spino, it's only 11:30.
I am almost like completely unconscious.
How old are you?
Get some caffeine in you.
You've got no fucking energy in you, you bloody kids. You just turn up, you think you know everything, you wear your sunglasses, start spouting off about Nazis, and then you just go to bed like little babies.
It's because he's so low-key. It's because he doesn't have girlfriends and watch porn and masturbate to get his testosterone up.
Mm-hmm.
He's low in iron, that's why he has to wear the sunglasses, because his eyes are so sensitive because of the lack of iron.
What?
One of the side effects of having an eye.
I'm confused, but I'm gonna go to bed. I don't even know. Go kill yourselves.
Take it easy.
See that he's having to respond to his threats. Wait, did Efren leave himself in the call?
Yeah, he just muted himself.
He's genuinely planning for us to still be going when he gets back this evening.
I love it. That guy we're talking to, is a socialist internationalist. Now, please kindly remove your empire from my potato salad, and is living in fascist America. And he's sitting there kind of going, yeah, he shouldn't upset the Russians.
What I don't get about you people, sorry, if I just, if I can vent a bit, is how are you so interested in politics and on all that stuff while not trying to improve the situation at all?
It seems these days, yeah.
I do try and do what I can to improve the situation. It's kind of hard.
Of course, it's hard. It's always been hard. That's
the thing is, we can't. The thing that is ruining the world these days is not necessarily a lack of people doing the right thing. It's a lack of people knowing what the right thing is. As you can see, you don't have an answer to that because it's completely correct.
Well, no, I'm just my question. My question would right now be: is your when you say lack of people doing the right thing, is it the right thing?
No, we've got plenty of people who think that they're doing the right thing.
Who think they're doing the right thing.
It's just that they're wrong because they haven't listened to me.
Yeah, but obviously you still should be doing the right thing.
Fucking elitist.
Doesn't contradict the general idea of doing the right thing for
What's
the
that? What do you
think?
Do you think that
That's not the point.
everyone's doing the right thing?
No, that's not the point.
They're not doing the right thing then, are they? That's it.
In a democracy, you are the sovereign, and the sovereign should be doing the right thing. The right thing is what you believe to be the right thing, and
the right thing isn't what you believe to be the right thing. The right thing is the right thing. You can be believing that you're doing the right thing when you're doing the wrong thing.
That might be true, but you still should be doing your thing.
Because I said it.
Look at the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Sovereign.
Look at the Jehovah's Witnesses. They genuinely believe they're doing the right thing.
Sorry, I'm right.
Unless you're crazy. They are literally crazy people who have been indoctrinated, and they genuinely believe they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, but they don't have any.
Try and do the right thing, but they are fucking crazy.
I think you were just backing up my statement. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Chochmah, your response,
funny to me when Sarah was calling other people crazy.
Well, exactly.
Unless he's completely crazy.
He's
Please understand that within the
Jehovah's
democracy.
Witnesses are crazy. Have you ever met them?
I live in the Middle East and deal with Islamists all the time. Give me a fucking break.
Really don't.
Then you understand the kind of crazy I'm talking about. They literally use their children
all
to
I have
indoctrinate
dealt
them.
with.
Talking about the French. Most people are completely normal and reasonable, and you can talk to them, you can convince them of shit, and when you convince them, then they will probably vote the way you think is the reasonable way.
Oh my god, you fucking crazy Eurotrash. You genuinely think that you can convince people?
That's some sort of music, right?
I think he means you. You're European. You're in Europe, you're European, and you're trash.
Yeah. We had a vote on this. We're not part of the continent of Europe anymore.
Alright, please continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please continue.
Yeah, we had this vote and we decided we're not part of Europe anymore. The political body or the continent, we're now an offshoot of the American continent, I believe.
Yes. That's our new supercontinent that we're going to suck the cock of.
You guys want to become the 51st state?
What do you mean
you're going to set sail and
I believe you already have 5 people in line for that.
Yeah, and we're actually the 52nd state. You forgot Israel.
Yeah, go really global.
No,
Truly
we just sent him Monday.
Oh yeah, Obama. Did you see what he did about Israel? He abstained on a vote and only gave them 80 billion instead of the 2 trillion they wanted.
Right.
And they basically thought that America was pronouncing war.
Yeah. And quite certainly didn't give them 80 billions.
I mean, could they be more?
Give them 80 billion.
Could they be more quintessentially
80
Jewish?
billion.
Yes, billion.
Robin, was it you that said that?
Dude, Bush gave them a few trillion.
Say that again, James.
No way in hell, come on.
Stop talking the pair of you, you're silly.
James, these numbers are so large you can't understand them. This is ridiculous.
Yes, I can understand them because...
Stop, James, what were you saying?
Weren't you saying that Netanyahu just needs to be assassinated?
Yes. As soon as possible.
Yes. Okay.
See, I'm here offering solutions.
Okay.
I personally recommend assassinating him by collapsing the Parliament building on him.
No, I would prefer a bunch of people to do a protest outside where he's going to be talking next, with loads of Nazi pictures of him, with him in crosshairs, and then him being killed the very next day. Simply for the irony of that's exactly what he did just before the guy that he replaced died.
Good point.
See, I don't know anything about that.
Go to 1995, have a look at somebody called Rabin. And he was murdered by a Zionist Jew, right-wing Jew. And the day beforehand, Benjamin Netanyahu was organising a protest where it's basically loads of pictures of Rabin dressed up as Hitler in crosshairs. So I mean, if it could be any, you think Sarah Palin's rhetoric's bad?
I would love Sarah Palin to be the president of the United States right now.
Well, she sort of is. She sort of is. She's just got a terrible tan and a wig, and now is called Donald Trump. Sarah Palin has more understanding of international politics than the president-elect.
Probably yes. And she's not that, she's just maybe stupid, but she's not sort of evil or.
No, she is evil. She is evil as well as stupid.
No, she's not evil. Sarah Palin isn't evil. She's just stupid.
She is.
No, she isn't.
Why do you say
she's
that?
just a simple girl from Alaska, and she likes, to fish and shoot things,
Yeah.
And she believes in
from a helicopter.
Yeah, well, not from a helicopter, but having guns and parents and family and whatever, and she doesn't kill children just because they're disabled.
Look, we haven't quite ascertained that yet, so you can't prove that fact.
Also, there's different definitions of evil.
Sort of, kind of, yes, because her.
And remember, evil is usually done with good in mind. And so
you're just trying to confuse.
She let's say this. Yeah, she also posted a bit of documentation with crosshairs over certain parts of America. Interesting
and then one
to
of those
note.
people were assassinated.
Yes, but that's got nothing to do with her rhetoric. That would be wrong.
She probably did that because she's a bit stupid.
Well, yes, evil is stupid. But it's
what? No.
Well, she was evil in the sense that she decided she would go for a vice president position and not have a fucking clue as to what she was doing. Yeah, that's pretty evil.
No, it doesn't make you evil. That
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If I don't think to myself, you know what, I'm going to go and fly a jumbo jet, even though I don't know how to fly jumbo jets, because that would kill people.
If you don't know what it takes to fly a jumbo jet, would that make you evil? If your Mr. Rogers goes to Washington, that doesn't make you evil. You just want to improve things.
If you know that you don't know, yes. And I think she knows that she's that dumb.
No, she doesn't know that she doesn't know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but this is somebody who was basically had to be trained to work out what the fuck to say. I'm sorry, but that is somebody who's pretty stupid and just going in there and just kind of winging it and stuff like that when you're talking about a super state. Yeah, you're being really, really ridiculous. I'm sort of sick of all of
ridiculous,
these people.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're going into politics, you really should know what you're doing, please. That would be nice.
Stupid, yes, but not evil.
That is evil. If you are that stupid, you are putting people's lives at risk. You see, I'm right. Anyway, James, what were you saying? We've already had that. Sorry, I was distracted by me having to correct people all the time. Apparently, low-selling author Isaac Marion has come under Donald Trump's ire. Wrote an apocalyptic novel that's clearly an attack on him. Biased and very boring, not good writer. Not a good writer. Oh, I love it. Low selling author. I love the way he describes everybody. You know, it's kind of going overrated, douchebag, you know, all this sort of thing. This is like an endorsement at this point. If Donald Trump says something mean about you, it's like kind of going, yay, I'm going to get loads of book sales now.
I'm just waiting for his tweets that are sponsored by McDonald's.
Isaac Marion says, it's more an attack on the selfishness and fear that poisons humanity, but sure, it can be about you if you want.
Oh, speaking of Israel, so is there a strong strong opposition to Netanyahu within the government? No.
No. From the rest of the world's population, yes. From governments, no.
But not even within Israel, there's not a strong opposition to him?
No.
No.
Oh my god, Timothy Davis says, I rescind my earlier comment about checking out your book. Capitalizing on this fear is selfish. You're the poison dude. All political satire capitalizes on things in the process of commenting on them. Is that wrong? Really depends on the circumstance. In your case, yeah, it's tasteless. I'm just going to have to respond to this dickhead. I'm just going to go PC culture, PC culture going mad.
Everyone smile or I'll fucking shoot you.
I'm smiling. Just can't see me.
No, I'm English. I'll be miserable. I fucking like you, twat.
Unbelievable.
So, going back to Russia, was the Ukraine trying to become a part of the EU?
Yes.
Yes, okay. That's what I thought. But...
Well, one part, most of it was.
It would
just not
to underwrite an association agreement after there was
more people in the Ukraine became refugees and left the Ukraine for the rest of Europe than wanted to turn into Russia.
Right.
More people became refugees because of Russia, and this is just counting people that are verified civilians than wanted it to be a Russian thing.
Well, I'm now about to sign off. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day to you, sir.
I'll just leave you with one thought. Given that America is Israel's primary protector, what does it say about Israel's prospects now that Trump is so good at foreign policy?
About bloody time.
Good question.
He's not just good, he's the best at foreign policy.
It's this 4D chess.
You won't believe how good he is.
What kind of peace is Israel on that 4D chessboard?
Most peaceful.
In fact, looking at Trump, as far as Trump is concerned, his diplomacy is unbelievable.
True story. Really, believe it.
You can go now, Ethrin. You're dismissed. Off you trot.
Fuck off, you spark.
Go on, bugger off.
Well, that's actually a good question because, let's see how he fucks that up. But there's not much to fuck up, probably, right now.
Well, however he's going to fuck it up is going to be huge.
Yeah.
The whole region is already fucked up. I don't mean...
How could you fuck up right now? Because it's already completely...
Yeah.
Oh, you could sort of disrupt the relationship to Egypt. That would be a massive problem. And to Saudi Arabia. Yeah. I guess. And there's always some Lebanon.
Yeah, Lebanon's great. Lovely place. A little full right now, but
Totally, but
really hard to get a hotel room.
Yeah. Great times, interesting times. I wish to live in interesting times. Right?
Yeah. The Holocaust was an interesting time too.
Yeah, awesome time. Finally, something's happening. Yeah.
Well, do you know, the thing that really makes me laugh is when people kind of, oh, you doom and gloom sayers. You know, it's not. You know, you're sitting there as though the sky's not going to fall in. And I always say yes, but the sky didn't really fall in on the Holocaust either. You know, I mean, you know, if we're going to be like worrying about like skies falling at this point, you know, at that point I'd be sort of freaking. But you know, I'm talking about the fact that you've got an idiot in charge of a nuclear arsenal that could literally make the sky fall. Yeah, just saying.
It steps down. Obviously, from its status quo, it will steps down. In the United States, you haven't completely taking over. In Europe, you have the European Union sort of being destabilized, which is not a good thing at all, I think. Right?
You're correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Shouldn't do that right now, especially not right now.
It wouldn't be. Well, you know, the thing is, imagine if you will that the Europe, the UK, everybody else like that, they've got themselves out of recession and they're in sort of like good times. We're at good times moment, yeah. And we basically kind of go, guys, do we really need to have all of this whole European thing? We might want to split up on that one, yeah. You know, you guys are getting a little bit too over the top with the whole sort of, you know, the rules and regs, and we want to sort of break away. And they'd be like, okay, fair enough, you want to do that, you go ahead. You know, that's okay, that I can understand. But we thought, you know what? Now that we're in the middle of a recession and struggling to pull out of it, and really at terrible financial dire straits, let's upset this apple cart just a little bit more, shall we? You know, it's like, are you nuts? It's like kind of going, this could possibly be the worst time to split off from Europe, so let's do it.
Yeah, what could you possibly get out of this? Because foreign policy, complete catastrophe. Right now, we should actually be some sort of solid.
Can you say trophy?
Trophy, I can say trophy.
Catastrophe. There we go.
Catastrophe.
Catastrophe.
In terms of foreign policy, right now we should be a bloc against obviously Russia, China, and so on. In terms of economic policy, it would certainly be helpful if we could form sort of a union in terms of minimum standards for labor in regards to those second world and third world countries. So why would you want to split off and do your own thing and then try to make the best deals ever?
Because sovereignty. You can't argue with that, can you? You know why? Because it's a bullshit argument.
Yeah, it's just a shot in the head.
See, like, I would just say, you know, if Sargon were to say that to me, I'd kind of go, yeah, and you must hate freedom. It's like, what do you mean? Well, you hate freedom, don't you? You're free to move when you're in Europe. You hate freedom then. You must be a freedom hater. I mean, I can use bullshit rhetoric. Yeah, I can use bullshit rhetoric if I like. I mean, you know, you could maybe say something of some import, like, you know, 50% of the laws of the UK are made in Europe, because that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially because about 100% of the trade laws for the UK will be made in China, United States, and the European Union in the future. Awesome. That's free trade.
I sure am glad that 100% are now made elsewhere.
Free trade just means that the bigger guy will dictate you what you can do.
Basically.
Yeah, it's great if you're the fifth biggest economy in the world when the first three economies are like 10 times bigger than you. Awesome. I just don't understand the argument. Really,
well, it's not an argument. It's rhetorical bullshit hoping to masquerade as an argument. That's the thing. I mean, you know, it's like, You know, to say sovereignty is a weasel, meaningless word. I mean,
and if you just don't like the Polish, you're right, then go to the streets, beat them up or something.
You're never going to sell it that way. You see, you had to sell it as something else.
Yeah, but you could,
This is how the UK works. This is how the UK works. This is how laws work, right? There was like fox hunting, for example. Yeah. Now, the way that you want to get rid of fox hunting is you say this. You go, "Oh, those poor little foxes being hunted by those fox hunters. That's nasty. That's against their rights. Isn't that rude and naughty and nasty?" Oh, stop fapping, Sel. Isn't that naughty and nasty? When the real reason that nobody wanted fox hunting is because nobody likes to see toffs on horseback. Okay? I remember the smoking laws, for example, yeah? Or like 1 in 4 people may possibly, indirectly, maybe increase their chances of possibly maybe getting cancer. Good enough, isn't it? And, that's the bullshit that people were selling at the time. Then, after the law is passed, and they kind of go, "So how do you feel about this law then?" They kind of go, "Well, it's lovely to walk into a pub and it not smell of smoke now." They didn't turn around and kind of go, "I feel as if I'm not going to get cancer now." Not one person said that.
No, I would have really liked them to go about this in a different way. Have fucking smoking pubs and non-smoking pubs.
Yeah. Simple as that.
Do you want to have food, smoking, or both?
Said that to them, and they said that to them, and they said, "Yeah, but they'd just all become smoking pubs, wouldn't they?" And then we wouldn't have.
No, they wouldn't.
And I just said, "So in other words, you're a fascist."
No, they literally wouldn't. There's pubs that were already banning smoking in them beforehand.
Yeah, but that was basically because they thought that it was going to happen anyway, so they thought it'd get people.
No, I'm talking. There were pubs that were banning it in the 70s. They were like, "No, this is a pub restaurant. You're not smoking in here." It's not a new thing.
But it's not good enough. That's the thing that you've got to remember. Sorry, this content isn't available right now.
What content?
I'm trying to click Facebook, but it's still not for food. Oh.
Not available right now, mate. Sorry.
Sorry, it's a closed group. I forgot.
No, it's a closed group.
I'm so important.
You little cabal.
I'm in closed groups.
What the fuck?
Every time I'm clicking on something on Facebook, I'm reminded my Facebook account is named Scrooty McBuggerballs. And I have strange friends who like leather.
Oh my god, have you seen this tweet? This is fucking hilarious. There's a tweet there like that. It's
that guy too.
Zachary Fox says, "Happy birthday, MLK Jr." And they got this black guy whipping these white guys while they're picking cotton. And then somebody answers back kind of going, "Now imagine if it was a white guy doing that to black people, lol. Everyone would go crazy." And then the next picture is like, "Really?" Oh god.
That guy here is talking about moral principles. The fuck?
Yeah, either pay rent to your mum or move out, kid. Then you can talk to people about principles. I know it's an easy one to go with, but it's too easy to not go with it. Come on, T. I hope you one day have the self-confidence to not use Beyonce as your face. Really, nigga? Really? I hope you have the self-confidence to move out. Oh, I love it. What are you doing? Who's clicking? Is that Chochmah?
I'm sorry, I didn't realise you could hear me clicking.
Oh, was that you? Was it? What are you clicking with? Are you counting people as they come in and out of the cinema?
The cinema, okay.
I was literally playing an RTS game.
Sounds fun.
You'd be clicking faster. If it'd be any good.
Get good, scrub. Okay, how many hours have we been going on for? Too many by now, I'd say. How many of you these fools are left?
The pound is falling.
Is there still 8 of you watching? What is wrong with you?
Refreshing it so I get a proper number.
What is wrong with you people? That there is nothing of interest within this stream.
Oh, God,
I've done my
still...
level best to prove that to you, and you're still here?
We finished roasting Spino hours ago. I think that was the last entertaining thing we did.
The rest is us just taking the piss out of that guy T, which anyone can do.
No, the best thing about that guy T, I mean, there was one time he was arguing with a bunch of people. I think Tyler was there. It was Kraut. Not Kraut, no. I think David was there as well. It was just arguing with them back and forth. And it got pretty late. Everybody went to sleep. I think Tyler had to go to school or something. And then that guy T was just sitting there, and then he was like, and they said to me, this, and this. And I replied with this and this and this. And I was like, so, T, you're arguing with yourself now? I was like, yeah. I'm kind of addicted.
You're right, yeah. It's like somebody was saying to me, you're just some sort of, you're just a contrarian. Which is what people say when I'm arguing with them, isn't it? It's like, yes, I've taken up a contrary position to yours. Sorry about that. Apparently I'm a contrarian for disagreeing. Sorry. And yeah, I was kind of going, you just want to argue, and it's like, no, I don't. You know what? Yeah, I'd love to live in a world where I didn't have to argue with anybody. Honestly, I really would. I've got so many other things to talk about with people.
Robin, the only way that would happen is if you lived in a world with a hive mind of just yourself. And even then, you would manage to have arguments.
Well, perhaps that should be the solution.
But seriously, would be first 3 topics you would like to talk about if there were no one else to contradict you?
Yeah, I'm not interested in like all this bullshit. I've been spending most of my time with the open house and on Twitter arguing with people because I'm sick and tired of people arguing. Honestly, I'm closing these down. I'm closing these people down.
Yeah, you're sick of people arguing, so you argue with them.
That's right.
It's almost like saying, like, "Oh, you guys are fighting in this race, so I'm gonna fight you all to stop you from fighting."
I'm gonna walk into a room of 2 people kicking the shit out of them and beat the crap out of the pair of them, and then see. Now that's how it fucking feels.
Not really, because
not how it
still
works.
My question was,
I'm gonna exasperate them to death. They want to smoke cigarettes. I'm gonna give them 12 packs. And you're going to have to fucking smoke them right in front of me.
Still,
take
my
another
question
one.
Was
and another
the
one.
first 3 topics you would like to talk about when you wouldn't have to argue about stuff.
Gaming. All day, every day. That'd be great. Gaming, film. There's all kinds of things we can talk about, man. You don't have to be talking about fucking arguing about politics all day. Well, look, I was quite content just pissing around, playing my games and shit. Okay? People came to me. I wasn't interested in the fight. The fight came to me, and now I'm here, and now I have to sort out the planet again.
Again?
Yeah, I mean, we do it in games all the time. Save princesses, slay dragons, save the world.
Precisely, yeah. So now the actual real world has now drawn my ire. You are going to regret this, folks.
Why did I just imagine Robin just sitting in front of a big screen with a world map in front of it, and he's just like playing the Imperial March on his like.
Have you got a camera in here or something?
No.
How did you know?
And the entire world, like all of Twitter and Facebook.
I'm actually just using Google Maps. But...
YouTube. There's just like little units, and he's playing like this real-time strategy game.
Yeah, it's a long ball game, mate, but I know what I'm doing. I've leveled up early, so I'm good.
Oh, so you grind to go to get through the games easier?
In this particular case, it's better that way.
Dude, he robbed the store and merged a person, and then he leveled up.
Fair enough. I'll give you that.
And I'll be honest, I'm not doing well, but it's better than most,
Well, you've got 500 XP. You're doing pretty good.
Exactly, yeah. It's the only. I think I can say that we're possibly one of the most popular open houses on the internet.
Oh my god!
To be
Sargon actually
fair,
took the bait, guys.
He always does. But to be fair, like I've been to a lot of open houses.
Is he fucking kidding me? Is he kidding me? Pound sores.
I haven't. But what's going on?
Just have a look at that tweet.
I genuinely can't.
Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, he took the bait.
That wasn't full Brexit. The second pound sword was when she said that Parliament would have a full vote, both chambers. Who cares?
There is a full Brexit. Pound sword is made.
Oh, it was a Southern cat, and he has a picture of himself now.
Yeah, I know it's what. What? People expect that the currency just goes up and down like stock markets, and it pisses me off. Like, no. Here's the thing. When it comes to news and uncertainties, they affect stuff like the stock market. They affect stuff like who would invest where. Currency doesn't give a fuck. Maybe the forex exchange would change in a good day, in an amazing day, maybe 15% of the value of a currency. 50% of the fluctuation.
That's a terrible day, yes, because
no.
that's sort
50% of the fluctuation. Let's say, what's the fluctuation today? Like, that's what, 2% up? 15% of that would be from, whatever happened. But usually it's a very minuscule effect. It's all about supply and demand. And supply and demand doesn't happen on a local stage. It happens between importers and exporters. I don't think that because Theresa May said something on a stage somewhere, someone just rang someone rang just any British company and was like, I'm gonna import 1000 MG cars.
No,
Which
unless
produce
she said,
MG still?
she could said we're going to declare war on the European Union right now, and we're closing all the borders right now. That would probably upset the markets.
Yeah, and people are starting to import stuff from the UK. I don't really think so. People are starting to buy stuff.
They would have to have something to import.
Our single most expensive manufacturing transport thing did get a boost of 20% sales after Brexit. Also known as we sold 2 more hovercraft.
Just saying, there is
after the drop
news
in the
that
pound, they were actually sold as a loss for the company because of that.
there are news and elections that do upset the markets. Like, for example, when
do you know how we know this, though? Do you know how we know about the hovercraft story? Because that was sold to us as a success story on, I think it was the Daily Mail.
Honestly?
Yeah, that was their best story. That was the best that they could come up with to kind of go, see, it'll be fine. We fucking this obscure company sold 2 extra hovercraft to fucking, I don't know, Turkey or somewhere.
Right now, the current expansion of the UK economy is because the Treasury is pumping a lot of money into the currency to stabilize it, obviously.
No, stop. The Tories didn't do anything. The Bank of England did that.
Yeah,
the Treasury is stabilizing the currency.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The thing that really winds me up is when people kind of go, yeah, the guy at the Treasury said everything's fine. It's like, yeah, because he's really going to turn around and kind of go, everybody
That's
fucking
his
panic.
Fucking job.
We're in real trouble. Yeah.
Even when in the windows back behind him, the city is burning, he will still say it's fine.
Yeah, this is fine.
That's
Everyone
his job.
calm down. It'll be okay. You know, it's like going into a trauma ward, and the nurse kind of going, "You'll be fine." You know, it's kind of going, "Your leg's off." You know, you're missing half your brain. It's kind of going, "Well, the nurse said I'm fine, so you know, maybe I should just release myself."
He's like the propaganda minister from Iraq. What was his name?
I remember that guy. That was so brilliant. That was so brilliant.
Yeah, he was lovely.
Wasn't he the guy who stood in a burning building and said, everything's fine?
He literally had American tanks going past him while he's saying that we're stopping them.
They were dying
and it's like, yeah. And the reason I think the reason that nobody actually arrested him or took him in or stuff like that, it was because it was just too funny. You know, it's just kind of going, now let him be, bless him. You know, it's like I'm helping. Yeah, okay, mate. Because they actually did more for the American propaganda than anything, because it was just such a joke. But yeah, this is this is the desperate scrapes of the Brexit camp right now. Anybody looking at this with a sensible bone left in their body is sitting there kind of going, I think they might have made a mistake here. I mean, looking at a tertiary glance at the facts, and you've got, you'll be sort of like saying it, but like I said, these people are just kind of go, no, we'll just do it anyway. But this is going to be a disaster. Everything.
Well, we'll make the best of it, right?
Oh yeah, Dunkirk spirit. Yeah. And so, like, kind of going, I'm a little out of Dunkirk spirit, to be perfectly frank. Thanks. I've just
honestly, Dunkirk spirit's going up.
Yeah, I've lived through about 10 years worth. For the 39 years that I've been alive, I have now lived 20 of them in recession, and you'd like to throw another 10 on top.
Are people mentioning Dunkirk? The only reason Dunkirk worked was because Hitler was always an idiot and terrible tactician and stopped the tanks. By the way, just saying. Sorry.
So yeah, I'll be spending my 40s in a recession hit England again.
You've been 40?
It's going to be fun.
I'm going to be 40 this year.
Well, it's going to be lovely.
And I'm going to spend the majority of that decade in recession in this country. Yeah.
The big 4-0.
No, global warming.
Do anything special for the 40th birthday?
Looking forward to the next 10 years of recession.
No.
Thanks.
On that day, I'll send you a bottle of wine.
Oh, bless. Thank you. A blowjob and wine. Cheers.
No,
I mean, you already got married for the blowjob, so.
Yeah, I'm not expecting to get that off you, mate. Just the wine, thanks.
I'm not going to offer that anyway. Just saying.
Birthday is blowjob day. So yeah, the thing that I've been, really, I keep on saying this. It's about logical consistency. Doesn't mean that you win everything, but it does mean everybody wins. When everybody wins, everybody wins. I can't remember the exact who that quote was.
Oh, so you want everyone to have participation prizes now?
No, I said when everyone wins, everyone wins.
Except Cyril.
So you're a loser anyway. You just prefer it that way.
I mean, he's the only one he finished last, like, in a race on himself. Like, he just last.
By definition, I'm last. I'm the only person in the race. I'm also first.
And they were like, who do we give the medal to? And they're like, no one won. He lost. Even when he was finishing first and last, he just, like, by default, he's lost. He can't win.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have one person in a race, a winner's medal and a loser's medal. You're there going, the fuck, we have to give him one of them. Flip a coin.
No, you lose by default. No, there's no coin flipping here.
Well, there's a difference. There's a difference. It's like when people talk about participation medals and all this sort of business. I mean, when the expression "when everyone wins, everyone wins" is in the sense that in some cases, yeah, it doesn't mean that everyone except two people losing,
doesn't necessarily work out well. It doesn't mean that you have. It doesn't mean that you have to give participation trophies out. It's like kind of going, you know, that this is the difference. It's not even socialism. It's simply sense.
Such a social justice warrior. You're such a cuck, Robin.
Sense. A sensible justice warrior. That's what I am. I'm a sensible
You're
justice
a cuck
warrior. If anything, I'm a social warrior.
You're a cuck justice warrior. That you are.
Yeah, that was. I was actually trying to do a comedy sort of sketch called Social Warrior. No, it wasn't Social Warrior, was it? Culture Warrior. That was it.
Oh, nice.
Sort of trying to. One of the sort of like jokes I was doing was talking about how instead of giving all that money to the banks, you should have actually dragged about 50 bankers out, shot them with a .22 rifle, lobbed off the heads, and left the bodies to rot in the street, and then taken those heads down to hear me out, down to the Houses of Parliament where there's this little alleyway with sort of like with this gate with all these sort of like spike gates like that, and you put the heads on the spikes down this little alleyway. This is where all the lobbyists walk in. Okay. And of course, you know, and obviously there'd probably be a few bankers in the audience, and I don't want to worry you. You know, I just say that you'll probably think to yourself, Rob, this solution doesn't present, you know, I mean, nobody's making any money. So you'd have an advert just at the end of this, and it's for the National Lottery. You know, it says, "It could be you." Job done.
Okay.
Or you can just.
I'm glad that I left banking.
Exactly.
I don't work in anymore.
You know, but it's quite glib. It's quite the humour would be quite glib. But I would have just loved to have done that in the banking sector. And just have them all sort of like almost stunned. You know, kind of going, whoa. It's like, or you can just listen to the comedian and get your shit together. You know.
They're not going to
Sign
get their shit together.
Kind of a.
Well, it's
kind
a
of a
warning.
restrained French Revolution.
Well, yeah, it's a warning. You see, the thing is that, you know, you can say to people, "Oh, fines," or you can sort of tax them. So they don't give a fuck. You know, but kill a few.
It's
of them.
cost of business.
Yeah, kill a few of these motherfuckers, and then they fuck. What? Whoa. Okay. Suddenly I'm going to have to be moral now. Yeah, you have to murder a few of them in order for them to fucking work it out. It's just the way. That's the way it is with rich, arrogant twats. You know.
You make it sound like culling a few grains of crop.
It's just the way of things. It's just the way of things.
You have to just break a few eggs. Is this what I'm?
That's right. Yeah, but more. You know, maybe throw them off a building. You know, that sort of.
It's a little extreme, Robin.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little extreme. You see, not a lot extreme, a little extreme. Yeah, I know that seems like a contradiction in terms, but I consider it just a balance.
So it's still, instead of going like full on Lenin, we're gonna go a little Lenin.
Yeah, like I said, you know, you've just got to shoot a few of them just to scare the herd. You know, so they. You know. You don't get your dog to rip.
I just wish we could prosecute them.
Yeah, well, exactly. But that's not going to work. You see,
well, the problem with prosecuting them is we can't fucking prove what they did to a jury because the only people that understand what they did decided, hey, this is a brilliant idea. Let's get involved in this and make a fuck ton of money.
Yeah, and even if that did happen, all they would do was bring out some sort of sacrificial person like me. And, you know, that will be that. It's kind of go, yeah, bring out Terry, he's the scapegoat today. And that's it. And then they just continue doing whatever they're doing, laughing into their champagne glasses. What you need to do is take that champagne glass off them and shoot them in the temple. And then suddenly the rest of them learn something, you know? I've worked in a bar in Canary Wharf. I've spoken to these people. And talking to them doesn't work. Pleading with them doesn't work. The only thing they understand is you're barred. They understand that. In that bar, in the bar that I was working in, yeah, they actually encouraged rudeness to them. So I remember this guy came in once, yeah. Okay, this bar, yeah, is 3 deep in suits. All of these arrogant wankers, okay? And it's about 25 foot long, this bar. Huge thing, right, okay? Massive place. You know, glitzed up, you wouldn't believe it. And this douchebag decides to walk into the bar. Just into the bar, in front of the door where people are going in with, like, empties and food and all kinds of shit like that, yeah? And he just stands in front of this fucking door. Right next to the till. You know, it's like, this is a security nightmare. Okay, at this point, and I just sort of scurry over to this guy with the, what the fuck do you think you're doing, mate? And he's like, no, I'm just checking the prices. And it's like, right, why are you doing that? And he's like, well, I just want to make sure you don't overcharge me. And I went, well, we do that anyway. It's company policy. And he's like, what? Really? Yeah, we always overcharge you here. But, well, I'm not drinking in here then. Okay, off you go. You know, we used to have these twats would come in and they'd bang their fucking pint glasses on the table for their drink. And so I'd walk over to them, grab the pint glass, go, now fuck off! You're gone. Don't fucking do that. Out. You're gone. You'd have them shouting and screaming, I've been here for 10 minutes, and I'd just scream back at them and go, I've been here 2 fucking hours, nobody's bought me a drink. I'll buy you a drink, then you're fucking served next. That's how it works. I remember the funniest one I ever saw was this New Zealand girl. Yeah, I'm trying to remember her name. She was only about like 22 or something like that. She used to like spray me on the arse with sanitizer. So about 2 minutes later, I'd get this cold, you know, wet bit on my arse. She did that too many times, and I ended up spraying her on the tits. But anyway. She basically, this guy comes in, can I get a Guinness, please? It's like, we don't do Guinness here, mate. And literally 2 seconds later, somebody kind of goes, can I get a Guinness, please? And kind of go, no, mate, we don't have any Guinness. The next person goes, can I get a Guinness extra cold? It's like, mate, we don't do Guinness. And then, like, a minute later, somebody else comes up and can I get a Guinness? And she just loses it. And she kind of goes, we don't have any fucking Guinness here, for fuck's sake! Screaming at this guy, and then somebody comes in and just kind of goes, London Pride? Fucking I remember I used to sort of spin bottles and, you know, flaring. And, you know, I was just outside, basically taking empties out. And there's about 4 or 5 of these guys outside, and I've just grabbed this bottle and I've just twirled it in my hand. Just a little twirl. You just sort of twirl it round once, throw it in the bin. Just keep yourself interested. And this guy must have been, 25 or whatever like that, comes up and he goes, I bet you couldn't just chuck that up and catch it in the back of your hand. And I'm sitting there kind of going, well, that's my bread and butter move, so how much do you bet there, mate? And he goes, £5. And I go, okay. Catch it in the back of my hand, sort of like the bottle side up. So the guy can actually see the label. It's like, thank you very much. I just hold out my hand with the right for the £5, and he throws it on the floor, and I just walk away. About 4 or 5 minutes later, all of his fucking mates are basically pushing him on the back of the shoulder. Give it to him in his fucking hand. Give it to him in his fucking hand. Yeah, thank you very much, mate. All kinds of arrogant tossers. Kill them all. But of course that would be rude. So, you know, just kill a few. And, you know, they'll learn that way. You know.
You only need to terrify them quite a lot.
But that's what they understand and respect. That's the thing. You have to... Some people, being an arsehole to arseholes, that's all they respect. So you have to be an arsehole to arseholes. This is why, you know, you don't back down to Putin, for example. He's a douche. Okay? So you don't back down to the guy, otherwise he'll just, you know... This is the same thing with the Democrats to the Republicans in America, for example. They're douches. And the moment you basically, you know, try to reconcile some difference between you, they'll take advantage, and they do. They like spoiled children. So the only way that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party to actually get stuff done is the Democrats have to stop being so pussy. They have to spend the next 4 years, for example, basically closing down government virtually. They have to do that in order to make the Republicans understand that they can't keep doing that, because then they'll encourage the.
You think
left
it'll
to do
actually
it.
work though?
Yeah, it's the only way. It's the only way. If they just pussy down like they always fucking do, yeah, the Republicans will walk over them the whole way through.
That's a nice thought.
That's the thing. That's the only solution. It's not that I'm a lefty or a righty. It's but the Republicans have gotten away with so much over the last 15, 20 years or so. And the people used to in the conspiracy community, they thought that the Democrats were simply controlled opposition. They look at them as though they're controlled opposition, just playing the role of opposition.
Oh, people still think that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Even in the progressive circles I'm in. Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I find it very hard to not think that myself, really. They really are
Well, they all
so fucking weak. Such weak people. You
Well,
know?
they get paid by the same people, too. I mean, I don't know. It's just, hey, we like gays.
No, of course they get paid by the same people. Do you know why? Because those people are the only ones who can afford to buy politicians. You can't afford to buy them. I can't afford to buy them.
No, yeah. I know we live in an oligarchy.
Yeah. I mean, fuck. If the lot of us joined together and restarted the labour movement somehow, of unions, even then we couldn't afford to buy them.
Right.
So that's the state you're in, America. You now have a full Republican, and the thing is, it's like, when you have a look at, say, the Democrats, you have a look at the left, and everyone's blaming the left for Trump. I sit there, just kind of going, yeah, you're the reasons I voted for the Republicans, says the Republican. It's like, okay, yeah, it's their fault that you were going to vote for the person you usually vote for anyway. It's like you can blame the left for the way the right acts, which is asinine, but it's true. But the thing is, it's not that bit. You have a look at the way that social justice warriors are acting, you see. They're actually at least got some balls. They're the ones that are kicking up a fuss. They're just kicking up a fuss in completely the wrong place, that's all. Because they're frustrated.
Right.
They're frustrated with their own party, if anything. I mean, like, everyone's sitting there kind of going,
instead of focusing...
Go on.
Instead of focusing on actual labor screwing us over, they're focusing on all these identity politics bullshit.
Yeah, well, for example, the wage gap. The wage gap to
right.
me, or at least before fembots came in here, who are coincidentally daughters and sons of rather rich upper middle class people, the wage gap to me was the difference between the very, very well paid and the very, very low paid. Now that's been turned around to be against men and women. Well, isn't that a convenient coincidence? Isn't that convenient, isn't it? That now it's just basically, you guys argue amongst yourselves while those rich people still are making, going ridiculously rich while the rest of these people are getting really, really poor. And I mean, that doesn't seem like divide and conquer in any way, shape or form, does it?
Well, that's some of these circles I'm in. They kind of think that these SJWs are just a plan by the neoliberals to keep us just not focused. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of look like it.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it's worked. And now they're sitting there kind of going, yeah, we've got Trump in, that's going to solve it, that's going to fuck them up. And it's like, kids, you think that this guy is going to fucking save your ass? You've just handed them one more easy. This guy deals. You're basically kind of going, yeah, this guy who bribes politicians all day, he's going to be on my side. Oh, God. I mean, it's asinine on the face of it.
Are you just going to give... No, Axis Fiver, I'm not going to give Trump a chance.
Okay, Fiver.
I wouldn't...
How much of a chance should we give Trump? I mean...
Why would I give him a chance?
We let him give speeches, he's given his appointments, he's actually chosen the people that are going to do stuff. I mean, shit, he's had fucking everything.
Dude, okay, when it comes to giving Trump a chance, and by the way, hi Hazem, it's been a while.
Morning.
Yes,
morning.
Because you voted in Trump thinking that he'll save the world, and we're saying that he won't, we obviously think that Hillary Clinton would have saved the world. This is Axis Fiver, the supposed lefty.
Yeah, that's the only
I don't really think,
logical conclusion, Robin. Come on.
Here's the thing: if Hillary would have won, that I would be here criticizing her just the same, because she would do just as crazy and stupid things as Trump did. And I would have given Trump a little. Here's the thing: I would have given Trump. Since Axis Fiver here is trying to listen to us take another dump on Trump.
Yeah, and I will continue.
For the longest time, I've been like, he's stupid, he's a buffoon, he's gonna just hand everything over to other people. But then I was like, okay, the idea that he's a buffoon was not really that solidified. It was just like, maybe it's just, a populist kind of guy that just parrots the social media fights into the political stage. But after the speech last night, this guy is on a lower level than George W. Bush. This guy is fucking stupid. Like, literally fucking stupid. Like, if you look at that speech, just read it. Just read for yourself and slam your head on the desk.
I haven't seen the speech. How bad is it? And Fiver?
Okay.
Name one other candidate who actually supports the working class. Name one other person who is actually in favour of unions. Name one other person who actually gives a shit about healthcare.
Yeah, you're just a social justice warrior.
We'll give you until the end of time to name one in the last election.
Let me tell you a few things that he said. And I know that I was rambling about it when I first joined the stream, but you weren't here. So I'll just recap.
I was hanging out with people in real life. Terrible.
Yeah, I came from a bar, like, I don't know, late. But anyway, first thing he said was that, what was it called? God damn it, I forgot. Was the North Atlantic thing? Nah. I'm drunk and tired, so I'm bad with names. The thing that is obsolete, was it called?
You're sitting there telling us that that we're deflecting Axis Fiver. I'm just basically saying the president right now is not Hillary Clinton. If you mention Hillary Clinton, I'm going to tell you to shut the fuck up. You know why? Because she's out of the picture. Do you know where she is right now? In a woodland, wondering what the fuck. That's about all that she is as far as fucking things are concerned. You now have this person who is going to be in control of your country very soon.
Yeah, one of the things that he said, that NATO is obsolete. And that, by the way, I'm not strawmanning him or anything. This is a quote. He said that NATO is obsolete because it was designed a long time ago. Literally, that's what he said. I'm not, just look it up. And I'm like, okay, it's kind of like the U.S. Constitution. It was designed a long time ago. Is it obsolete? The Magna Carta was designed a long time ago. Is it obsolete? Or the 7 tenets of the Human Rights Council in the UN, the inalienable rights of all humans that are members of the UN, except for Saudi Arabia, by the way, and some Islamic countries. We're not talking about that. But are those obsolete because they're designed a long time ago? That's President Trump, he said it. Oh, and another thing that he suggested that was brilliant. He's like, Syrians, the whole thing with the refugee crisis shouldn't have happened that way. The Gulf states should have funded a...
Axis Fiver, you're a sellout.
He was like, the security... There should be a security zone in Syria funded by the Gulf states in the Middle East. And
Axis
I was like,
Fiver, you didn't read the leaks.
Can I keep talking without you interrupting me, please?
I'm just letting Axis basically talk utter shit again.
Let him talk shit. Just ignore him. Anyway, he said that...
Wait, Habib, just
he said that...
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I just came in to say good morning, and actually I'm leaving in like 10 minutes. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. Bye now. I need to get ready.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
Well, that
Take
was
care.
an interesting join.
Yeah, and he said that the Saudis need to set up a security zone in Syria. One of the Saudis, the Gulf state, and that's where they should keep all the refugees and stuff. And I was like, Trump, why don't you just call it for the name that everybody knows it as? A no-fly zone. I mean, it's a security zone now, so it should be fine. But when it was Hillary, it was like, no-fly zone. No-fly zone. No-fly zone is bad. And then he chastised the Germans. He's like, Germany. Germany, oh, Germany. And you are letting all the illegals in. And I was like, Trump. Well, I wasn't there, but I was reading it. I'm like, if they are let in a country, I mean, they're at the border and they're like, hey, just come in. Then you're no longer illegal. You didn't sneak in. You were let in. And it's like the kind of stupidity that you get from Trump. Like I said, it's going to be another level of George W. Bush. And the thing that I love the most, this is a guy that's supposed to lead the most powerful country on the planet. So, a guy who's supposed to know politics and policies and what's happening around the world. And he was praising the UK for Brexit. And yes, you might be pro-Brexit or anti-Brexit. But that doesn't mean that you can go like, they went for Brexit and that's good for them because they regained border control. And I'm like, they already had border control under the EU. They were never part of the Schengen. And I'm a fucking Saudi pleb. I don't know the nuance of the system over there, but I know this for a fact. They had border control.
Plus, we're an island, which kind of helps matters a little bit more.
Yep. Not
they
to
need to
mention-
cross the sea.
We are one of the few states in the European Union that were so obsessed with our own border control that we're like, we'll join the Shanghai Zone, the free movement stuff, kind of. We still want to be able to double check everyone on top of your checks.
And do you know where the checking point is? It's in France.
That's for the refugees, yes. It would be where our international waters were.
And you've got the leader of the free world now just going like, no, with Brexit, you've regained your borders.
But it's
when
not just
did they lose them?
The United Kingdom reserves the right to refuse European citizens coming into the UK.
And by the way, that's just what I remember now, because when I was reading it last night, I think I highlighted way more absurdities. And I'm waiting for, like we have a lot of people on YouTube now who call themselves skeptics, and they like to go, every time someone says anything stupid, you've got like this show, there's pretty famous called This Week in Stupid. And people just highlight stupid things. I just wonder if any one of them is going to take this speech and go like, let's try to analyze it and see how many stupid things there are.
Hang on.
And
did you hear? Oh, woe is me. Things are so bad. Let's start a revolution.
I'm telling you, like after
the
this,
people haven't spoken, Axis. I don't know if you noticed, if you actually had a look at the popular vote, but the people hadn't spoken. They didn't even bother to speak. You had the worst voter turnout that you've ever seen.
And Hillary won the popular vote.
So when
Still.
it comes to people speaking, see, they kind of did, and they chose Hillary. But no, the states chose Trump, not the people. Now, if you value states over people, that's up to you. The United States is a fucked up country, and I don't really see how people go like, no, people should have one person, one vote.
No, land masses are people too.
Unless it's Randy Harper. Unless it's Randy Harper.
Yeah, but land whale.
In which case, people are land masses.
You got it the wrong way around. But yeah, this is the difference is, you see, is that Axis 5, you being an undercover lefty, you don't realise that now that your party, the one that you actually support, the Republican Party, are now completely in control. So every fuck up, every problem, you're not going to be able to blame the Democrats for it anymore. That's what you've got. You've got no checks or balances. You've got it all. You've basically just made a complete joke of your constitution at this point. That's the bit that you don't get. You have no checks or balances on each other now. Nothing.
I still have no idea why people still bring the Democrats into the conversation whenever we want to criticize who is in power at this moment. Well, not at this moment, but in a few days. But he's the one who's making all this decisions. He's the one being all buddy right now with Putin.
Yeah, but university students with no job prospects are the people that are in charge of the country, you see.
Yep, totally.
And I'm just like, it's just the political sphere right now in the U.S. is just it's a stark reminder of the early Bush years. A lot of people are just excited, like, yeah, Bush, back to the Bushes, and with Clintons, and we're just gonna do all better now. Even though the economy was doing better with Clinton, but people are like, yeah, fuck the Democrats. Slowly we started seeing this stupidity leaking through. But at least it took Bush a while. It took him at least 2 weeks in power until we started seeing some stupid things. Trump, the day the election results came out, 4 new businesses in Saudi, a few hotels in Dubai, and a phone call to Taiwan is like, how about a Trump hotel? He hasn't even started yet. He hasn't been into the Oval Office yet, and he's already using the White House as a PR front for his business. Just think about it.
Fiverr. Our problem with Putin is a few thousand dead European civilians, 0.9 million European civilians that have been made refugees from their own country, and this is in Europe, part of it that is essentially part of the European Union. The fact he flies around a bombers possibly containing nuclear weapons next to other people's countries, just taunting them, hey, we may have nukes just outside of your nation. I mean, we could hit any city we want with these. And the saber-rattling of putting a few million troops on his borders, and quite a lot of them on the European-Russia border.
It's funny to me that people in the US...
that NATO and the European Union are being so fucking hasty and rude by putting their own troops there in response.
It's funny to me that some people in the US think that Putin has their best interest in mind.
No.
I seriously, I am dumbfounded by that kind of idea. Like, some of them really believe that Putin has their best interest in mind. Like, dude, in the US, you are another superpower, and you guys have been in good terms since you guys are the biggest superpowers on the planet. So each one of you wants to bring the other one down so they can be the superior one. And now you're thinking like the other guy should be on your side because you've got an Oompa Loompa that says so. What happened to skepticism? No. Skeptics are just
I'd like to ask Access Fiverr. You read the leaks, you dug into the leaks, okay. I want you to tell me the very worst thing that you found.
Pizzagate.
No, let him speak. The worst thing that you found in those leaks. Please do. The very worst. I'm asking you at this point. I'm not here asking about our solutions right now. We're talking about, you've said that Hillary is insane. It would be insane, okay, because of course you've read the leaks, you've dug into the leaks. What's the worst thing? What Bernie Sanders selling out his supporters? That's the worst thing. So
Bernie Sanders.
So the person who lost the primary to Hillary by turning around and saying you should support the candidate that I'm with. That's it. That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing that you found in the leaks. This is what I'm talking about here. Yes, by far. That's it. So you have decided that a person who, by the looks of things, a billionaire who has loads of ties to Putin, who basically now suddenly has decided that he doesn't have any ties to Putin, and basically is, well, by the looks of things, setting your country up for bankruptcy, including basically just deciding, yeah, we're not going to actually make good on the deals that we have with, say, Mexico, because we're going to make a wall and make them pay for it somehow. That's it. That's the worst.
No fly zone and make Saudi pay for it.
Giving everyone false hope. Yes, by far, it's about Bernie. So it's Bernie, because Bernie decided to side with the person who'd won the primaries. That was a line in the sand for you. That's the worst that you've got. You've been digging into the emails, and this is what you've got. Like I said, I keep asking you, Axis, what is the worst that you've got in those leaks? I keep asking, what is the worst thing that you found in those leaks?
Why can't he just come in? I mean, I'm just sitting here like...
He never comes in, he just types.
Okay, I mean, I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm just pacing around my room. So, I'm not even watching the chat.
But the corrupt DNC sold out America.
Oh, so, okay. It's back to DNC. Dude, the elections are over. They're done.
No. I keep on asking him. He has apparently read these leaks. He's dug into these leaks.
Who cares about the leaks anymore?
No. This is what I'm just asking him. Axis, what is it? What is the worst thing in these leaks? If that is it, the fact that Bernie Sanders basically went, okay, I'm going to back Hillary Clinton because I don't think I want to have Donald Trump. That's you think he's selling out? Are you like? Do you like go on to like play people at chess and just bring like checkers pieces and just start just throwing them all over the fucking thing? Are you that fucking stupid? Honestly.
Still gonna ask.
What did you think he would do? Bernie's lost the primary, but what do you think he should have done? Do you think he should have just gone fuck Hillary all the time, and then what? Do you think that would have meant that what? That Trump
hold on.
win?
Didn't Trump praise Hillary when he won?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he sold out.
He's not putting her in jail now, is he? All this crooked Hillary, lying Hillary, Shillery, Killery.
I believe in the first speech he gave, his response was, "Oh, I don't believe in that stuff now."
Yeah,
I was just saying that to get elected when people were going, "Lock her away, lock her away."
Yeah, that just plays good for the elections.
Yeah, I mean, politicians lie. I mean, yeah, I have a respect for Bernie Sanders, but I am not under no delusion that he doesn't lie every now and then.
There's also such a thing as a politician lie, where you obfuscate the truth by reporting only part of it. And you go, yeah, I've totally got your best interest at heart, when you haven't. And then there's outright saying, yeah, I'll make it so we all drive on the left-hand side of the road instead of the right, like savages. And then going, nah, fuck it, America, we drive on the right after the election.
So far you've got he got fucked over. Didn't you watch the DNC delegates flip out? Yes, did. They had Silversarium bitch them out. Okay, so I'm asking you, Access Fiber. You were talking about Hillary Clinton, okay, and you were saying I've read the leaks. I've dug into the leaks, and you're saying that because Bernie, after losing to Hillary, flipped and basically decided to back the Democrat candidate as he was a Democrat, that somehow he's selling his supporters out. I'm just waiting for some sense to emerge from this. and maybe you tell
Did
me.
you watch?
I'm expecting you to say something like, "Yeah, I've dug into these leaks with Hillary, and I can show you all the nasty, terrible things that she was doing. She was basically going over to Benghazi and kidnapping children and slaughtering something to show me how evil Hillary
She was
is."
eating babies, man.
Yeah,
She was eating babies.
exactly
Fiverr.
what.
Did you actually watch the speech?
He didn't read the emails. He didn't
Well,
read the emails. He didn't dig
No,
into
the
the
speech
emails, obviously.
where Trump and Hillary came out and Spanders said, "Yeah, I'm giving my support to Hillary." He literally qualified that he has had a talk with her and that she has decided to agree on a few positions in exchange for his support. It's literally Sanders going,
Sell out.
"I have lost the race and I am giving her my support in exchange for her agreeing to a few conditions."
Sell out.
It is literally him politicking. That is how politics works. It's, okay, so I can't get everything I want, but I can get some of the important stuff.
Sell out.
Apparently all of fucking politics is selling out. Apparently coming to a deal that, hey, you can't get your favourite deal possible, but the next best fucking sell out.
So because you haven't got Bernie, you've decided on Trump, which sort of means that you're a fucking sellout, Axis. By your own logic. Can you see that? Can you not spot that? That's your biggest concern. Your biggest concern was the fact that the second person in charge, the second person in that fucking election lost, and then they backed up Hillary. That's it. When it's time it is right, I have money in the bank with him. Do you know what that means? Do you not understand what phrases mean? When it says I've got money in the bank with him, you know what that means? You don't know what that means, do you? You actually think that means actual money, don't you?
Oh boy.
Of course he does.
I'm a Saudi pleb and I know what that means. Fucking.
Oh my god, I'm talking to a moron.
Yes, you are.
Yes, and when you
May I say?
Go ahead,
James. You must understand what this phrase means. I have money in the bank with him.
I've actually never heard that.
It's a political phrase. It means that I've basically said I'm going to give concessions.
Money in the bank.
I've got money in the bank with him and his people as a liberal to urge him to come out in force to vote for HRC. It's a payment in kind, in the sense of kind of going, look, if you want to come, if you don't want to come on board with Hillary, what we'll do is we'll concede you to these points and these points and these points. Are you going to come on board if we give you these concessions? That's what they mean by having money in the bank. You are a semantic idiot, Axis. You do realise that, don't you? This is, you sit there and kind of go, yeah, it's the left's fault. No, it's idiots like you. What difference does it make? That's right, what difference does it make? You've just sat there whining about Hillary when it makes no difference, and now you're telling me what difference does it make?
All right. Let's just assume. Let's assume that everything now is Hillary's fault. Everything, including how sucky this stream is right now.
Whether it shekels or not. Oh, God's sakes.
Hold on, Robin. Everything that is bad in the world right now is Hillary's fault. But now, at this moment, it's Trump who's doing all the stupid things. So shall we just ignore that? Just because it's Hillary's fault? Okay, let's assume that I agree with which I don't, but let's assume that I agree. Yes, Hillary is pure evil. She's the spawn of Satan, and she did everything that's wrong. She caused World War II. She did 9/11. She ate babies, and she would eat kittens as well. But what does that matter? Who cares? She's not in power.
That's
Trump
right.
is in power.
Well done.
And Trump is a buffoon.
She's done. That's right. So now there is a new paradigm that we have to address. The orangutan with the small hands. That's right. We have to talk about that guy now. Because he's going to be your new problem.
For accuracy of the viewers
Going
at
to
home,
be-
I would like them to know that he's actually a very pasty orangutan. Robin just forgot to mention that.
No,
Hello,
I like
Liz.
how he said he is going to be, as if he is not already a problem.
I saw your tweet that you were going to be streaming, and I had to lay down for a while. I didn't expect to sleep for 10 hours, and you're still going?
I love it when
Yes.
people say that to me. I told you it was the most used saying in the open house. It's, you're still going.
I love it.
You know.
I love it, Robin.
Fuck!
That's
So,
and
Liz-
that phrase too.
What the hell are you?
It's called
Okay,
staying
good
power,
evening,
Liz. It's called staying power.
Well, congratulations.
Nice to meet you, Liz.
Hello, who is this? Who is this?
This is James. He is I would say a slowly converting Sargonite who has finally realised that he was sitting in an echo chamber.
Oh my god. By the way, yes, not everything Sargon says is true. Occasionally he'll have a valid point, but for the most part, he is falling down the path of I'm a bigger YouTuber, therefore I'm right. But I do appreciate some of the things he has to say, but I really wish Kraut hadn't taken down the stream where I fucking pwned him for a second. That fucking pissed me off.
If you would like to see
told
Sargon's
him-
opinions 2 or 3 days before he posts them in video format, go and read the Daily Mail.
Ah, okay.
He was saying on his stream, and I shit you not, my friend here. He was saying
So,
to
Liz-
Habib, he was saying this to Habib. Habib was there. He was saying to Habib that they needed to do dirtier tactics to SJWs, just
Yeah,
like they're
I remember
doing to
that
him.
Yeah.
Are doing to, like they were doing to Habib, and play their game basically. Habib went, "No, I'm above that," and I agreed. I'm like, you can't act like the thing you hate. If you do that, he's like, "Oh, I didn't mean that. I just meant we need to hold them up to higher standards." That's right, higher standards. The same
No,
thing-
he didn't say that. He said exactly, and I did quote him before. He said that he is willing to sacrifice some of his principles and play the game with the rules that they already set because he wants to win.
And well, Axis 5 are coming in with with a much more sensible bit of rhetoric here, which is Hillary's done forever. Deal with it. She's gone. Now we have Emperor Trump instead, and when Putin nuke England, I won't rescue you this time.
Okay, firstly, what do you mean this time? It would have to have happened before.
Yes.
And secondly, the Emperor of Mankind in the 41st millennium, also known as Warhammer 40,000, is a scientist, a scholar, and a military genius.
Not a science denier.
Not someone who thinks vaccines cause autism. The Emperor in 40K fought against Nurgle diseases by creating vaccinations against them. Trump thinks that vaccines will make your child autistic. Huh.
No,
do you want someone who
climate
would fight
change is
space
the
aid,
hoax as well.
or someone who's going to tell you, no, you can't have vaccinations against measles, you're going to die of a preventable disease that we could wipe out any day now, except for we're too fucking stupid. Because people like you think, hey, vaccines, yeah, who the fuck needs them anyway?
Anyway, Liz, people have been telling me that I've been falling way behind on my white genocide, so we need to make some brown babies with white girls.
Wait a minute. I said I'll be right back, and I get back to hearing Habib say we need to make brown babies with. I'll be right back.
I'm way behind on white genocide. Come back. No, you're not going.
I'll be right back. You're not fucking me and making any babies. No, the womb is closed.
I love it. Oh man. What is he saying now?
At his campaign launch, Donald Trump apparently paid extras $50 to cheer for him. Trump said, "Usually when I pay a person to like me, it's my wife."
I thought it was his daughter.
I thought it was a joke at first when you started it. I didn't realise it was true.
So what is he coming up with now? The universe's greatest psyker 6 million chess master. Okay. That's something that's going to make sense to you only. This is the thing, Axis 5. I don't even know why you come here. Is it just because you just like to hear stuff that, you know, you just want to, like, get angry at? I don't understand, you know. You kept on... I remember you saying to me that you're a lefty, but I've never actually seen you actually say anything left-leaning, ever. It's just bizarre. You know, I'm a centrist. I've been a centrist all this time, and you seem to me to be on the right. So either I'm a screaming lefty, or somebody's lying to themselves.
But you're aggressive, Robin.
In the same way that I'm a right-wing Tory voter. I've never voted for them. I can't stand anything they do.
I'm aggressive.
Yes, you're not aggressive. You're an aggressive leftist.
Well, he is kind of aggressive and strange.
I'm a regressive lefty. I can't even say it.
Well, here's the thing, yeah. When it comes to aggressive people, I know, Cyril, that it gets you a little bit hot and bothered, but
oh
we'll
my
leave that
fucking god! Just get a plane ticket, man.
You get a plane ticket. I'm not going there for you.
Plane ticket.
I think you should get the plane ticket, Cell, to be honest with you. I think you'll get a better destination out of it.
Yeah, I never said who was getting to go
I'd
where.
get a plane ticket if I could. Seeing as my pound is in the shitter, there's hardly any point.
Taking it
I've never even been on an airplane.
Do you know what my favourite is? Is that, you know, a lot of people in the right were saying, kind of going, oh yeah, you know, you shouldn't really sort of like, you know, keep on referring to Trump as Hitler. And I just proffered the suggestion that you may have want to have a look at. Just go onto Google and word search Hitlery.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not into the whole. If compare anyone with Hitler kind of thing.
Well, like I said, if you don't compare your political opponent to Hitler at least once during an American election, it's not an American election.
You mean once a week?
And they did it at least once. At the very least once. Yeah.
No, way more than once, man. Way more than once.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Hillary,
Remember when everyone thought Obama was a Nazi or a socialist?
Oh, yeah.
And they did the same things with him?
Was a Muslim. And by the way, yeah, it's funny to me that Trump goes like, yeah, the intelligence system is just broken, and the whole leak that they had is all fabricated. Which, to be honest, it looks a little bit messed up. Like, it's not like it's badly written and everything. But
Obama,
the funny thing was like,
Obama and Hitler. Yeah, we've got him literally had his head stuck on fucking Hitler's body, doing a Nazi salute.
Mm-hmm.
But
I used to be part
he
of
was
the
like,
Tea Party. I saw
yeah.
Trump was like, I'm going to have my people look into it, and I'll have a report or a press conference about it later. It's funny who he refers to as his people, because these are the same kind of people that confirmed to him that Obama was born in Kenya, and that the birth certificate is all fake and fabricated. Mm-hmm. He's always like, my people are the ones who are telling me all about the vaccines being a lie. My people are telling me that global warming.
How's this
a Chinese hoax?
Yeah, how's this for associative? Yeah, I've got a sign up here. Yeah, and it's basically you've got Hitler on one side, you've got Obama on the other, and it goes, Hitler gave good speeches and had his own symbol too. I mean, you know, you're sitting there kind of going, every single party, every single politician gives good speeches and has their own fucking symbol. I mean, you know,
and
it's like kind of going, Hitler drunk water too.
To be fair, when it comes to just saying Hitler gave good speeches,
he drank water. The monster.
Yeah, Trump actually gave good speeches. I mean, I gotta give it to him. He's a crowd mover. So is he describing himself here?
Do you remember all those people sort of like talking about Time Person of the Year? And then saying about Hitler and stuff like that, and kind of go, oh, you've never see us saying that. Oh, really? Au contraire.
And by the way, has a symbol. What about MAGA? Is MAGA a symbol? I think it's a symbol.
Obama is a socialist, and I don't know what that means. This is the thing. All of the rhetoric that people were saying against Hillary or against Obama and all this sort of thing, yeah, The moment that gets thrown in Trump's direction, suddenly there's this sort of like air of innocence. as though this is like the first time this sort of rhetoric is out there. And you hear this lot kind of saying this, they're kind of going, yeah, it's your own fault for using that sort of rhetoric against our man. You know, it doesn't work. I'm sitting there kind of going, so why were people doing that against every single fucking Democrat politician? You're always doing it to each other. You're all doing each other, and then suddenly it's not going to work this time? What the fuck, guys?
Okay, I mean, I haven't lived through many presidents in the United States. Only 35. But I think I lived through way more of them than most people that follow me, or maybe some of the people that are listening to us here. I haven't seen ever such attachment to a US president, even though when you look at his rating, it's only 40% before he's even inaugurated. His approval rating is 40%.
This is worse than Bush. This is actually worse than Bush.
About 40%.
And the thing is,
he had protests. He couldn't get out of the fucking motorcade.
And the thing is, like, the diehard fandom that he got from all over the world is unlike any other president ever. And most of those fans, when you ask them, like, what do you like about him? They have really no idea. They're just sold rhetoric, but nothing. Trump, because Trump's cool. He's saying it how it is, and he's just like, he hates feminists. Or